The cursed group that were at the temple were expecting to face an enemy at some point. They believed that the enemy would come searching after those that had caused them so much trouble. However, at least for now, they could still hear someone, or something, battling with the dragon. Most likely the sixth spike they had seen that had hit the dragon out of the air. This was why they hadn't expected that each of them would have to be put into action so soon. Rayton was seen coming towards the south gate. He wasn't out of breath or worried, but he seemed more annoyed than anything. There's too many of them. At first it was fun since they're weak little craps, but their sheer number is proving to be a pain in the ass, Rayton complained loudly as he stood in front of the entrance ready for a fight. As instructed, Layla readied her bow, and Nate jumped down so he could help fight Rayton on the ground. Hey, so you do realize that since they were all following you that you're technically the one who has led them to this place, right? Nate glanced at the humanoid beast. In his beast-like form, Rayton had seemed a lot more menacing to the vampire, but now that he had taken on a more human-like appearance, he found it easier to talk to him. Still, that apparently didn't stop Rayton from giving Nate a glance that sent shivers down the other's spine. How was I meant to know that you guys were still here? What would I have done if you all had gone in and some of them had managed to discover the teleporter and destroyed it? I was told to just keep the others off your back until you got here. The way I see it, I did my job, and now I'm doing even more than usual. As the two were arguing, the turret that Logan had placed on top of the temple roof suddenly moved and fired an energy blast into the jungle. A moan was heard from the forest as it successfully hit someone. That turret is impressive. It caught the person even before I would have been able to, Layla thought. Now knowing that the cursed faction were here, the mast started to come out in groups. Immediately, Layla started to fire her arrows, and Rayton charged forward with his blade swirling around. He had also left a little surprise for anyone who tried to get past him. A trail of mud by the entrance. Those that tried to ignore the two frontliners and stepped on the mud remained stuck in place, making them easy pickings for both the turret and Layla. Seeing the enemy, Layla immediately decided to communicate with the rest that they were under attack. The anti-jammer devices were doing their jobs in that small area, so she had no problem conveying that to the rest of the cursed group already present. However, it seemed like there was no need for Layla's warning, as the turrets on all sides of the walls had already set off, blasting the intruders that were coming their way. The others had also gone into action, apart from two individuals who remained in the room where the teleporter was currently placed. Sam, we have to be careful, Logan warned. I have hidden those anti-jammers in multiple places, but I didn't realize how many people would come to attack us. If we remain here for too long, it's possible that they could find and destroy them. I don't have the means to make another one, which means in the worst-case scenario, we might end up stuck here on this island. I set up 5 in total, and I can tell you when one of them has been destroyed, but my guess is after they discover the first one, they will quickly realize there are more. You will have to make a decision at that point. It was a tough decision to make, but this was the risk the team was taking by staying behind. Sam just hadn't realized it until faced with the actual situation. His instinctive reaction would have been to call all the cursed members back now and go through the teleporter, but unfortunately, they were still waiting for the cursed faction leader and right and left-hand men, Peter and Vorden. I will give the order when the time comes. For now, let's just focus on defending this place and pray they won't find them any time soon, Sam suggested, as the two of them quickly left the room. Vex was with Agent 11, who was still being used as a puppet, but at times the two of them also decided to split up. Even then, Agent 11 made sure to not slow down with his attacks. Although he still didn't like having to fight for his captor, he understood that the cursed faction would at least guarantee his life, so he fought just as desperately as the others were. On the other side, Dennis was holding off strong and was fighting alongside the beast gorilla that Mona had left with Snaky on his neck, firing off acid. It seemed like the two of them were faring quite well covering each other's backs. They mostly fought with their fists, but they were a powerhouse to be reckoned with. Lastly, there was Borden, who was covering their backside. It was the area that seemed to have the least amount of people, but Borden also still had syringes left to heal himself with. Layla, rather than just staying at one side of the temple, made use of their communication channel and would reinforce any side that needed the extra firepower. Since Rayton and Nate seemed to be plenty strong on their own, they didn't mind her course of action. This is going well, but I can tell that just like last time, eventually the group will tire out. We can hold them off at the beginning, but their sheer numbers will overwhelm us. Vorden, Peter, where are you two? Layla thought. That was when Layla noticed something else as well. Up till this point, she could hear and feel fighting going off in the distance. It was at the location where the dragon had fallen, but now it had stopped. She was worried that now the fighting over there had stopped, it would perhaps mean that more forces were now coming towards where they were. Distracting for only a moment, she soon heard a loud crash, and the very building she was on shook. Looking towards the center, she could see that the temple walls had been destroyed, and there was a certain person who was now lying on the floor. "Nate!" Layla jumped down, and while in the air she started to transform into her third form. Once her bottom half became a snake, the first thing she did was use the green fireball to start healing Nate as quickly as possible. "What happened to you? How did you get hurt this badly?" she asked, seeing that the new armor he wore on his chest had been cracked. She could also sense strong ki from his body still active, but he was still badly hurt, with blood coming out of his mouth. Nate then pointed towards where he had come from. With the fire doing its job, Nate had healed a little, allowing him to breathe easier and speak, uttering the words, "5 spikes." Turning around, she could see that Rayton was now face-to-face with a 5-spike Dalki, and because of that, all of the mast were starting to bypass him and storm the inside. "They're in the building," Layla relayed. The first one to appear was surprisingly Logan. He was wearing a suit that Layla hadn't seen before, one that had 4 spider legs coming from his back. Logan himself was armed with a blaster in each of his hands, yet his extra pairs of hands on his back also had blasters, with which he started to fire energy blasts towards the intruders. At the same time, Logan ordered the turrets on the roof to no longer concentrate on the mast on the outside, but the ones on the inside. "Leave all the mast on the inside to me. I haven't been able to pick my own weight while fighting. The others on the outside are doing a good job, but it looks like that stubborn one might need some of your help," Logan said. Layla couldn't believe what Logan was saying. How could Rayton, a demon-tier beast, need her help? If she was to go against a 5-spike, surely she would just get in his way. "You won't," Nate said, with the flame still on his body. "Layla, we practiced, remember? We practiced so much. You can do it. Just think of the trigger." Trigger. Hearing this word, images started to appear in Layla's mind, images of her mother, images of Pure, and the words resounding in her head of what she had done to her. But this still wasn't enough negative emotions for her to transform. She had somewhat come to terms with what her mother had done. This wasn't the real trigger. The trigger was, "Sia, I couldn't protect you. You died right in front of me, saving my life. I was always just thinking about myself. You came with me to Pure, and still I was using you. If only I could have saved you." The negative emotions had reached their maximum, and consuming them all in, Layla's body started to transform. Her form started to shrink down to the size she once was. The horns on her head grew larger, while her fangs stayed strong, with her eyes glowing red. She had successfully transformed into a true Hanya. Grabbing her sword, she ran forward and struck the 5-spike Dalki's hand with strength, pushing it back. Rayton, seeing this, also went to strike with his 2 blades thrusting forward. "You again? You're on my side this time, right?" Rayton questioned her. "Of course," Layla answered. "Let's take down a 5-spike." When Jim heard that name, his whole body froze. The battle that was just about to start between the Dalki and Richard had also suddenly halted, all because of one name that had been mentioned. "Vincent?" Jim uttered, rubbing his eyes and taking another look at the person in front of him. Once he realized that the image in his head and the name that was mentioned didn't match up at all, he started to chuckle. "Should I say I feel honored that you investigated me to this point, Richard? To use my dead nephew's name against me? Was that really your big plan? But then shouldn't you at least have made him look similar to him? Do you honestly think after all these years I never found out what happened to him? He's dead, Richard. He died here on this very planet." There was a lot of aggression in Jim's voice. While he had still taken the fight against Richard nonchalantly up to this point, he now seemed furious that his ancestor had dared to employ such a god-awful ploy against him. "Although this is indeed not my body, I can assure you that I am the very person I claim to be. Maybe this will convince you that I am the one who lifted you from the ground. The very day you were sentenced for trial, I came to see you. At the time, when the guard turned around, you grabbed me by the shoulders, whispering, 'I can't go like this. Please, Vincent, I still have a lot left to show the world. You have to save me. I swear that I was set up by them.'" Hearing this, Jim's eyes lit up. For the first time, he placed his shield down to the side, taking the one in front of him seriously. I had learned what happened between Jim and Vincent through Dwight. He told me the crimes Jim committed and how he was loyal to Vincent during his time as leader, Quinn thought. But I didn't realize that the connection between the two of them was this close. The cursed faction leader was also interested in something else he noticed that was being held in Jim's hand. At the moment, Vincent was the one in control, so he couldn't use the inspect skill on the shield, or the crystals that showed from the top. Quinn wasn't too sure, but it looked like the crystal from the demon tier crab they had faced. In the end, Arthur had ended up taking the demon tier crystal, but since the two of them seemed to be working together, the crystal seemed to have somehow ended up in Jim's hand. Vincent! But how is this possible? I looked at your files. Heck, I even secretly attended your funeral and saw your body, Jim shouted. These were facts that even Vincent was unaware of. Since he had ended up transferring his whole soul into the book, he did not know what happened during the time he was in the book himself. It's hard to explain, and I'm not too sure about the exact details either. It seems to have come as an extension of our ability. I came here because the two of us shared a bond. I had hoped we could speak. I know you went looking for me. Edward told me that you left searching for me. I'm sorry that I was gone when you needed me, but I'm here now. This whole thing doesn't seem like you. What happened for you to choose this course of action? Vincent asked, making sure to tread carefully with his words. He could tell just through the limited interaction that the Jim before him was far from the vampire knight who used to work for him. So all it took for me to see you again was to start a war with the entire human race, huh? Sure, why don't we talk about that? Let's talk about how no matter what I do, I end up as the one shafted in this cursed world. As you know, my biggest desire was always to aid vampire society as a whole, to help and get recognized for my accomplishments. But as you know, that never came to be. Jim then lifted his hand and pointed to Richard, who was standing behind Vincent. Let's first start with him, shall we? I was merely a brat when our venerated ancestor was the vampire king. I will never forget the day he approached me. He asked me to help him, and as the paragon of his time who all of us strive to become, how could I deny him? Keeping my end of the promise, sometime after he entered his eternal slumber, I was the one who woke him up in secret. Growing up, I had kept this hidden from everyone, only later learning what kind of sin I had actually committed. At the time, I had believed that I had done a good thing. Eventually, I became the leader of the 10th family, only for another king to approach me. He asked me to search for a way that we could become like them, the originals. I fell for his sweet words that should I succeed, it would allow all vampires to become like the originals, ushering in a new golden age for our kind. I gladly spent most of my time in pursuit of that task, but to have a chance I naturally needed some samples. But when I was found out, the king turned against me, claiming that it was my own doing. And where was Richard? Where was he to help me? In the end, the only one that ever did help me was you, Vincent. Did you ever find it strange how quickly they overturned the decision to not force me into eternal slumber? Was there ever a precedent of anyone else, having committed a crime as grave as mine, who had been pardoned? Do you think I was pardoned because you, as the 10th leader, vouched for me? No, it was because the king knew he had done wrong. Still, I saw a light, because you turned out to be a person who had helped me, without wanting anything in return. Quinn had thought it was strange how Richard could have possibly tricked all the others into believing he went into eternal slumber. Was Jim saying he was the one that had woken Richard up? And if so, what reason did Richard have for wanting to wake up? Why go into eternal slumber in the first place? Do you understand? I was relied upon. People came to me when they needed something, only to ditch me when it was time, making me a fool for ever trusting them. The same thing happened when they asked me to create a blood substitute. I accepted the task. Granted, I had not too much of a choice on that one, but I succeeded and created the Dalki. However, they were unhappy with the result, so they chose to chuck me and the Dalki to the side to work on their own solution. I was lost, Vincent, so I went looking for you, but by that time it was already too late. I tried to figure out where it had gone wrong, yet I couldn't come up with an answer. However, I refused to fail again. This time I decided to force them to accept my solution. The Dalki aren't a failure, they're merely incomplete, something I could have eventually rectified if only the vampires had let me. As long as I get rid of every single human in existence with the Dalki, the vampires will have no other choice but to accept them as their solution. If I can fix this mistake, I will be able to fix all the other mistakes of my past. One of them includes waking you up, Richard." The reason why Vincent hadn't said anything to intercept Jim was because he had been hoping there would be a way to reason with him without the need for fighting. Unfortunately, the more he spoke, the more it became apparent that Jim was already too far gone. His feelings of rejection had apparently always been there, and without Vincent as his anchor, they had boiled over, leading the other on a destructive path. "Jim, does really no part of you see that you're just making another mistake right now?" Vincent wanted to ask, but he knew it would be useless. "And as for you, Vincent, I saw your body. Whatever you are, you're not my nephew. Your existence is also something that needs to be fixed," Jim proclaimed, as he glanced towards the six-spiked Dalkey by his side. "Vincent, switch!" Quinn shouted, and quickly the two of them changed bodies. The 6 and 5 spiked had moved around Quinn, aiming for Richard, while the other 6 spike had gone directly at Quinn. It was too fast for him to activate his soul weapon, but luckily Vincent had activated the shadow in the middle of Jim's tirade, aware that the other might choose to attack them at any point. "A 6-spike Dalkey punch is going to be strong, but I managed to gather all of those MC cells. I'll block this attack and attack back," Quinn thought. Raising the shadow in front of the fist, and as it collided in an instant, Quinn could see the system message. 0 of 2,643 MC cells. After fighting all of the mast and almost tripling the amount of MC points Quinn had, he was feeling confident in his shadow abilities. He still believed he was a long way off Arthur, who had lived for thousands of years using the Shadow Eater as a form of punishment, but still believed he was getting closer. After all, the shadow was able to block almost any attack. Depending on the attack, it would decrease by the appropriate amount of MC points, which was why Quinn was quite confident going to face whatever Richard and Brock were up against. Even seeing the 6 spike, Quinn had remained somewhat unfazed. He had planned to block the first strike with his shadow and then continue from there, but after blocking the first strike, all of his MC points quickly went down to 0. The sheer power from that punch! The 6-spike Dalkey was even able to go through that? Quinn worried. The strength of the Dalkey's punch proved to be stronger than Quinn's shadow. It had slowed down once it had made contact, but it was still moving forward, aiming towards his body. If he was to get hit by such a thing, he was unsure he could actually survive. "With no MC points, I'm not sure this will work, or how bad the drawback will be. Maybe it will take more of my total MC cells, but it's the only thing I can do. Enhancement soul weapon activated." Almost instantly, Quinn's body was covered head to toe in shadows, giving him a shadow body, and once again he could use his shadow control, raising a wall, blocking the Dalkey's hit. "This is bad. This is really bad. Although the shadow overload skill works, I can feel it digging into my MC cells even worse than usual, and if my theory is correct, that the cost to be paid equals the amount of shadow being used during the time, it could very well mean I might lose nearly all of them if I allow this to drag on." Right now, Quinn's survival instinct took over. It told him that the best thing for him to do now was to run away and fight another day. Using the shadow link, he could easily head back to the cursed faction by himself. After all, there wasn't just one 6-spike, but another as well. However, when Quinn looked at Jim's face, which was all smiles, he thought back to what had happened so far. "No, I can't. I can't. I said I wouldn't return until I at least pay them back for Weevil's death. I can't leave now when the person who is the cause of this entire mess is right here in front of me." Realizing this, Quinn used the full strength he had, draining the gauntlet of every last bit of power he still had left from the dragon and gathering all of his ki. He delivered a shadow-filled fist of Bloodhammer. He swung down, dragging his whole body back, hitting the Dalkey right in the stomach. If he couldn't damage its scales, he could at least attempt to damage it internally. The 6-spiked Dalkey was slightly lifted off its feet, its toes inches off the ground. Seeing this, Jim displayed a surprised look. "This is the first full-strength attack I have done since taking the dragon's energy. Thank God I didn't use it up against all the masked. I can tell from my MC points that its punch would be more than devastating, but so was mine." Although the Dalkey had been hurt, it wasn't something it couldn't take, and he was ready to retaliate by swinging at Quinn's head. But the Vampire Lord was confident his shadow would block it. Before Quinn's shadow could even block it, the hand was hit by something else, a red lance that was continually spinning. The Dalkey's arm looked like it was being sucked up by the rotation, as the scales were ripped to shreds, and so was the muscle. You did a good job, kid. Together we might be able to come out of this alive, Richard said. Quinn had heard his footsteps from a while back, so he knew he was on the move. What he didn't expect was to see Brock on his back and the two Dalki chasing after him. Turning around, Quinn cast a wide range of the Shadow Path skill. Nearly touching the entire floor, hitting the Dalki, it had slowed them down, but not enough to the point where it was highly noticeable. Their strength and speed was just too much. The two of them were ready for an attack, and it looked like even though Richard had been able to damage one of the arms, it was still in good fighting condition. Seeing this, Quinn sunk the three of them into the shadows, so they would hit nothing but air, and soon they reappeared where they were originally standing from the shadow again. "That damn power is so annoying, but I know you can't keep that up, you fake Punisher," Jim exclaimed. The sound of something else seemed to have caught Jim's attention, and that's when the others could see it as well. Several of the ships that had first landed on the island were back in the air, only now they had something tied to them. A few seconds later, as they hovered higher into the air, the dragon became visible, either knocked out or so close to death that it was unable to resist being abducted. Tied up by a strange black string substance, and this was also what was attached to the other ships as well. As they ascended higher into the air, Jim lifted his hand, and a giant portal opened up above them. "It looks like you have ultimately failed to protect the dragon. They will soon be taking it to the Dalki base. We will use its power to create even more, and once we have the other half, I will finally be able to make a complete Dalki," Jim claimed, and at that moment the portal had closed, taking the demon tier beast away. The smiles and troubles didn't seem to stop there, as three more Dalki had appeared from the forest. One of them also had 6 spikes, and it looked quite wounded, while the other 2 only had 2 spikes by their sides. "They must have been the ones that were fighting the dragon before. I guess a 6-spike strength really is strong enough to take out that dragon. More and more of them just keep coming." Jim could see the despair in their eyes, and although they had already been outnumbered, he placed his hands on both of the 2-spiked Dalki, transforming them into another pair of 6 spikes. "I'm afraid that we have utterly failed. I doubt you'll believe me, but I truly am sorry for having dragged you and your friends into this mess. Given your shadow ability, I know that you can escape on your own, so now I'm telling you to do so," Richard said. "I know you still had questions that you wish to ask me, and there are still ways for you to find those answers you seek, but there is no reason for you to stay here. You need to leave this place, now." They were now 5 6-spiked Dalki, and on top of that, a 5-spiked Dalki still alive. Even if the whole cursed faction was here, Quinn didn't believe they could win. He knew Ino was right, but "There's still one thing I need to do before I get out," Quinn thought. The next second his amulets started to light up. The energy from his marked Dalki that were on the island were now being drained into Quinn. He had the power of 3 2-spiked Dalki and a single 1-spike inside him. To top that off, the energy he had drained from the dragon and he was still in his shadow overload. "I still have to make Jim pay," Quinn declared, as he threw his hands out, creating 2 large walls of shadow, blocking out everyone from his view apart from Jim. Immediately, Quinn activated his Blue Fang armor set. "Nitro Accelerate activated." Due to the drawback of activating the armor set, Quinn didn't wish to use the skill, but planning to leave right after, he needed to be fast, faster than ever. His extra strength allowed him to only use a single step to arrive by Jim's side. "I'm not that slow either," the former 10th family leader claimed as he lifted up the shield. He had to admit, he never thought that the young vampire could be this fast or this strong, but it didn't matter, for all of that would only work in Jim's favor thanks to his shield. The shield was his backup, in case anything was to go wrong. Quinn's fist was ready, and a shadow-filled fist, mixed with his red aura spinning like a drill, was thrown out, hitting the shield directly. At the same time, it started to light up, and Jim couldn't wait to see the foolish boy perish by his own strength. The blue shield fired off the energy it had contained, hitting Quinn, and as it did, his body of shadow started to ripple, breaking up. "Your life is not even worth Weevil's," a voice was heard from behind, but before Jim could even turn around, he could feel his body had already been pierced, and looking down, a hand covered in shadows could be seen. His heart had already been stabbed, and was now no longer beating. "I can't hurt the Dalki, but I can kill you," Quinn said. The 5-spike known as Slicer had been by far the toughest and strongest being the world had come to know. Everyone had witnessed the female Dalki's strength on live broadcast, as it had taken the combined efforts of Quinn and the Blade family to finish her off, And that was after she had fought Hilston Blade, the world's strongest human. After seeing that display of strength, there were those in the cursed faction that believed if they ever faced a five-spike again, it would be impossible for them to survive to tell the tale. Hopefully, Rayton and Layla could prove that, false as the duo were in the midst of facing off against a five-spike Dalki. Her true Hanya form allowed her to produce the special flames, which she immediately used to further boost Rayton's strength. It had all the benefits of her other forms, meaning her speed and strength were currently able to match that of a vampire lord. However, Layla made sure to refrain from a frontal confrontation, especially since Rayton was already going head-to-head with the Dalki. The training with Leo and Aaron had perfectly illustrated that in front of real experts, her swordsmanship skills were still lacking. For the time being, she concentrated completely on supporting her ally by throwing out the black balls carefully that would summon the spiritual chains on touch. With her telekinesis ability, she was able to move them, guaranteeing that the Dalki would be hit by them, locking it in place for a couple of seconds. This was when Rayton, with his newfound power as a humanoid demon-tier beast, could go to work. As quick as a machine gun, Rayton stabbed the Dalki in the chest and stomach while it raised its hands to cover its face. His blades were sharp enough for him to pierce the hard scales, leading to green Dalki blood forming a puddle underneath the creature, but not far enough to damage his organs. However, as soon as the chains disappeared, the Dalki was able to fully move again, and when it took its hands down, a great smile could be seen on its face. It was getting stronger from drawing out more blood. "You have got to be shitting me. Don't tell me a five-spike Dalki is stronger than a boosted demon-tier beast," Rayton cursed. Although the five-spike had yet to hurt him, Rayton quickly experienced the difference between the now injured Dalki and its former self. After having received a power boost from evolving to the next tier, as well as the one Layla provided him with, it was extremely frustrating for him to face an enemy that seemed to be able to just nullify all of that. Inside the temple, Logan himself had just received a piece of devastating news. "Sam, one of them is down!" Logan shouted. Sam hadn't just been sitting inside. With their defenses breached, he was also fighting all those in the temple, preventing them from finding out about the teleporter. Up until now, it had looked as if the mast had just been targeting the cursed faction members. Unfortunately, receiving news from Logan, he instantly understood that one of them was referring to one of the jammers. "Should I ask Logan about the location of those jammers? Maybe I could get Borden to try and protect at least one of them to grant us more time," Sam contemplated. However, seeing the amount of mast were numbering in the hundreds from each side, this didn't seem like a good idea. Finding out they were mere clones told Sam that they would have no care for their life, and if their goal changed to destroying the jammers instead of defeating them, then they would easily be able to achieve it. "Tell me when we're down to 2, Sam decided to shout back. It was then that he could see Dennis, along with the gorilla and Snake, had jumped back onto the roof, and now he was fighting from the top of the roof against the masked. Slamming one of them down into the roof tiles, punching them with his fist, no longer using his shadow abilities or his blood powers. Now knowing how many of them there were, it looked as if he was preserving his blood powers, only using them if they were absolutely necessary. "They've been pushed back that far. It looks like we might have to use the teleporter before they even get to the jammers." Sam was concerned, even more so at the fight that was happening in front. If Rayton and Layla didn't figure out a way to take down the Dalki, then there was no one else that could stop them. Rayton and the Dalki were going toe-to-toe again, matching in speed. Layla had attempted to get behind the Dalki, and she successfully breathed a breath of fire towards it. She also added in her ki to strengthen it beyond normal flames, but it seemed to have next to no effect on the Dalki's hard scales. This was a similar problem to what Rayton had. From time to time, he would shoot out parts of soft mud from his body, either trapping the Dalki's feet or its joints, but its strength allowed it to break through it, only slowing it down a little. "Patience, there has to be a chance," Layla thought. Knowing her swordsmanship wasn't up to par, she thought back to the lesson Leo taught her. As long as she knew her strength and her limits with her speed, she could predict when her attacks would hit and whether or not she could avoid a blow in time. Once again, Rayton jumped back and the Dalki chased after him, only to find himself stuck in wet mud that hardened on the spot. The Dalki was ready to break through it as it had done before, but from the corner of his eye, it could see the girl with the black blade jumping. It was a difficult position for the Dalki to reach. However, knowing her attacks hadn't hurt it before, it decided not to pay it too much attention and focus on the demon-tier beast that could do it harm. Layla swung hard with her blade. Up until now, she hadn't used it, since she was unable to power it with ki, only able to rely on her own strength. Hoping for something to happen, the sword hit the Dalki on the neck, yet, as expected, its hard scales proved too hard for it to cut through, so she immediately widened the distance. However, from his side, Rayton noticed something, a change in the look of the Dalki's eyes. Did that sword somehow hurt him? But he's not bleeding. It doesn't look like it's done any damage. The Dalki seemed concerned and was ready to turn around and deal with Layla, yet Rayton thrust forward, piercing the Dalki's hand slightly, at the same time leaving a part of his mud to stiffen the area he had attacked. "Haha, I'm learning new things all the time with this body as well," Rayton thought with a smile. "Hey girl, keep hitting him with that sword. This lizard doesn't seem to like it." Rayton started being more aggressive with his attacks, and more of them were getting through, as the Dalki was concerned about the strange black sword. Layla could see the strange action in its movements, but she didn't understand why. Regardless, she decided to go forward, attacking at the right time. She was able to successfully hit the Dalki multiple times, and she could see more openings than before. "I see. The Dalki didn't care about me before. It knew I could do no harm, so it was able to focus only on Rayton, but now it can't decide who to focus on." The only thing was, Layla still felt like her attacks were doing nothing, even though she hit the Dalki time and time again, until, for the first time, it leapt back away from the two of them. On its back, there were no longer 5 spikes, but 4. What? How can this be? Can this sword also weaken the Dalki? Layla was flabbergasted. So far she had discovered that Longblade's gifted sword could negate abilities and ki, so why could it now also make the Dalki revert back one of its spikes? Neither one of them had an answer to this strange situation, but both of them saw the chance to turn the tides. The Dalki, also realizing it had weakened, felt a sense of fear rise inside of him, and he was ready to turn around, but as he did, a flash and a whip-like sound was heard. The next second, his body could be seen split in half, falling to the ground. "How could that thing have given you guys so much trouble?" Peter asked with a smile on his face. Rayton, who was a second too slow, was shaking in anger. You stole my kill!" Hilston's body had already jumped in and was helping those inside the temple, and it was the same for Vorden. Seeing this, Sam had a big grin on his face. "Everyone inside the temple now!" Sam shouted down the receiver, and all of those that were fighting moved into the open area of the temple, the masked following behind them. Thankfully, Vorden had a lot of strength, and with his wind powers, for those who continued to chase after them, jumping from the rooftops and were in the air, he was easily able to slice them apart or push them back far into the wall. "All right, everyone, it's time for us to head back," Sam declared. "Wait, what about Quinn?" Layla asked, looking around. "Quinn told us that he would meet us on the cursed ship," Vorden replied. Layla wanted to ask why he would choose to stay here, but now wasn't the time to risk their chance of escape. "They've destroyed 2 more. We have to move now," Logan hurried the others. Agreeing to this, the whole group started to run back, towards the room where the teleporter was placed. They threw out their skills, powers, and now all the blood abilities they had been saving they cast without worrying. The masts were flying through the air, and they had no chance stopping this arrow formation of power. Blasting down the walls, the teleporter could be seen in place intact. Logan had activated during their run, and it was time for all of them to go through. "A teleporter! They have another teleporter inside!" one of the masked cried out. The first lot of the cursed group had gone through without looking back. "What the? Why is there a gorilla with us? And why is he going in before me?" Peter complained. "Just get in," Feck screamed, kicking Peter from behind, moving him slightly forward. "A little too late to figure that out. I hope you enjoy the present I left you," Logan shouted, touching something on his arm as jumped through the teleporter. Hidden devices all around the teleporter lit up and started to beep several times, flashing red. These devices had also been scattered in the several rooms in the temple as well. The last person to enter the teleporter was Vorden, and seconds before he did, he heard a loud explosion going off. He turned his head at the sound to see grand explosions blowing off from all areas. "You're one crazy person, Logan," Vorden praised him with a smile. "It looks like there's no longer any need to ever come back to that dreaded island."
Instant level up received. You are now level 70. Stat point has been gained. A top-tier blood crystal has been rewarded.
"Is that it?" was Quinn's first thought. However, the system notification served as confirmation that Jim was indeed dead. During the fight, a figure had popped up in front of Jim that looked identical to Quinn. When attacked with the blast from the shield, it had turned into nothing but shadows, while the real Quinn had managed to sneak behind Jim for a successful attack. Quinn hadn't known what the shield had been capable of, but in his mind, he only had one chance to attack Jim, so he had looked for a chance to finish it in that one shot. He wouldn't get a second chance after this one, not if his trick was found out. Before, Quinn had learned of a skill called the Shadow Clone. He had already used it once during the fight with General Robin, who had been marked by the Demon Tier tree. There was a difference in what Quinn had used this time, though. The previous version of the Shadow Clone had been less complete. The Vampire Lord had only been able to create a shadow of himself and allow it to stay in one place temporarily. There was no way he could control it or imitate it to do actions similar to his own, but he was able to this time. His shadow had naturally grown stronger under the influence of the Shadow Overload skill, and he had unlimited points to create a complete clone. It didn't matter how long it lasted or what actions it needed to do. This was how he had been able to completely trick Jim. Not only had it worked, but Quinn, using his inspect skill, could see it. Pulling his hand from his chest, Quinn saw Jim fall to the floor. He was no longer moving. He didn't say anything, and unlike Hilston, he wouldn't have to worry about him having hidden some means to revive. "Is he really dead?" Vincent asked, not quite sure himself what had just happened. Quinn's quite desperate attempt at making the one who had been responsible for the Dalki's creation and everything that followed after pay for his sins had actually worked. The leader was dead. Looking at the body, Quinn felt conflicted. There was no real happiness, since he had known this wouldn't bring Weevil back. If anything, Quinn felt like he had defeated the final boss in a game, only instead of a happy ever after, there was still an army of Dalki left for him to deal with. Part of Quinn had been longing for everything to be over with Jim's death. Now that the Dalki had the dragon, couldn't they just let them find a way to extend their life and stop this pointless war? But at that moment, a message appeared that brought him back to the reality of everything.
Shadow Overload skill has reached its limit. Shadow Overload will now be deactivated. Minus 500 MC cells.
The drawback was the worst that Quinn had ever seen before, but his total MC cells were still in a better position than when he had first gotten to the island. At the same time, the walls of shadow started to dissipate. His shadow body was disappearing, and now he could see all the others. The Dalki with the 6 spikes were all perfectly standing there in place. What did killing Jim actually solve? Quinn thought at that moment. The Dalki were still alive, and they now had one half of the Demon Tier dragon. Arthur was still out there, probably plotting or enacting his own revenge, and the war was still going on. If anything, Quinn had only been able to satisfy his anger a little in vanquishing Jim. I at least was able to achieve that. Now it wasn't a complete waste coming here, Quinn thought. The Dalki, seeing Jim dead on the floor, almost roared in anger and immediately went on the offensive. Although Quinn no longer had any MC points to use his shadow, his armor set's nitro accelerant was still active. The first thing Quinn did was pick up the shield lying on the floor by Jim's side and lifted it up. The Dalki soon stopped its hand before it touched the shield, knowing full well what would happen if it struck. As long as I have this shield, it looks like I can protect myself from the Dalki. Soon, though, Quinn could sense and hear that another Dalki was coming from behind. They were smart enough to surround him, looking for a chance to attack. Each time, Quinn needed to move in place, stopping their attacks by bringing up the shield. He did this repeatedly, but now the two sides seemed to be in a stalemate, as Quinn couldn't afford to attack them either. Not that he was sure he could injure them without using the shield either. This is bad. The 6-spike Dalki are fast. When the nitro accelerant cools off, it takes away that stat points from my legendary tier armor, which will slow down my speed to even slower than them. When that happens, what do I do then? Boy, I hope you will never stop defying common sense and crushing my expectations, Richard shouted from the other side. It looked like the Dalki had stopped focusing on him
and were now all trying to attack Quinn. "Soon your speed will run out, we both know that. I asked you to get out of here before, and you need to do the same now." Hearing these words, Quinn couldn't believe that Richard was being selfless for once. With the amount of six-spiked Dalkey, there was no chance he or Brock would survive. They would both die in an instant. The only reason why they were okay now was because the Dalkey had deemed Quinn to be the biggest threat. That, or they had some semblance of loyalty towards their creator. "If only I had MC points, I would have been able to put them both in my Shadow Lock, and then used my Shadow Link to travel and get them out of here. But Shadow Lock still requires me to have MC points," Quinn thought. Thinking like that led him to another realization. The truth was, if he hadn't focused solely on Jim, he could have made use of Shadow Overload's duration to save both of them by doing exactly what he had just thought of. It was because of his selfish desire for revenge at that moment that he had missed his chance to save them. "I know I have made mistakes. I know I might not have treated you well, but I am happy to see how much one who carries the Eno bloodline has grown. I want to thank Vincent as well. He has a great mind, and it was good working alongside him on the system. It seems that perhaps leaving Earth, the system will be one of my greatest creations, because it was able to create someone like you," Richard said. None of the feelings Quinn had for Richard had been positive, despite or perhaps because of them being related. This made it all the more bizarre that, of all times, he was shedding tears for the man. Was it because he felt guilty? Guilty that, unlike Weevil, he had been there to save someone, but had ultimately failed? On his timer, Quinn could see that the nitro accelerate skill was near its end. He had no choice. It was time for him to leave. "Richard, I will save the human race," Quinn declared there and then. Placing the demon tier shield in his dimensional space, Quinn activated his Shadow Link, sinking his body into shadows, and before he knew it, he was appearing by Sam's side. Part of him had felt that it would have only been proper to witness the fate of Richard Eno, but the logical part of him had accepted the fact that staying there would have just added to the body count. "Quinn," Sam said, "you made it back." Looking up, Quinn was happy to see the familiar metal hull of the teleportation room he was in. Even more so, the rest of the cursed faction looked to have made it off the island alive. Although from the wounds and blood on their body, it was obvious that it couldn't have been easy for them. "You guys, this is the teleportation room. What are you still doing here?" Quinn asked, looking around, but his head soon fell on her. A person that stood on the other end of the teleportation room, away from the others alone. "We only just got here a little while ago, but you see, the reason we haven't left is because of that strange woman that's standing over there," Sam pointed. On a closer look, it looked like some of them had tried to move, and there was a scorch mark on the ground. Quinn could guess that they had been attacked, but why wasn't she continuing to hurt them, and who could be strong enough to hold this group of people back? "I see you have a lot of confusion on your face," the female spoke. "I knew you would be coming here, and since I didn't want to repeat myself, I asked your friends to wait for your arrival. Because that is what my prediction stated would happen. My name is Bliss, although from what I saw, Ray has already introduced me to you." While most of the cursed leaders were on Blade Island, the duties of the cursed ship were temporarily passed on to Megan. She, along with her advisors, decided that the best course of action was to head to the space station and head back to Earth, while asking Nathan for his help. In the command room, Megan had been trying to get a hold of Nathan, but it seemed difficult. At the same time, it looked like reports from both the Earthborn group and the Greylash group were rarely coming in. However, thanks to Bonnie's usual live feed video, she could see why. The Greylash group were in full combat, although they couldn't see what was going on with the Earthborn group. Judging by the reports they had gotten before, she could just imagine they were in a similar situation. "Come on, why won't anyone pick up?" Megan said, frustrated. "There has to be someone at the space station. If it carries on like this, we might just have to force them to open it." "You could do that, but I'm telling you that there is no need. Even if you got it open, by the time you even got there, it would be all over," a voice said. "You might be right, but I at least have to—" It was then that Megan realized the voice that had just spoken was one she didn't recognize. When turning around, she could see someone else sitting at the command center. It was a female with light blue hair and was wearing strange clothing. It looked as if she was wearing robes. Although they looked to be made of high-quality material, it wasn't what someone wore in this day and age. But the strangest thing that Megan could see was the staff by her side with a crystal at the top. Who is this person? I don't remember them being part of the cursed faction. And just how did they get in this room? Don't be startled. I'm not here to do any harm. My name is Bliss, she said, thinking that maybe it would have eased the tension of the girl in front of her, but it was clear that she had no reaction, meaning that no one in the cursed faction knew about her. Oh, it looks like that girl decided to keep my words a secret. Interesting. However, as I was saying, it would be useless for you to continue and travel to the space station. You are just wasting your time and worrying over nothing. Right now, there isn't a thing we can do but wait. Megan was inching closer and closer to the large table in the center. For some reason, the confidence of this woman in front of her was frightening. Megan was thinking the best course of action was to take action now and ask questions later. Slamming down on a button on the command center table, the communication channel was opened up. Everyone, there is an intruder in the command center. An older middle-aged female with light blue hair. Please come immediately, Megan said, shouting it into the ship's receiver that would soon play the message out to the whole ship. She didn't want to cause a panic, but judging by the fact that no one else had acted yet, she was wondering if all the others over the edge of the command center, where the controls were dead. Bliss let out a deep sigh. I thought I looked more like a young middle-aged woman, not an older middle-aged one. And here I thought you were a polite girl, Bliss said as she lifted up her staff. The crystal at the top started to shine brighter and brighter until the flash was too strong for Megan to look at. She could feel a slight heat, and when the heat was gone, she believed it was safe to open her eyes. Looking at where Bliss once stood, she was no longer there. Immediately, Megan ran to the railing and peeked over it. Thankfully, she could see that all those working at the controls seemed to just be asleep and were now waking up. A great flash of light, putting others to sleep, and now she's disappeared. Just what is her ability? Thinking that there was a chance that the female who had introduced herself as Bliss could still be on the ship, she headed to the command center and opened up all the cameras around the ship. While looking at the cameras, she could see a group of the cursed faction heading her way. Don't worry about coming towards me. I am safe for now, but the intruder seems to be somewhere on this ship. You need to keep looking, Megan ordered while she continued to look around. At first, Megan wanted the group of people to protect her, to make sure she and the others were safe. Still, if the woman really had the power to put others to sleep, then Megan was wondering why hadn't she put her to sleep. Instead, she had approached her and was talking as if she was giving advice. Still, an intruder was an intruder. That's strange, Megan thought as she looked at one of the cameras. It was in the classroom where the Blade kids were currently present. Syl was staying with them until he was ready to be called, but she could see he was asleep right now. At first, it didn't seem like a big deal. He had a right to take a rest before a big fight, but at the same time, before this, Syl was ready and wide awake to go into action at any second after finding out what had happened to the teleporter. To top it off, in the video itself, it looked like the kids were shaking him, trying to wake him up because of the announcement, but nothing was working. It couldn't be! It was then that Megan could see Bliss on one of the cameras. Of all the places she was in at the moment, it was the particular training room that had been set up with the teleporter that would bring back those from Blade Island. How did she get in? The door was made from reinforced glathrium, and it looked to still be shut and locked. This was just in case anyone else happened to appear out of the teleporter instead of those from the cursed faction. There were now so many questions on Megan's mind, not only about how she got in, but how she knew about the room and what her aim was. Soon, she saw Bliss look into the camera smiling and giving a short wave. After it looked as if she started to draw certain things on the ground, but no markings were left behind either. What is she doing? And should I open the door? She hasn't touched the teleporter, and with Syl down, is there even anyone to take care of her? Watching her for a little while longer, Megan eventually saw Bliss sitting down and leaning up against the wall. It looked like she was either sleeping or meditating, but was doing nothing else. As long as she could keep an eye on her, Megan felt at ease. It felt like this was the easier solution to deal with the problem. Hours went past, with the cursed ship continuing to head towards the space station. Bliss continued to stay in the room doing nothing until eventually she stood up. The portal was seen activating. "It can't be. Are they returning?" Megan had a smile on her face, but at the same time, she was deeply concerned that the strange woman was still inside. The reason she hadn't acted so far was due to Syl still not waking up. It was clear that the woman was powerful. The one who had returned first before the others was Mona, and with her, she was carrying Linda and the box on her back. When Mona saw the woman, the two looked at each other and didn't say anything, until Mona decided to step to the side, taking the large box off and placing Linda on the ground. Eventually, the portal lit up again, and coming through the portal one by one was the rest of the cursed group. They were all surprised to see a stranger greet them. They had expected some type of welcoming party, but what was even weirder was the fact that the second the group tried to move forward, something lit up underneath all of their feet. It was right where Bliss was seen drawing on the ground earlier. When the light stopped, the cursed faction could no longer move from where they were. "Right now you're all bound, but don't worry, I'm not here to harm you. I just don't want to explain myself twice, and it's not long until that person comes here. Now I notice that some of you still have the strength to break the binding." Bliss raised her staff, and strange orange energy left from it. It moved forward, landing right by where Rayton's feet were, scorching the ground. "But I advise you not to move. As you can see, I don't plan to harm you." Seeing the attack nearly hit Rayton, he was angered by this, and he was ready to attempt to break out of the binding. "Don't move. She doesn't want to hurt us, and it looks like she is true to her word. Otherwise she would have hurt Linda," Sam said. Finally, the man she had been waiting for had arrived, and that was the events that had led to their current moments. Seeing all of the skills and abilities she had used so far, everyone was wondering the same thing. Just what ability did this person have? Quinn walked forward ahead of everyone and looked at Bliss. Judging from what Ray had told him, Quinn had figured out who this person was. "You said your name is Bliss. You're right. Ray did tell me about you. He didn't exactly speak nicely of you, and I think I can understand why. Now, tell me what you want, God," Quinn asked, having no patience or time to be playing games with these upper beings. With the chaos still ongoing on the other planets, the cursed group had yet to decide what their next course of action was to be. Sam had debated whether or not he should aid the Greylash family or the Earthborn group. However, due to nothing happening to the cursed faction planets yet, and no sign of the five-spiked Dalky known as Graham, they had decided to not move out just yet. On top of this, due to the recent warning that they had received from the almighty being called Bliss, Sam was in no rush to leave or go anywhere until they had either more information on the vampire world or the next move the Dalky would make. However, just like before, when the whole world was watching the cursed faction face Slicer, everyone was currently waiting for the outcome of the Greylash family. After receiving the news from Hermes that a five-spiked Dalky had been spotted with a large force heading their way, Grim and Owen rushed back as quickly as they could. They were able to charge their feet with lightning, allowing them to move at a speed some beast armor wouldn't even allow them to. They could also move as fast as lightning, but that was only limited to a certain area and took a large amount of energy, so this was the best way to travel. The good news was that the main planet that Owen and the others were on were filled with dark clouds and would often rain. Today was one of those days. It gave a boost to the Greylash family, as their lightning attacks dealt more damage to the Dalky below. At the same time, the lightning power was good for both medium-ranged attacks and close range. It was because of this the Greylash family were faring better than others when fighting against the Dalky. And there was one person leading them all, while Owen was away. "Keep up the pressure. Those at the front line, when you reach 30% of your MC levels, remember to switch. Head back to the shelter and recover," Hermes shouted. In front of the shelter, the Greylash family had set up several barriers of walls that they referred to as bunkers. They had a small gap in the middle where they could fire off their abilities while hiding their bodies. These were often split into groups with not just the main Greylash branch members, but they also had support-type ability users with them by their side, as well as other strong, far-ranged ability users. Once in a while, the Dalky were able to break through and injure some of them. Still, when Hermes could see that happening, he and an attack force
would go out and fight the Dalki that couldn't be dealt with before, with hand-to-hand combat, and by his side were those that were best at it, with their beast weapons and more. In the meantime, the injured group would receive emergency healing and then head back to the base to swap with another group. Even minor injuries weren't a problem for the Greylash group. That was until the 5-spike Dalki appeared, with an army of around 300 behind them. "The rest of you stay back. Follow me on my command," Greenhorn ordered, and like well-trained soldiers, the Dalki stood there. Until this point, they had only been small groups of Dalki. Even though there were around 50,000 trained fighters in the shelter, the actual ones with lightning abilities numbered approximately 500. If the whole Dalki force was to charge at once, the Greylash members that were out in the front-line bunkers imagined they would lose their lives instantly. Yet for some reason, only one Dalki moved forward. "Fire!" one of the captains ordered, one seeing the Dalki come within range. Abilities of not just lightning were headed towards the Dalki. Since there was only one Dalki, another order coming from the opposite flank had also ordered an attack. Around 20 lightning users had fired off their attacks from each bunker, along with other ability users, hitting the 5-spike. Greenhorn's body was encased in what looked like a blue flame, even though it was lightning, and only its black figure could be seen. Eventually, when they thought they had done enough, the figure could be seen still standing there. It hadn't moved, nor had it fallen over like the ones it had attacked in the past. Seeing this, there was one person more nervous than ever. Everything in his gut was telling him that their attack hadn't worked. "The front line, second line, third line, and fourth line, retreat to the castle now!" Hermes shouted, sending out the critical message to them all. However, it seemed like it was a second too late. Greenhorn had leapt up in the air, and on his way down, he readied his fist, swinging it back. As soon as he could see the bunker, he swung out his fist, smashing the whole place to pieces. It looked like a small bomb had gone off in the building, as parts of the rubble seemed to disintegrate from the sheer power. When the others could finally see what had happened, the front squad in the bunker had been wiped out with a single hit. "It looks like since getting a 5th spike, my scales have evolved to the point where your lightning doesn't really affect me," Greenhorn smiled. "Now, where is that one from earlier?" The others listened to Hermes's orders and started to leave their bunkers, heading for the shelter. However, it was still a few hundred meters away before they could reach the shelter walls. Looking around him and looking at his fist, Greenhorn wondered something as he saw the others running away. He started to pull back his fist once more. He then raised up one of his legs like a pitcher getting ready to throw out a ball. Carefully, he aimed at a bunker that was around 20 meters away from where he was. Just like a pitcher, he went and swung his arm out, delivering a punch as hard as he could, and a loud bang was heard. As a shock wave was made, it seemed like energy itself had formed in the air as a ball of orange-colored energy went out. The second it had hit the bunker, there was an explosion, and pieces from the ground were chucked up everywhere. An attack just as strong as one done with his own fist was made, and the second group of the Greylashes had been annihilated. The Dalki army had yet to make its move. Bonnie and Void were filming far away from the wall. They had their drones out, but the weather condition made it harder for others to see. Still, Void's camera had a higher spec, allowing him to film it directly. "I've never seen a Dalki make an attack like that," Bonnie said. She had stopped reporting on the fight like she was doing, since her shock had made her speak on instinct. Hermes, who was by her side, was gritting his teeth. He wanted to go out there and help them, but knew that it would be useless. "It seems like every Dalki at the 5-spike stage is a little unique," Hermes observed. "The ones the cursed faction fought with had a sharp, strong tail I had never seen before, and now this one can release energy from its hands, allowing it to attack at a far range as well. This means we have just lost our advantage. Even we on this wall aren't safe right now." Hermes knew there were still many things they didn't know about the Dalki. How far this attack could go. Did he need to wind up like he did earlier? And that's when he realized from the look on Greenhorn's face. He didn't know either. "Ha ha! What is this?" Greenhorn smiled. "I just wanted an easy way to deal with them,
other than going over there myself. I thought maybe the wind could do the job for me, but the energy left my fists. With this, maybe I can become the next leader."
Walking forward, it looked like Greenhorn was now ignoring the bunkers. When he was eventually around 50 meters away from the walls, he received attacks from not just Hermes, but the rest of them as well. However, it looked like it did nothing to the 5-spike. Greenhorn smiled as he continued his wind-up, lifting up his leg and pulling back his arm. Then, in one smooth motion, swinging his arm out while shifting his weight forward, he threw out another orange energy blast. It was heading straight for the wall, and that's when it was as if the gods themselves were protecting the border. A large blue lightning bolt came striking down out of the sky, hitting the yellow energy and causing it to fall to the ground, exploding the rocks below and creating a large crater. The rocks continued to be thrown with such energy that when they hit the walls, it had created holes and had damaged a few people that were close to the walls in the shelter. It was proof of just how strong the Dalki's attack was. As for the one that had saved them, they could see him standing in the deep crater, with half of his white robes torn, showing his masculine chest and frazzled long hair. It looked like the god of thunder himself had crashed down from a meteor, and he did not have a smile on his face. "I made a mistake by letting you get away, but I will make sure not to repeat it," Owen said. Feeling there was some sort of tension in the room with Quinn and the mystery woman, Sam had suggested that they all get some rest while a few individuals would talk with the new stranger. Of course, Sam also wanted to find out just what exactly happened to Quinn while he had stayed behind on the island. However, he wasn't hopeful for a lot of information, considering how soon after Quinn was able to leave the place after them. The group of cursed individuals selected for this conversation were Layla, Vorden, Peter, Sam, Logan, and Fex, the closest individuals to Quinn and the ones who understood the fuller picture of everything going on, while the rest decided to check on themselves in the medical bay and took the well-needed rest they deserved. Still, there was a question on everyone's mind at the moment. They were sure they had heard Quinn call the strange individual a god. The group had moved into one of the break rooms, where there was a coffee machine and some snacks for them. It was emptied at this point, and on one side, all of the cursed faction were sitting down, while Bliss was on the other, having made herself a cup of tea as if she was at home. She hadn't even asked whether she could do so or not. One thing they were pleased about was she didn't seem like an enemy, at least. "I can see now that you know a little about me, then, although I'm starting to wonder if all you Talons have a bad temper. You can stop glaring at me. I'll get to the point and tell you why I'm here," Bliss said. "As you are aware, I am one of the many gods that belong to the Earth's solar system. I have been living since the beginning of time, and through that, I have been called many things, including the divine being at one point of time." The others were starting to wonder whether or not they were listening to a crazy person at the moment, but there was one reason they were inclined to listen. On top of Quinn's words calling her a god, they had seen her use multiple abilities or powers, something only the Blade family could do so far. "My power allows me to see into the future. I receive set vision in points of time, and since every time I die, I go into one of the human bodies, I have decided to make it my job that you guys survive whatever chaos was meant to get rid of all of you many, many times before. Just like in the past, a disaster fell on the world, and my vision saw it collapsing. However, Ray Talon was there to save them, which is why I have come to you, Quinn Talon." The others looked at each other, wondering if they were all hearing the same thing, and judging by the strange looks they gave each other, it seemed like they were. Still, once again, Quinn was continuing to listen intensely. "Now, based on my visions, I theorized that there were 2 points in time where you could change the outcome of the human race, the first one being on Blade Island, stopping the Dalki from getting the dragon. In my vision, you failed, and it looks like you have. This means you only have one more option to stop the Dalki from winning this war, which is in the vampire world. Stop them from defeating the dragon there, and you have a chance at winning this thing. As for why I have decided to tell you this, even though you should somewhat know this already, is because you are currently at a crossroad, Quinn. I am a little worried that you might not choose the right option, so I have decided to intervene to help guide you to the correct option.
go to the vampire world. After finishing her long explanation, Bliss drank her cup of tea and looked as calm as ever. Following the conversation, Sam figured what the crossroad might be. Right now, the Earthborn group and the Greylash group are fighting with the Dalki. Having obtained one half the dragon, they are likely to make their move in the vampire world any day now. At the same time, their attack would continue, including the cursed faction they had yet to touch. Quinn would have to give up protecting the cursed faction to go to the vampire world and stop them from killing the other half of the demon-tier beast. When looking at Quinn to see if he had grasped this as well, Sam could just see anger on his face. "Tell me, if you could see the future, then why didn't you warn us about what was going to happen on Blade Island?" Quinn asked. "You're strong, you have powers of a god, so why didn't you join the fight as well?" Bliss let out a sigh once again, as if the question was annoying, and the answer should have been obvious. "There is a reason why I don't try to intervene too much. I don't know if my visions are based on me intervening in the first place. In the past, trying to fix problems, all my visions came true, but the Talon family had changed that. At the same time, even if I did warn you, would that have stopped you from going? Could you have prepared more? Let me give you a guess without using my powers. If you had sent more of the cursed faction there than you had done, then you would have just brought back more body bags with you." Quinn was annoyed by her answer, but she was right. He just didn't like the fact that she wasn't really telling him much. She was just giving him options that he already knew about. "Some god you seem to be. You can see the future but can't act on it. Then you are no different than a banshee," Quinn said. Trying to ease the tension between the two, Sam decided to ask his own questions. "You say you are one of the gods. Then are there other gods that are trying to protect Earth at this moment as well? And is there anything else you can tell us, such as who is alive at this moment, or what more we could do?" Sam asked. "The other gods are mostly dormant. When we die, our powers or our will passes on to another. For example, the god of war might sprout in a young child who is a master on the battlefield, but his memories and such would stay forever dormant. Unfortunately, as time has gone by and we have been needed less and less, their powers and memories have become more dormant. It seems like I am one of the few that is still able to help. As for your second question, I cannot. I can tell you what you want to ask." Bliss said, looking at Quinn. "I don't know if the man known as Richard Eno or Brock are alive or not. I can't answer questions about this war because I honestly do not know much about it. But what I can tell you is that they no longer appear in my visions after this. Take that as you will." Bliss had answered another question of Sam, because even he wondered what had happened to Eno and Brock. After answering this and finishing what was in her cup, Bliss stood up. "Staying here for a long period of time is bad, so I will take my leave. But who knows? If you succeed in the vampire world, you will see me again." Bliss lifted up her staff, and the crystal started glowing. "Wait! You just come in here, say all that, and just leave. I still have things I need to ask you," Quinn said, standing up and holding out his hand. "Skill activated, Shadow Lock?" His skill activated, and the shadow portal was seen opening, but her body wasn't going into the shadow for some reason. A strange barrier of light started to ripple as if it was stopping her body from moving. "What ability is that?" Layla wondered. "It is not an ability," Bliss said, winking back. "It's magic." The next second she was gone. Quinn was beyond annoyed. After Weevil's death, the cursed faction was hurt, and Richard and Brock were gone. He had so many questions and no one to answer them. He didn't even have the time to ask Bliss about the sword that Layla had carried, or whether Jim was really dead. "Quinn, do not think you have gotten nothing out of this. Remember, in your dimensional space right now, there is one person you can still speak to that knows a bit more. On top of that, we have the demon shield at our disposal," Vincent said. It was true, and Jim was dead, which was news he had yet to tell the others. At least, he thought he was. After the meeting with Bliss, everyone continued to have their rest. They had almost slept for an entire day and a half. Once the group seemed to be working at close to 100% again, Sam called for a meeting for all cursed leaders. It was time for them to update everyone on what was happening. Linda still looked a little lost, but had attended, and a plan was set for when everyone could say their goodbyes to Weevil. There was no mention of the mysterious woman that had appeared. They decided to avoid any questions, since Quinn didn't really get much information from her in the first place. From Quinn, he was able to give the most information. They had learnt about Jim's death, which was a celebration. Some thought similar to Quinn that perhaps Jim still lived on, especially since he had the ability to clone himself. However, knowing that the Jim Quinn faced could use the equivalent exchange ability, they assumed it was the real one. On top of that, Quinn had delivered the news that True Dream and some of his men were working with the Dalki as well. The person Vorden was meant to be keeping an eye over ended up dying on his way back to the others from a masked. Then, finally, they learnt of what possibly happened to Eno and Brock, which spurred one person to speak up. "I do have something," Mona said, who had decided to stay with the cursed faction. The Bree family had been split up into the 3 groups anyway, so all her family members were either fighting or on the cursed planets, so she decided to stay. "Richard, he told me where to go if he wasn't to survive this attack. I think he might still have something that can help us." Hearing this, Quinn wondered just what Eno wanted them to see, and what could possibly be at this place. Maybe he could learn more about just what type of person Richard was and his reason for trying so hard to protect the humans in the first place. Inside the cursed ship, nearly everyone was watching the fight taking place on the Greylash planet. They had, after all, experienced the strength of a 5-spike. Quinn and a few of the leaders were in one of the break rooms watching the match together. "Do you think Owen will be able to beat it?" Nate asked. Quinn hadn't seen Owen fight in a while, but "There was one thing I remember Richard said to me. The Greylash family never needed his support. They were always able to figure things out themselves, if he believed in them. There had to be a reason." It was rare for anyone to see Owen with a serious expression on his face. He would often have his fan covering his mouth, but they only needed to see his moon-shaped eyes to know that he was smiling. Whenever they did see a serious expression on his face, they knew it would be a tale to tell. The last time the Greylash family had witnessed such a thing was when a battle for the next leadership had taken place, between Owen's own father and himself. It was the first time they had also learned he had been hiding his talented skills away from the eyes of the rest of the family. Seeing the serious look once more was giving hope out to the others, including Hermes. Immediately, Owen placed both of his hands together and activated his soul weapon, creating the strange orb of lightning he had done from before. "Ha! You think I'm just going to stand here and let you use the same thing you did last time?" Greenhorn shouted. This time, rather than winding up his punch, Greenhorn just threw out a punch with his full strength, and still, the orange energy could be seen leaving from his fists. It was smaller than the last one, but left his hand just as fast. As long as Greenhorn could interrupt what Owen was doing, he thought that would be enough. The spectators were nervous as they saw this, but Owen still concentrated on creating his soul weapon. Hermes knew he must have had a plan. The orange energy was getting closer and closer, yet Owen was doing nothing. "He does have a plan, right?" Bonnie asked nervously. "I hope so," Hermes replied. At this point, he wasn't sure anymore, until once again, a large bolt of lightning came striking down from the clouds above, smashing the energy blast into the ground, only this time it had gone deeper, causing a rumbling underneath, but none of the ground to be destroyed, apart from a hole where the Dalki's energy had gone. Now standing a little ahead of Owen was a man at least twice his age, but his body hardly showed it. In fact, the person didn't even look human. If one was to think that Owen was the god of thunder, they would be wrong, for this man was covered head to toe with a lightning body. His whole body was emitting blue light. It looked similar to how the Dalki looked when all the Greylash members had struck it simultaneously. "Grim Greylash!" Bonnie excitedly said. "Grim Greylash has appeared on the field, everyone. The ex-leader of the Greylash family, and one of the ones who had fought against One Horn in the past with the previous leaders. With the two of them, it looks like the Greylash family have hope to deal with the 5-spike Dalki." Seeing this, Greenhorn seemed enraged as he started throwing out punches one after another, each time letting out the small blasts of energy. As they came towards Grim, his natural lightning body tried to electrify them,
as if he had a barrier around his body. Although they looked to have done nothing to the energy blasts, others knew that those simple lightning strikes coming from Grimm's body would kill a person. Still, Grimm used his arms to knock the energy blasts away. They simply bounced off his body as if he was hitting balls away. When reaching a certain point in the sky, they dispersed into explosions of energy. "Fine, I guess I'll just have to hit you myself," Greenhorn said, charging in, and it was at that point that Owen was ready. He threw the lightning ball into the air, and when it reached the clouds, he threw his little fan after it, striking it with a lightning bolt. Soon the clouds started to grow in size, and lightning strikes struck from it. Immediately, Greenhorn was struck by lightning from the clouds. He was unafraid, knowing that the lightning wouldn't hurt him, or at least he thought it wouldn't. When it touched his skin, he felt no pain. However, he was unable to move his body. "It still affects me." The realization was setting in, and Grimm was already throwing out a powerful lightning punch towards his head. When it hit, Greenhorn was surprised to taste its blood in its mouth. "How is this old man's lightning power still hurting me?" Greenhorn thought. "It looks like you haven't noticed. He had already noticed by now," Grimm said, as he already threw out another punch. Greenhorn was fast as well, and although he had been hurt by the punch, it wasn't much. Even if Grimm's punch could hit him before he could hit Grimm, he wouldn't take life-threatening damage and could finish the old man. However, just before the punch would reach, he was hit by Owen's soul weapon once again, freezing him for a few mini-seconds. "My grandson is special, right?" Grimm said, spiraling upwards using his whole body and lightning powers to deliver a punch from below, knocking the Dalkey's chin and flinging its head back. Greenhorn felt like his head was going to detach from his body, but with him being more damaged, his energy was rising. "Everyone attack!" Greenhorn ordered, and the second he said those words, the 300 Dalkeys started to run forward. Hermes, seeing this, immediately retaliated. "Everyone, we have to support our leaders. Make sure they don't disturb the fight. If we beat the 5-spike Dalkey, we win this fight." Before, they might have been hesitant, but seeing how well both Owen and Grimm were doing against the 5-spike, they immediately started to head towards the battle as quickly as possible. All 500 of the Greylash ability users were the fastest. They used their powers to enter the battlefield as quickly as possible. The good thing was, as soon as the other Dalkey entered the battle, Owen's soul weapon worked in a wide area, so it struck the Dalkey, paralyzing them, and they were able to use this to their advantage. "Where are you looking?" Grimm said to Greenhorn as he struck down, hitting his head again and slamming it to the ground while he was being struck from the clouds above. The use of 2 strong soul weapons just seemed like it was too much for Greenhorn to handle, but Grimm's body was soon fading. For a powerful soul weapon also often meant that its power would also quickly be used up. Grimm now had his regular body and could no longer perform his lightning abilities. Seeing this, and beyond angry from being hurt, Greenhorn threw out a punch towards the old man's face, hoping to pay him back tenfold, until an almost physical lightning bolt struck right into the Dalkey's forearm. It had gone right through, piercing its skin, and was visible from the top and bottom of the arm. It looked like the lightning bolt had the same effect as Owen's soul weapon. "I will leave the rest to you," Grimm said, as he ran past Greenhorn to join the others in their fight. Although he didn't have MC points left, he could still fight well with his bare hands. Looking at why the old man suddenly left, he could see Owen standing in front of him, with a physical lightning bolt held in his hands. It looked to be a condensed solid form of lightning in the shape of lightning itself. "You Dalkey seem to be growing more spikes every time I see you, and I am not a fool to think that it wouldn't have happened to you, but just like you, we can also evolve with our powers." The Dalkey ran forward, but the lightning bolt came out again, this time sticking through the Dalkey's thigh, paralyzing the muscles in that area for a second. Greenhorn tried to carry on moving, but only tumbled, falling to the ground. Before he could even move again, Greylash formed another lightning bolt, throwing it in another part of its body and doing the same thing repeatedly. The physical lightning bolts not only could pierce the Dalkey's hard-scale skin, but it also seemed to have the same applied effect as his soul weapon, and were as fast as them as well.
Eventually, Greenhorn was stuck in the ground with over 30 physical lightning bolts stuck in his body. "It looks like you didn't evolve enough this time, and I grew quicker than you," Owen said, and the usual smile on his face appeared again. The clouds above were no longer blacks, and the lightning orb he had initially thrown into the clouds began falling ever so slowly like a snowflake. While the battle was going on, no one seemed to be aware until the orb finally dropped on the Greenhorn, and all the lightning bolts lit up simultaneously. A defining bang resonated through the whole field. It was a single loud shock and a flash, almost blinding anyone looking directly at it. But if they were to look at the spot where the Dalki once was, there was nothing there but the scorched ground. Witnessing this on camera, people worldwide cheered as they saw the Greylash family achieve a victory over the Five Spikes. This was twice now that the world knew they had obtained a victory over their strongest. Quinn, watching it, was left in awe. "Owen, it looks like you have also been trying your best to get stronger and stronger this whole time, and you really have done it. I'm not the only one that's in this fight. I'm not the only one fighting for the human race," Quinn thought when seeing this. However, another thought entered his mind, as there was something the world didn't know. At the moment, the Dalki had obtained 1/2 of the demon-tier dragon used to create them. Before, when defeating the Dalki, with each kill, it felt like they were almost accomplishing their goal little by little, getting rid of them. But now, did it matter that they had killed a 5-spiked Dalki? Because who knew how long it would take them before they created more? "I need to stop them from getting the other half." After the defeat of the 5-spiked Dalki, the Greylash group managed to fend off the remaining Dalki army that was advancing towards them. It was a complete victory for the Greylash group. Of course, they had their losses, but the Dalki was unable to set foot in the shelter, which was a hopeful sign for the rest of the world. However, their duties weren't over yet. There were still plenty of Dalki motherships occupying the rest of the Greylash planets. The other 2 planets that the rest of the Greylash faction were on were still in the middle of their battles. Still, the cursed faction was in high spirits, and everyone was in a good mood, apart from those who knew the reality of the situation they were currently going against. The cursed leaders decided that there was no need to reveal that. Not while everyone was still fighting, and for once seemed to be carrying the momentum. In war, it was a strong thing to have the motivation and momentum on one side. Currently, Quinn had been patiently waiting for news in the vampire world of what was going on, but none of Paul, Leo, or Aaron had given them a reply. It was worrying, but certain things kept Quinn from bursting through the teleporter and heading over to the other side. It was the order that Quinn had received, that he was not to return to the vampire world. He didn't want to cause trouble for his family if he didn't have to. The second reason was that Quinn could tell from the connections that they were safe. "Damn that Bliss girl! Her words are messing with my head, and now I can't choose whether to stay or go. I think she just made things worse," Quinn thought, who was currently in his own personal training room. Rather than thinking about what he couldn't do, Quinn decided to think about what he could do for now. First, he was to figure out what exactly he would do with the items from Blade Island. In his dimensional space at the moment, he had a tablet. Not just any tablet, but the tablet that held his long-lost ancestor that used to be a dragon, and one that held all the abilities of the world. Unlike the Shadow Lock, I can't enter my dimensional space, so there is no way for me to try and communicate with Ray again and try to get some answers from him. I could place it somewhere, but where? Should I place it somewhere on Earth, or maybe somewhere on the cursed ship? Thinking about it, Quinn imagined the tablet on the cursed ship. There wasn't exactly a good place for it, and he didn't think it was safe on the ship nor any of the planets, and that included Earth. I guess I don't desperately need to ask Ray questions, so for now, the safest place is for it to stay in my dimensional space. I just hope it doesn't affect the cycle of abilities he was talking about either. There was one more item that was in Quinn's dimensional space that he could take out, and he did so, bringing out the demon-tier shield. Quinn held it in his hands and used his inspect skill. His guess was right. The demon-tier shield had been made using the demon-tier crystal that Arthur had taken from him. It was the confirmation that Arthur and Jim were working together, even though Quinn was already 100% sure. Looking at the active skill, it was strong. It was able to reflect any damage taken on the shield itself and repel it back at twice the strength. Now he understood why the Dalki were so afraid to hit it. Still holding the shield, Quinn closed his eyes and opened them again. He imagined his opponents and how he would use the shield while fighting, blocking certain attacks and using his gauntlet to attack. It feels so unnatural, and even more so than the sword. Besides, I already gave the blood crystal to Alex to work on. Taking on board Vincent's suggestion, Quinn decided to use the crystal he had received from Jim's body to create another gauntlet. Unlike with beast crystals, blood weapons could be formed into anything, so Quinn didn't have to worry. At the moment, Alex was with Andrew at the Earthborn base, helping them craft weapons for support, but with his Shadow Link skill, Quinn was easily able to go there and ask for this request. Well, if the shield doesn't suit me, then I guess it means one of the others can use it, but who? Quinn started to wonder. There were many candidates, and of course, Quinn wanted to give it to one of the leaders close to him, preferably someone who had recently gone to the island with them. They were those that were already plenty strong and those it didn't suit, but finally, Quinn had made his decision. Heading to one of the training rooms, not too far from his own, he saw the person he was looking for doing a good job teaching the rest of the cursed faction. "Hey, Nate, it looks like you recovered well. I heard you got blasted by a 5-spike Dalki," Quinn said in an upbeat tone. I would have to have a monster amount of ki like Layla to be able to block a hit like that," Nate said, a little annoyed. With his skills, he felt like he just needed something a bit more to push him further. What he didn't know was that Quinn had a gift ready for him that would do just that. Taking it out from his dimensional space, Quinn had a shield in his hand and handed it over. "This is yours. Take it." Nate looked at the shield oddly at first. He didn't use weapons and only used his fist, but a shield was quite versatile in its use, and there were certainly ways he could learn to use it. However, the second Nate touched it and activated the beast weapon, he could feel the immense power in the shield itself, powering him up. The defensive and natural stats he gained from it were amazing. He could tell his body had improved just on that alone. Even before Quinn had told him what the active skill was, he was pleased. "Quinn, seriously, I can't believe it. Ever since the day I met you, I thought that if I were around you, big things were going to happen. I had grand ambition, but lately, I felt like I had hit some type of stalemate. I thought I could improve myself, and I disliked using beast weapons, but I realize now that I was stubborn. Because this thing is too good to pass up, I won't be stubborn. I will accept this gift, Quinn," Nate said, thanking Quinn over again and again. Eventually, Quinn had to threaten to take the shield away if Nate didn't stop thanking him. When leaving the room, Quinn had a big smile on his face. He wished he could make more people just as happy as that. On his way out, he had unexpectedly bumped into someone else who was looking for him, Fex. "Quinn, do you have the time to talk?" Fex asked. The look on his face looked quite serious, and Quinn always had time for his blood brother. Walking together around the ship, Fex expressed what was on his mind. "Quinn, I know you're waiting for a reply from the vampire world on what to do, and it's why you haven't decided to go to the cursed faction planets or the place Mona mentioned, but I think you should just go with Mona." Quinn was quite surprised at how upfront Fex was being and was interested to know the reason. "I have a suggestion to make. I want to go to the vampire world. Technically, I am in the 10th family, but the order was only for you not to return, Quinn, and I'm worried. I'm concerned about my family and all of this. If I go, I thought maybe we could take one of the cursed with me. Linda seems to have a lot on her mind recently, and maybe a change of scenery would be better for her. Then, if anything was to happen and we needed your help, you could come to us. Bryce doesn't know who in the cursed faction has the shadow ability, so as long as she doesn't use it, she won't get found out. This way, you can head to Eno's place with Mona without any worry. It's better than you sitting here. After what you told us, I kept thinking that maybe Eno knew something. Maybe he knew more. I think you need to head to Eno's place as soon as possible, and stop worrying about the others. All this hesitation is just making things worse." Fex quickly wanted to apologize, thinking that he might have overstepped his position, but Quinn replied sooner than he thought. "You're right, Fex. You're very right. I think your suggestion is a good one. I'll head to Eno's place, and you guys can head to the vampire world." Losing Greenhorn was a significant loss to the Dalki. After all,
It was one of their leaders and one of the ones that was growing quicker than the others. They had the potential to grow even stronger and were rare among the Dalki. Losing Slicer and Greenhorn so quickly was not in their plan. However, despite this, Graham smiled as he looked out from the strange mountain-like castle on the planet-like ship they resided on. He could see what they had achieved at that cost. The great dragon was being flown in towards the castle. It was still being restrained by the strange black strings, but it looked like it had no energy to fight back in the first place. Eventually, the ships ended up going to a large facility that was at the base of the strange castle. The facility was large in size, and there was one large building in particular that was the size of a football field. As they got close, the giant metallic doors were seen splitting open. Large volumes of green liquid were floating inside, similar to what Graham had kept the Dalki in. The ships slowly descended to place the dragon in the strange liquid carefully. When dropped in, the door started to shut again, keeping the dragon in place. With a leap, Graham had jumped from the top of the castle down to the facility. Landing, he caused a big bang, but the ground didn't break. The ground where the facility and the Dalki castle were on was taken from a planet with a substance known to be as hard as diamond. Not that the Dalki were unable to break it, but it at least limited the amount of damage an area would receive, especially since there would be conflicts just outside the castle more often than not. This was due to other Dalki challenging for the leader's seat. Entering the facility, the doors automatically opened as Graham walked past. Inside, there weren't other Dalki working away, but humans instead. They didn't look like fighters, as they had no beast gear on, only lab coats, and someone else looked familiar in the facility as Graham walked around. The clones of Jim Eno. They were maintaining the place, looking at computer terminals running tests on Dalki and different solutions. Eventually, Graham had reached the landing room where the other ships had docked away from the dragon. Straight away, he could see a few Dalki leaving from the ship, and with them, they were dragging a pair of Dalki along the floor, and on their back they had 6 spikes. "Unfortunately, they died on the way here," one of the 3 spiked Dalki reported. "I know you said it was best if we kept them alive, but the dragon seemed to be stronger than we thought." Graham bent down and looked at the pair of 6 spikes. They were covered in wounds, but they didn't look bad enough for them to die from. "We are strong, so I at least expect our ancestor to be this strong. It would be strange if it was easy for us to overpower it with just one of us, even if it's only at half its strength. You guys did a good job." It was then from another ship that Graham could see the Dalki pulling out someone else, someone he didn't expect to see. Walking over, he looked at the person just to make sure, and seeing that he had a specific pair of beast crystals embedded into his hands, Graham knew this was the real one. "You often acted like you knew how everything was going to play out, but it seems like something exceeded even outside your expectations," Graham said, lifting up the body, throwing it over his shoulder. "I want a full report of what happened on that island, how many of them there were, and who else was there. Also, bring those 2 with you," Graham ordered, leaving the room. Eventually, he had reached a lab of sorts, with hundreds of large, human-sized glass containers. At the front of 2 large terminals were glass containers bigger than the others that remained empty. Typing a few things in the terminal, a large claw machine grabbed Jim's body and placed it into the container. His body was strapped and floated inside. "It was a good thing your mind wasn't damaged. At least, it looks that way," Graham said as he pushed down on a lever. Both of the crystals inside of Jim's hands started to light up. The energy levels in front of Graham's screen started to rise up, and something could be seen forming in the other container. Small particles could be seen, gathering, making a circle. Then the circle started to shift and change as more blobs were forming until someone who looked identical to Jim was made. It opened its eyes, and the claw machine once again pulled out Jim, only this time from the other container. The claw machine soon let him go, dropping him to the ground, and with how wrinkled his forehead looked, he was beyond angry. "Damn it, that cursed faction! That kid killed me! He killed the real me!" Jim continued to shout. "If he had gone for your head, I would not have been able to make you again. I think that we should be pleased with the result. We have obtained the dragon," Graham replied.
"Do you not understand?" Jim said, rushing forward. "My body is dead. My real body is dead." "Weren't you looking for a way to create a perfect body anyway?" Graham replied like he really didn't care. Hearing this, Jim turned around, throwing out his arm in a claw shape, going for an attack. But the second he did, Graham grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up in the air, holding him just tight enough so he couldn't speak and was struggling for air. "Did you really forget? You just said it yourself. You are no longer in your body anymore. There is no way for you to use your abilities like before. Even the clones you create with your nest crystals are not perfect, so right now you are useless to us," Graham said. Jim started to move his leg and arms in a way as if he wanted to say something, desperately struggling. Listening, Graham let go, but grabbed him by the top of his head before he could touch the ground. "Remember, I was the one who created you. You guys need my knowledge to create more of you from that dragon, and when we have the whole dragon, I can fix all of you. You can live forever just like the originals can," Jim said with a smile on his face. "This body might not be able to learn the ability again, but all my knowledge is still up here." Graham looked at Jim for a second, as if he was still in the middle of making up his mind. "Jim, did you ever think that I might have surpassed you? I have created a solution that naturally aids us in our own evolution. There is no ability behind that. Our lives don't shrivel down to a mere 10 minutes just because you made us 6 spikes. Or maybe you never stopped to think about that." "I see the way you look at us, Jim," Graham replied. "You are the worst person I have met by far. You were never doing this for us in the first place. You were just doing this to prove something to them. We are just tools to you. Don't worry, as long as I have your real body and your brain. We will figure something out, and I will be happy to bring you back once again when I need to. But for now, I won't let you go about freely doing whatever you want again. See you later, Jim," Graham said, as squeezed his giant hand, and Jim's head exploded on the spot. Graham didn't look back, leaving his body in place and exited from the room, while Jim's real dead body continued to float in the other container. No signs of life, and perhaps his mind would never be woken in another body again. A Dalki should be the one to lead the Dalki, and we will come out superior to the others. We do not need to rely on a vampire for our troubles. Let's see what we can do with this dragon. After their little talk, Quinn decided that Fex was right, and it was time for them to act. The only problem was, without any reply from Leo and the others, it also meant that the cursed group could not use the secret way to the vampire world like before. Right now, they were all in the middle of another discussion to decide what to do about that. "Linda, are you absolutely sure you're okay heading to the vampire world with Fex?" Sam asked, having noticed the heavy bags under her eyes. The last time the group had seen her in such a miserable state had been when her brother Blip had died. "Yes, I am. Weevil gave his life to protect me and the cursed faction, so I can't just stay here and mope around. He wouldn't have wanted that. I still want to help where I can, and I think I'm still the best candidate to keep their head on and not use the shadow ability in front of others, even in a desperate situation," Linda stated. Sam started to nod, but the others were wondering what she exactly meant by those words. Among the cursed faction members, apart from Weevil, who had passed, those that could use the shadow ability were Sam, Nate, Dennis, and Alex, who was away at the moment. "Right now, with what's going on, maybe we don't need the strongest person, but the most sensible one," Layla explained to the guys who looked confused. "No offense, but you guys can be a bit too hot-headed." Sam was happy that Layla had been the one to say these words. At least coming from her, it had still been nice. Putting it more simply, the other 3 could be described as muscle-brained idiots. "Unfortunately, that still doesn't solve our main problem. We haven't received a reply from Paul yet, and we need him to activate the teleporter in the 10th castle to let you guys in. We'll have no choice but to wait, unless you happen to have a solution, Logan," Sam asked the inventor. "We could always try the teleporter we originally used to travel to the vampire world," Logan suggested. "It doesn't seem to have been destroyed, so it's still active, but I can't say for sure they haven't found out about it. For all we know, they might have placed a bunch of guards around it, waiting for us to use it. There's also the situation of what state it was left in last time." "We'll do it," Fex stated immediately. "As long as I am the first one to come out, it should be fine. I'll find a way to explain myself out of the situation somehow. While we are there, we can also try and locate the dragon. It's not too far from the lab, and that's our main worry, right?" Logan seemed to have predicted Fex's answer, as he pulled out 3 bottles of spray and slid them across the table to the vampire. "These are for your toy. You did plan to bring him along, right? Or have you decided to turn him, perhaps?" Logan asked. He was naturally referring to Agent 11, who had proven useful and had returned with them on the cursed ship. "No, he seems more useful as a human than a vampire. I can use his blood for my string abilities, as well as my blood weapon, and having someone who can use ki might prove useful if we have to fight any vampires. Besides, I have a feeling that turning him would not make him spill any of his secrets, whatever mind block he has, or perhaps they have used an ability on him, but there is a chance that it will still block out our direct control even then." Now that the others knew that True Dream was working for the other side, they knew that they also had strong ability users that had been gathered under his name, including Jack True Dream himself. "All right, Quinn, you're happy with just having Mona and Logan accompany you to Eno's base? We have the coordinates, and it looks like the ride there will take a few days. The place is pretty far," Sam asked for confirmation. "If it's just the 2 of them, then I'm confident in my ability to protect them. I can always use my Shadow Lock and Shadow Link out of there if this turns out to be some sort of trap." As soon as Quinn said these words, he was reminded of a certain person that had managed to block his Shadow Lock for the first time, which made him lose confidence a little, but realized that there would be no reason for the skill not to work on his fellow teammates. Mona had her own reasons for wanting to go and see the base. In the first place, she had been the one who Richard had, for some reason, entrusted with this information, so Quinn felt like it would be unfair of him to exclude her. She had also massively helped them out on Blade Island, and without her ability having tamed the Kraken, another life might have been lost among the cursed ship. Since Richard was a great mind, there was a good chance that there would be plenty of information they could gather, and with Jim and Richard possibly dead, Logan wanted confirmation that Jim was the one that had decided to kill his parents. Even if Richard said it was Jim, words alone just weren't enough to satisfy Logan's curiosity. "Then it's settled. Before you all set off, I would like a word with Mona," Sam said. Quinn went off with Fex and Logan, who was setting up the teleporter, making sure everything was as safe as it could be on their side. Quinn wanted to at least see them off before they left, as he was a little worried about Linda. It was an odd pairing. Linda had mostly always worked with Weevil, and now she would be partnered up with someone who was a bit extra at times. Mona had done as she was told and stayed behind as the others left the room. She thought that maybe Sam had some questions about her ability or information she had seen. Since their return, Sam had been writing up reports and taking recordings of each of the members' encounters they had on the island. It had helped build a bigger picture of what the situation was like, and if anything ever happened to them, they could pass this on. "Mona, I hope you don't act rashly to what I'm about to ask you, and I told the others to go away because I want you to know that I'm not suspecting you of anything." Hearing this, Mona started to pull a face, because this was not the tone or the conversation she had been expecting to have. "You see, I looked back at the video in the recording room, and when speaking to Megan, she told me something interesting. You arrived before everyone else that day and had met up with Bliss. The 2 of you said nothing, despite her being a person who should not have any clearance to be there at that point in time. Instead, you simply decided to sit by the side. You've met Bliss before, haven't you?" Sam asked, preparing himself for her to attack him at any moment for revealing her secret or finding something out about her. "Do I really look that scary to you?" Mona sighed, and put up her hands as a sign of good faith that she wasn't going to do anything. "Well, of all the people to find out, I guess it's good that it was you. To answer your question, yes, I have indeed met Bliss before, the person who Quinn called a god. And that's why I want to go and see what Richard left behind. When he saved my life, he took me to a place. I don't know where that place was, but I wasn't the only one there. While I was there, that was where I met Bliss." "You were there when she had the conversation with Quinn? I imagine she said something along these lines, that she was able to see what would happen in the future."
Now I wasn't involved in the rest of the conversation between the two of them, and it seemed like she and Richard had met more than once. To me, they seemed like old acquaintances. But you tell me if what she said was true. Then did Bliss tell Richard what was going on to happen on the island? The way he acted when he told me these coordinates, Sam, it was as if he knew he was going to die, and he still decided to go to Blade Island. Before, I would never have believed that whatever happened was meant to happen, but if that's the case, can we really change what is meant to happen to us? From the little I've known Richard, I don't believe he was a man that didn't think he could change things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard for so long. So there has to be something there waiting for us. At the moment, Quinn, along with Mona and Logan, were riding together in a spaceship, and it was only the three of them. No one else had been brought along just because of the fear that more dangers for the cursed faction and other groups could be lurking around the corner. During this time, Mona had left with a lot on her mind and was busy sitting at the table staring off deep into space. In fact, all three of them were busy thinking about things. Space travel was quite advanced, and the power of beast crystals allowed one to travel at a fast speed. For something to take 3 days to get to, it was similar to having one person go from one planet in the beast solar system all the way around the sun and back again, which was why they had plenty of time to think about things. The ship they were traveling in was one that Logan had personally modified, giving it a more aerodynamic design, but the inside was quite comfortable. It almost looked like a studio apartment with how nicely furnished the inside was. There was even a workbench for Logan to work away as he wished on. For Quinn, he was sitting at the dining table as well and grabbing the demon tier amulet that he still had around his neck. I used up all 4 of the Dalki, draining them again. Because of this, it ultimately meant the amulet was useless since it didn't give any stats, and Quinn would have to gain slots for the amulet all over again. The problem was, what could he do with it at the moment that would help him? If he was going to go to the vampire world, would it be any help there? Quinn wasn't quite sure if vampires even could be marked in the first place, and even if he was to use it on the weaker ones, they wouldn't exactly help him out much. The Dalki were able to evolve, and with each evolution, he gained a considerable amount of energy. Vampires could evolve, but the evolution couldn't be forced through battle like with the Dalki. While trying to figure out what to do with it, Quinn had done something even he hadn't expected as he looked at Mona, who was sitting opposite him. Giving it a tug, the demon tier amulet chain broke. He placed it on the table, moving it over to Mona. Mona, you helped us out a lot on Blade Island back there. You even brought Linda back, so I thought maybe you could do with this, Quinn said. Looking at the amulet and picking it up, she could instantly tell the item's level, and she was at a loss for words. Quinn, have you gone crazy? She asked. I know I have been helping out the cursed faction, but I ultimately plan to bring back the Bree family at some point. If you give this to me and people found out, what would they think? Quinn asked. That I'm just helping out someone that is helping me? Or were you going to say that I was favoring another faction? Tipping the scales of balance, or my own faction would be annoyed at me. Look, I don't see things that way. Maybe it's because all of these groups tried to hold power for themselves rather than share it with whoever was best to use them. We ended up in this situation in the first place. I keep thinking if the humans actually worked together, instead of the originals keeping their abilities and such, maybe we could have had a better chance in the first war. Besides, it's still mine, Quinn smiled. Think of it as borrowing the item. That amulet will suit you well, and when I need it back, I think you will realize that really you were doing me a favor. Mona still couldn't quite believe that Quinn had just given her a demon-tier item of all things. It would have been unheard of from any of the leaders or the military to do something like this in the past, and yet Quinn had just done it on a whim while traveling on the ship. This boy really is different from the others, Mona thought. After accepting the item, Quinn went into the details of explaining what it could do, rather than letting her figure out how to use it herself. She understood how much of an amazing item it was, and also had learned how Quinn was able to take down the other Dalki motherships. However, she also understood why it would still benefit Quinn when he gave it back to him. Quinn was often in tough situations,
so he had too often drained those that he had marked, but after visiting Richard's place. If she went at her pace, she could gather many marked essentially on behalf of Quinn, and when he needed it, he could use all of their power. As long as Mona didn't use it, of course. Although she didn't say it, just because of Quinn's gesture, she vowed that she would try to collect as many marked as she possibly could for him. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't use the power, giving him the amulet in the future. During the rest of the time spent on the ship, Logan was tinkering with a few new gadgets of his, but once in a while they would hear Logan fumble or mess up. With how often he was making mistakes, Quinn could tell he had something on his mind as well. The only problem was, Quinn couldn't help with Logan's problem, but hopefully, wherever they were going and whatever they would find, Logan could find the answer to what was troubling him. Not wasting time, Quinn was trying to focus on something else. His ki still was vastly greater than the blood aura he had in his body at the moment. He had learned to control himself, so he could better use one or the other in certain situations. If he was going to the vampire world, and possibly was having to go against Arthur, there was one thing Quinn needed to learn. The third stage of ki. This is what Lucy and Agent 2 were able to use against my shadow. My shadow was useless at blocking it. If I had to go up against Arthur again, this is what I can use against his shadow, Quinn thought. During the next couple of days, Quinn was trying his best on figuring it out. He had asked for pointers from Layla before leaving, but it turns out she wasn't the best of teachers either, only able to explain things as clearly as Fex could. Eventually, the 2 days passed, and the group were wondering just where they were. It certainly is strange. We are now in unmarked space at the moment, Logan said. It meant that the group was currently in an area that humanity had yet to explore in the Beast's solar system. However, that was because they deemed there were no other planets in the nearby area. They would have to travel as far as another solar system to find any planets of significance. Still, checking the coordinates, Logan was sure they had come to the right area. It could be a ship, Quinn said, taking a guess. Maybe he left everything on a big ship and left it out of here. It's far enough to not be affected by the sun's gravity, right? Or is that impossible? Damn, I should have paid more attention in science class. However, there was no need for guesses, because they could eventually see something, and it was not what any of them had suspected. It was a giant metallic ring that was larger than the Bertha ship. Next to the ring were almost 2 buildings attached to it, letting them know what it was straight away. What is a space station doing all the way out here? Quinn asked. Checking the computer and scanning for information, Logan quickly accessed the military's databases, including all of the other groups. This space station, it's not registered. There are no records of it. It isn't one belonging to the military or any factions of the past, Logan answered. So that means we don't even know where this space station goes, Mona replied. It might not even go back to Earth's solar system. The question after that was, where did it go then? Of course, Quinn and the others were going to find out. Usually, they should have long since received a transmission from those inside, either asking them what they wanted or just to warn them against approaching any closer. Since there was no such thing, it was safe to assume that it was abandoned. If the group wanted to find out what Richard Eno had left them, they had no choice but to enter the space station itself. It was unclear whether whatever they were supposed to find was on the space station, or it was wherever it led to. Either way, before just recklessly turning it on and jumping through it, the trio decided to explore it in hopes of finding some hint at just what was in store for them. The 2 large buildings were at either side of the giant floating ring, and the bridge was what connected all 3 parts together, which would run underneath the ring. The ship landed on top of the building, which was as large as a hotel. They weren't too sure if all equipment was working on the space station, so all 3 of them had to wear specially designed military spacesuits. The special suits were clinging to one's body, but they were designed so there was a minimal loss of movement. Still, there was noticeable loss on the user's end. There were also thrusters on the suits, which would allow them temporarily fly through space, but not for any significant distance. I don't really know how to use this, Mona admitted.
Both Logan and Quinn looked at each other as they found it strange. Both of them had been forced to practice using something similar to the suits during their time at school. That was regular school, not even the military one. "You guys should know that I'm older than you. I went to school before the first Dalki War." Mona understood what they were thinking. "Of course, the military did put us through some training when the war started, but since I created my own faction, I never really had to bother with that stuff." Because of this, Logan put a special backpack that he would normally use for himself. It was what the spider legs he used came out of, and Mona was now wearing it. When leaving the ship, the spider legs dug in the ground and moved along with her, and it made sure that she stayed more grounded, even if anything was to accidentally hit her and she was to drift off. It was a good thing they had done as well, because due to the whole space station seemingly being offline, it looked like none of the life support systems were online. "All right, so we'll go through this half of the building first and see if we can find anything. There should be a control center here and another one on the other side as well," Logan explained. "The space stations are set up like that, so it requires 2 people at the same time at both ends to activate the space station simultaneously. However, with me here, we don't really need that, so there will be no need for us to split up." Entering from the top, the group decided to tread carefully through the floors. The other 2 didn't have super speed like Quinn, and he wanted to stay and protect them. The first floor seemed to be filled with nothing but empty beds. It looked like none of them had been used for a while, and the pattern continued as the whole place felt a little soulless. "So, what was it like? Before the war, I mean," Quinn asked. "I would love to say that everything was much better, but if I'm being honest, although a lot of things changed before and after, some things remain the same," Mona replied. "Have you ever heard of the No Lethal Weapons Act?" Quinn shook his head, and so did Logan, as he was interested in world history. They were only taught up to a certain point in time, and even across the internet, it seemed like beyond a certain date, all records just vanished. Perhaps a lot of it was destroyed during the First Dalki War, which was why Logan was unable to access it. Thousands of years of history lost in servers somewhere, unable to be recovered. "I'm not surprised. If there are still any people from my grandfather's generation alive, they might still remember it, though it got scrapped around my father's generation. The only way we have of learning old history was stories that were passed down. Anyway, it was introduced at a time when the world was so scared that it would destroy itself that all of the countries at the time had to agree to no longer use lethal weapons. This included basic things like guns. On the surface level, the world was peaceful for a long while, but even then there was still corruption in every country. Then, of course, one of the countries broke this act, and war started as if the act never existed in the first place. When I was a kid, it honestly felt like the world was soon going to destroy each other. Everyone was predicting the end, yet what probably saved us from that fate was the attack from the Dalki. Humanity was suddenly forced to band together. The concept of countries was no longer important. It was just the human race against them. Honestly, it seems like whatever you do, you can't fix the whole world. History just repeats itself again and again, which is why I made my own family. Although I can't control others, I am in control of myself, so I made sure that I could look after my family. I just never expected my family to grow so big," Mona replied. Although Mona didn't seem too fond of the world before the war, Quinn still wondered what it was like before everyone had been made aware of abilities. Ray, his ancestor, must have also fought through some crazy times. "What about you, Vincent? You were alive before the war, right?" Quinn asked. "The vampires always tried to live a quiet life before the others, but you lived part of my life when I was on Earth. Although there were bad times, there were good times as well. I'm sure after this war is over, you will be able to celebrate these good times with your friends and family, Quinn," Vincent replied. Just as expected, after going through every floor, they found no signs of life, but Quinn's nose did manage to find something a little strange. That was when they entered the kitchen. There was a storage room at the very back. Opening it, it was ice cold, and it reminded Quinn of another place he had been to a long time ago. However, there was no food inside. Searching, he was trying to find if there was anything there. Quinn pulled some of the drawers that were frozen shut. The ice cracked from them,
and that's when Quinn could see it. There were blood packs, hundreds and hundreds of blood packs. Using his inspect skill, Quinn found that the blood here, similar to the one in the vampire world, all belonged to one person. They were cloning blood. "This place was a space station for the vampires to use," Quinn declared quite confidently. "I've never heard of such a thing. The vampires had the advanced technology to use teleporters," Vincent commented. "We had already figured out a way to use one teleporter to go wherever we wished, so the use of space stations seems redundant." "Well, the teleporters have their disadvantages, right?" Quinn countered. "For one, sending a large group takes a long time, and you aren't able to send ships through either. Essentially, the perfect use for space stations was to send out a large group of ships, and there were only a few reasons why someone might have wanted to do that." The group eventually continued looking through the station, but there was no other signs that vampires used to work in the place. Seeing as they had come here following Richard's instructions, the likeliest scenario was that it had been used by him and his clones. Entering the command center in one room, Logan placed one hand on the terminal, activating his ability. He was trying to find out any information he could. It didn't take long for him to take it off again. "That's strange," Logan said. "This terminal works fine, and I can link up with the other one to open the space station, but it seems that whoever had been here, all the information about where it goes to, its logs, pretty much everything else has been cleared. Not just deleted, but wiped to the point where I can't see, much less restore it. Everything but one thing. An input of a single destination. That doesn't exactly make sense. If I was to take a guess, it's coordinates to go to once we get through this place." Hearing these words, all three of them had goosebumps. Logan was the only one that would have been able to access certain information from a space station like so. The original coordinates to the space station was given to Mona. Did this mean Richard knew from the beginning what they would do and who they would bring? Had he really been able to see that far ahead? It was almost as if the ancient vampire had the ability to predict the future. After figuring this out, the group went to the other building through the bridge, but they found that it contained the same thing. So it was time for Logan to open up the space station. After activating it, it would take a few hours for the energy to start up and the space station to turn on, so they decided to wait outside in the ship they had come in. Eventually, the space station was active, and it was time for them to see what was on the other side. The group decided to keep the spacesuits on, just in case something happened to the ship on the other side. Quinn also made sure to have his shadow ability ready to use at any point and time. "Here we go," Logan said, activating the ship's thrusters and propelling them forward through the teleporter. In mere seconds, they found themselves on the other side, in a new section of space. In the distance, they could see a large sun and several planets that were floating about. Logan immediately went to the controls to scan what was up ahead, but it was as he thought. "We have no information on any of these planets. They don't belong to the Beast solar system or Earth's. We are in a completely unknown area to humans at the moment, so where are we?" As for Quinn, he had an idea. The vampire planet that they would regularly visit also wasn't part of the Beast planet's solar system or Earth's. "Maybe we've just found a new way to the vampire world?" he mused. Each solar system was a little different, starting with the size of its respective sun over the number of planets, their rotation speed, number of respective moons, and a whole lot more. However, what was unique about the Beast planet's solar system and Earth's was that they were the only known ones to have signs of life. The only reason humanity had been able to travel to the Beast solar system was due to the technology that had been created by Richard Eno in the first place. At the time, everyone had believed that the scientist had somehow managed to reverse engineer the teleporters the Dalki had on their ships. Of course, these days Quinn didn't know how much to believe in those stories and achievements of his ancestors. "This is amazing. I wonder if the planets here also have signs of life. Could you imagine what it would mean for humanity if we found a solar system away from all the Dalki?" Logan asked in excitement. He allowed their ship to continue going towards the destination that had been left at the space station, but if possible, he would love nothing more than to land on one of the planets nearby and explore.
If that was true, then there are resources here that are untapped by the Dalki and the humans. It could solve our crystal problem if we were able to hunt on these secretly.
Mona also quickly grasped the strategic importance of such a place.
You two seem to be forgetting something. Quinn found it odd that he had to be the one to point this out, but most likely his companions were just too excited at this revelation. We didn't discover this place. We followed Eno's instructions to what we can only assume to have been his space station that led us here. What's more, we came out of another space station, which means this place has already been discovered. Keep that in mind. Through this realization, the others were on guard now. Eventually, the ship started to head towards one planet in particular, but there were no signs of civilization that could be seen on this planet. Using his soul weapon, Logan decided to modify the upper part of the ship and create a new type of telescope device that could zoom to the point where they could see what was on the surface of the planet. This would link up with his monitor and record information for himself. He then zoomed in on the planet to see if he could find anything, and that's when he could see it. On one of the dark purple-colored planets, there were strange blob-like creatures. There were signs of life. Whether they were like beasts or not, they did not know. Perhaps the crystals were a unique trait to the beasts that were found in the beasts' solar system. After all, standard animals from Earth did not have any crystals of energy inside their body. Looking past a few planets, they eventually came across a strange one. The planet itself wasn't what was strange, but was what was next to it. A little far from the planet itself, they could see a large metallic object. It was a distance away from the planet and stayed in front of the sun. What was strange about it was that it looked like the object wasn't orbiting around the planet and stayed in place.
I have an idea what that is. It looks like your hypothesis was correct, Quinn, Vincent said. What you guys are looking at in front of you should be the vampire world. Although Vincent himself had been on Earth when the vampires had decided to move planets, he recognized the device because it was something that the vampires had been trying to create for the longest time. The blueprints to such a device had already appeared during his time, but the finished version differed slightly from what he remembered. Nevertheless, it was clear enough that this device could block out the sunlight. Vincent had found it strange that the vampires had found a planet that had allowed them to avoid the sunlight while also not having it freeze over, eradicating all signs of life. It looked like they were successful, but Vincent wasn't exactly pleased about this. The only reason the device hadn't been constructed during his era had been because they were afraid the vampires would use it to their advantage, for a way for them to block out the sunlight on Earth as well. Maybe it's a good thing that they moved, Vincent thought. Logan, scan that planet over there, but do so from a distance. It will be for the best if they don't see us, Quinn requested. Moving the ship further away, Logan zoomed into the planet. On one side it looked to be completely dark, and he could see forests and mountains. There didn't seem to be much. They didn't see what Quinn was expecting, but they were only able to look at part of the planet in the first place, and the settlement could have been anywhere. But just seeing the way the planet looked itself, it definitely reminded Quinn of the place. Is that our destination? Quinn wondered if Richard had set up some base on the vampire planet. It would make sense for him to want to keep an eye on them. No, it looks like it's quite far again. Just like the space station we found, it doesn't seem to be close to the other planets, Logan answered. What this meant was another few days of travel. As more time passed, Quinn was getting more anxious about the possible situation on the cursed ship, the cursed faction planets, and vampire world. It might have been only days, but anything could have happened. However, the good news was that even while in this section, their communication devices back to the cursed ship were still working, so they were happy to know that everything was still okay on their end. Quinn continued to practice his third stage of Ki, while Mona was now using her spare time to test out the thrusters on the suit. It was something one had to get used to, but it was one of those things similar to swimming or riding a bike, that once you got the hang of the feeling, it was easy to do. Becoming an expert or using it efficiently was of course a different story. Finally, it looked like they had reached their destination, and once again they were in for a surprise. After discovering a whole solar system full of planets, they thought their destination would be one of the planets. Instead, it looked like they had come across a large, stationary ship. It was large in size, almost as big as the Bertha ships, but was flat like a giant saucer. However, the center of it was a large dome. Ship might have also been the wrong word to describe it, since it looked like it had no thrusters and wouldn't move from its place, but it was definitely man-made. "Well, it looks like this was Ino's secret little base. It's pretty big. I'm guessing he would have had a lab here as well. If we're lucky and the information hasn't been scrapped, I might even be able to find out the secret behind how he created these clones," Logan claimed. If that was the case, perhaps they could create one for Vincent to use as well. "I think it's safe to assume that Ino must have left something here. I don't believe he would lead us to this place if it didn't have anything that could help us in this war," Mona mused. This was why Quinn wanted to come here as well, but more so he was hoping he would find out the reason for why Ino had done so much. "I want to know why Ino wanted to save the human race. Why did he have such a will and determination to risk his life? And is he even dead?" Surrounding the strange giant saucer ship, they could see several large square containers as well. They looked like giant storage containers, but were made of metal and were attached to the giant saucer like some type of tube. "What do you think they are?" Logan asked. It was at that moment that Logan received a message coming from the computer terminal. "Unidentified chip has entered the area. Please state the password." The voice was robotic, and Logan could tell this was bad news. "Password? What password? Mona, did Ino mention anything about a password you forgot to mention?" Logan asked, looking over to the woman. The others looked at each other because if they didn't figure out the password, they were afraid that something could happen soon. Logan quickly typed in the coordinates that he had been given both times into the machine, but both of them came up with the wrong answer. "Quinn, this is your crazy grandpa. Do you have any ideas?" Logan asked. His mind was drawing a blank. It wasn't as if he and Richard had shared a particularly intimate relationship, so how was he supposed to know? Try his own name, maybe? Beep. My name? Beep. I love humans? Beep. Equivalent exchange. Quinn and Mona kept throwing out suggestions, and none of them worked eventually. Too many wrong attempts. Activating emergency defensive measures. After coming all this way, what seemed to be the last hurdle that had stopped them from progressing was a password. "That senile old man, did he just forget, or is he playing with us?" Quinn thought, but that didn't matter because they had to prepare for what was about to happen to them next. A red light could be seen around the edge of the giant saucer ship, which indicated this was no joke. "I'm preparing defenses on the ship." Logan placed both hands on the command center and was prepared to use his ability to somehow get them out of this station. He was, after all, the best when it came to things like this. Quinn strangely had his eyes closed because he could hear something. Due to it being muffled, he wasn't quite sure what it was. Tracking the strange noise led his eyes to the peculiar giant containers linked to the main ship, which were slowly opening up. No laser blasts were being fired from the ship. Instead, the 4 containers attached to the ship were the only things moving. When the doors were fully opened, multiple tentacles immediately grabbed onto the outside of the container, gripping tightly. Soon, it used the container to push itself off and leapt through the open space, catapulting and revealing its whole body. It was a living creature, but not one like they had seen before. Usually beasts on the beast planets had a resemblance to those animals that they had on Earth. Although there could be those vastly different at times, there was always a base for the beasts. This, however, was something that looked to have come straight out of a nightmare. The tentacles on its body were the only thing remotely recognizable. It had several mouths all over its body, opening and closing, baring its razor-sharp teeth, while also emitting a strange slime that would fall from them. Its head was an odd shape, almost hammer-like, and as for its eyes, it was anyone's best guess where they were. Inspect. A demigod-tier beast known as the Galactic Worm. There are demigod-tier beasts. They'll be powerful, so we have to be careful, Quinn warned. Did you say demigod-tier? But there's 4 of them. Mona counted just to make sure.
Although demigod-tier beasts were considered considerably weaker than demon-tier beasts, usually it meant that they only needed to deal with one at a time. Groups of people could work together, or in the worst case, they could run away. However, fighting against 4 strong beasts at once, even a powerful ability user would struggle, but Quinn, faced with this situation, smiled. "This has to be a blessing. If we kill these beasts, we will obtain 4 powerful crystals we can use and create another item." Quinn was already running over to exit from the ship. Since he had his spacesuit on, he could easily go out to fight. Leaping off from the ship, Quinn drifted into space and used the thrusters to propel him forward. In space, he was unable to rely on one thing, and that was his footwork and speed. He could still move his arms and legs just as fast to attack, but moving around the beast or getting in a good position would be difficult. Because of this, Quinn soon found himself in front of only 2 of the demigod-tier beasts. The worms were able to freely move in space somehow, and it was then that they avoided a confrontation with Quinn and decided to go straight for the ship. "Mona, I can probably deal or hold one of them, but I'm gonna need you to try your best to handle another, or at least protect the ship," Logan said. Although Mona was reluctant to go outside, she knew how dire the situation was and did so. She still had the spider legs with her, but she also decided that it would be best for her to stay on the ship, rather than trying to maneuver in space like a certain someone. "So I can't fight the way I usually do. This might be quite difficult," Mona thought, for at the same time, Logan was widely moving the ship, trying to get away from the worm beasts. The only thing keeping her on at the moment was the spider legs. Lasers fired out from the ship, hitting the strange worms once in a while, but eventually one of the worms was able to latch onto the ship with its tentacle, sticking to it like glue. It pulled itself over and opened its large mouths, spitting out the strange green sludge. Mona quickly avoided the attacks, jumping and moving out of the way, seeing the weird slime hit the ship. "Oh, I thought it was acid, but it doesn't seem to have done anything to the ship," Mona said. She ran up to the beast, avoiding all the green slime, and attempted to punch it with her fist. When she did, she soon saw that where her fist was going to hit wasn't a hard part of the flesh, but it was just one of its several opened up wide, ready to chomp down at her. But Mona was fast and quickly spun her body, aiming to hit another area with a kick. Before she could hit it, she found herself struck by the strange green slime. She tried to quickly wipe it off, but it just stuck to her other arm. "This is annoying. It doesn't seem to do anything, but it looks like I can't get it off either. If I keep getting hit by this slime, it will keep adding up. What a pain in the ass." Out from the side, she had been whacked by the tentacle. It was a strong blow, stronger than what the spider legs could handle, but soon she could be seen drifting in space. Activating the thrusters, she tried to correct her body position, but overused them, spinning her top half forward, looking like she was doing a front flip. She tried activating them again, and started to spin back in the other direction. If she didn't get a hold of how to use this thing, then she would soon become food for the demigod-tier beasts. "I thought that something like this might happen." Logan moved the ship close to Mona, converting the top half into a claw, grabbing her in space. It was an embarrassing situation for Mona, but she was thankful and paid close attention to the whole situation. One of the worms was still on the ship, while the others had been hit quite a few times by Logan's lasers. It was more hurt than the one she was fighting. In fact, she had done no damage at all to the beast. Seeing this, a plan came into her head. "Hey, chuck me over to that one. You can do that, right?" Mona shouted through the receiver. "I can, but I don't think you'll reach that far," Logan replied. "Don't worry, I can use the thrusters. I may not be good at this thing, but I know how to just go forward at least." Even though Mona claimed she knew how to go forward, Logan wasn't too sure from what he had seen so far. He was worried that throwing her to the other beast would mean he took part in her death. Still, he listened as the ship charged forward and threw Mona. She activated her thrusters, giving her a boost, and she latched onto the strange hand on top of the beast's. Immediately, several mouths all over its body started to bite Mona, while also emptying the strange green sludge onto her body. Still, she had a smile on her face.
I wasn't trying to kill you in the first place. If I couldn't do anything about an injured demigod-tier beast, it would be an embarrassment to say I was one of the big four." Pressing her hand against the beast's head, it only took a few moments before she was in control. Now she had her very own space beast that could perfectly move well in space. "Now let's get rid of your brother, or sister, or whatever relation you guys have." After taking control of one of the beasts, it was easy for Mona and the beast to take care of the one attached to the ship. First, the mouse that made the strange green slime could also eat it back up off of Mona's body, so she was free to move, and Logan had learned something else. It could understand Mona's intentions. When fighting with her, the beast moved the way she wanted to. Logan was also able to aid with his blasters. Eventually, they successfully defeated the worm, obtaining its crystal, letting it float in space. That's when the two of them finally had the time to see how much trouble Quinn was having. Only there wasn't much for them to see. He had already defeated the two of them. The beasts were dead with gigantic holes in the center of their body. He had 2 demigod-tier crystals in his hand, but he just floated in place there. "This is it. I finally did it. I did it without the help of Leo or the others. This is the power of the 3rd stage of Ki," Quinn smiled to himself, having finally made a breakthrough. These days spent on the ship didn't seem useless, and with the beasts dealt with, they could finally enter the ship and find out just what Ino had in store for them. Other than the 4 demigod-tier beasts that had just dealt with, it didn't look like anything else was appearing from the strange containers. However, for some reason, the saucer ship hadn't stopped emitting a bright red light that would fade and brighten up like an alarm, making them believe that maybe they weren't out of trouble just yet. They had managed to obtain a new powerful ally in the form of the galactic worm, who at the moment was stuck on the roof of the ship while everyone else was back inside. It was amazing seeing how once a creature was tamed, it showed no hostility towards its user, but unlike the marked, it still had a mind of its own. The 3 demigod-tier crystals that had been obtained were all given to Quinn to put in his system for the time being. "Don't you want to keep this?" Quinn asked, since Mona had immediately handed him the crystal she had earned. She looked at him for a few seconds, although she knew she had some claim to it, seeing as she had had to struggle against the demigod-tier beast due to her still not being that proficient in piloting her suit. It still wouldn't have been an easy job for her. Nevertheless, Mona knew she had only succeeded because Logan had helped her. It also didn't seem right for her to keep it, seeing as she and Logan had dealt with 2 together, while Quinn had dealt with 2 on his own. She had already gotten another demigod-tier pet out of this, which was more than enough for her. However, Mona did kind of wish that she had been able to witness what exactly Quinn had done to create 2 giant holes in their body from the position he had been in. "Don't you dare refuse to accept it," Mona replied. "You give me a demon-tier amulet, and I can't even hand you this?" She shoved the crystal away before Quinn could return it. "I suggest that we be cautious about entering the place," Logan said, as they drifted closer to the ship. "I don't like the fact that the ship is still showing signs of an alarm. It should be a sign that it is still in self-defense mode. If nothing is coming at us, I can only assume that it must have activated something inside of it." Honestly, Logan would very much like to inspect the tubes to see what was the need for them to be inside the containers. Perhaps it was a way to keep the beasts alive while it was trapped there. He also was very interested in finding out how Ino had set it up so it would attack the intruders rather than their own ship. Nonetheless, it would be best to turn off the safety system first and then explore later. They wouldn't want to go into one of those strange containers and end up being trapped. Moving around, the saucer ship didn't seem to react in any way, and Logan was now outside as it approached one of the landing points on the ship. With his ability, even if the system didn't want to let them in, he should be able to override its directives. Touching the door outside, steam left from the ship as the door slid open. They landed inside the giant saucer ship. "Careful," Logan warned them, as the whole group left the ship and were now on the metallic ground inside. "The door itself is a separate system to the whole ship, so I was unable to turn off the whole system. Looks like Ino was prepared for someone like me to turn up. Still, if we find the main server, I can turn this thing off and maybe find what we're trying to look for." The group looked around the first area they were in, but there was nothing special about it other than several standard ships inside the landing area. Given its size, they also decided that it was wiser to leave the galactic worm to guard the ship, just in case they had any more visitors. Although the pet was strong, now that Mona was on the ground, she was confident in her skills again. While walking around, there were several doors that they could go through. After all, the place was large in size and they had no clue what led to what. But then, something unexpected happened. One of the doors suddenly opened up. "Logan, I'm guessing you weren't the one that did that, right?" Quinn asked. Logan shook his head and found it interesting to say the least. "My family created an AI system that we use to control the house. Wouldn't surprise me if Richard has something like that and it's leading us somewhere. That, or he planned it this way." "Well, should we check out where we're being led to, or should we pick our own route?" Mona asked. Quinn thought about it for a while. Maybe it wasn't even an AI system. Maybe Richard was alive and still watching them. "I think that this is Richard's doing, so let's just play his stupid little game," Quinn decided, and the three walked through the just-opened door. As soon as all of them had passed through, it immediately shut behind them. It wasn't really a problem for Quinn, since he could just use shadow travel to get out again. Nevertheless, it was annoying, and just stressed the part that they were being forced to go a certain way. The three of them were expecting to enter a large hall, but instead, they were now in a corridor that could barely fit the three of them, only allowing for minimum movement. There was nothing but a long hallway. "This reminds me of those trials," Logan commented. Quinn was thinking the same thing. When they had entered the vampire world for the first time, they had entered what they suspected to be Richard Eno's lab, where he had been running certain experiments. The group remained on guard while walking through the hall, and at the end they entered a large square room. Here there were 3 operating doors. "Seriously, what is wrong with him? He was the one who wanted us here, so why the need for these games?" Quinn asked in frustration. As if reacting to his little outburst, a screen came out from the ceiling. They waited for a few seconds until they heard a message. "Face reorganization has been completed. Welcome, Mona, Logan, and Quinn. Pre-recorded video message will now play."
"Welcome to all what I guess you could call my home, or more accurately speaking, what has been my base of operations for the longest time," Richard Eno said as he appeared on the screen. "If you're seeing this particular message being played, it means that the ones who have arrived are Mona, Logan, and Quinn. However, you being here most likely means that my life has come to an end. Our relationship must have been close if I told you about this place, and for you to have trusted me enough to travel all this way here, so don't be saddened by my death." Quinn almost let out a laugh after hearing this phrase, but just in time he realized how disrespectful that would be. Despite all his faults, it was undeniable that Richard had helped them. "The fact that you're here must mean that you either have some unanswered questions, or, and I hope this won't be the case, that even after my death you are in need of my help. I have helped save the human race for the longest time now, yet I guess even after my death I won't be allowed to rest. To be honest, I worry what will happen without me."
"Man, the way he talks, it's really hard to like this guy," Quinn thought.
"This is why I have prepared things for you, and only you."
After saying these words, names appeared above each of the doors, each one corresponding to those in the room.
"I have prepared many things that should be able to help you out in your journey going forward. However, since I can't predict when exactly you will see this, I have prepared a test that will analyze your abilities and find the things most compatible with you. I hope you will be worthy of it, otherwise it might be best to save it for someone else that may be of more use in the future. Some of you may have powers that can cheat the system, or you might be thinking of taking more than just your own reward, but I advise against doing anything of the sort. If any one of you attempts to cheat my system, all 3 of you will receive nothing. Should all 3 of you pass the trials that are in front of you, you will also be granted access to the main ship server, which will allow you to access all the information I have gathered over my lifetime. After all, this is knowledge that cannot be lost. There is a need for this information, and it must be passed on, so we keep learning from our mistakes and improve. Now it's time for you to start your trials," Richard declared with the largest smile on his face.
The message from Richard had ended there, and just like that, the three of them were left stunned in place. I just don't understand. Can Ino really predict the future, to the point where our names appear above these doors? Maybe what you said was true? Mona wondered, looking towards Logan. Probably not himself, but you did say that you saw him meeting with Bliss before. It could be possible for it all to be set up beforehand due to her visions, especially if the two of them were close like you stated, Logan theorized. There is also the chance that it's simply using advanced AI. As long as Richard has information on us, and the AI did say it recognized us because it had scanned our faces, it would be simple to match up faces and names and display them on top of doors. While Logan and Mona were busy speaking volumes about Richard's genius, Quinn was silent and left to his own thoughts. What kind of rewards could he have left that could help us in our current situation? Quinn wondered. And if he really had something that could give us some sort of power boost, why didn't he bring it along to Blade Island? Why make it difficult on himself? It's a hard answer to question, Quinn. Perhaps Richard is just doing the same thing I did when I first met you. Back when I was in the system, I also kept testing you, Vincent replied. Sometimes when we realize that we aren't able to achieve something, we try to help the future by allowing them to learn from our mistakes. Quinn knew that the only one who might be able to answer these questions would have been Richard himself, but that wasn't going to happen now. Still, it would be a lie if the vampire lord would claim that he wasn't interested in the promised rewards. He walked up to the door with his name above, and the other two stopped talking to look at Quinn. Let me be the first one to go in, Quinn said. You should wait until I'm done, so I can give you an idea what happened to me. I have the shadow ability, so in case there's something dangerous in there, I should have no problem getting out. Sure, I might not get the reward, but at least I'll still survive. It's a different story for you two. Do you really think that Richard would put something so dangerous that it could kill us? Mona asked. Quinn nodded. He didn't even have to think about it. Richard Eno was the type of guy who would do anything to achieve his goal. If he wanted to test their worthiness, the ancient vampire wouldn't shy away from using possible fatal means. Walking up to the door, Quinn pressed his hand against it to see if it would open. Unfortunately, it only resulted in another AI announcement. One person has accepted the challenge. All three must accept their challenge to proceed. Of course he wouldn't let us catch a break, Quinn chuckled to himself. He was wondering if he should take the test on his own. If he completed it, then he could always just come back and save the others if there was a need to. But it looked like all three of them would have to agree to take the test, and do so at the same time, for the door to open. I won't pressure you guys to do anything you don't want to do, Quinn said with a smile, turning around. But the other two were no longer where they once were. Quinn could hear two beeping sounds almost instantly. Turning to his left and right, he could see both of them already with their hands against the door. All three participants have accepted the test. Once all three enter their test room, the doors will be shut and the test will begin. Warning, the tests will have to be taken alone. Any interruptions by other participants will result in immediate failure. Passing the test will open another door, leading to your respective rewards. With the doors open, Quinn lifted up both hands and gave a thumbs up to them both before walking in, and now all three of them were in a pitch-black room. They were separate from each other. Quinn thought that perhaps with his heightened senses he would be able to hear the others in their rooms, but he was unable to hear anything. Until the sound of some electronics were moving in his room. It sounded like a platform was appearing from underneath, and he could see a person being lifted up into the room, one that looked identical to Richard himself. You're not Richard, at least not the real one, right? Quinn asked. No, the person shook his head. I am but a mere clone, who was woken up by your arrival. Although if you're here, it should mean the original has perished, so I might be as real as I can be. I should have all his memories, at least up to the moment he created me. Hearing this, Quinn was looking forward to asking the clone some questions about Eno and his intentions. However, he didn't get the chance. It's time for your test. If you succeed, you might get the answers you seek. In the other rooms, both Logan and Mona had been placed in the same situation, each of them meeting with a clone of Eno. Mona, I'm elated that you were among those who have come here. Honestly, there was a good chance that you wouldn't have come. The clone spoke with a mild smile on his face. Given their age difference, They resembled a grandfather who was looking lovingly over his granddaughter.
You're crucial to humanity's fate in your own way, and I don't mean just because you created a force that allowed you to rise to the position of one of the big four. The truth is, I didn't save your life. It was more of me hiding you. There is someone out there who is looking for your powers more than you might believe, and I fear that if they obtain it, then it would mean the human race will once again create another problem for themselves. You already know them. It's a group known as Pure. They might not seem like that much of a threat with the war that is going on, but they are dabbling in cross-breeding humans with beasts, creating something that might even be worse than Dalki. I fear that they will succeed, as history has already seen it happen a long time ago. The events that have played out have all been scratched and rewritten, but I've watched it happen. Your ancestors played a crucial part in helping save the world back then with their powers, which is why I return the favor by protecting your family from the shadows. Whatever happens, you must not allow Pure to get their hands on you. I know you care for the people around you, so you will try your best to help them. There seems to be others that hold grudges against Pure as well. Perhaps someday they can aid you in this fight. With all the troubles you and the world will face, I have left you something that you will be able to use in the war.
Mona looked confused for a second as she stared at Ino's clothes. She had been listening carefully the whole time. She didn't know too much about her family. Similar to Quinn's, they had ended up dying in the war. Yet they had passed on next to nothing to her. She had heard the rumors that Pure had kidnapped some of her members, but what she was concerned about was something else. "What about my test? Don't I have to prove that I am worthy of the reward?" Mona asked.
You have passed the test simply by coming here. Humans show a lot of discrimination to what they can't understand, or those that are different to them. They have done this for centuries, but you found out what I was, and still chose to trust me by coming here, and you have come here with another that is like myself.
It was then, strangely, that the clone lifted both its hand up, covering them with red aura. Mona had a bad feeling of what was about to happen, and using both its arms, clone Ino killed himself on the spot. As soon as the clone died and fell to the ground, the door on the other side opened up. Walking towards the door, Mona stopped by the dead body which lay on the floor. She turned it over so she could see Richard's face. "I never did get to say goodbye. You might have protected me for your own reasons, but that doesn't change the fact that you looked after me, and for that you have my gratitude." She gently placed her hands over his eyelids, shutting them before walking through the door and out of the black room. The door behind had closed, and she now was in some type of strange lab. A giant glass tube container could be seen in front of her, and floating inside was a headless man. "What is this, and who is that?" Mona thought. Walking up to the glass tube, she could then see a digital name running across the top. Oscar White. It was just a body without its head, floating inside the container. There was no visible wound on the body to indicate that someone had removed the head. It almost looked smooth, as if there had never been a head there in the first place. "My sources tell me that our retired Supreme Commander had lost a fight against One Horn, and that his body seemed to have been mostly destroyed, aside from his head. But this makes no sense," Mona thought, as she walked up to the container, trying to see if she could find the head. It didn't take her long to find what she was looking for. Off to the side, a few meters away, another glass container was seen. Inside it was filled with liquid, and she could see a floating head, one that was without a doubt Oscar's. However, when making eye contact with such a thing, she felt her stomach churning, goosebumps appearing over her arms. It looked like Oscar without a shadow of a doubt, but for whatever reason, he now had a creepy smile spread across his face. It stretched from ear to ear, and it wouldn't stop. Getting closer to it, she placed her hand on the glass. "Richard, how is this meant to help us win the war? What have you done to him?" Mona mumbled the question to herself. In that split second, as she lifted her hand off of the glass container, the eyes inside moved and were now staring right at her, while the smile still hadn't faded. "It's alive!" Mona let out a scream as she nearly fell over backwards. She quickly stabilized herself and was glad that she was the only one in the room. As she slowly regained some of her calm demeanor, she started to walk around the room, and found that the eyes of Oscar continually followed her. "Oscar, what has he done to you? Are you really still alive there? You can hear me, right?" Mona asked, but there was no reply, no blinking, only his eyes that followed her every step and that unsettling smile that wouldn't disappear. "Now what do I do?" Mona thought. As she waited in the room, there were 4 doors in total, the one she came from, one to her left, one to her right, and another straight ahead, but only her own had opened up. "I guess I have no other choice but to wait until the other 2 are done. Unfortunately, I doubt he will have made their tests as easy as mine. Hopefully Logan or Quinn can figure out what has happened to Oscar and what exactly we should do with him." Logan was currently face to face with one of Richard's clones. However, unlike Quinn, he didn't give the other any chance to speak. Instead, he instantly took control over the situation. "You told me that Jim was the one who killed my parents, that he was the one who had taken over the AI in my house. But for what?" Logan asked. "Judging from what we have learned from you, we have gathered that you are the person who is willing to do anything, and I mean anything for the sake of the human race. Now, I don't know if you were telling the truth, or you simply allowed it to happen because you found that my skills would surpass my parents, but only if you thought I needed something to give me that extra push to grow stronger, to give me a reason to fight our enemy. I just know that my parents are dead. Jim is dead, and even the real you is dead. So what does that mean now?" Logan asked him with slanted eyes, his balled-up hands shaking. Clone Richard was silent for a while. He was patiently waiting for Logan to let out all of his anger. "I deeply regret what has happened to your family, but I have told you the truth," the clone replied. "You saw it in your own family's logs, how there was a promise between our families. I promised that I would protect them, yet I failed to save your parents, and it was even at the hands of my own bloodline. Whatever you want to do, you'll have to decide for yourself. The members of your Green family have always acted out of a desire to discover new things and to accumulate knowledge, not because of revenge, Logan. Seeing as their blood runs through your veins, I'm sure you'll do the right thing. Should you pass, and I pray that you do, the reward that awaits you will be all the knowledge I have amassed over my lifetime, the creation of clones, the world's real history, and more. However, once you gain possession of that knowledge, there will be others like you who will come after you to seek it out. While the pursuit of knowledge might be a noble thing, certain things can't be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Now that I can no longer protect you, you'll have to be able to protect yourself." Stepping aside, a teleporter started to rise out from the ground. Logan didn't know what his test was, but it seemed like it would be one that was to test his strength, one of the areas that he was lacking in. Logan understood that this was his last chance to refuse to take the test. If he went through, there was likely no way out for him other than completing the task or die trying. "Knowledge. Is that what I want? All I've been thinking about all this time are my parents. But is Richard telling me to forget about all that, to just enjoy life as me?" Not yet clear about his answer, Logan hoped that he might find it in the reward itself. After a bit of hesitation, he concluded that he had come too far to just abandon everything. Once stepping through the teleporter, he experienced the usual feeling of getting transported somewhere else. Unsurprisingly, he didn't end up anywhere that he recognized. Immediately, Logan put on his speed suit and started to scan the area. Since it was dark and night on the planet, night vision was a basic requirement. Looking around, he found himself in some sort of junkyard. There were several scraps of rubbish metals and more all over the place, but so far no signs of any beasts. Carefully checking out the area, Logan was waiting for his AI to gather more information. It quickly became apparent that this planet wasn't one that was in his database. Could it be one of the planets of the sector we are currently in? Since the reward should be behind the door in that room I was just in, there has to be a way for me to return. Is that my test? To survive and find the teleporter back? Logan wondered. Figuring that this was a new planet, Logan decided to have a look at what exactly this rubbish was. There were things he had never seen before, and things that looked familiar. Walking up to one of the large piles, he soon saw objects falling down from the top of the pile. Looking more closely, he discovered a single horn sticking out from the top. Quickly, Logan jumped back and readied his blasters. Moving from the rubbish, it revealed a beast that looked similar to a muscular dog, only its jaws seemed to extend far wider than should be possible. Opening its mouth, it revealed a tongue that would be as long as a frog and seemingly just as flexible. Unfortunately, that creature wasn't alone. Logan noticed that other trash piles started moving, and more of the dog-like beasts began to appear. One of the beasts opened its mouth wide, growling at Logan, so he wasted no time using his blaster, firing directly in its mouth. "How do you like the power of a raw intermediate crystal?" Logan shouted, confident that the beast wouldn't get up from it. He was right, but there were already 10 of his buddies in the area around Logan, and if there were more of them, he began to worry how many his blaster could kill before running out of energy. Quinn was ready to hear the details of his test and was waiting for Eno to explain, but instead, the clone stepped to the side, and there was a platform underneath him.
"For your test to begin, we first must make some preparations. Please step on here," the clone instructed him.
On the ground, Quinn could see a strange circle with several different shapes and characters he was unable to read. He was worried that this could be something disastrous. "Have you seen this before? Does it have something to do with the equivalent exchange ability?" Quinn asked.
"I have no clue what is about to happen. It's your call, Quinn," Vincent replied.
Quinn had already made up his mind, so he decided to not hesitate and step on the strange circle. The next message that had appeared he wasn't expecting. "System has been overridden. System will now temporarily go offline." The junkyard seemed to be endless. No matter which direction Logan looked in, it was all just plastered in junk, making him even wonder if that might just be the type of planet he was on. Finding a teleporter seemed as likely as finding a needle in a haystack, not that he had the time to leisurely search through it. He was busy running away from the dog-type beasts. Logan was doing his best to conserve the energy of his blasters, since he didn't have an endless supply of backup crystals with him. While trying to find a way out, he would only fire when those beasts came so close that he had to defend himself. Unfortunately, even after half an hour of running around, Logan didn't really get anywhere, and the number of his pursuers hadn't decreased at all. His AI was still scanning the area, but nothing useful had come of it up until now. "Those beasts seem to be on the same level as intermediate-tier beasts, so I can finish them with a single blast in a vital spot, but I'm down to 3 replacement crystals," Logan thought. Did Eno just want to see me survive the onslaught of beasts? Simulating how people might come after me for his knowledge? Is there something about it that I have yet to grasp? Could there be someone behind these dog-like beasts? Something like a pack leader? Do I have to defeat that guy to make the others stop? If he continued to waste energy on these smaller beasts, then when meeting with the stronger one, assuming there actually was one, he would eventually lose out. Logan tried to find another beast, but to no avail. The cycle continued, and Logan knew something had to change. He had only 10 blasts left in his blaster before he had to recharge it. Then he would have to start fighting the beasts with his bare hands. Trying the same thing and getting no result, Logan decided to run away from where the beasts were located. They were quite fast, and eventually 3 stayed on his tail. One of them was running across the top of the junk pile, and when it caught up to Logan in his speed suit and was side by side, it leapt up in the air, going for the attack. "Here I thought you were smarter. You should have learned from your brethren that once you're in the air, it just makes it easier to hit you," Logan thought. With a headshot, the beast was dead, but that's when Logan noticed that the other 2 had stopped following him. To be more precise, both of them stood on top of the junk piles and just looked at him. "That's strange. They have been following me for a while, so why stop now?" Logan wondered. "Is this the end of their territory? Will I get something else if I go in that direction?" At first, he kept his eye on them, taking a few careful steps back, yet they continued to just stare at him. Taking it one step further, he showed his back to them, taking a few more steps, before quickly turning around, having expected them to follow, but nothing of that sort had happened. In fact, one of them seemed to have gone back, whereas the sole remaining one was looking from Logan to his partner, as if trying to decide who to follow. In the end, he decided against Logan. As such, Logan walked through the junkyard, but all of the pieces of scrap that were around seemed to be useless. He couldn't really make anything from them unless he activated his soul weapon, and that seemed like a waste. After unsuccessfully searching for about an hour, Logan was starting to wonder why he hadn't seen anything else. He had been sure to encounter another type of monster, but after scanning for signs of life, the AI had found nothing at all. He decided that he had no choice but to turn around and head back to where the hounds were. I must have missed something. Upon returning, he was unable to see the hounds, but as soon as he stepped 1 foot into the area he was in before, the piles of junk started to move again, realigning the dogs. Immediately they started to go after him. Let's test this, Logan thought, turning back and running around. Then when they reached the same point as last time, they stopped again. This is the only place with beasts that I've been able to find nearby, and those dogs, for whatever reason, they stop there each time. I know that this isn't the territory of something else, so they must have some reason for not wanting to move too far away. Are they protecting something? Richard had to have a reason for putting me here through the teleporter, and not the rest of the planet. Something has to be there, Logan concluded. Running in again, Logan quickly blasted the guard dogs and dealt with them quickly. Running through, going deeper into the area he was in before, he was met with even more dogs. Now there was a group of 5 surrounding him. He fired off his blasters, and a few shots missed while one managed to hit. For the first time, they had gotten up close, so he immediately swung out his arm, allowing the dog to bite it. The metal casing around it fell off, revealing Logan's Dalkey hand. The next second, Logan used his great strength to swing the dog into the others, hitting them away, but at the same time, his blasters had run out. On top of that, when he looked back up, as quick as he dealt with 5 of them, he could see another 5, and more coming from a distance. I've never seen this many beasts in a single area before, and I already killed so many of them. How are there so many? Logan thought. Desperately thinking that perhaps there was another teleporter somewhere in the area, Logan ran in again. He was down to his last remaining backup crystal, and he would rather keep it from his suits. As such, he resorted to using his Dalkey arm, yet the numbers of the dogs attacking him grew to 20. Logan changed the spiders from a speed suit into a defensive suit. It was sort of blocking most of the attacks, and with his arm he could deal with them in a couple of hits. They were no match against a Dalkey, but even then the numbers weren't decreasing, and somehow they were increasing the further in he got. Even with the Dalkey arm, I'm going to tire out eventually. They'll be able to get through to my armor. It doesn't look like there are stronger beasts than those. Do I just have to fight an army of them? Will it even stop if I kill 1,000 of them? You could have told me something more, Eno. Logan was frustrated, and taking out his frustration, he continued to defeat the dogs. It certainly was a tough battle, but it seemed more like a battle of endurance rather than strength. What was more frustrating for Logan was that even though he was racking his head trying to figure out how to solve this, he just lacked vital information about what the ancient vampire wanted from him. Fine, you want to test me out on my strength, then so be it, Logan thought, as he dived right into one of the junk piles and immediately pressed his hand against it, activating his soul weapon. He could soon control all the metallic components, giving them minds similar to machines. For a lack of time, he forewent turning them into spiders first, and instead he started to turn the surrounding junk into 3 giant snakes. Get rid of them, Logan shouted, and the giant snakes quickly followed their master's command. With their sheer size, they were easily able to take out what felt like the endless wave of dogs. Now, with some guards on his side, Logan had some breathing space. He started to go to all the piles of rubbish in the nearby area and created more giant snakes out of them. His MC cells would soon run out without any beast crystals to utilize their power, but that's when Logan discovered something. All of the dogs seemed to originate from one particular trash pile, and they also seemed reluctant to leave it, despite the oncoming snakes. So I was right. They're really protecting something, and whatever it is, it has to be in there. Ordering a couple of the giant trash snakes he had created, they started to attack, and Logan himself got involved fighting them as well. Eventually, all of those surviving dogs near the trash pile were destroyed. Using his ability again, instead of creating something from it, he decided to move it to the side, and that's when Logan could see it. Something looked to be growing out of the ground, similar to a giant hand, but what struck his eye was what it was holding, a crystal. It didn't seem like a beast crystal, yet at the same time it did. Staring into its pattern, it looked like a crystal made from space itself. Walking up to it, Logan touched it out of curiosity. Just to be safe, he touched it with his Dalki hand, but nothing happened. Carefully, he started to yank the crystal out from the ground. Surprisingly, it had been rooted more strongly than he had anticipated, forcing him to use all of his strength. In an instant, howls from all over were heard at the same time. "What is going on?" Logan asked.
"What you have in your hand is one of the secrets of the world, knowledge that the humans once had lost."
Turning back around, Logan could see an Eno clone standing behind the strange hand. Logan wondered how and when he had gotten there, or if he had been hiding the whole time. It was hard to tell if it was the same or a different clone. "What is it?" Logan asked, more interested in the crystal than the antics of the old man.
"This is what you would call a nest crystal. It's something even more valuable than a demon-tier crystal. It's the lifeblood of certain planets, and it's what is used to create beasts."
The clone then held out his hand, offering it to Logan.
"You have successfully passed the test. Are you ready to learn more about this world?"
At the moment, Logan was being led by the clone through the junkyard to a different area. Canceling his soul weapon, the giant snakes made from junk soon fell to the floor, and the beasts also seemed to no longer bother them as they continued to howl. The new nest crystal that Logan had discovered was still on his body, placed in his special toolbox attached to his trousers. He still had it on him for when Borden came along on journeys. It was also a good place to keep important things. Honestly, Logan thought that perhaps after getting such a crystal, it would need to be handed back to Richard or the clone, but he had asked for no such thing. Still, he was fascinated about learning everything about it. "A nest crystal in a place like this? So they're actually real?" Logan asked. He had heard a few things about a rumored nest crystal, but that was all it was. Some thought it was a myth. There were reports that some groups had seen them, but never managed to get their hands on such a thing.
"You have your answer already," the clone replied. "Nest crystals are what give the energy to the beasts. It's a strange phenomenon, to say the least. We believe that the creatures on these planets were just regular animals, like we have back on Earth at some point in time. However, they were drawn to these mystical energies called the nest crystals. The animals gave birth, laid their eggs next to these crystals, and eventually started to change, going through an evolution. They were born with crystals inside of their bodies, and they gained great power. The nest crystal itself seems to adapt to the newly found beasts it has created, and almost starts replicating them, spawning them constantly at an incredible rate, and this is what we know as the beasts today."
Logan was thinking back to his test, how the beasts seemed to constantly be appearing. "Are you saying the nest crystals were the cause of all the beasts I fought? The fact that their numbers didn't dwindle was due to how fast they were being produced?"
"Correct. If you had continued to fight the beasts, it would have been endless, just like the energy in the crystal itself. It is also because of this fact that nest crystals have been almost impossible for humans to find. Fighting countless waves of beasts or even coming across an area would put off most groups. In the first place, the beasts tend to try and hide or cover the nest crystal away from the eyes of others. And as you expect, this crystal, or these crystals, are one of the rewards that will help you in your fight. Unfortunately, nest crystals are unable to be turned into beast weapons, but they have endless amounts of energy. A large ship would have to never gather any crystals again, only having to use one of these nest crystals. But there are more uses than even that for it. For example, Richard's ability of equivalent exchange. There would often be a cost associated with using it. This cost could sometimes be in the forms of large energy, and when this was the case, beast crystals could be used, and that includes nest crystals. Logan was figuring out how dangerous such a crystal was in the hands of someone like Richard. A nest crystal, endless power that could produce beast after beasts. "It broke the rules of your ability," Logan answered. "Correct again. I can see why the original Richard has hope in you, the clone replied. With the nest crystal, one was able to use its energy again and again. It felt as if there was no cost to using the ability. However, there were some things that took even the entire crystal to use our powers.
Already, Logan was learning so much, and with the nest crystal in his possession, he wondered what could be done with them. He didn't have the equivalent exchange ability, but through his research in the Dalki creation, he learned there were other ways to use crystal energy. For one, he wouldn't have had his problem with his blasters. His soul weapon could be used endlessly since it relied on the powers of the crystals, but both of those methods were selfish. Logan was thinking of something else. He was pretty sure that both Jim and Richard had used these nest crystals to produce the countless clones they had created. It was probably the same for the vampires. But there was a problem of a short lifespan with the clones. That was because they were creating multiple clones with the energy of the crystal. Eventually, that energy would fade as there was no beast crystal in their body. But what if a clone was created with the nest crystal in their body, similar to beasts? Wouldn't they then be able to create a perfect clone?
It is time for us to get the rest of your rewards.
The clone had moved some scrap from one of the piles, and underneath there was a portal. He had his hand placed forward, offering the way for Logan, but Logan stopped just outside before going in. "I know you're not coming with me. Your duty ends here," Logan said, having figured out that this clone had been on this planet for a while. It was hard to explain, but he could tell it wasn't the same one in the room as him. "I know you're not the real Richard, but I want to say something. I saw that you did a lot for my family. I want to thank you for helping them and for helping me. Learning about the nest crystals, thinking about the possibilities that I could create with it, has brought back my passion." With that said, the clone smiled, and Logan stepped through the teleporter. Logan was expecting to be returned to the Black Room and for the doors to open, but instead, he was transported to a lab of all things. It was filled with giant monitors and countless terminals and servers all over the room. "Is this all still on the ship?" There was only one door in the room, but it remained closed. Logan could have probably opened it with his ability, but he decided to keep it closed, for fear that he would be interrupting the others' tests. "He said that I would be taken to a place where all the information is gathered. So, is it all here? If I touch these objects, will I learn everything that Eno knew?" This was somewhat what Logan had been waiting for, but now that he was here, it felt too easy, as if he was almost cheating in a game. He also had no idea what to expect. "The nest crystal was already a big find, but I have to learn more. There has to be more information about how to help out." Touching just one of the servers in the room, all the information was downloading into Logan's head. His ability and mind quickly allowed him to process everything that he was learning. After a few minutes, he had gathered a lot of the information, but he realized when touching it that it was only a fraction of the information that was there. "There is information on each and every one of these servers about different things. The cloning techniques, magic, vampire history, human history, even information on Pure. Everything is here. Who was Richard Eno?" were all the questions running through Logan's head right now, but he knew that he was going to find out. A while ago, Quinn had stepped onto the strange drawing in the room, and he had received a devastating message. He had an idea of what had happened, so immediately he went to look at his system. The only thing there was no system to bring up. Once before he had experienced something similar to this. It was the first time he had met Richard, and it was what had put a bad taste in his mouth about the man in the first place. There was one thing he was sure about, though. Richard could control the system.
"As a clone, I do not have Richard's powers," the clone answered, "which is why there had been some things that were prepared beforehand. For your test, Quinn, Richard has observed that your fast growth in strength could only be really explained by one thing, the system that he and Vincent created together. However, the system was only a tool that was to teach a person how to use their vampire powers, to bridge the gap, the years of experience vampires had. Now you must fight with your own strength without the help of the system." Rising from the ground were several platforms, and with them there were clones. Several clones of Richard himself. In total, 6 of them. "Ha! So my test is fighting you, and you're saying I can go all out?"
You don't know how long I've been wanting to do this, Quinn said. The test had begun, with one of the clones running towards him, activating the blood drill. Seeing this, Quinn was calm. He closed his eyes, gathering the large ki energy in his body, and also chose to suppress the red energy. Combining the red energy and ki energy inside his body produced a stronger attack than using one energy or the other. Still, they also interfered with each other, not allowing the other one to use its special properties to the fullest. This was also the reason why Quinn had struggled to learn the third stage of ki. Now that he had a large amount of ki compared to his blood energy, he had figured it out, and to top it off, ki was perfect against vampires. The energy gathered in his fist, and the raw energy, was almost physically able to be seen in a glowing orange color. The clone was still a few feet away. With a snap of Quinn's hand, a loud bang was heard, and the clone had stopped in its tracks, falling to the floor. It was dead, lying there on the floor. I know you by now. You were planning to kill all the clones anyway, and you wouldn't have let me leave this place until they were dead. But I think you got one thing wrong. I don't rely on the system. It was a strange feeling not being able to use the system for Quinn's skills. Before, he would use the shadow and even activate the blood abilities through the system. Now he could access none of it. Even when Eno had messed around with his system before, he had only limited his skills, but this was more like the system was offline. However, fighting against the clones, there was no need for Quinn to use any of the skills in the system. He could beat all of them with just the power of his ki. Even Quinn didn't expect the third stage of ki to work this well against Eno. In a way, with Quinn's strength and power, there was virtually no way for them to counter the attack, unless they had an ability, skills, or strong beast armor. Still, as the next clones came from behind, Quinn raised a shadow, blocking their attacks, and then, with the two in front of him, Quinn started to spin blood drills, swinging a punch and hitting both of the clones who had performed blood drills of their own. What was unsurprising was that Quinn's power had won out against the clone Eno's, with the hands of both of them ripped to shreds. However, Quinn didn't stop his attack there, as he used his speed to get close to them. Lifting his leg, he performed a kick with the power of ki directly to their heads, finishing them both off. It had been less than a minute, yet the number of clones had already dropped in half. When the shadow dropped down, the clones were ready to pile up on the vampire lord, yet they could see nothing, until Quinn appeared directly behind them, already with his hands through both of their chests. This time he had used the second stage of ki to sharpen his fingertips so they were like claws, while also covering it with the third stage. It had allowed him to bypass any type of defense they might have mustered. Quinn didn't go on the attack against the sole remaining survivor because the clone itself just stood there as if it was frozen, or something in its body had short-circuited. Will the test be over once I kill you, or is there another part to it? Quinn asked with a smirk on his face. Hearing this question had managed to snap the clone back to its duty. The test is over, the clone spoke, as if it couldn't even believe it was saying those words. In reality, it wasn't that clone Eno had never thought that Quinn would pass the test. He had just never thought that even without the system, Quinn was still this deadly. It seems like you don't really understand what just happened, Quinn spoke calmly, enjoying the feeling of stumping Richard Eno, even though it was just a clone of his. Ever since I got the system, I had been afraid that there might come a time when I won't be able to use it. After the first time that Richard altered it, I knew that my fears weren't unfounded. If he could alter it as its creator, it only seemed natural that he might have a way to do something worse. It was from then on that I chose to try to learn all the skills without using the system. There are still times and certain skills that I use through the system, but as you saw yourself, I'm far from useless even without it. In a way, Quinn had also decided to test himself during the fight. He knew he could beat all the Eno clones, and he could have done so just using the third stage of ki he had recently learned, but while fighting, he had chosen to use all of his skills without the system, to check on his progress in a real fight. We clones only have the memories up until the point that Richard chose to create us. That being said, I have a feeling that the original would also have been surprised how easy you have passed, the clone said. No matter what,
You always seemed to be an anomaly that we failed to predict. We didn't know what you would do, what path you would take, or your emotions, and it wasn't just him. Anyway, enough of that. It is now time for your reward for completing your task. Please step back into the marking once again."
Quinn did as he was asked, and soon he received a message from the system. "System has been activated again." Checking everything was okay, Quinn was happy to get it back. Although he had just proven that he didn't have to rely on the system, he had already gotten so used to it that it had felt strange with it being absent.
Although this test was to see how you did without the system, it doesn't mean the system doesn't offer you certain benefits. When creating the system, the original Eno did put a hope in it. He wasn't sure how much it would help, but Eno was always a person with many plans, more than one. Which is why he decided if you passed the test, this should be your reward.
The clone stated as he held out his hands.
"It's a hidden feature that will only activate once the system hears this phrase from his voice. The phrase is, 'System unlock.'"
As if reacting to those words, Quinn had received a new system message that appeared bright green, but he didn't quite understand the words he was seeing. "The system has been fully unlocked. The system grants you power. All available stats have been boosted to their maximum. Your body can feel the energy through you." The system was right. Quinn could feel his body changing, as if it was breaking down and regenerating on the spot. Just what did Richard do to the system for it to allow to do this? Quinn thought. Strength 100, agility 100, stamina 100, charm 100. The reward was a max out of all his base stats. Quinn couldn't believe it. With a few simple words, he had achieved what might have taken him years, but he did realize it hadn't improved everything. For example, Quinn's blood control was at 184. Although it was above 100 for blood control, he gathered this was quite a low number. At the same time, Quinn could see that his level was still at 70, and it looked like there was still an EXP bar. Part of him had been hoping that upon reaching level 70, that it would allow him to reach the next evolution, but sadly, nothing exceptional had happened. Wait, if I can still level up, can these stats be further improved? Quinn asked out loud, as he realized the possibility.
No, the clone instantly shattered his hopes in that regard. For your stats themselves, this is the highest they will go. The number in the first place is based on your potential, and the system has made it so your body is now the best it can be. However, you can still improve your shadow skills and blood skills. I'm not able to help in that department. Maybe there are still more things in their system for it to grow. As you know, the system itself is something that has surpassed our expectations.
With that done, it was time for Quinn to leave the black room. A light lit up the room, revealing a door. Sliding down, Quinn was free to exit, and so he did, without turning back or looking at the clone. He had already said his goodbyes to Richard. It was time for him to do what he needed to do. After going through the door, he had entered another hallway. After a short walk, the door at the end opened, and Quinn had entered the room. "Quinn, you passed!" Mona congratulated him, just thankful that finally someone else was in the room with her. Quinn was about to reply when he saw what else was in the room. "Is that Oscar?" Quinn asked, seeing the strange drifting body. He could tell instantly something was up. Although it had Oscar's body, it just didn't quite feel like it was actually him. Seeing that it was in Eno's lab, and Quinn knew that Oscar was already on the brink of death when he had posed as him through Shiro last time, he used the inspect skill. "Dullahan." As soon as Quinn saw Oscar's apparent body, he knew something was wrong. The last time he had seen Oscar, it felt like there was no chance for him to come back, nor any wish for him to come back either. So it made him wonder just what had happened, so his body had gotten in the hands of Richard Eno. "What have you done?" Quinn thought. Using his inspect skill, he could see that his hunch was correct. Oscar was no longer a human. Instead, his inspect skill told him he was something known as a Dullahan. However, this was a word or a creature Quinn was unfamiliar with. "It looks like you know a little more than I do," Mona said, standing by Quinn's side. She had made the assumption due to his shocked expression, but perhaps that was just the fact that he had seen Oscar in such a state. The two of them were looking at the head rather than the body. It looked like Quinn's entrance had grabbed his attention, since it was no longer staring at Mona, but just Quinn. Seeing this, Quinn moved his hand from side to side, but the eyes didn't follow. But taking a step to the left and right, it did. What is he looking at? Quinn wondered. Maybe it wants another head buddy? Mona joked. It was then that Quinn started to move just his head, rather than his body, even bending forward. The joke that Mona made didn't seem so funny anymore, since its eyes had just followed Quinn's head. Vincent, do you know what it is? Quinn asked, hoping to answer Mona's question. Even though he knew the name of the subject, since it wasn't created by Quinn himself, he was unable to see information like when he would create a subclass. The Headless Horseman or Woman, Vincent answered. It was a legend told when I was very young. However, even to vampires, such a creature is more mythical than anything. I'm not sure if it's a vampire subclass. At least one hadn't been created during my time, and there were no records of such a thing. However, we have learned that even dragons exist, which I would have thought were mythical as well. For as long as vampires have lived, we have never seen such creatures as dragons, yet here we are. It makes me wonder if Eno tried to create an entirely new creature, similar to what Jim did, or if what we are seeing here is a legendary creature being reborn. Perhaps just like dragons, they had died out, and Richard had found a way to bring one back or create one through Oscar. Although Quinn had learned a little more about the Dullahan, he didn't learn about its nature, powers, or ability. Quinn had repeated to Mona what he knew, and she didn't seem to have any knowledge of the creature either. So, what do we do now? It's Oscar, we should take him out, right? After all, Richard said he had prepared rewards that would help us, and this should be my reward. Hearing this, Quinn wanted to ask Mona what her trial was, but decided against it, in case it was something personal. Maybe he would ask once he learned about Logan's, who they had yet to see. I'm not sure if he's friendly or not. The way he's looking at me is giving me goosebumps. Let's just try to figure out how to get out first. We won't leave without him, don't worry, Quinn answered. The two of them looked for a way out, but just like Mona, they could only find the other doors that neither of them had come through from. There were two more, which was strange in itself. When I completed my task, I came through this door, so maybe Logan is still doing his, and then he will maybe come through one of the others. If we wait for him, maybe he will eventually come through one of the doors, Quinn suggested. Mona agreed that the logic was sound, so they waited and waited, but there was no sign of Logan, and neither of the doors were opening. Since both of their tests were so quick, they were wondering if Logan was struggling to make it, or if he had completed his task or not. As time went on, Quinn was tempted to use his shadow abilities and enter the room. Maybe it's because I haven't accepted my reward, Mona eventually said, making Quinn forget about his previous urge. Since they might leave the room anyway, and with nothing else for them to do, Quinn thought that they could try to free Oscar regardless. In the first place, Quinn had gotten a boost from his reward, so he was sure that Richard wasn't lying about these rewards helping them. On top of that, if a fight was to break out, was the Dullahan a creature capable of stopping him with his stat boost? Oscar was strong, but a lot of his strength came from his soul weapon and demon tier weapon, both with which he no longer had. Out of the two parts in separate containers, Mona and Quinn agreed to free the body first. The head just felt creepy. On one of the computers there was a clear button to open the two glass containers, one on the left and one on the right. Assuming the one on the left was connected to the left container, they pressed down on the button. The glass container immediately started to drain. Once it did, the glass began to sink down below into the ground, and the wires connected to the body were ejected. Okay, gotta be ready for anything, Quinn thought, activating his shadow and keeping it hovering by his back. When the body was free, it started to move around and stretched a couple of times. It looked like someone who had been stuck or asleep in the same potion for a long time. The body was muscular and completely naked, so they could see everything in the flesh, but something strange happened. From its neck upwards, a bright blue mist started to show. It looked like a flame, yet they could also tell that it wasn't a flame. A few seconds later, it snapped its fingers. The light blue mist spread to its body and started to materialize an armor set on itself and a sword behind its back. What is this? Is it something similar to my shadow ability, where I can keep items in my dimensional space? Did Ino also prepare all this for him? Using his inspect skill again, Quinn wanted to see the stats of the armor and the weapon he had just summoned. Still, he was in for a surprise, as the items themselves were not beast armor. Is this possible? Is Oscar now some type of god? Was Quinn's thought. After learning of the gods and dragons, it wasn't something that he would put past him. Maybe Richard had captured one of the gods' dormant souls and placed it onto Oscar. "Oscar, can you hear us? Are you friendly?" Mona shouted out to the body. However, instead of answering them or walking over to where they were, it turned around and looked towards its head. It walked up to the glass, and the head's eyes looked at its own body. "What's it going—" A smashing sound was heard. The glass container broke. The Dullahan then grabbed its own head by the top of its hair and pulled it towards itself. "Is it going to wear it? Or put it back on, I mean," Quinn thought, carefully watching its every move. Strangely, it didn't attempt to put its head back on the mist. Instead, it just grabbed the head and tucked it in by its side. "Can you speak?" Quinn asked. Lifting up the head, it shook it, indicating that it couldn't, even though the head had a mouth, with the creepy smile still there. "Are you going to hurt us?" Mona asked. Using the head again, it shook it, indicating it was a no. Both of them looked at each other and were thankful that this was the case. They wanted to ask it more questions, since it seemed to understand them, but thought it would be hard to talk this way. "Maybe we can get it a pen and paper, and we can see if it can talk properly to us, or a tablet or something," Quinn said. While making this suggestion, they could see that Oscar was walking towards one of the doors, and the door had started to open. "Huh? What? Wait, let's follow him. Maybe that's where Logan will be," Quinn said, and the two quickly followed, but also made sure not to get too close to the headless person, just in case he would turn on them. When they entered the room, though, there was no sign of Logan. Instead, it was something they both didn't expect to see, a creature of some sort that was trapped in a cage. "A horse?" Mona said. That's when it clicked in Quinn's head from what Vincent had told them. The Headless Horseman! The creature stuck in the cage was without a doubt a horse. The only thing was it didn't look like a regular horse. It was black in color, but it didn't have just black like fur similar to horses on Earth. This was the darkest black that one could see. Not an ounce of light was being reflected off its fur. It was nearly impossible to differentiate its mane and the hair on its body when together. If it was nighttime, it would stand out for how dark it was, but that wasn't the only thing that they would be able to see, for the horse had red eyes. They were the same shade as vampires. "That horse, it doesn't feel like a beast," Mona said. From her experience of using her ability through the years, she could almost tell in an instant whether this was something her powers could work on. "That's because it's not a beast," Vincent said in Quinn's head. "This creature has more signs of it being a familiar, but I have never seen one like this before. Perhaps—" Vincent had paused as if he was going to say more, but he didn't want to shout out baseless theories and worry Quinn or give him wrong information. It was then that Quinn himself could feel a tingling feeling on his back. Coming from a certain marking, it was bony. His own familiar was reacting. His marking felt like it was trying to break free from his body, and at the same time, the horse stood up on its rear legs and neighed loudly. It wasn't a high-pitched neigh like usual horses did. Instead, the sound produced had a low frequency, so low that the ground was shaking from the bass in the horse's voice. "That's kind of creepy, and why is there a horse acting crazy?" Mona wondered. Quinn knew it had something to do with his familiar, but he didn't know why. The mist from his back started to appear, floating outward and moving towards the horse's location. "What are you doing? Come back!" Quinn ordered. He feared that there might be a confrontation. At the same time, Oscar moved forward and drew his sword from his back, ready to fight what was about to come his way. Although it might be interesting to see the Dullahan's strength at the moment, Quinn knew full well how strong the Bone Claw was, and everyone here was meant to be on the same side. They didn't want to hurt a potential ally soon after receiving one. I do not wish to hurt them," Quinn shouted even louder, and this time with anger in his voice. Before the mist could form, it started to go back to where it was, back to Quinn's body. "Is that the first time the Bone Claw has listened to me? Will it continue to listen to me?" Quinn had neglected the Bone Claw, because it mostly chose to come out when it wished. He knew it fed on his darkest desire, which most of the time was when he filled with anger, and it had helped him out in dire situations. But whenever Quinn had asked for its aid in fights, even when he was on the island, it never seemed to respond. Still, if it listened to this, then maybe the Bone Claw was starting to come around to Quinn. "I have a theory about the reaction, but I cannot confirm," Vincent said. "You should know that familiars do not belong to our world. Vampires lure them over with a scent of their blood, or at times there are families that just wish to live near the vampires. It has been like this for the longest time. No matter where the vampires would move to, there would be familiars that would cross over and live in a similar area to ourselves." Quinn remembered Leo and the others talking about their experience in the familiar world. It was an interesting tale, to say the least. He also remembered Leo saying that they fed off key energy, so it was strange that familiars chose to live near vampires rather than humans. But the vampires hadn't figured out everything about them. There was one person who had done a lot of research on them, though. "In the familiar world, there are beings that even other familiars respect. They have great power, and they have been granted the title king. I believe the reason why the horse and the bone claw on your back were reacting is due to both of them being kings." Hearing the explanation, it sounded like the horse in front of them was a familiar that was just as great as his bone claw. The questions were how Richard was able to catch such a being and what Oscar was planning to do with it. Once it had reached the cage, Oscar held out his hand and started to stroke the top of its nose a few times. It then lifted its head and placed its forehead against the horse's. A few seconds later, the horse's body started to light up. It too started to turn into a black-colored mist, and it all began to head towards Oscar's forehead. Eventually, the horse had disappeared in front of their eyes, and now there was a diamond-shaped marking on top of Oscar's forehead. Now Oscar turned to look at Quinn and Mona again. They jolted backwards, seeing the creepy smile. Even though they had seen it before, it was still unsettling to them. It walked towards the pair, and they both prepared themselves again. But it never touched its sword and just stood still in front of them, as if it was waiting for the two of them to do something. "I guess this thing really won't attack us. That's good news," Mona said. "I wonder how he can use that horse," Quinn thought. Was the horse similar to his bone claw? Since it was a strong familiar, it might even be hard for the Dullahan to use it. Why did it even select the Dullahan and say yes? Maybe the special creature has a close connection with horses. I know it is a familiar, but who knows? At that moment, the sound of the door opening in the other room was heard. All three ran back into the room where Oscar was originally. They found out that the final door had been opened. They all went to take a look, and that's when they could see that they had entered some type of experimental lab. There were several servers all over the place. Sniffing the air, Quinn could tell that there was a human inside. He quickly ran to see if Logan was okay, and although he only had light wounds on his body, for some reason, he was lying on the floor with his head staring up to the ceiling, doing nothing. "Logan, what's wrong? Is everything okay?" Quinn asked. His eyes looked somewhat different. His pupils had shrunken. It felt like he wasn't even registering that Quinn was there. "Quinn, I can hear your voice," Logan said with a smile. It was starting to make Quinn wonder what was with everyone he met today, having an unsettling smile. "I did it. I learned about all the information in all the servers. I learned about them all, and it was my reward." Seeing how Logan was and how strange he was acting, Quinn was slightly worried, but as long as he was in good health, they could help him through whatever they needed to get through. "You don't understand, Quinn. I learned about everything. The nest crystals, how to create clones, the truth of human history. I learned about what Eno did, what he was trying to do, and I also learned about the vampires. I learned about how the vampires were made and how it all started." The last words Logan spoke had caught not only Quinn's attention, but also Vincent's, for even a great and old vampire like him didn't know about the vampire's beginnings. Although Quinn was greatly interested in the information Logan had to share, it seemed like Logan was out of it for the time being. Even he was struggling to process everything that was going through his head. The problem was, this was the last room, and there were no more doors. The ship was large from the outside, so they knew there had to be more rooms than this. Yet, if they just followed where they had come from, it would only lead them back to where their ship was at the moment. Quinn was hoping with the information Logan had that he would be able to lead them in the right direction to try and find more hidden gems on the ship. "Where should we go from here?" Quinn asked. Hearing these words, Logan stood up on his own from the ground. He was no longer looking at the ceiling, and instead started to walk towards one of the large control panels. "There's nothing else on this ship that is worth using, but before we leave, Richard wanted me to show you this," Logan said. "This is also part of your reward, Quinn. I wanted you to also know his original sin, but I wanted to show you something else before that." A strange ball-like device started to drop down from the ceiling. It had several lights and strange components on it. The next second, the entire room had changed, taking them back to a certain point in time. Logan had experienced this before, but the others had not. They were currently in an augmented reality room. When Logan had learned about his family's history and their past, they had created a video log for him. One could record words and details of specific events based on one's memories. Using all this information, the imagery from the mind could be uploaded. One could even create movies easily this way, just with their imagination. The AI would do its best to recreate scenes as if playing a movie to the person they wished to see, only they were in the film themselves. Suddenly, the room had changed. They looked to be in some type of house. It was empty, mostly filled with gray colors, but there was a carpet on the floor with a sofa. The sound of a crying baby was heard. The mother held the baby in her hands as it swung it back and forth, and the father tried to reassure the baby that everything was going to be okay. "What is this?" Quinn asked, looking at the images. For some reason, he wanted to reach out and touch the two parents, looking after the baby. He felt like he knew them, yet at the same time didn't. "I would advise you not to move or try to touch anything," Logan stated. "We're still in the same room, but everything you see is being projected. So although we can't see it, there are still the servers and other things in this place that you could run into. Honestly, Quinn, I don't know how much Eno wanted me to tell you, or whether he wanted me to tell you anything about this. I have information with me that I know could be dangerous in the wrong hands. For example, did you know that beasts used to roam Earth in the past? There used to just be several pieces of large continents floating about. They also had succeeded in mixing beasts and humans in the past, before the Dalki, and the world even had powers such as magic. Yet all of this information was lost, but kept here at the same time. The beasting process, as they called it, was even information that Jim had used to successfully create the Dalki." It was hard for Quinn to even keep up with what Logan was saying, or imagine just how much he had learned. It was no wonder he seemed to be out of it when they had found him. "This, Quinn, I thought you deserved to know this. This here are your parents, Quinn, and the baby is you." When Quinn was a young boy, his parents had died during the First Dalki War. He had found memories of them, but as the years went by, he couldn't remember what they looked like. For some reason, there were no photos of them either. Yet now he could see them both clearly. "Both of them were so beautiful," Quinn said, with a tear falling down his cheek. "How did they make an ugly baby like me?" Quinn thought, thinking about his appearance before he had become a vampire. However, there soon was one person who had entered the room. "I see both of you are doing well," the man said, sitting down on a sofa opposite them. The person had walked straight through Quinn, and for a second, the particles dispersed and soon reappeared, forming his body. The person was Richard. "Richard! Richard knew my parents? What?" Quinn thought. "Yes, he is a quick learner. Just this morning he nearly said Dad," his father said. "Honey, that's ridiculous. He's only 2 weeks old. That would be impossible," his mother replied. "A quick learner is the trait of a certain person I used to know a long time ago. I'm proud to know that his and my blood run through this person's veins," Richard said with a smile. The scene then started to warp and change from there without much being said. "What? Wait!" Quinn called out, running, trying to grab his parents, but soon his hand hit something solid and hard. For a second, the blue particles broke up, showing that he had hit one of the giant servers in the room, and then the vision started to change again. "Quinn, there weren't many interactions in Eno's mind that I could show of your parents, but I thought that you deserved to see them again," Logan explained. "As someone who has recently lost his parents, I can somewhat understand how you feel. Still, whenever you and Eno spoke, he always seemed surprised to see you, or it was unexpected. But the more I looked through his memories, I would frequently see him meet with a certain individual, the Bliss person you spoke of, and not only recently, but it seems that the two have known each other for a very, very long time. Eno and Bliss worked together in hopes to protect the world. Although we may never understand why Bliss wishes to protect the Earth, I thought that we might be able to find Richard's reason, but it never did come to light. The memories he stored here were all from the day he had become a vampire, and there is none past it. There are some things, some disastrous things, I have seen him do during his time. One of them involved the Blade family, but it all seemed to be due to the words of Bliss. He trusted her every word. Still, it seemed like although they were able to fix current problems, ironically, it was almost as if they forgot to think far ahead into the future. Their solutions to the problems would sometimes cause even more problems, and Ino felt guilty for that. The scene around them changed, and Quinn could be seen as a young boy. Due to the war, children were sent out to a shelter together. Quinn had his own room, but he didn't really get on with the other kids, so he stayed in it most of the time. Young Quinn was sitting in his bed, not doing much. Quinn didn't need the video to show him what happened in this scene, because his memory was ingrained in his head. A knock was heard at the door, and young Quinn rushed to open it up, expecting to see his parents had returned, but instead, he saw what looked like a man in a military suit. "This is the day I found out my parents died in the war," Quinn said. Mona and Logan were watching everything carefully, and they could see the heartbroken young Quinn crying, falling to his knees. Mona was also feeling heartache, remembering a similar situation herself. It was then that the man had handed Quinn a book, the book that started it all. Why are you showing me this, Logan?" Quinn asked. This was the most painful memory for him, and now he had to relive it. Logan didn't say anything and allowed the scene to play out. Instead of following Quinn, though, it followed the strange soldier. Eventually, the soldier left the room and quickly ran until it was on the roof of the building they were on. The soldier's face started to change, warping into another person, Brock. "I did as you asked. He has received the book," Brock said. A man who was looking out turned around, revealing that it was Richard Eno. "Good. That young boy from now on will live a hard life, but he must survive. I will do everything I can to protect the Talon bloodline. That family, our family, I owe them both too much, having raised them in this hell. Make sure everything is taken care of for him. Give him a place to live, send him enough money to do as he wishes, and make sure he doesn't find out that it is coming from us," Richard said. It was then that Quinn realized that all his suspicions were correct. He had learned that children who had lost their parents or those with no money were usually forced to live on the beast planets since they were cheaper than Earth. Yet Quinn had been able to live life on Earth. He thought it was due to the government supplying all children with this benefit. This was what he was told, but now he knew everything was Richard Eno's doing. He had been looking out for him from the very beginning. "I know you dislike the person, and honestly, if I had to show you everything he did, it would take years to, and even with everything I know, I can't tell if he is a good person or a bad one. But one thing for sure, he cared about you and your family, even more so than his own purer bloodline. He took a deep interest when your mother met your father," Logan said. "I don't fully understand why, but Quinn, I know you know more about your past, so perhaps learning about how Eno came to be a vampire, you will get your answer," Logan said, as the scene started to change once again, back to when Eno was for a few seconds still a human. The scenery in the room was drastically changing, but unlike what they could see before this time, everything in it was almost unrecognizable. The walls looked to be made of an old stone. A wooden table appeared, and the room was a mess filled with scrolls all over the place. It was clear they were not in a period that wasn't close to their current one. Even more so, there were strange drawings all over the room, patterns of circles with weird characters and more illustrations. "That looks similar to what took my system powers away," Quinn thought, looking at it. While the machine made the room, Vincent, who was able to witness everything Quinn could, was even more excited than him. If he had a body, he would be shaking head to toe. This was because they were about to witness a time when Richard Eno wasn't a vampire. Richard Eno was one of the original vampires, the start of the families and the beginning of everything for the vampire race. Their history had never been told or passed on for how they came to be. It was something that Vincent thought he would never be able to find out or know about in his lifetime, which was why he also chose to never pursue such a thing. Soon, though, they could see two people created by the simulation program, and they were those they had recently come to know. The people who had been projected into the room were Bliss and Richard. It was strange because Richard actually looked like an older version than what he knew him as today. Thinking back, Quinn remembered that it was the same with Leo. After he had been turned, his appearance was younger than before. While Bliss appeared to be far younger, someone who was barely an adult. There was something about the air around her. That annoyed Quinn nearly as much as when he saw Richard. However, as soon as the scene started to play out, there was something that shocked both Quinn and Mona. "Lenny, I need to speak to you. The beasting process you went through, it will not be enough for you to be able to do anything," Bliss said. "I know you want to go out and fight against the shadow plague, but if you do, there is a good chance that you will end up dead." This was a shocking fact, not that his name wasn't Richard. Quinn had somewhat guessed that perhaps Eno had gone through many different names during his time, but he thought at least his real name would be what the vampires knew him by as well. Just what was real about him in the first place, Quinn wondered, and what was going on in the past.
"Are you sure that Ray can deal with them? Even in your visions, he doesn't turn up, which means we have to do something that not even you can predict."
Lenny then went ahead and grabbed a crystal. It was a crystal Quinn had never seen before, but Logan had recently learned of it as one of the nest crystals. At the same time, Quinn had heard a familiar name, the name of his ancestor Ray, who was in the tablet. Wait, Richard knew who Ray was, but he didn't seem to have any idea he was in the tablet. Did Ray do that without telling anyone in his past? Not being able to understand the actions or what was going on with his ancestor at the time, he decided to continue watching.
"Remember what you told me,"
Lenny said, placing the crystal down on the floor in one of the strange circles Quinn had recognized.
"That there are different types of gods. Some lay in human bodies, but there are also those that belong to the world of the dead. We need strong power. When I saw the shadow summon that dragon, I have an idea of what they are trying to do. They are trying to contact the other side and bring them back. If we can contact one of the gods from the land of the dead, then maybe we can win this war," Lenny said.
Bliss was absolutely stunned, but she could tell that she was unable to stop him. Lenny had already placed his hands on the nest crystal, connecting with the other side. The circle started to light up, and the image from there started to change once again. "For some reason, it seems like Richard's memories are unable to be accessed from there. It seems like whatever he saw on the other side has been wiped from his head," Logan explained. "But there is one thing that we can be sure about. He succeeded that day. He had obtained great power from one of the gods, and that was what had turned him into what he was, a vampire. You see, Richard wasn't just an original. He was the first original. Knowing this later on, he had decided to change his name to Eno, which, spelled backwards, was one, as in the first vampire. It was only later that Richard found out that gaining such a power he had brought a plague into this world." Listening to Logan's explanation, that had explained how Richard had become a vampire, but what about the other originals? "I have no footage to show you, but I can answer the question you were probably thinking, for Richard had eventually found out the answer himself. When connecting with the other world, he had opened a gate, and Richard wasn't the only one affected at the time. There were others as well. After learning what he had done, and how he had summoned a curse upon the others, he journeyed to gather the rest that had been affected, finding them and trying to help them, grouping them together." It was here that Quinn realized why Eno always tried to protect the humans from the vampires, because the creation of the vampires in the first place was his fault, but he couldn't just get rid of them. Still, knowing what they had eventually become, Richard could never rest, always looking over them. "Wait, Logan, but what about Arthur? He had become original at another time. How did that happen?" Quinn asked. "That," Logan said, "the whole thing, it was something that was orchestrated by Bliss. She had seen a future where the vampires rampage and rule over the humans. In order to stop this, she came to Eno for help. As I said, they always created solutions for the current problem, always to create more for the future. With her powers and the powers of the nest crystal, learning from their past mistakes, they were able to open the path to the other side, without it leaking out into the world, making Arthur into an original, someone who was meant to keep all of the vampires in check for the rest of eternity. But you know how all of that went." Now Quinn was starting to understand why even his ancestor had such a disliking for this Bliss character, always meddling into things, and in a way, forcing others to act to her will. He wondered if she had done something similar to Ray, and perhaps one day Quinn could hear the tale from him himself. "And that is Richard's tale of how the original vampires came to be. I'm not sure if you know why Richard wished to help you and your family so much. Even when learning about the vampires' past, there were things that seemed to be missing. It seemed even Richard didn't want everything about the world recorded," Logan said. Logan could have gone into more detail into specific points, when the world forgot about magic, how to create clones and more, but this was the information he needed to protect now. Saying too much would just put others in unseen danger for no reason. He now knew why his test was a test of strength, and where he needed to improve and continue his family's legacy of continually learning more. Thinking about everything, Quinn thought of one thing. Ray Talon, his ancestor, must have saved them during their time. And that was what Richard was in debt to him for. At some point, his family line and Ray's family line must have mixed with his mother and father, giving him both the Eno blood and the Talon blood in his veins. What Quinn didn't know, and he wished to know, was about Richard's or Lenny's past. What drove him so much to seek out such power in the first place? When looking at the image before he had contacted the other side, it seemed like there was pure hatred and a desire for revenge. Thinking about this, Quinn soon felt the mask that he would attach to his side vibrate. It was a new one, since he gave the last one to Alex for emergency situations. It had the same design, but didn't come with the benefits. Placing it over his face, Quinn could tell that the one calling him was Sam. "Quinn, you answered. Thankfully you did. I have news. I finally received word back from Paul and Leo, but it's not good news," Sam reported. Before the events that had occurred on Blade Island, Aaron and Leo had decided to head back to the vampire world. They did so after receiving their weapons in the hopes to aid Paul and the 10th family in whatever they thought might come. They were unaware of the situation, but Paul had received their call, giving them hope that not too much could have happened in the week while they were away. The two found themselves in the familiar 10th castle. Quickly, they both observed the castle area to see if everything was okay. The castle was intact, and the people inside seemed to be fine from sensing their aura. "It seems not too much has happened since we left," Leo commented. In front of them were Paul, Xander, and Timmy. These three, as well as Ashley, were the backbone of the 10th castle and its people, while everyone else was away. However, after Leo had said these words, they could feel that something was up. "Unfortunately, things are fine in the castle, but the settlement, the vampires, and the pooling area, we can't say the same for," Paul replied. "The settlement was attacked. Muka said that he would pass the message of the Dalki being on this planet, but it seems like he was unaware of the strength and threat they posed and hadn't done it soon enough. For while you guys were away, the settlement had suffered from an attack." Paul explained the details, giving them an overview of the situation of what had happened. Muka had been busy trying to see just who they could pull over to their side. They needed to find out two things: what exactly Bryce was doing with the missing people, and when it did come to light, those that would be willing to vote him out of his position. He needed to be careful about this, for if one of the families found out what Muka was trying to do, his head would be off quicker than any of the leaders in existence. Days went past, and eventually the attack from the Dalki had occurred. It was only a force of around 50 of them, far smaller than any of the attacks that had happened on the planets owned by the humans, but this force was slightly different. They were filled with 3 spikes and 2 spikes, and hardly any 1-spike Dalki could be seen. With their great strength and the fact that the vampire settlement was arrogant that nothing would attack them, they were able to leap through the forest and directly land in the settlement itself. The vampires tried to attack, most of them not noticing what had suddenly appeared. They thought it was some type of beast and used their blood powers. However, for the pooling area, the vampires' blood powers weren't strong enough to pierce the 3-spiked Dalki's skin, and the 2 spikes that were injured just grew in strength. The pooling area was in a panic. Most of the inner castle areas refused to let those in from the pooling area until they fully grasped the situation, all apart from the 10th castle and 13th castle. The 13th allowed all those belonging to their family in the pooling area to enter the inner castle for the time being. The stronger vampires would help them. As for the 10th castle, their fortifications had done them well. The towers attacked any Dalki that came their way, and they had strong walls. Seeing this, vampires not only formed the 10th family, but members of other families begged to be allowed to enter, and in the end, due to the situation, Paul had accepted. Once those in the castle and from the king's palace got into action, they were able to somewhat turn the tide, beating a few of the Dalki. Still, before they could do serious damage to the attacking forces, they all suddenly retreated back into the forest. The settlement and the castles weren't the same after the attack. The vampires were frightened about what happened, filled with questions about what those creatures were, and the worst part was, they hadn't received any answers. With the possible ex-leader of the Punishers about and now this, the vampires were even scared of leaving their homes from the first time. "The Dalki really did attack then. Did they really not know what was going on in the human world? About how much we were struggling? Were they really that arrogant that they felt they were never a threat in the first place? Erin complained, remembering the first time she had met with the Dalki. In a way, the vampire situation now was similar to when the Dalki first came to Earth. The thing was, humans had no clue about their existence. They had an excuse, but the vampires didn't. The leaders, the king, they all knew about the Dalki but chose to ignore the problem. Even Muka, who seemed to be more of a sensible leader, was blinded this time by the news they had brought.
"Does that mean that there are members of other families in the 10th castle at the moment?"
Leo asked. The two by Paul's side nodded, and it seemed like there was more to it. At the moment, problems are being brought up every day because of the families. Living in the pooling area and mixing in with those from the inner castle, there are daily disputes, Timmy said. Due to Quinn's system of making those that aren't just strong, important members of the 10th family, they have gotten into more scuffles than expected. The other families are not used to our ways. There was a lot to think about, and Leo had his own opinions on what the Dalki were planning to do. The attack wasn't a full-on attack, and the attack also seemed to coincide with Arthur's plan, which made it seem more likely that Arthur was working with the Dalki. "Actually, there are some people that I would like you to meet," Paul said. "There was a certain someone that was insistent that you get brought along for the discussions that are about to take place. As for you, Erin, I know your strength, and it seems you have brought quite the weapon back with you this time." Erin was surprised that even in its new sheath, Paul was able to tell what the weapon was. But since he was one of the few that were close to Oscar when he had the weapon, it made sense. The sheath that had been made still carried the shape of the demon-tier weapon after all. "I was hoping you could help Timmy and Xander stop whatever is going on in the 10th castle," Paul requested. Erin looked at Leo for permission. Of course, she didn't mind helping out the 10th family, but Paul asked her to fight against other vampires. She had always had Leo by her side in case anything went wrong, but this time she wouldn't. "You have shown great improvement. In the end, you are the one who controls you, and now it is time for you to do so," Leo said, walking off with Paul. The two of them headed to the throne room in the 10th castle, which came as a surprise because Leo could already tell that there were others on the other side of the door. None of them were weak either. As the doors opened, one person immediately stood up from their seat at the grand table. "Leo!" Silver called out, happy to see him. "It seems you have come back in good health." There were a few of the vampire leaders in the room, all gathered in the 10th castle. It was hard for any vampire to believe that this would happen a few years ago, yet here they were. Silver, the 13th leader, Lee, Jim Talon, the 4th leader, the 5th leader, Sonny Kent, and the 9th leader, Muka, were present, all sitting down. "Remember how I said that Muka had gone to try and gather those that might listen to him? For now, these are the ones he has managed to convince. The new leaders that have come to their position are hard to approach for the time being," Paul explained. Muka cleared his throat, insinuating there was something else he wanted to say, and stood up.
"There is a reason why we have chosen to gather at the 10th castle as well,"
Muka said, walking towards Leo.
"Now that both the vampire knights have returned, I think it is safe to tell you our plan. Even if everything goes smoothly, one thing that will be undecided in all of this, it is who is fit to be the next vampire king or queen. In order for Bryce to be replaced, there needs to be a replacement. We have discussed this amongst ourselves, who would be fit for the role. At the moment, there is one family that the vampires are growing to trust in day by day, a family that had saved the vampire settlement from its doom, the 10th family. Our wish and our plan is to make Quinn Talon, the leader of the 10th family, the next vampire king," Muka stated. Erin, along with Timmy and Xander, got to work immediately. While the others had left the room to discuss whatever needed to be done, the three of them had left the castle to make rounds in the inner castle area. "So tell me, what exactly do we need to do?" Erin asked. During the walk, Timmy couldn't help but stare at Erin. She was a beauty in every sense of the word, and now that she was in the vampire world, her hair was jet black, rather than the usual blonde, crossing off every checkmark for his ideal girl. She was straightforward, strong, and independent, yet given his timid self, it was nearly impossible for Timmy to approach her. He and Xander had both already worked with Erin in the past, during the time she had stayed at the 10th family's castle when Leo had been training the vampires. Still, despite this, Timmy had never really found a way to get really close to her. "Honestly, it's kind of a hard thing to report on.
The disputes are so frequent that even if we started to resolve them one by one, by the time we would be done, new ones would have already started, Timmy replied with a sigh. We have started to make regular rounds to at least curb their numbers, but we aren't exactly vampire knights. The numbers of the 10th family show us some respect for what we have done, but the other family members only regard us as henchmen at best, so they refuse to listen to us. Xander explained their situation. It didn't take long for Aaron to see an example of what he meant. One of the mansions had been converted into a feeding station for the refugee vampires. A special token was being handed out to each of the vampires on a daily basis, and then these tokens could be traded to get a blood pack. There was more than this one station set up. This was to stop vampires from claiming more than one blood pack. It was a solution that Timmy had come up with since vampires were quickly disregarding the rules. They had believed that most vampires would listen to orders and do what they had been told, but they had quickly come to realize that unless the order was coming from within their own family or the king himself, those vampires would act only in their own best interest. It was then that they saw a group of vampires walk up in the line, cutting in front of other members. "Hey, make way! We belong to the first family, which means we should get served first. Don't you know that King Bryce came from the first family?" The one that seemed to be talking a lot was a middle-aged vampire with a thin frame named Pin. Xander recognized him immediately because he and his group had already been a troublesome bunch of vampires when he had still been in the first castle. Pin had a real talent to gather like-minded vampires that would have his back no matter what. Not even some of the higher inner castle vampires, or vampires that were on the rise, wanted to mess with them. Still, Xander was no longer a vampire from the first family. He was now living in the castle and working for the 10th family. "Have you forgotten that this is not the first family area? Right now you're in the 10th family area, so you better follow our rules," Xander spoke up as he walked up to them. "All those people have been waiting their turn, so head to the back and do the same if you want your blood pack." Pin took one look at Xander and scoffed. "Do you see anyone else making a big deal out of this? You talk about families, but they all know their place. They also know that my place is right here. How dare someone who is kicked out of the first family think that they can just walk to anyone however they wish? If we were in the first castle, I would—" "Are you deaf and stupid? He just reminded you that this isn't the first castle," Timmy interrupted Pin to back up his friend. "If the first castle area is so great, why aren't you there? Nobody forced you to come here, yet for some reason you chose to come to us after the Dalki attacked. If you don't like it, nobody's stopping you. Feel free to bring anyone who agrees with you to the first family." The others stayed silent about this, but they still refused to move. Recognizing this stalemate for what it was, Erin walked right past Xander and Timmy. She didn't place her hand on either of the weapons, nor the chains that were still wrapped around her hands. "What is this? What's with that look on your face? Are you really trying to use force on a first family member? You know what will happen if you do?" Pin threatened her, while his buddies were ready to back him up. It wasn't just them either. There were other members in the first family standing in the line that were getting ready to fight. Meanwhile, those from the 10th family pooling area who knew her were praying that Aaron didn't attack them. Timmy wanted to warn Aaron to not attack because of this very reason. Right now, they had members from all sorts of families, and they were very loyal to their own family. The problem was, if they intervened too much with force, it could cause an all-out brawl to break out in the 10th castle. "Get your hands off me, bitch!" Pin shouted out, going for the attack. With allies from the pooling area and from the first family, he knew that others were unlikely to attack him. He could see the fear in the 10th family's eyes, but his arm was too slow. In mere seconds, Aaron had gone past that slow punch from Pin and placed her hand on his face, slamming it down to the ground. In the next moment, the chain left her hands and wrapped around his two colleagues. "If you don't appreciate our hospitality, then you don't deserve it. Either follow our rules or get ready for me to drag you out of this place," Aaron shouted, as she ran across the floor with the two vampire bodies, scrapping along the ground. Using all her strength, she swung them out, letting the chains let go at the right moment, for them to go flying off somewhere in the distance. Their bodies were heard crashing in the ground, somewhere in the 10th area. When Aaron turned around to look for any other volunteers, most of those who had wanted to act had already moved back to their position. Only a small minority seemed to still be debating if they should take on Aaron or not. After all, some of their fellow First Family members not only got hurt but also disgraced. It wasn't even done by a vampire knight. Timmy and Xander, seeing this, also decided to prepare themselves in case chaos was about to break out, but before anyone else moved, Erin did so first. She noticed that Pin was still on the floor and hadn't recovered. Wrapping him in chains, she swung his body towards herself and grabbed him in the air. This person did not listen and tried to attack a member of the 10th family. For those who do not listen. Erin then started to spin, swinging Pin's body, holding him with the chains, round and round again. As his body went past those that were watching, they could feel the wind blowing their hair up. They had no choice but to stand back for fear of what would happen if the body was to hit them. Then, letting go at the right time, as if hurling a heavy disc, Pin's body went up far higher in the air than the others could imagine, and from where they were, they could see him being hurled over the large castle walls. "Anyone else feeling unruly?" Erin asked, yet the whole place remained silent. "Come on, let's head to the other areas." Both Timmy and Xander could only watch in awe. At the same time, a certain individual from a distance could see the body flying through the air, eventually crashing in the marketplace, destroying several stands that had been left behind. "So it looks like they have decided to all hold up in their castle areas. Do they really think they're safe? It's time to go for the next one. Only this time we attack together." Back in the room, Leo had just learned of the other leader's plan to apparently make Quinn the next vampire king. To be honest, he had expected a few things, but this was not one of them. Leo went to join the others at the table out of a sign of respect. He also gave a wave to Silver, something he didn't do to the others, and the others didn't fail to notice that Silver also waved back. Lee, who was sitting by his side, made note of his daughter's actions. It certainly was strange. At least he had never seen his uptight daughter act this way with anyone else before. When they finally sat down, Leo spoke his mind. "I understand the situation you are in. I agree that the next king needs to not only be someone respected, but one who has great strength. During my time here, I have learned of your rules that there is also the possibility that a leader can challenge another to win their vote. For this reason, the person selected also needs to be strong, and after witnessing what Quinn was able to do against Cindy, he would indeed be a good candidate. That being said, don't you think all of you are getting ahead of yourselves a little? Let's not even start how you basically selected someone who isn't currently present. From what I have seen, being the vampire king is no simple task. Quinn already has a life outside of the vampire settlement, and if he were to become king, it would mean forfeiting his other life. While this might be the highest honor for a vampire, don't forget that he was born a human, and that his responsibilities in the human world are already far more than someone his age should have to deal with. I would suggest you find another solution." There was a serious tone when Leo spoke those words. It was at that moment that the others realized that Leo was perhaps far more loyal to Quinn than they had anticipated. He also had a point. They were so used to their own vampire lifestyle that the possibility of someone not wishing to become the king had never even crossed their minds. Even then, there would be those that would try and encourage others to take the position, as it was an honor, but Leo had only cared about Quinn and his well-being. After all, this was the person who had agreed to stay behind in the vampire world for Quinn's sake. "I think you're right. We did jump the gun a little." Sunny was the first to speak up after being chided, trying to make sure the tone was reset. Everyone in the room was meant to be an ally. "Of course, when making plans, it is important to have more than one so we can adapt to the situation. Right now, Quinn is not even allowed back due to King Bryce's order. Still, I suggest we at least pitch the idea to Quinn, though I believe that he might be more interested in the proposition than you might think." "Let's move on to the next subject," Jin interrupted, to avoid a constant back and forth. "At the moment, we still lack any concrete evidence we can present. We only have Kaz's word that he is doing something. There is a reason why she hasn't been invited, and that's because if she still hasn't shared anything with us, she's unlikely to give us further details or help us obtain the proof we need. What we need to do is to find out two things. Why is Arthur going against the other members, and what he is doing with the missing members? Right now, the other castles are in chaos, and as leaders there are those who are more cautious to our movements, but the same can't be said for you guys. Silver, Leo, since the king is unaware that you have returned, you're free to investigate. They don't follow the knights as closely as us. You will be able to move more freely. We need to find out what is going on, and our best chance of that is by heading to one of the families that is close to Bryce." Hearing this, they waited for Leo to have an answer. It was clear that Silver had already accepted this task. On top of that, Leo had already proven his ability by not getting caught by others, and there was a chance that they might have to use force.
Due to the severity of the situation, I'm ready to help, but it must not affect the 10th family. I will need a disguise, so no one will be able to recognize me.
Leo stated his demands. With that done, Leo and Silver went off to prepare a plan, while the other leaders headed back to their castle. They needed to try and find out which family would be the most likely to have the information they required. The new leaders, although they might be on Bryce's side, were unlikely to know anything. Jill was no longer in charge of her castle and was always kept by Bryce's side. If we're looking at those closest, then it can only be those two, the Royal Knights. Due to them being part of the other families, they often go back. Usually they do so every 3 days, so we will have to wait, or we could try to see if the new leaders know anything first, and if not, move on to them from there. If we get caught, this could be a tough battle. Are you sure you're ready for this? Silver asked. Leo nodded, but he had one question he wanted to ask.
I believe there is one more person that will be suitable for this task, so I would like to bring her along with me.
As long as they are strong enough to fend for themselves and are at our level, then I do not have any problems, Silver replied.
You won't have to worry about that,
Leo replied with a smile, but Silver was left wondering who this other person was that he wanted to bring. In the end, Silver decided that the best choice was to start with Prima Kilton, the new Royal Knight. This was because they could easily move from the 13th castle to the 12th castle. If they needed a quick escape or something serious happened, they could get some help at least. However, they also chose to wait a few days so they could confront Prima himself rather than a new leader Kim. While they waited, Aaron had continued to deal with disputes, and with each passing day, the number of them had lessened. She then later was informed of a message delivered by Leo that he would call her when needed. Finally, the day arrived. Led by Muka, Leo, Aaron, and Silver traveled underneath the tunnels to the 13th castle. Here they had been given certain clothes and disguises to use. It wasn't anything fancy, but it didn't need to be. They wore black masks that had slits where their eyes and mouths were. Not that Leo needed this where his eyes were, but they thought it was best that they were all disguised in the same manner. After changing into their new set of clothes, the three traveled to the bottom floor of the tunnels, planning now to head into the 12th castle. Muka, who was in charge of the combination for all the locks under the tunnels in the first place, would be ready by the 12th castle to unlock them. Alas, while they were traveling through the tunnels, on the day they were planning to infiltrate the 12th castle, something unexpected had occurred. A loud bang was heard from above, so loud and strong that dirt was falling from the ceiling of the deep tunnels they were in. "What is happening?" Silver asked. The two of them, using their abilities, could see what was above ground, that the settlement was once again being invaded by the Dalki. Above ground, the Dalki had landed in the pooling area. It was at the center of the settlement. Usually it would be filled with vampires and more roaming the streets, but instead it was deadly quiet. Vampires still lived in their homes here, as not every family had chosen to let in all those from the pooling area, so they had no choice but to remain in their homes. One of the families in the area peeked through their window only to see the invading Dalki that had landed. The most prominent one was a particularly large individual with 4 spikes on its back. 4 spikes, but in the last attack, the strongest one that was beating everyone only had 3 spikes. Does this mean this one is stronger? The worried mother thought as she went over to her young children holding them tightly. "Please, anyone, come and save us." Last time the castles had been slow to act and send out troops. All of those still in the pooling area believed that their lives were lost, until those watching from their houses noticed that all the Dalki were looking in a certain direction. Turning their heads, they wondered what they were observing, only to see their hope. Tears filled their eyes as they could see that their own king in the red blood armor had come down personally to save them. "This threat will be dealt with quickly," Bryce announced, "by my own hands." It certainly was a strange sight to behold. Neither the royal knights nor a single royal guard was by the king's side. For him to appear on his own and in the pooling area of all the places, and to protect, it surely was a historic moment. Still, for the vampires whose standing had been on the bottom of the barrel, his being there had instantly won over their trust and respect, especially since they had believed their lives to be over. The 50 or so Dalki that had attacked the first time had returned, only this time they had brought along a 4-spike. "Bring out the one I want," King Bryce demanded. as he pulled his sword out of his cane and threw it into the air. It looked like it was levitating in place. However, if one was to look at it closer, they would see that the sword had been laced with blood, allowing him to use his absolute blood control to keep it there. What's more, blood started to gather around the sword itself, increasing its size by 3 times. The 4-spiked Dalki charged forward at a great speed, yet the Vampire King remained calm, and at the right moment he hurled his weapon at him. With his blood control he was able to make the blood sword move at a speed that was too great for the Dalki to react. Whatever defenses the Dalki had proved to be useless against the attack, bisecting the creature from head to toes. The blood sword only stopped once it struck the ground. Lifting his hands up once again, as if he was pulling 2 things apart, Bryce made his next move. The blood covering the sword immediately broke apart, creating waves of blood that crashed into the Dalki around it, injuring them all. Some of the weaker ones fell to the ground, dead. "These creatures are nothing but beasts. They're hardly stronger than humans, so there is nothing to fear," Bryce announced loudly. Hearing his words, some of those that had been hiding in their homes started to come out on the streets and began to attack the Dalki together. "If the king is willing to fight, we must not be afraid and fight alongside him," they shouted. The battle between those in the pooling area and the Dalki began in earnest. Despite his claims, the vampires weren't faring any better than they had done the last time. But every once in a while, when he saw them struggle, King Bryce would help them out with his skills, reigniting their will to continue fighting. Yes, the more blood gets spilt, the more effective the absolute blood control becomes. Fortunately, even the blood of those lesser beings has a use. Arthur, I know you're here, but suit yourself. The longer you wait to show yourself, the stronger you allow me to become, Bryce thought confidently. It was at that moment that something strange appeared over the skies. "On a planet that is in complete darkness for eternity, my shadows are able to thrive. You might get stronger based on the amount of blood, but there is no limit to the shadows I can use." A dark shadow stretched over all the castles in the vampire world, from the king's castle over the 10th's castle, and even including the 14th's castle. What light they had allowed to be reflected from the moon was now gone. Only the lights from the beast crystals in the street remained. "This is not that brat's doing. There is only one person that has this much power," Bryce uttered to himself, as he started to gather blood from the injured vampires in the pooling area. The next second, more Dalki fell from the shadow above in the clouds, but they weren't alone. On their back, there were human figures who wore black masks over their faces. The problem was that those falling from the sky weren't just headed for the pooling area, they were landing all throughout the settlement. All of the vampire leaders had come out from their castles to witness the strange occurrence, and even they couldn't believe their eyes. "An attack from the sky!" Lee recognized from his balcony. Looking down, he saw all his people who had considered themselves safe inside the wall stare up and do nothing. "Everyone prepare yourselves for battle," Lee shouted. He prepared his red string, throwing it out towards 2 of the Dalki. Then standing on the balcony, Lee pushed off, leaping in the air and pulling himself forward. The string wasn't able to be retracted like a certain spider, but he knew the Dalki would try to resist being pulled down, so it allowed him to close the distance. Instantly, he saw one of the masked men use their red aura, sending out a blood swipe. For Lee, this was simple to deal with. He had hardened his own hand with blood and was able to smash through it, landing on the Dalki's back before they landed. The 3 kept falling, making it hard for them to see what was happening, and soon all of the Dalki with the mask had come crashing down into each of the castles and their inner areas. When the debris and dirt disappeared, they could see that Lee had finished off the masked, its head having been sliced off, and the 2 spiked Dalki on the ground had a clear wound through its chest. The others would have been amazed at the work of their leader, who seemed to continue getting stronger unlike the other leaders, but the whole area had fallen into chaos. It was true, the 13th leader, Lee, had fortified his training. After nearly losing his son and fighting against the first leader, he had acknowledged that the peaceful days of the vampire settlement would come to an end eventually, so he needed to grow stronger. But could the same be said for the other castles? "Everyone!" Lee shouted loudly so all his vampires in the area could hear. "Now is not the time to worry about the others finding out about our secret. I know some of you are worried what the king will do to us once they find out, about what will happen to our family. But I want you all to fight with your full strength. Activate your inner blood weapons." Thanks to a certain special vampire that was no longer in the 13th family, they might just pull through this battle better than any of the other families had expected. Over in the 10th castle, Paul too was worried about what was happening. He had been prepared for another Dalki attack, though he hadn't accounted for them to be accompanied by the masked. Xander and Timmy were in the inner castle area, while Ashley was stationed at the gates. The gates were more fortified compared to the rest of the camp, and Paul imagined this would be the same for the other castle, since none had assumed that an attack would happen from above. What Paul didn't expect, though, and it seemed like neither did the enemy, was the special towers that Quinn had implemented. There were 2 towers each stationed at the 3 entrances, and also 2 towers right in front at the castle gate. As soon as the Dalki got within a certain distance, falling from the sky, the towers immediately started to fire off. Due to them being airborne, it was nearly impossible for them to move out of the way. The masks that were on top of the Dalki started to fire off their red aura skills, but there was a clear winner among the 2 powers. The tower shots were just too much, and eventually ended up hitting the Dalki. This time, unlike those that had entered the pooling area, there were many one-spiked Dalki among those falling from the sky, and with a single hit from the towers, they fell to the ground, never to get back up again. "Quinn, even when you aren't with us, you are still helping us," Paul thought, while observing everything from the castle ready to go down. However, before he did, he needed to contact the cursed base. He tried to use his communicator, but just like when the Dalki had attacked the other planets, their communication devices seemed to be jammed. "If I turn on the teleporter, I can send someone through quickly, and they can inform the others about what is going on." As if the world was telling him not to, several of the Dalki and masked managed to come crashing through into the castle. Not much damage was done, since even the castle itself was more fortified compared to the others, but there was one worry going through Paul's mind. The teleporter! Bryce, who had entered the inner pooling area, saw the chaos unfold around him. With all of them under attack, he didn't know which castle to go and aid. Perhaps he should turn around and enter his own castle. However, despite Bryce's strength, the strongest Dalki in the attack were currently in front of him, and they weren't going to let him do as he wished so easily. One of the vampires was picked up by another force-spike and was hurled directly towards Bryce. Grabbing his sword, Bryce had no hesitation, slashing through the vampire that blocked his sight. "Ah!" Bruce yelled in frustration. "Arthur!" "Don't worry, young one. I have a list to go through, and I will be saving you for last." Somewhere covered in dark shadows, Arthur was able to witness everything going on. The plan had been set in motion, and slowly things were playing out exactly as that person had foreseen it. The Punisher was surprised at the accuracy of all of it. Had the vampires always been this predictable in their behavior? Even though he knew that everything going according to plan should be a good thing, somehow all of it started to feel meaningless. "I wonder how they are doing. So far he hasn't gone back on his word, so they should all be safe," Arthur thought to himself. He looked towards the other castle which had come under attack. His hearing allowed him to listen to the shouts and cries of all those affected, though he tried to mostly ignore them as he closed his eyes. It's a shame that the other castles had to be dragged into all of this, but perhaps it's for the better. In a way, if they were forced to continue to live in this world, then it would be cruel. Take this as a type of kindness. Paul rushed through the castle, heading for the throne room where the teleporter had been placed. On his way there, he encountered a few of the masked who had managed to crash through. The vampire knight swiftly avoided the red aura attack, only to soon feel a fist from the 2-spiked Dalki hit him straight in the stomach. His body was lifted in the air, but Paul had made sure to hold on to the Dalki's forearm. "Touching me is not a good idea." Paul's hand started to glow slightly green, and soon the Dalki could feel its whole body weakening. Banging his hands together, a set of claws could be seen appearing from his knuckles. It was a special mechanism of his gloves. With them, Paul started to stab the Dalki over and over right in the chest, yet instead of growing stronger, it lost more of its strength. His blade-like claws had been laced with poison, bringing the creature closer to death. The Dalki dropped to the floor, and Paul soon moved over to the mast, stabbing him right in the face, destroying the mask and killing the wearer in an instant. Still, there were more down the hallway that needed to be dealt with. "I don't have time for this," Paul cursed. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one in the castle. Following the noise, some of his own men came up. Those that were once part of his army and now vampires could see their commander in trouble, so they started to move towards him. "Wait! Don't worry about me. Head to the throne room and make sure it's safe," Paul ordered. Without hesitation, the soldiers followed his order and started to head to the teleporter. Seeing this, the masked and Dalki thought to turn around, but before they could, a bright light started to appear from Paul. 8 large green balls of solid poison were hovering around him. "I said, I don't have time to deal with you lot." Paul activated his soul weapon, and his deadly poison was something no one wanted to touch. It didn't take the vampire knight long to deal with the intruders inside. After he was done with them, he stayed at his location to fend off any other, but more never came. Since Paul was still close to the balcony, before heading off to check on the condition of the teleporter and the rest of his people, he chose to take a peek outside to observe the situation. He could see that the gargoyles had activated and were now aiding the 10th family in this fight. Those from the pooling area were also fighting for their lives. The stronger members were dealing with the Dalki, while the weaker pooling vampires were dealing with the strange masked. Although the pooling vampires seemed to be weaker than those traitorous vampires behind the masks, since the vampire refugees from the other families were all there, their sheer number allowed them to overwhelm the intruders. All of this seems strange. Their forces are strong, and the enemy clearly has information on the vampires and their families. Although we might be faring better compared to the other families, I doubt any of the vampires will have trouble dealing with such measly forces, especially if the leaders get involved. So what exactly is their plan in all of this? Why are the Dalki attacking us? The thing that Paul didn't know, nor anyone else in the other castles for that matter, was that the situation in each of the castles differed greatly from one another. The number of Dalki en masse that had been sent over wasn't random. There was a calculated amount sent over to each of the castles, each with their own purpose. The first ones to figure this out were Leo and Aaron as they traveled through the tunnels. They could see what was happening above, especially the blind swordsman, who had more control over his ability, allowing him to see everything from a type of bird's-eye view. Here, he could tell that the forces attacking each of the castles were different, especially at the 12th castle where they were heading. For some reason, it had the least number of enemies compared to the rest. "Should we take this as a good thing or a bad thing?" Leo wondered, but regardless, they continued to travel through the tunnel. They could see Muka waiting for them. He didn't say much as the fighting was still going on above, and he knew there would be those looking for him.
"I have stayed here as long as I could, but I must now leave. Use this opportunity and find out what Bryce is doing,"
Muka said, placing his hand on the strange lock and turning all the different shapes until the door moved to the side, allowing them through. The tunnels were a great way for the group to enter the castle. Following it, it led to a giant trap door, which they slid open. With everything going on, it was a given that no one was currently guarding the place. The 3 of them found themselves in a dark cellar. There was no light, but it didn't matter for the vampires, who could see just fine. "Due to the chaos, it looks like most of the guards and vampires have gone outside," Silver noted, pressing her ear up against the door leading to a room above.
"The attack doesn't seem to be as bad here, so the leader and other vampires must have decided to stay inside. Although I don't think this energy is strong enough to be from the Royal Knight, at least the leader of the 12th castle should be here," Leo commented. Leo was essentially asking if they still wanted to proceed with the plan. They had originally come here today because the Royal Knight was supposed to return to his family. Every 3 days he would pay them a visit, but due to the attack, he appeared to have gone elsewhere, probably to protect the king. "I think we should continue," Silver replied. "She might be a new leader, but there is a good chance that she still knows something. Arthur still had targeted the other young leaders for information, so probably they know something as well." Going through the rest of the castle, Leo had asked Aaron to guide them. Even now, the vampire knight was still training her in all aspects, and he wanted her to get better at using her ability. Silver found this interesting, to say the least, and eventually, through Aaron leading them, found out that the 2 of them shared the same ability, and that the girl wasn't any worse than her mentor. They were able to avoid all the vampires clearly until they had reached the top floor, but here was the limit, as 2 guards stood outside. "Let me handle this one," Silver suggested, since she had felt quite useless so far. Using her string, she quickly and quietly sealed the mouths of the guards before she strongly banged their heads together. At that moment, both Leo and Aaron burst through the doors. This was the only thing they could do. Eventually they would be found out, so they needed to blitz in the room as quickly as possible to learn everything they could. The doors were quickly opened, and the 2 that Aaron had beaten were choked inside, while the double doors behind them were closed.
The new leader, Kim Prima, noticed this and immediately stood up from her seat, drawing her rapier. "Intruders! The enemy has entered the castle," Kim said. The dozen or so vampires who were with her in the room went straight for the three. It was only natural for the vampire leader to mistake the three as intruders, given their outer appearance. The others were ready to fight head-on until strange shadows dispersed from the center of the room seemingly out of nowhere, and a figure could now be seen standing in the middle of the room. "Arthur!" Kim called out, her hands shaking. Out of all the leaders that Leo and his group could have selected to try and interrogate, it appeared as if their luck had made them choose the very same one that Arthur had decided to go for. Seeing him appear confirmed their thoughts that the 12th family had been on the original Punisher's hit list. Leo had managed to figure out something else as well. The low amount of forces in the 12th castle, it was done on purpose. The number was just perfect to make the intruders seem like a menace, but not to the point that the leader had come out and deal with them. As such, Kim Prima was still in the throne room, which was exactly where Arthur had wanted her to be. When seeing Arthur, the others had expected Kim to order an attack, to further the distance, or to fight for her life, but her next actions were something none of them had expected. A leader was a position that was respected and feared by all others. The only person they would ever have to bow to would be the king. Yet, Kim Prima had suddenly gotten on the floor and repeatedly lifted her head up and down, begging, "Please, Arthur, spare me. I really didn't know what they were planning to do back then. Kilton took me along without saying anything, and after that I just followed orders." The three were frozen in place. Everyone was. Silver didn't know how to proceed with the plan, whether they should abort and turn away. However, after hearing the words spoken from Kim's mouth, she wanted to stay. "With Arthur here, maybe we can learn why he is going after the other families," Silver thought. Yet there was one thing worrying her. Are we even allowed to learn his reason, or will Arthur attack us if we do? What if his revenge is just on the whole vampire settlement in the first place? There has to be a reason why he chose to switch sides instead of acting on his own. Out of everyone there, the first one to make their move was Arthur himself. He lifted up his hands, and the other ones that were in the room and by Kim's side started to vanish into the shadows. "My shadow lock should be able to keep them in there for a long time, no matter how much they struggle," Arthur stated. Finally, he turned around and looked at the three strange people who had entered the throne room. The Punisher had used his shadow cloak skill to enter the room, and he had seen what the three had attempted to do. This had told him that they weren't on the same side as the 12th leader. However, Arthur also didn't recognize the masks or outfits that the three of them were wearing either, so he had to make a decision what to do with them. For the time being, he lifted his hand. "If you do that, we'll break out," one of the voices said. It was a female voice, but it hadn't come from Silver. Instead, it was another one that sounded confident, and had her hand held on the large sword on her back. The confidence was something Arthur wasn't expecting. Even if all three of them were leaders, they should have some fear after seeing how easily he had taken care of those around Kim. Yet they seemed completely unfazed by what he had done. To top it all off, Arthur felt like the voice sounded familiar, although he was unable to recall who it belonged to. Rather worried about the person that was behind him, he decided to turn his attention to the three in front. "Why are you here?" Arthur asked, as he put his hand down. The three looked at each other, but the best person to speak they all thought would be Silver. Knowing that, she stepped forward, but not too far from the other two. She wasn't as confident as the others. "We know you are going after the vampires, but it doesn't seem like you are going after all the vampires. We've come here to gather information about what happened. It's one thing for you to kill one of the leaders, but why did you put her body out for everyone to see?" Silver asked. Arthur started to chuckle. It seemed like his hunch was right. There were still some vampires in the settlement that were trying to find out the truth. Not that changed the situation much anyway. "I'm glad to know that not everyone is blindly following what the others say, but is it really enough?" Arthur asked. "I don't know how old you are, or if you were alive during my time of reign, but have they really made me out to be someone who would really disrespect someone's body like that? I won't deny that I was the one to kill Susan. However, until her last breath, she had denied to provide me with the information I sought. What would be the point of my desecrating her body after that? I was not the one that plastered her body on her castle walls like that. It is a shame, but he was right about how the king or the others would react." Hearing this, Silver was slightly confused. What did Arthur mean? He stated that he wasn't the one that had placed Susan's body on her castle wall. Then who was and for what reason? It was then that the reason hit her. Who was the one who had benefited the most after that? In the first place, they were trying to make it so all the vampires believed that Arthur was the enemy, that he was coming for them all. Arthur had helped Quinn and some of the leaders last time, and even had favor of the old king, so they needed to make sure that all the leaders were against him. If it wasn't for Kaz confessing that her father was behind the missing people, then perhaps all of the leaders would have been fooled into believing that Bryce was doing everything for the sake of the vampires, and not just to save his own backside. As for why I am doing this, Arthur's body started to sink down, only to reappear directly behind Kim. He picked her up by the back of her neck and lifted her in the air. "Why don't you tell them? Tell them why you are so frightened and why you are asking for forgiveness," Arthur instructed her. It was strange to see Arthur act in such a way. Silver had only seen him a few times before, but she got the expression of him being a calm man, who had been smiling most of the time. Had the smile been just a facade, or was his current behavior due to him already deciding to go down this path? It was the expedition. At the time, Bryce had received permission to take a few leaders out for training. He had lied to the king, and had secretly brought along a few of the leaders. They all knew the real reason. All of these leaders had lost a lot during the War of the Punishers against the vampires. All of them had felt that the Punishers had gotten off lightly. Some of them were scared that the Punishers could grow into a force that would be even bigger than the vampire settlement, so they decided to deal with them before it could happen. After everything had been answered, before the others could even react with the strength in his hands and fingers, Arthur snapped Kim's neck in front of them all. "Now that you know the reason behind my actions, I hope you won't get in my way. I have a list to get through with, and I would prefer not having to add you to it. I am determined to finish no matter what with my own hands," Arthur said, dropping Kim's body to the floor. "Those people died just because they knew me. They died because we were asked to help the vampires, forced to live a life punishing vampires for their crimes, and when we wanted to leave, we had to fight for our freedom, and even then it wasn't enough. They chased us down to get rid of us. I went to sleep thinking that I had finally found a happy life, but instead of helping them, I only ended up leaving them to an even crueler fate. The vampires' reign is over, but before they go, I have decided that I will personally take care of their revenge before that happens." At that moment, a loud scream could be heard behind the three, and they soon jumped out of the way to see a certain vampire run past all of them, holding his rapier in his hand. "Arthur!" Prima shouted, as he went forward ready to do battle. The three of them watching this, now having learned the truth, had to make a decision. Who should they side with in this fight? Arthur or the vampire settlement? Prima Kilton, one of King Bryce's royal knights, was known as the fastest vampire in the settlement, and the others could see it as he had dashed across the room in almost a second from the doorway all the way to Arthur. From the yell in his voice, it seemed he was clearly distressed due to seeing Kim on the floor. Aaron, noticing how much anger was in the vampire's voice, could only guess that Kim was somehow related to Prima. However, Silver knew what Arthur was doing was wrong. The people who he was going after had also killed innocent lives, and for what reason? Just because they were scared. They were even the ones that attacked first, which was why she, and it seemed like the others, were struggling to move. The shadows around Arthur started to move, but it looked as if Prima had improved since last time she had seen him fight, as he dashed in even faster, allowing for the tip of his rapier blade to go through the shadow before it could reach his weapon to block its attack. Still, Arthur had moved slightly, making the attack miss, and it looked like the shadow would soon catch up. Prima quickly pulled his sword out before it was able to touch the shadow, and continued his thrust again and again. It was strange watching the fight, since all they were seeing was a shadow slowly chasing after Prima, but each time he would move position and attack in a different place. Arthur could simply cover his body in shadows, but if he was to do that, then he wouldn't have the opportunity to attack either. "Prima's speed has improved, and he hasn't even activated his ability yet," Silver noticed. "He also is aware of what the shadow can do, so he keeps his range, making sure his weapon stays untouched. Did Prima start training after the loss to Cindy?" Regardless, it looked like there was a stalemate between the two sides. "Do you think I would let you touch me?" Arthur asked. "I know what your ability is." Prima's ability allowed him to increase his speed after each successful hit within a certain amount of time, yet so far he hadn't managed to land a single strike on the Punisher, despite how fast he was. "Let's see you deal with this," Arthur said, lowering his shadow and now covering the whole ground with it. Prima started to leap back, making sure not to touch any of the shadows. Instead, he thrust forward, hitting the air, and out from the tip of his blade he fired what looked similar to a blood swipe. Only the shape was different, as it came out like an arrow. Despite it being fast, Arthur was able to move out of the way, seemingly having an easier time evading this blood arrow than the rapier itself. Some watching this couldn't tell the difference in speed, but such a minimal loss in speed was apparent for these high-level fighters, the strongest of the vampires. "This man is strong. They say I am the fastest vampire, yet there is someone right in front of me who can match up to my speed. The title seems to only apply to the current generation. The only way to attack him is to somehow get past his shadow and hit him directly with my sword. But how?" It was then that a red string had appeared and had wrapped around Arthur's arm. It wasn't that the Punisher hadn't seen it coming, but more that he had ignored it because he hadn't felt any enmity coming from it. Nor did he think it was something serious to worry about compared to Prima across the room. "I'm sorry, Arthur. I understand your pain, but I've learned certain things from the others. You might have your reasons to team up with the Dalki, but the fact remains that your side is even attacking my own family's castle right now, and you're doing nothing to stop it. I have no other choice but to choose to save the vampire settlement, my home," Silver shouted. Silver yanked on the string, attempting to at least overpower one of Arthur's arms. Unfortunately, it looked like it hardly had made any movement at all, though Prima believed that he should be at least slightly restricted by the strings. Although he hadn't figured out who exactly these mysterious people were, he would gladly take any help facing Arthur. Seeing the strings told him that at least one of them was from the 13th family, who he had believed to be on their side against the Punisher. "I have no grudge against the 13th family, but I will also not let them get in my way," Arthur stated as he yanked on the string, causing Silver to stumble into the shadow. At the same time, Arthur raised one hand and made a blood wall, blocking all of the attacks that were coming towards him from Prima, who had wanted to use the opportunity when his attention had been elsewhere. Although the shadow was a skill that was slow, making it somewhat of a weakness, his blood skills were not. "How long has it been since I last used blood skills, or tasted human blood?" Arthur wondered. "Well, I suppose it doesn't matter." Out of the shadow that was on the ground, 8 figures started to appear. They had human appearances, but were completely made out of shadow. All of them were Arthur's shadow clones. They quickly proceeded to surround the royal knight. Prima thought this was an opportunity. If he attacked the clones' bodies, then his ability would activate. He pierced the first one with his rapier, expecting for it to go through the body, which it did, but the body didn't bleed, and instead shadows just rippled. As soon as the rapier had touched the first body, the shadow effect had started and began to move over the weapon. The weapon had slowed down slightly. Still, the royal knight felt like he could still pull out the weapon with brute force. Before he could, though, another shadow hit Prima directly in the face, sending him flying back and his body flipping through the air. He quickly regained his balance, landing on the floor on all fours. With a sore face, he wondered what had just happened. "What's going on? Those clones can fight and attack me, but then why isn't my ability working on them?" Prima was confused. However, Leo could see what had happened. Through his ability, he had seen that Arthur had switched positions with one of his clones, and his real body was now present in the one that attacked. So the hit that had landed was a full-strength hit from Arthur himself. Although Prima didn't know what happened, he was struggling with how exactly he could face Arthur. The floor was covered in shadow he couldn't touch. Any attacks could be blocked with the shadow, and now he even had clones helping him. The only time Prima had gotten close to hurting Arthur was when he had help, but even then Arthur still had blood abilities on top of that. It was at that moment that a certain individual went to strike at one of the shadow clones, and in an instant the shadow dispersed, and the clone's body had disappeared. Next, the person had struck with a red blade, doing the same to one next to them. How? How are the blades not slowing down when they touch the clones? Are they special weapons? Prima thought. Even Silver, who had now gotten out of the area of the shadow on the ground, was amazed by what was happening. One by one, the clones were all quickly dealt with, and Arthur had transferred his energy back to his original place at the back of the throne room. The two masked people that had dealt with the clones started to walk forward, and it looked like their feet were soon going to enter the shadow space that was on the ground. "Wait! If you touch that, it will slow you down!" Prima yelled out with a warning, thinking that maybe these others didn't know much about the Punisher's powers. It wouldn't surprise him. After all, their existence had mostly been forgotten by all but ancient vampires. It wouldn't be uncommon to not know what the shadow exactly could and couldn't do. Then, as if Prima was witnessing a miracle, when the two masked stepped on the shadow, a clear circle appeared around their feet. It was as if the shadow was unable to reach them. They could walk through it fine without the shadow touching them. This was because both Aaron and Leo were using the third stage of Ki. "You harmed a boy that I have come to respect and like very much. You were once a man that I admired, but I cannot understand what could have happened for you to have put that boy through what you did," Leo stated, holding his sword with both hands. Aaron also decided to pull out something from her back, the demon tier beast weapon. As she held it in her hands, frost began to envelope her hand and the weapon. "Oh, so it's the two of you," Arthur sighed, recognizing the voices and the stance. As soon as Arthur saw the stance the pair of masked people had taken, memories started to flash through his head. It was impossible for him to mistake them, as Arthur himself had trained the two of them in combat. He had fought them time and time again, hoping to improve their skills and also teach them what it meant to be a vampire. "It seems you have grown even stronger since then. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that I would be placed in this situation," Arthur said with a pleased smile on his face. This time, the first one to attack was Leo. He slashed vertically 4 times, sending out blood swipes with his sword. As soon as they left his blade, all the shadow from the ground that was around it started to move away. Seeing this, Arthur understood that his shadow wouldn't work against this attack. He ran to the right side of the room, away from his position. It was the first time during the fight that he seemed to be taking the fight seriously, but the second he did move, a large tunnel of ice was seen shooting out of his way. Seeing as this attack wasn't the same, Arthur thought it would be easy to use his shadow to block it, but he could see something about that. The ice tunnel was abnormal as well. Although his shadow didn't spread out like it did with Leo's attack, he could see something else happening. All the shadow that was touching the ice was starting to freeze. "My shadow is actually losing out to the ice. This is certainly a first for me," Arthur realized. If the ice tunnel touched him, he would be done for. The tunnel continued forward and eventually ended up hitting the back throne room wall. "These people, who are they? What are these powers, and how are they actually fighting against the Punisher?" Prima was amazed, but he knew that as the original Punisher, Arthur was rumored to be as strong as any king, so he shouldn't fall that easily. The next second, Leo started to move to a certain spot in the shadows. It seemed strange, and Prima was wondering what exactly he was doing until Leo turned his blade and stabbed into the ground underneath him. Surprisingly, a clang was heard, and the next moment Arthur rose from the ground, with a large sword in his hand above his head. Swinging it around, he soon shifted the weight from Leo's sword, yet Arthur's appearance had slightly changed. "I didn't think I would have to use this here, but it just shows how much the two of you have grown." Arthur was now wearing his full set of red blood armor, and at the same time, he also had unchained his sword that he had kept on his back. Aaron, looking at her sword, could see the ring was on cooldown, so she was unable to use the ice tunnel skill again, but there were still the other 2 active skills she could use. Arthur and Leo were now battling out with their sword skills, clanging against each other. The only problem was that Arthur was able to overpower Leo, even with the use of his ki. Leo had hoped that by striking with the small amounts of the third stage of ki in spots, he could harm Arthur, but each time, rather than blocking the attack with his sword, Arthur was parrying them to the side, preventing the ki shots from hitting his body. It left Leo wondering if Arthur really knew the danger of ki to a vampire, or whether he was just following some type of instinct. At the same time, Leo was constantly making sure that his feet remained covered in the third stage of ki, in order to block out the shadow from reaching him.
Otherwise, he would instantly lose, not leaving him much choice to do other things with it. "I don't understand," Leo spoke, trying to strike even harder. "Someone of your skill, someone as great as you, why did you do that to him? Why did you harm the boy? As a teacher, I can understand that you might have wanted to teach him, but what you did was far too cruel." Hearing this, Arthur swung his blade once more, only this time he used his blood aura. The whole time he had refrained from doing so the sudden force strongly pushed Leo back. The blind swordsman covered himself with his sword, but his strength was too much. The back of his sword had cut his own chest, though not deep enough to deliver a fatal blow. "The world is cruel, though I don't think you need me to tell you that. No, going easy on him just because of his age, especially when I knew what he would face in his future, would have been foolish. Arthur stopped there, as he felt another presence approaching. Erin was in the air, swinging her blade, and as she did, the sword started to vibrate, letting out a screeching sound. It was then that Arthur noticed that his weapon started to freeze over slightly. "The first skill of the demon-tier weapon can still be used," Erin thought. Disregarding it, Arthur still swung his blade toward Erin's, and the two of them clashed. "Even with my power and the demon-tier weapon, our strength is equal," Erin thought, but it didn't matter, for this was part of the third movement of her swordsmanship. The suppression chains that were usually kept on her were now tied around both of Arthur's forearms. The Dampier tilted her sword to the side and soon kicked off the side of her sword, flipping backwards, then pulled on the chains. She moved her body closer to Arthur's, coming for another attack. Arthur was able to block them, but he also didn't have the time to remove the chains, because Erin would continually pull her body forward while displaying a great feat of acrobatics in the air, each time their sword clashed. "Are you just going to watch?" Leo shouted at Prima. "The two of us aren't enough to take him out. We will need your strength as well." This action managed to knock Prima out of his daze, as he had stayed at the back, witnessing the fight. However, the Royal Knight didn't know how he could help. Unlike the fighting masked duo, he had no way to avoid the shadow on the ground. While Erin was busy dealing with Arthur, Leo started to spread his third stage of ki pretty thin, and now the shadow that reached Prima had disappeared. Not knowing how long the person could keep it up for, Prima gripped his sword and charged in. Silver ran in as well. She could at least do something, and attempted to tie up Arthur's legs while he was distracted. "I have to wait for the right time. If I do that, I can use my soul weapon skill to make his attack stop. If all of us attack at the same time, we can deal a fatal blow to him," Leo thought. "Would you like my help?" A voice sounded in his head. It was coming from none other than Leo's familiar. "You are our trump card. If I manage to create an opening, use that opportunity," Leo replied. Leo timed it perfectly, waiting for Prima to reach Arthur. Silver had tied up his legs, and Arthur was still busy blocking the attack from Erin, until he could see what was happening, and it was then that his grand sword started to light up. For a second, Prima, seeing this, hesitated to charge in. "A blood weapon? But how did it activate without any blood?" Prima wondered, knowing something bad was about to happen. The next strike from Erin, the sword exploded on impact, blasting Erin away. Quickly sticking the sword in the ground, something started to glow by Prima's feet, and he was left stuck where he was, trapped by a certain ability. The strings were suddenly cut by some type of invisible force, and now that left only one person the Punisher had to deal with, Leo. Arthur swung his blade across, aiming to hit him, but he still had his ace up his sleeve, his soul weapon. Using his soul weapon, he could redirect Arthur's attack to where he wished. Using all of his MC cells, Leo did that, trying to suck Arthur's blow into a certain spot, but Arthur's hand had only moved slightly before Leo's entire pool of MC points had been exhausted. Leo immediately fell to the ground, almost collapsing and passing out from all the energy he had used. When using it against the leader of the Bloodsuckers, it had worked, but this person, we can't defeat him, was Leo's thought at that moment. With Leo down, the shadow returned surrounding Prima's feet, slowing his movements. Although the trap ability from the blood sword that Arthur used was no longer in effect, it didn't matter, for there was no way for him to avoid this blow. A diagonal slash was made, going through Prima's body like butter, and the top half of the Royal Knight had fallen to the floor. The next second, Arthur disappeared into the shadows, leaving the others with a whisper. "Another one off the list, but there are still more to go."
The royal knight had fallen, the 12th family's leader was dead, and the other 3, although not left with any serious wounds, had been defeated in body and spirit. Just like that, as quickly as Arthur had come, he had also left, only taking the lives of those that had been on his hit list. Despite Leo, Aaron, and Silver having teamed up with Prima, they had failed to take down the Punisher. Silver, standing up and looking at the situation around them, the state of the room, couldn't quite believe what had happened. Leo and Aaron were far stronger than she had imagined, and even that hadn't been enough. If even the king tried to face him, could the vampires really win? Silver questioned. Of course, Aaron answered, getting up from the ground. She had received a few wounds from the blood explosion, but other than that she was hardly hurt. The demon-tier weapon had fortunately taken the brunt of the aftermath, but it still seemed to be working fine. However, the look on the Dhampir's face revealed how frustrated she was. Silver thought that it might be because they had failed their task, or that she blamed herself for being weak, but that wasn't her reason at all. No, Aaron had wanted to use everything she had against Arthur, but he had disappeared before she could. The Punisher hadn't faced the third skill of the demon-tier sword, and she hadn't felt as if her movements had been any slower than Arthur's, with all the additional stats the weapon had granted her. So Aaron still had plenty more movements to show in both stances. Think about it. The fact that someone that strong is working for the other side, don't you find that strange? Someone at his level isn't the type to just follow the orders of others, so why is he with the Dalki and not leading them? The way I see it, it can only mean one of two things. Either Arthur has a weakness that they are exploiting. Aaron guessed that this might be the reason after learning about who she had received the demon-tier weapon from. Or there's someone on the other side that even he is afraid of. It was this thought, the words of Ruby from the village, the reason why Aaron needed to get stronger, and why they needed to become someone who could defeat Arthur. Silver, knowing there was nothing else they could do, tied up the weakened Leo, and with Aaron's ability traveled back the way they came. That's when they noticed something else as well. The sounds of fighting at the castle had almost come to a complete stop. Currently, the 3 of them were running through the tunnels, and had chosen to head to the 13th castle. Aaron had stated that the fighting had stopped there. Before they reached, though, Silver was a little worried. Don't worry, your father is still alive, Aaron stated. I can sense him. Actually, it looks like a lot of your family did well to fend off the attack. It was good news to hear, and the 3 of them could rest while they planned their next course of action. They also needed to report what they had learned to Muka, but even with all that, Silver was wondering why the fighting had stopped for now. What would happen once everyone found out about the death of a royal knight and the 12th family head? Bryce himself had to deal with the wave of the strong Dalki, not allowing them to move to any of the castles. It was because of him that the castle and those living in the castle areas were able to just focus on the enemy that had attacked them. At the moment, Bryce had returned to his castle, and he had received the report. Around 10% of the castle forces were lost. The 10th and 13th castle had only lost around 2% of their forces. Alas, more than half of those that had been in the pooling area had died. However, this was due to Bryce allowing them to die, with the large force that had attacked them. Bryce had assumed it was an all-out war. He had intended to use their blood for his match with Arthur, yet the Punisher never came. A short while later, Bryce also received news that his royal knight and the 12th family leader had both died. "Damn it!" Bryce shouted as he threw a wine glass against the wall, shattering it to pieces. "It seems like he has chosen to take you all down one by one." Tempest the Original, who was the current 2nd family leader, was also in the king's throne room, along with the surviving royal knight, Kyle Harlew, who had delivered the report. "When we look at the entire picture, this attack appears to have been far more coordinated than we first believed. All of it appears to have been nothing more than a distraction," Harlew said. "While everyone was busy, it gave Arthur the chance to attack the 12th family and the royal knight." "He's just running away," Bryce shouted. "Well, it is a valid tactic, though it's not as if his side aren't suffering losses," Tempest replied. "In the end, Arthur is just doing what he has set out to do. I would be careful. I'm pretty sure he might go for you next, perhaps using the same idea as today." Tempest knew all the leaders that had participated in their little expedition, yet his family hadn't been part of it. As such, It was far easier for the original to remain calm, unlike the royal knight. There is the matter of what to do with the 12th family who are in chaos. Not only was the 12th leader and royal knight found dead, but the vampire knights have gone missing as well, Kyle reported. There were also signs of other abilities used, an ice tunnel of some sort. I have started to investigate, but there is no known ability among us vampires that could do anything like that. Bryce honestly didn't care for what actually happened. He just knew that Arthur had been there, and that his royal knight was now dead. Yet he could do nothing against the one responsible for it. There is a simple solution. Allow me to wake up my old friend and let him take over the 12th family for now. I'm sure they would be useful in your little fight against the Punisher. I'm sure he would be pleased to know his ability is in the hands of another. That's too dangerous, Bryce shouted instantly. He doesn't even know our ways, doesn't even know the existence of the Punisher, nor will that person be someone who follows tradition. I can beat Arthur. All I need to do is find where he is and where he is going to attack next. In the meantime, the settlement started to recover from the attack, and the unsettling news had already begun to spread. They were beginning to lose hope that they would be able to deal with this problem. Thanks to the defenses that Quinn had left behind, the 10th castle had suffered minimal losses. Those that had come from the other families were surprised at how impressive everything was. They were also able to see just how strong the 10th family vampires were. Those that used beast gear and the students that were trained by Aaron with the power of Ki were able to fight better than even some of the inner castle family members they had seen in their own families. It felt like they were actually safe and could rely on the people here. However, there was one problem. Communication devices still seemed to be down in the entire vampire settlement, even though the Dalki had left, and what was worse was that the teleporter wasn't working either. It hadn't been destroyed, but it seemed like the other side had deployed some type of jammer, and they didn't exactly have a Logan that could help them out in this situation. Because of this, Paul was left unable to update the others on the situation, but he also knew this meant that the fight wasn't over. Timmy, Xander, gather the defeated Dalki. Make sure to store their blood. Use the beast flasks. If they run out, then store them in the storage units, Paul ordered. A few days went past with nothing happening, but worry stayed on all of their minds, waiting for the next attack, all of them on guard. While the vampire settlements were dealing with their own problems, not too far away, in the lab that was away from the eyes of others deep in the forest and mountains, sparks started to fly. There was one teleporter that was still working, and a few seconds later, 2 people appeared in the middle of the strange metallic lab. We finally made it! Home sweet home, Fex whistled with a smile. What should we do first? Check out what's been going on, or should we immediately check up on that dragon? The pair had arrived in the vampire world, but they didn't do so through conventional means. They had done so using the secret teleporter that they had discovered long ago, which led to a certain lab that was assumed to belong to Richard Eno. Fex took a look around the place. It was quite different from the last time he had seen it, since it was intact before, but now, with what had happened, the whole place was a mess. Broken machines, blood over certain equipment that had been dried up. In a way, they were lucky the teleporter was still intact. A few seconds later, and sparks started to appear again, and the final member had come through. As he landed, he scratched the back of his head, not really knowing what to do, or why he was in the situation he had been put in. How the hell do I keep getting dragged into all of this? Now I'm off to the home planet of those V, but nobody explains anything to me clearly. Agent 11 started to complain. How many times do you want to go through this? Just accept your fate. There's no way you're getting rescued, so you'll be by my side until... Well, I wanted to say until one of us dies, but if that happens, we probably will both croak, so realistically, until you break? Wait, that doesn't sound too nice either. Anyway, you know how good of a combo the two of us make, so let's just enjoy the time, Fex replied while throwing him a small little spray bottle. Agent 11 looked at it and noticed that it was the same bottle that he had sprayed himself with before coming over to this place, but as usual, they didn't really explain anything to him and just sprayed him. Quickly, Agent 11 was looking to see if there was any chance he could escape. Fighting together, he already knew String Boy's strength, but he had no idea about the strength of the other girl next to him. She looked to be staring into space with black bags under her eyes, so he didn't think she would put up much of a fight. Maybe this is my chance while the other cursed faction members aren't around. Remember to spray yourself every 3 hours, Fex reminded him, imitating spraying himself in 3 areas. I'm serious. Without that stuff, you're basically a walking meal. Vampires will be able to sniff you out in seconds. Also, they're not the only things to worry about in this place. There's Wendigos that eat human flesh and all sorts of other things like Linda. Hearing her name, Linda lifted her head, but she hadn't heard what Fex had said. She eats flesh? Agent 11 gulped hard. I guess no one is normal in the cursed faction. Maybe it's a better idea to listen and follow them for now. Thinking this, he placed the bottle in a type of small bag that was attached around his waist. Then, with the watch on his wrist, he made sure to set a timer so it would beep in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Agent 11 wasn't willing to test how accurate that 3-hour time limit was. Before deciding which direction to go, they needed to decide as a group what to do. Logan gave us a layout of the cave tunnels from last time, Linda reported, opening up a hologram that allowed them a rough idea of where they currently were and what the place looked like. The map wouldn't update as they moved, but at least they knew where they were now and could plan for the rest. Our current location puts us closer to the dragon than the vampire settlement, so it would make sense if we were to head there first. There shouldn't be any trouble there either. You're sure that the vampires don't know about this place? Linda asked for confirmation. She had visited the vampire world before, but it was under very different circumstances, and last time there was also another person here that was there to support her. She had come here to escape some of her memories with Weevil, but no matter what she did, it seemed like everything was reminding her of him. Yes, that's true, Fex answered. From what we learned, the lab was something that was created by Jim when he worked on the Dalki for them. They knew about the dragon, but this lab and the current dragon's position are unknown to the vampire settlement. Maybe the vampires believed Jim took it with him, or perhaps it was Richard who decided to move it with that ability of his, making it so the lab stayed hidden from their eyes? Anyway, it should be safe. All of the Wendigos that were here last time have been defeated. I can't get into contact with the 10th castle at the moment. I didn't have too much hope, but it's still a shame. Oh well, we'll be here for a while, so let's just check up on what's closest. With that said, the group decided to head through one of the large broken metal doors, and following the map that Logan had made, they soon entered a few tunnels. So, about what you said earlier, Agent 11 asked. You mentioned those Wendigo creatures that eat human flesh. Were they also here in the tunnels? Indeed, Fex nodded, actually happy to have a conversation partner. Linda was clearly not over her deceased boyfriend yet, so it was hard to talk to her. If it was just the two of them, Fex didn't know how he would be able to face the current situation. You should have seen it. A whole army was practically running after us. It was crazy, but we managed to escape in the end. I don't know what happened to all of them, though. Yeah, that was going to be my next question. If you guys killed a bunch of them, then where are their bodies? I mean, they have bones and stuff, right? So shouldn't their bodies still be back in the lab or someplace? Agent 11 asked. Fex started a nervous laugh, but that was it. He didn't answer after that because he didn't have an answer for that. Well, there are creatures other than the Wendigos on the planet. The Wendigos can also evolve, Fex eventually said once the tunnel got silent again. That doesn't exactly make me feel better about the question I asked earlier, Agent 11 murmured, and it was because of that he pulled out his weapon from his scabbard and was now carefully moving forward. He also looked back at the others, who were able to walk through the tunnel perfectly fine, while Agent 11 had to use a light crystal to allow him to see. Yeah, it might allow me to see, but then what about the creatures? Isn't this practically the same as asking them to come over and make me into their meal? I mean, most of those creatures are locked up, Fex revealed. The Wendigos were here because of the lab. Sometimes Wendigos, or subclass vampires, escape into the forest, but that's incredibly rare. And if that does happen, the vampires send out a subjugation team. I know because my family, the 13th family, was sent out on these missions most of the time due to our ability. As you can attest, it's perfect to capture someone alive, making it easy enough to hand them over to the king. In turn, he would use them for his forces. An example of what Fex was talking about was when Paul and the others had first attacked. The vampires had sent out an army of Wendigos at the time to help weaken the human forces before the others arrived. Eventually, they had reached their destination. The other lab was on site, and the door could be seen in front of them already opened. The others weren't sure if the door was meant to be open, especially since Logan had stated that he had been able to open it solely due to the connection to his family. Taking a step forward, though, Linda suddenly stopped, and so did Fex. Agent 11 quickly tapped his light crystal, turning it off. Since he was unsure what had happened, he could just see two red eyes staring at them in the distance. "I was afraid the moment I mentioned it that I might have jinxed us. I guess you're going to see what one of these other creatures looks like live." "Don't turn off your light crystal," Fex immediately shouted. He did this for two reasons. One was hoping to attract the beast to him, and the other was seeing how Agent 11 reacted. Agent 11 had turned off the crystal because he was unable to see the beast even though others could. The light was almost too bright on him, and the beast was constantly moving as he turned. Turning off the light, he thought he had done the right thing. Now he could see glowing red eyes, but seeing how high up they were in the tunnel just gave him goosebumps. If the creature comes from this tunnel or has always lived in a dark place, there is a good chance it's... Before Fex could finish what he was saying, the strange creature leapt up and headed straight towards Agent 11 out of all the others. Taking the advice, he turned his light crystal back on in time, and now could see the beast in the air and what its entire body looked like. It was something that Agent 11 could only imagine in his nightmares. Its outside flesh looked like a beast that had no skin or fur. It's as if muscles were fully on display. Even through that, he could see parts of its bones sticking out. The creature was incredibly large, almost 4 times the size of a human, but what was terrifying about it was the long hair it had on its head, making it seem almost human, and the multiple heads and skulls that looked to be sticking out from its body in different areas. "What the hell is this beast?" Agent 11 said, rolling out of the way, causing it to hit the ground. He was used to being in tough combat situations, so he didn't freeze up and managed to slash it with his sword, hitting its back leg. It looks like bringing Agent 11 was good for more reasons than one. His ability with Ki helps block the regeneration, even with his subclasses. But what the hell was this creature again? Fex thought, trying to look at it, thinking back to his studying days. As a student who wasn't the best at studying, he drew a blank at its name. This also meant he didn't exactly know the dangers of the creature, but judging by the fact it attacked them on sight, it did mean one thing, that the creature was something similar to a Wendigo, aggressive on sight. Quickly, Fex tied up its back legs with strings, pulling it to the ground, causing it to fall on its belly, and then Linda, lifting up the club-type weapon, had whacked it on the top of its head. It was a strong, powerful blow, so much that it didn't move again after a single hit, and its head was splattered on the ground. Agent 11, who had thought about escaping thinking that maybe the girl that had been brought along with them was weak, suddenly was happy that he had changed his mind. "What the hell was that? Was that a Wendigo you were talking about, or a beast?" Agent 11 asked, moving the light crystal to see if he could get a closer look. He even stabbed it with his sword a couple of times, using his Ki to make sure that it really was dead. "No, it's a beast," Fex replied. "I think it was something called a mouth splitter or something. It's not one of the Code Red subclasses, but still, something doesn't really add up. How did it get in here?" Fex was wondering. Looking around, Linda eventually found a tunnel in the large room. This tunnel looked unnatural, as if it had been dug out, rather than once created by Eno or the vampires. "Well, maybe we can take a small detour," Fex said, sticking his head in the thing and seeing how far it went. He was unable to see the end. "I mean, if we go into the lab, maybe more of them will come out from here. It might be best to close it up or something." The group decided to go in. The tunnel entrance was quite large, since it was able to fit the creature that had just attacked them. However, Agent 11 was trying to walk towards the back of the group so he could make a quick getaway, but Fex wouldn't let him, nudging him in between the two of them while Linda led the way. They walked for a couple of hours, finding nothing, and also found some branches of the tunnels that led to nowhere. Regardless, they did discover a few bones here and there, but the bones looked too long to belong to a human. Some of them seemed to be from beasts and other things. Eventually, they noticed that the tunnel led to outside. Before they even went to the very top, they had decided to tread carefully and lightly because the group could hear sounds from above. Crawling through the tunnel, they eventually crept up to the opening and could finally see where they were. It was another facility, but not one linked to the mountains. They had been traveling too long for it to be close. It was, however, a place that Fex had knowledge of, but he had never learnt about its location. Seeing what was in front of them, Agent 11's whole body was shaking. For the strange creature they had seen and fought against, there were thousands of them in this very room. It looked almost like a giant greenhouse, too large to see the end, and each of the sections looked to have different types of creatures in them. Each section was divided by different creatures with glass, and there seemed to be a system in place to feed the creatures, at least the ones that needed feeding. "What is this place? Are they like growing creatures here?" Linda whispered, and made sure so the beasts nearby wouldn't hear. The three of them noticed that a lot of creatures weren't near the tunnel. The one section they were in was huge and looked more like a fake environment built for the creatures. They now realized what they were in was more of a hole. "I learned about this. It's a place for the dangerous subclasses they can kinda control. The vampires kept them for attacks, but I never knew there were this many," Fex replied. The sheer number was frightening, to say the least. There were more creatures here than vampires, which just didn't seem right. There weren't ever many situations where the vampires could use these creatures to help them, so in a way, it made no sense to harbor this many creatures. "Couldn't we use these to fight against the Dalki?" Linda thought. Fex scoffed at the idea. "I mean, sure, I guess an army of beings that attack anything on sight would be a great help. The question is, how do you get the vampires to agree to use such a thing? Most vampires don't even know about the Dalki, so I doubt Bryce, or anyone, sees them as a threat and would be the last person to help the humans. I experienced their strength firsthand, so I'm a bit different from the other vampires. What I want to know is, what war were they planning to have keeping this many?" "Isn't it obvious?" Agent 11 replied. "I mean, aren't vampires and humans different races? And if they don't care about the Dalki, then they must be gathering these to fight against the humans." Usually, Fex would have thought such an idea was ridiculous, but with the current king in charge and the number of creatures he could see, Fex was thinking along the same lines. "Come on, let's get out of here. There's nothing we can do anyway, and it's not like the vampires would help out the humans. It looks like the hole was just made by one of our little mouth spitters," Fex said. The group took one peek at the creatures, as they wanted to make a note to see if they could find this place in the future. At least Linda did, and they were on their way to do what they had initially intended. Beep, beep, beep. When they had entered the tunnel, a certain agent's wristwatch had been set to go off as a reminder. Only the tunnels had echoed the sound of his watch, causing it to be heard by all the mouth spitters above. "Run!" Fex shouted. Almost immediately after the sound of the watch going off was heard, several growls came quickly after. The mouth spitters could be seen entering the tunnel with which they had come from. The three of them were already running as fast as they could, back in. "Are you trying to get us killed?" Fex shouted at Agent 11. "You were the one who told me to spray myself with the bottle after every 3 hours. Excuse me for actually deciding to listen to you," Agent 11 shouted, and ducked down as one of the mouth spitters leapt over the top of them and landed in front, blocking their way. There was one thing about these creatures that they hadn't noticed since they had dealt with the first creature so fast. They were fast. Fex was a vampire with great speed, and Agent 11 was able to power his legs with ki to allow him to run faster. However, the group needed to slow down for one person in particular, which was Linda. Still, she was a great help to the group since whenever they would catch up, she would turn around with her monstrous strength, slamming the mouth spitters and knocking them back a few steps. All of the creatures were so desperate to get at the trio that they were tumbling over each other, and some were even stuck in the tunnel trying to get through the gaps. "I need to borrow you," Fex said. Quickly, he threw out his needles with the strings and attached it to Agent 11's back. Agent 11 knew what this meant and allowed this body to go limp, leaving Fex in control, but still keeping up the power of his ki. As Agent 11 charged in, Fex skillfully mastered his puppet to avoid the strikes of the creature in front of them, cutting up its legs, and soon rolling underneath it to stab its head from underneath. "Linda, how are you holding up?" Fex asked. "We need to keep moving. My strength in this form is not enough. I can't transform in this place. It's too small. If I do move, I might hit the ceiling and make this whole place cave in on us," Linda shouted back. Hearing this had given Fex an idea. He quickly tied up Linda with his strings and pulled her underneath his arm, carrying her, and did the same with Agent 11. Right now, all he wanted to do was focus on running as fast as he could to get out of the tunnel. The sad truth was that the two of them were slowing him down in this aspect, and with his vampire strength, it was hardly any weight for him to carry, even if they did have weapons and armor on. Fex was able to outrun the mouth spitters, and a short while later, they returned to the area where the lab that Logan had sent them to was based. "Linda, do what you said before. Just smash this tunnel down. It shouldn't affect this area, especially since the facility was built here. I don't think they would have made it so fragile." Fex tried to explain as fast as possible, but he wasn't making much sense. But there was another problem. I, Linda said, her face turning red. It was clear that there was some type of issue, but their lives were on the line. "Just smash it!" Agent 11 shouted, hearing the growls on the beast. The next second, Linda's body started changing in size, but something was wrong. As her body grew larger, she started to take off the armor that she was wearing. "Wait a second," Fex realized. "The armor! Did you never get another set made for your other form?" Realizing that Linda had no choice but to take off or break her armor, Fex went to cover Agent 11's eyes and closed his. "Linda, we aren't looking, just do it," Fex shouted. They couldn't see anything, but they could feel the vibrations, the loud bangs, and the sound of the rocks falling. It was unsure whether the whole tunnel had collapsed, crushing the creatures inside them. Still, they were no longer making any noises, and it didn't look like they would be using the tunnel that was made any time soon. "Hey, can you get off me?" Agent 11 complained while struggling, but Fex made sure to keep a tight hand on Agent 11's eyes. "Just keep them shut until—" "You can open them again," Linda said. Letting go, the two of them could see Linda, and they couldn't help but look her way. She was back in her armor and had the club attached to her back. Her face was clearly still red. "Thank you for what you did," Linda said, as she turned around and decided to head into the facility first. "Hey, she's kinda cute when she acts like that," Agent 11 commented. Fex scowled at Agent 11. "She's off limits," he said, and turned back around, chasing after Linda. "Hey, wait. What if there are more creatures in there? Maybe the other types created a tunnel into the facility." Fex moved his fingers, and Agent 11 soon felt his legs moving with them as well. "Get these strings off me," Agent 11 complained. The three had entered the facility, and they were half expecting it to look destroyed like the other one they had seen, but it was kept intact. They walked through and could see countless of the glass containers, all set up empty. The dividing pathways in the lab led to the different rooms, and if Linda remembered correctly, one of them led to the dragon. She retook the lead, but what she wasn't expecting was for the doors to be open. Seeing this, Fex and Linda were getting slightly worried that maybe something had happened to the demon-tier dragon already. However, when they entered a particular room, they could see the demon-tier dragon attached with several large cables and devices all over the dragon's body. Setting their eyes on it, all of them shivered for some reason. As for Agent 11, he had dropped to the floor. "What, are you scared of this thing?" Agent 11 couldn't explain. It was as if his body was having some type of strange reaction to seeing the demon-tier beast. "I seem to remember that we all reacted in a similar way when we first saw the demon-tier beast," Linda replied, making Fex's smug face look a little silly now. Eventually, Agent 11 started to get used to the pressure. His ki output was helping him. As time went on, he was able to slowly lessen the ki to the point where he could withstand being in front of the demon-tier beast. "What do we do now? We have confirmed that the demon-tier beast is still here, but aren't the Dalki after it?" Linda asked. "If we leave it here, there is a chance that they will find it. Imagine if someone was doing a routine checkup in that facility. I know the tunnel was a long one, but if they followed it, it would have led them to this place." Fex thought about it for a while. Linda was right, but how were the Dalki expecting to find the dragon in the first place? Or were they just relying on Arthur to deal with the problem? Although Fex thought it was important they stayed where they were, at the same time, he still desperately wanted to check on his family. But the one thing he didn't think was right of him to do was to leave Linda here all on her own. "Let's wait until the communication channels are open again," Fex finally said. "I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure my family is doing okay. If we're this close, I would feel something if they were hurt, right?" When Quinn was in a tough situation, all of those that he had turned could feel a small part of his pain, but for Fex, he wasn't part of the cursed family. He belonged to the 13th family, and right now, he felt no such thing. He thought it might be due to how far away he was from them, but even now, it didn't seem like they were having much trouble. How are the Dalki expecting to kill such a thing anyway? Agent 11 asked. They have their ways, and there is always me, a voice said from behind. All three of them turned around, and almost instantly, Fex's legs had turned to jelly. Linda and Agent 11 were unaware of who exactly this man was, for they had never seen him before, but they had never seen Fex act like this. Noticing the shadows on his back, Linda now understood who it was. Seeing that he was here, Fex didn't know what to do. Although the three of them weren't considered weak, there was no chance in his mind that the three of them could ever defeat someone as powerful as the person in front of them. Their only option was to escape, but how would they even do that? The leader of the Punishers, the controller of shadows that went far beyond what Quinn could achieve. If they tried anything, he could stop their escape in a heartbeat. Who the hell is this guy? Agent 11 asked, readying his sword. He had dealt with plenty of V on the island, so what was different about this one? The next second, Arthur lifted his hand, and a shadow appeared directly behind the agent. His body was sucked in, and he was gone from the room they were in just like that. I could tell he was going to be a little annoying, Arthur said. I thought it was best to get rid of him. You. Arthur pointed towards Fex, making him jump back, thinking he was going to pull the same trick. You're the boy that Quinn was trying to save that time. Not really knowing how to act or what to do, Fex felt like all he could do was nod, telling the truth, but something felt a little off to Fex. Wait, what is Arthur even doing in a place like this? Doesn't that mean he knows where the dragon is located? How long has he known that for? And he talked about killing it. Then why hasn't he killed the dragon yet? Is there a reason why he can't or hasn't? The group had learnt a lot about Arthur, and perhaps the reasons for him going to the other side, but it was then that Fex realized something. Arthur had never turned up in the human world. He had to have been somewhere. Had he been in the vampire world the whole time? If that was the case, perhaps he didn't know. He didn't know what had happened. Arthur, Fex called out relatively weakly. Just saying his name was hard on Fex, but the fact that they hadn't been outright attacked meant there was a chance. Arthur hadn't completely gone to the other side yet. Arthur, Fex said again, as he assured himself for a second time. Are you just going to keep saying his name over and over again, or are you actually going to say something? Linda whispered from the side of her mouth. We know why you made a deal with the Dalki. We met with Ruby. She's with the cursed faction now. Quinn is protecting her. Fex paused, waiting to see a reaction from Arthur. It was hard to tell, since he just stood there, but seeing as he was doing nothing and was listening, Fex took it as a good sign. We know you wanted to protect them, so you made a deal with Jim and the Dalki, but the military and Quinn managed to save them. They can't use their lives against you anymore. Arthur stayed where he was and looked like he was deep in thought. He didn't draw his weapon, nor did he show signs of aggression, and even placed his shadow away. You don't understand, he finally said. I was the one that asked them for that deal. They weren't using the Dalki to threaten their lives. I was the one that had asked them to protect them. They had no reason to listen to my request, yet they did, and I was the one that offered to help them in return. The pair couldn't believe their ears. Like Quinn, they too believed that Arthur had to have gone to the other side because they were using something against him, but now they found out it wasn't true at all. It made Fex wonder how Quinn would have reacted if he was to hear this. The humans will eventually all perish, and all I wanted in return was for them to live a full life. I also assume that Minnie hasn't been saved? This was the one thing Fex was worried about. Although Arthur claimed he had asked them for protection, why was Ruby's daughter taken away? This was the real person they were using against Arthur. Clearly, by making the request for them to be protected, Jim knew that Arthur had grown to care for these people. I thought as much, but if what you said is true, that Ruby and the others are with the cursed faction, then their life will be short-lived. So it doesn't matter anymore. My wish was for her to spend the rest of her life knowing love with her mother. In this war, the humans have always believed that it was them against the Dalki, and the vampires have ignored them. While that happened, the Dalki were able to grow into a force that no one can stop. What do you mean? Linda asked. Is what we heard from Ruby true, that the Dalki are stronger than you? Arthur nodded. I see my actions have caused pain to the whole of the cursed faction, so I should at least explain myself, and hopefully you can pass this message on to Quinn. When I first met Jim, he had brought along with him 2 of the Dalki leaders. I was just looking around, trying to learn what happened to my people, when I saw him. He was there as if he predicted that I would be there. The Dalki I fought against were both 4 spikes. They were stronger than I imagined, but they still weren't something that I, nor I thought the vampires needed to worry about. This was expected. Arthur was one of the strongest vampires, so the only ones that should have been able to give him trouble were the 5 spikes, and even then, Fex thought that the Punisher leader would win. Unless he said Jim was there, did Jim create a 6-spike Dalki? Did you face the 6 spikes? Fex asked, thinking he had figured it out. You know about them as well. I shouldn't have to go into too much detail about their power. They were there, or Jim certainly showed he had the power to change other Dalki into 6 spikes whenever he wished. Just witnessing this and seeing their strength was one of the reasons why I had been convinced that there was no way for the humans or the vampires to win this war, but that wasn't the only reason. The other was due to the Dalki I had faced. It was a strange Dalki, one that wore the clothing of a human. Facing him, I couldn't remember the last time I had felt so weak. Perhaps when I was human and I was told to go hunting as a child, meeting a grand bear. Facing that particular 5 spikes power was completely different to the others. That is the reason why I think that humans and vampires will lose the war. Hearing someone as great as Arthur talk this way, Fex couldn't begin to imagine just how strong this Dalki could have been to scare Arthur away. They had fought against Slicer, but even then, Arthur's power should have been greater in Fex's head. So, who was this Dalki? Still, he had given up. Arthur had given up, unlike someone else he knew. You, Fex gritted his teeth. Disappoint me, Arthur. Have you really given up? If you have, then why didn't you just kill this dragon already when you found it? Sure, you might want to hurt the vampire race or whatever, but you could have just as well done that and still have done what you wished. And I don't know what your loss against that Dalki was like, but I'm sure I know someone else who felt the same way, and it was because of you. When you defeated Quinn, when you completely overpowered him and left him in that state, even though he looked up to you as a mentor, did he just give up? No, he continued fighting and continued to get stronger, and one of the reasons you thought the human race would lose, you said it was because of Jim, right? Well, it looks like you didn't even know that Quinn killed Jim, Fex shouted. Jim is dead? Arthur replied. As soon as the dark shadow appeared above them, all of the vampires started to panic. However, this time, they were more prepared. None of the pooling vampires could match up to the mast or the Dalki, and would most likely just add to the body count. So they had been told to stay in their homes in each of the castles. However, they were also told to be prepared to fight for their lives if necessary. In a fight against their enemy, numbers didn't mean much. The actual castle vampires and the original castle vampires were the ones who were to do battle. This was how it had been set up, through most of the families. Apart from one, who had decided to have all the pooling vampires stay in the castle instead, these were those from the 13th family. The vampires belonging to the family castle and the inner castle vampires would go out to face the enemy, while the pooling vampires would bunker up in the castle, with a few vampires left behind to protect them. The main reason for this was because Lee wanted to prevent anyone finding out about the 13th family's secret for as long as possible. The leader had been surprised that after using the inner blood weapons last time, nobody had reported them, but had eventually accepted that, due to the chaos of the situation, nobody might have cared. But when the whole thing was to blow over, it could mean serious repercussions for the 13th family. The Dalki and the mast started to fall from the large black shadow in the sky, just like last time. Not understanding the skill or how someone was able to do such a thing, the only thing the castles could do was wait till they landed. But there was one odd fellow that was falling through the sky with them. What the heck is going on? Why am I suddenly falling? Agent 11's face was flapping as the wind hit his mouth, and the ground was getting closer to him by the second. One moment he had been in a strange lab, and the next in a dark space. While in the dark space, the pure agent had been on his own, wandering around trying to find someone or something to get him out. He assumed that it was the ability of the man they had met earlier. Every ability should have a weakness, so Agent 11 assumed he just needed to figure it out. However, after a few hours, he found himself in the position he was in now, falling through the sky. There was a Dalki next to him, but it was too far away from him to reach. Looking down again, Agent 11 knew that he wouldn't help much in this situation. At best, it might prevent his immediate death, but he would still suffer fatal injuries. Panicking and thinking of what he could possibly do, he noticed that Fex still had his strings attached to him via the needle. They were nearly impossible to see, but they had remained in Agent 11's body when he was taken to the dark room. Reaching around the back of his neck, he pulled out one of the needles. "Damn it, I hope this works." Agent 11 ran his finger down from the needle and could feel the string until he reached the end, holding it firmly in place. Then with the needle he started to concentrate. He circulated the first stage of ki through his muscles, and the second stage of ki through the needle to make it sharper. At the right time, he threw it at the Dalki, managing to hit it in the shoulder, the needle piercing right through. Then pulling the string, he pulled his body towards the Dalki. Agent 11's body was approaching the creature, and with his legs charging in first, he kicked off the mast, who had been riding on top. "Phew, looks like I'm safe." A bang was heard, and a dust cloud was lifted, for seconds after the Dalki had landed on the ground. Agent 11 quickly jumped off from the Dalki to see where he was, only to find himself in a strange area full of mansions. But more importantly, there was clearly what looked like a war going on. A blood swipe was thrown out from behind, almost hitting the pure agent, but before it did, a strong black-horned rabbit jumped on his shoulder, and powering its horn, fired off a lightning attack, hitting the aura and saving Agent 11's life. "What are you doing just standing there?" A vampire who came running over yelled at him, and soon the black rabbit hopped back onto the shoulder of the vampire. "That rabbit saved my life. Does it belong to you?" Agent 11 asked in confusion. "I'm Rokeen, a castle vampire from the 5th family. Listen to my order and either fight or get in one of the houses," Rokeen shouted. It was then that the Dalki that Agent 11 had landed on had almost come to, turning around and looking at the two of them. Agent 11 was still confused about how they had come to this world, and even the cursed faction he was with were cautious of the V. He didn't quite know what was going on, or whose side he was even supposed to be. Still, he was sure about one thing. Dalki were humanity's enemy. This kid had just saved his life, and he wasn't someone who didn't repay favors. Agent 11 grabbed his sword and charged towards the Dalki, avoiding its strikes and cutting it in certain places. He hated to admit it, but with the fighting style Fex had utilized while controlling him, he himself had managed to further improve his swordsmanship. Rokeen, seeing how skilled the pure Asian was, felt that with the two of them and with his familiar, they could easily take on the Dalki. At the 10th castle, Paul ran towards his balcony, as soon as the shadow had appeared. "Remember your training, everyone. The Dalki blood empowers us, so get ready to put it to good use," Paul shouted. Those that had flasks started to consume it immediately. The others were a bit cautious, but when a few of them started to praise the new energy they could feel inside of them, they all started to drink the packs of green blood that had been handed out. I actually feel so invigorated, and it tastes sweeter than human blood. What is happening to us?" "I thought we couldn't consume the blood of beasts, so why are we able to consume their blood?" It didn't make sense to a lot of the vampires, but it didn't have to either. With the power of the green blood, the gargoyles and towers, Paul was going to make sure that the 10th family came out of this whole thing with the least amount of casualties. Bryce had decided it was time to go out to the pooling area once more, only this time he wasn't going there alone. Alongside him was Kyle Dawn, his remaining royal knight, as well as some royal guards. Additionally, he had made Jill and Harlu Dawn, the current 7th leader, tag along. Just like last time, the force that was composed of mostly Dalki landed in the pooling area, but Bryce was confident. He could tell that Arthur was going after all those who had gone on that expedition, so those that were most important on the Punisher's hit list were currently gathered in this place. If Arthur wanted to take a single one of them out, he would need to bring the fight here. The battle started. and with the royal guards and everyone else there, the fighting was much easier than the last time. King Bryce hardly had to do anything himself. "You have no clue what my powers can do," Arthur's voice suddenly resounded in the open space. The voice was heard by everyone there, but no matter how much Bryce and the others turned around, Arthur was nowhere to be seen. "Where is Harlew?" Kyle eventually shouted, as he used his cape to block the attack of the Dalki, and pierced through its head with its hand soon after. "I can't find him anywhere." Jill searched. The royal guard searched, but they could see nothing, and a few seconds later they saw a shadow open up, only for a familiar-looking body to fall to the ground. Another one off the list. The body was none other than the new 12th leader, Harlew Dawn. Harlew had only been a few meters away from Bryce, yet the king had been unable to save him from the Punisher. Things had yet to go back to normal in the vampire settlement, but it had been days since the attack had last occurred. The pooling area was now non-existent. The vampires that were still alive had finally been given access to the inner castle areas, a decision that had taken longer than it should and had left a bad taste in their mouths. The pooling area vampires were vampires that often switched between families. When they next got their chance, they felt they would in the future move to the families that had acted quicker and were more successful in defending their people. It was because of this that the middle of the settlement had become a ghost town, abandoned and destroyed houses from the last fight having yet to be repaired, blood left staining the streets, and a pile of bodies gathered ready to be burnt. The 10th family, once again, had taken in the most refugees. A lot of the vampires from the pooling area were insistent on going there after seeing and hearing how well they had done to defend themselves from the attack. It was a similar situation in the 13th family. Still, for some reason, they had decided to take no one outside of their own family. However, despite all of this, all of the castles, the leaders, and people were on the tip of their toes, for one of the royal knights and leaders had been killed and in their own castle. If they could get to them, who was to say that they were safe no matter where they were? At the same time, no replacement had been made for the 12th family head. Instead, Bryce was giving out orders to the family using Jill's ability, telling them to organize themselves, and they were essentially being self-sufficient. There was no leader in the castle, causing them to somewhat panic as well. Regardless, Bryce didn't care because he believed that everything was temporary. Once he got rid of Arthur, he could assign a new leader to the 12th family, and everything would go back to normal. At the moment, Aaron, Leo, and Silver were staying in the 13th castle. The king rarely dropped by, especially with what was going on at the moment. Yet, even now in the 10th castle, there seemed to always be a pair of eyes on them. The king would often send royal guards there to check if Quinn or any other punishers had returned, so they decided it was safer for them to stay with Lee and the others with everything going on. An important meeting was currently taking place as Muka was updating Silver and the others on their new plans. Since their last meeting, Silver had told them about the information about Arthur's hit list. The leaders who met up from before, apart from Paul and Aaron, were sitting in a smaller room with a round table. They didn't want anyone, including members of the 13th family, to be aware of what was going on, because they were treading into more dangerous territory as they found and gathered more information. The fewer people connected, the less likely to be found out, and if they were found out, they hoped fewer people would be dragged into the whole mess.
After what you informed me, I have been doing some research. Going through the files, I found out about those that went on the expedition, along with Bryce at the time, Muka said, as he threw a piece of paper that had a record of all those that had gone on the expedition out on the table. What Silver didn't realize, looking at this, was that the list was far bigger than she thought. "This is... Arthur is going to go through them all?" Silver asked. "We can't be sure," Sunny said. "After all, so far, Arthur seemed to have only gone for the leaders, the vampire knights, and anyone who is in a higher position than that. Maybe he believes that the other vampires were just forced to come along, not knowing what they were doing. Or perhaps he is only dealing with the people he thinks need his punishment," Lee suggested. "Or he could be saving them for later," Jin said. This, of course, was the obvious thing, but Sunny or Lee didn't want to say it, as if saying those words would make it come true. "Thanks to your group, we have found out the reason why Arthur is attacking the vampires, and some of us can ease up, even if it only is a little," Muka said. "Since Arthur didn't deal with you, we can assume he has decided to stay quite strict to this list, but there are still many problems we have to deal with, especially those that he brings with him. Knowing about this expedition, nearly half the leaders were involved. We can use their testimony. The others will back that said person up or finish them before they even get the chance. Which means the only thing we can still do is find out the truth about what Bryce is doing with the missing vampires. It seems like the two matters might not be linked after all. My best bet is we will find out the answer in the king's castle. It is the safest place for Bryce, since not even the leaders can freely enter that place. However, I am sure that Arthur will attack again soon. Bryce knows who Arthur is after, so the best move would be to enter the king's castle during the next attack. Most likely, since he has gone after one royal knight, they will assume he will go after the other. Bryce will stay by his side to set some type of trap, so the castle should be easy to navigate. I know it was a close call last time, and it is hard for me to ask you this again, but you are the only ones that can do this."
Silver was a bit hesitant. She felt like the way Arthur was acting, if they had tried to get in his way of completing his revenge, they could have easily suffered as well. When Leo got close and Aaron looked to have nearly hurt him, Arthur had no choice but to fight back. "We'll do it," Aaron surprisingly spoke up, and was speaking as if it was for the others.
"Aaron," Leo said in a tone as if he was telling off his own daughter, "I know you wish to test or prove yourself, but remember we need to think about not just us, but the rest of the family. If we get caught, then the 10th will be in far more trouble than we were in for heading towards the 12th family castle. What I am far more concerned about is what Arthur plans to do after, and whether or not the vampires can stop him. If we don't figure that out, then this whole conversation and everything that we are doing could very well be completely useless."
The other leaders present didn't want to admit it, but Leo had a point. The settlement in their mind had always existed and always would. Another thought on Leo's mind was if the leaders were still taking the Dalki as a minor threat because they hadn't even been considered in the conversation.
"We will do it," Leo said, "but if there is any sign that we will get caught, we will abandon our mission. This is a task to find out information, not to fight any of the guards or the others inside."
As the meeting came to an end, and everyone was ready to relax for the rest of the day, or at least as much as possible, they could see the dark shadow that appeared above, covering all of the castles. Seconds later, and a repeat of what had happened last time had occurred. The Dalki were falling from the sky, along with the masked vampires. The attack was happening again. When the attack started, the trio didn't waste any time complying with the mission they had agreed upon. Traveling through the tunnels, they had done so with Muka and the other leaders for the first part of their journey. This was because they needed to get back to their castles to give orders and to help as quickly as possible. If anyone saw they had all come from the 13th family as well, then it would raise suspicion on what this group was planning to do. At times like this, usually, they could have used Jill to send out messages to their respective knights on what to do, but that would be a red flag straight away if she was to find out about it. Especially now, since she was basically Bryce's dog, held by an invisible chain.
"Remember, this time, we will be avoiding any confrontation if possible," Leo reminded them as they ran through the tunnels.
Muka had already opened the one that led to the king's castle, and the leaders split, so now they just needed to travel a little further before reaching the place.
"Unlike the last mission, we are just to search where the missing people are, or if there are any missing people at all."
When Leo spoke, Aaron knew that this was directed at her. She didn't know if it was due to her fight with Arthur, but her lust was returning slightly. Leo had noticed this based on how much of the suppression chains she had wrapped around her forearms. After killing a few vampires and slowly weaning her urge from them, Leo thought that she was fine, but maybe that wasn't the case when coming across more complete or stronger vampires. The three of them could see the entrance up ahead, and they wore the same uniforms they were in last time, covering themselves with cloaks and masks. Since no one was left alive who had seen them, there was no problem with them using them again. The tunnel eventually started to lead upward. The familiar trapdoor that was stationed underneath all of the castles was seen. Silver went ahead and was ready to move it, but looked towards Leo and Aaron for confirmation that no one was on the other side. Yet, strangely, the two of them were looking in a completely different direction. "What's wrong?" Silver asked.
"There's something in this castle, something compelling." "No, that's not right. There is something under this castle," Leo said, and it looked like both of them could sense it, since Aaron was looking in the direction as well.
"Underground? But that's impossible. There shouldn't be anything underground, other than other tunnels," Silver said. "Are you saying that someone is here with us?"
Leo shook his head, but he didn't answer either because, truth be told, he didn't know what the energy was, but he had felt something similar before. Underneath each of the other castles were where the tombs would be located. Within the tombs, he could sense the slight presence as if there was some type of excess power keeping them alive for all those that were in the eternal sleep.
"Are there any tombs under the king's castle?" Aaron asked, having the same thoughts as Leo. "There shouldn't be," Silver replied. "Even the king is buried with their original family when they choose to go into eternal slumber. So all of the elders, past kings, royal knights, all get returned to the tombs where their families live." With that answer, it just made Leo wonder why there was an energy source under the king's castle, and why was there only a single one as well. Regardless, their mission wasn't to look into this, but to look into other matters. After checking that no one was present, the trapdoor was lifted, and they entered the king's castle. This time they had to be far more cautious than they did when entering the 12th castle.
"There are still a large bulk of the royal guards inside, and we don't know how long the fight will last this time before the attack stops outside," Leo said.
"Let's just hope we aren't too unlucky to run into Arthur twice this time," Silver replied. The king's castle was around twice the size of all the other castles from the other leaders. It seemed quite unnecessary, for hardly anyone lived in the place. When looking around, most of the walls were just covered in paintings of the past kings and queens' achievements. "Where do you think we should head to? The throne room? Or the council room?" Silver asked.
"No, the last time I was there, I didn't notice anything. My suggestion would be one of two things. Either the place would be somewhere that is heavily guarded by the royal guard, or if it is even a secret from them, it would be a place where no guards were placed at all," Leo said. Following this logic, Silver and Aaron agreed that this was too big a matter for the royal guards to be involved in, so they searched each floor of the castle, where there were a few guards or next to none. This benefited their search as well, since it was easy to look in places with fewer guards. So far, they had found nothing and eventually reached the second highest floor, just underneath the throne room. There were the most guards stationed on this floor, yet suddenly Leo could sense someone rushing up the stairs, and all of them quickly entered one of the rooms nearby. "The second leader has entered the castle, and the situation is getting out of hand. We need help. He is refusing to listen and is attacking us," the royal guard reported. "Inform King Bryce straight away. Send a group out, while we will try to stop him and see what he wants," the other replied, and the group protecting the second floor were gone just like that, heading down to the entrance.
"The second leader, as in the original Tempest? What is he doing here, and why is he fighting against the royal guards?" Silver asked.
"We should just be thankful that this distraction has given us time to search for what we need," Leo replied.
Now they were able to check the entire floor freely. Eventually, their search had led them to a library. The library was enormous, and reminded both Leo and Aaron of the library that they had at their military school. There were 3 floors just like at the school, only the floors seemed to go on for far longer and wider. "What is all of this? Why so many books?" Aaron asked. "I assume it's just a collection of all sorts of things collected by the kings. I wouldn't have a clue, honestly. In the first place, this castle is really only limited to a select few, even in the vampire society," Silver replied. "This would be a place that I would have probably never seen in my lifetime." Ignoring their conversation, Leo continued to move around the library. In the first place, he didn't have a care for books. He wasn't the best reader anyway. He looked to be heading to a particular place in mind, and then on the second floor, in the corner down one of the aisles, Leo stopped.
"This is the place."
When Leo spoke, he seemed to be nervous, but maybe that was because he knew what exactly was on the other side. "Is there anyone inside?" Silver asked.
"No, it's just... you'll see," Leo said.
He took a few books off the shelf, and behind a type of lever was shown. It was an old-fashioned design. Pulling it, the bookcase began to move. On the bottom floor of the king's castle, at the moment, The royal guards, who all had the strength of a vampire knight, had surrounded the second leader. "I knew you wouldn't listen to me. How dare you point your weapons at an original? It's because of me that some of you are even here in the first place," Tempest shouted with anger. "This is the king's castle, and not even originals are allowed here. Please leave, sir, until we get authorization from the king," one of the guards shouted. "Authorization from the king? He wouldn't listen to me no matter how many times I spoke. Why do you think I'm here in the first place?" The entire library shelf slowly slid to the side, but to a certain degree, both Aaron and Leo had already been able to see what was on the other side. There were no signs of life, but their ability had allowed them to see the outline of everything, and it struck deeply in both of them. Silver, who was the most helpful of the lot that they might finally find what they had been looking for, was ready to go in as soon as possible, until a sudden horrid smell hit her nose. It was so putrid, so vile, that she nearly threw up in an instant. "This smell," Silver said, her eyes widening as she had figured it out. It was the smell of death. It wasn't as if the vampire knight had never experienced or seen death before, but this was something completely different. Rushing in, Silver went to confirm her suspicions, and that was when she could see it. The room was dark, being lit up by light crystals on the side, but it was also quite vast inside. In front of her was what could only be described as an entire pit of deceased vampires. It looked like an empty giant swimming pool, but what was worse was the fact it wasn't filled with water. Instead, it was filled with bodies. "These must be the missing people. Are any of them—" Silver didn't even want to ask the question, because she couldn't hear a single heartbeat from any of them. "No, none of them are alive. I could see their bodies through the door," Leo replied. "The sheer number. There must be hundreds of vampire corpses here." "But why? Why did Bryce store them? Why kill them? What was he doing with their bodies? Or what is he planning to do with their bodies?" Aaron asked. Strangely, Silver's next action surprised them both, as she suddenly jumped right onto the pile of bodies. The vampire knight began searching through and pulled some of them out to the side. "Shouldn't we leave the bodies as they are? If they return, then—" Aaron was trying to help, but Leo just grabbed her and shook his head. "Let her do what needs to be done. All of this will need to come to light anyway," the blind swordsman explained. Silver was pulling out the members that belonged to her own family. They had died with their clothing intact, showing their family emblem, and tears couldn't stop from her face as she wondered what or why their lives had ended this way. Despite being a vampire knight, nearly all of them were vampires she didn't know, and those taken from the pooling area. But there were even some inner castle vampires among the dead, each one with a few simple wounds. Based on the wounds on their body and the expression on their faces, they couldn't have seen that their death was coming. It must have been done by someone who was able to overpower them in one strike, since there are no signs of other wounds, Leo noted. "How do we report this? What should we even do now we've discovered this? There is a chance that Bryce was just storing them here for now. What happens if he gets rid of them or burns their bodies?" Aaron asked. This certainly was the tricky part. Even if they filmed the scene before them, with today's technology nearly everything could be faked. It also wasn't the right time to show this to the vampires while they were focusing on another problem. "I swear I will make Bryce pay for everything he has done," Silver stated with determination, getting up from the ground and jumping out of the pit of bodies. "He is not fit to be a king. How could someone who cares so little about the lives of his fellow vampires have been elected king in the first place?" "Sometimes people get blinded or get upset by the words of others and those around them. It was just nature for beings to act that way." But Leo could tell it was not time for one of his lectures. "This place might have been untouched. Bryce has been busy with the attack, so I assume until he accomplishes whatever his goal is, there might be no need for him to return to this room. As for the other vampires, if you remember those from your inner castle, see if they know anything. You might be able to talk to their friends and find out how exactly these people had gone missing in the first place. If we can follow the trail, we should be able to find people that can help us. The only thing we still have yet to find out is why they need to do this. What was he after? Was it their blood crystal?" Inspecting the bodies more thoroughly, they found out that although the blood crystal had been removed from all of them, it seemed more like an afterthought than the real reason for their death. Some of the killing attacks had been so close to where the blood crystal would be present, according to Silver. "We've done what we can, so it's time for us to leave this place," Leo determined. There was still the top floor of the castle to check out, the throne room and the king's bedroom to see. Although they didn't think they would find any more bodies there, they at least believed that they might be able to find out information on what Bryce was trying to do. However, after entering both areas, they found nothing and were unable to access the special vault that could only be opened by gathering the blood of each of the leaders. "It looks like we only have one choice then," Aaron said. "We need to talk to Kaz. She clearly knows what her father was doing. That's probably why she told Paul not to look into the missing people." "I find it hard to believe that Kaz would turn in her father if he was committing such crimes," Silver replied. "I have known her for the longest time, and her father is everything to her."
"Maybe, but maybe you underestimate the girl." Leo put his 2 cents forward. "In the end, she did agree to help us out. If we tell her what we know, then perhaps this will be the push for her to realize that her father has crossed the line, that this is completely wrong." It was then that Leo could sense an energy coming towards them incredibly fast, and Aaron could as well. She immediately pulled her smaller blood weapon out since it was quicker to use than the one on her back. Silver was the slowest to act, but when the doors opened, they could see who it was. "Well, what a surprise! Now who do we have here, and what exactly were you planning to do?" Tempest asked, clapping his hands as he discovered the trio. Neither one of them responded, as all were trying to decide what to do. In the throne room there was only one entrance and exit. If they wanted to get out, they would have to fight the second leader. "Well, at least he isn't as scary as Arthur," Silver whispered. "I can't argue with that. That Punisher is beyond scary. He wasn't this powerful during my time, but he truly is a force to be reckoned with. Don't you agree, my dear strangers?" Tempest spoke in a weird tone. "I have tried to tell the king time and time again, and it looks like he has just lost another one of his precious leaders. This probably has to be the worst reign in vampire history. Well, maybe the second worst. You strangers must have entered the king's castle because you believe, like me, that Bryce is failing in a spectacular way. Now, I don't know who you are, and frankly, I don't care, but if our goals align, why not help each other? I won't mention that you were trespassing, nor will I try to stop you from leaving this place, as long as you help me look for something in particular. You see, this entire castle was built to hide something, a single tomb, but I have no idea where that tomb could be located. I was looking for some type of map or blueprints. So what do you think about my deal?" Tempest asked. It was a strange situation to say the least, yet the offer was strangely enticing. It was safe to say that Bryce was beyond mad at the loss of Harlew Dawn. As soon as he saw his body lay there on the ground, the king no longer tried to conserve his energy in this fight. Bryce lifted his sword, and just like last time, the blood that was out on the field started to wrap around it. It wasn't limited to vampire blood. Even Dalkey blood moved towards the sword. While Bryce was busy gathering the blood and staying in place, his royal knight, despite the loss of his family member, knew he had a job to do, so he was busy protecting his king. His cape was capable of blocking nearly anything, and he was doing just that to prevent any of the attacks from getting through. This time there were no losses on the vampire side in the pooling area, as the royal guards were able to fight in such a formation and way that allowed them to cover for each other. It was completely different to how the other vampires would fight. It looked as if only the royal guards had been trained to fight as one unit, while in the other castles it was more similar to a free-for-all. As for Jill, she just continued to stay by Bryce's side, standing there, watching the whole fight go on, until she muttered certain words. "Maybe we do deserve to die," Jill muttered to herself. Bryce was the only one close enough to have caught that. He looked at her from the corner of his eye. His large sword was complete, but then he started to form smaller swords from the blood as well. Finally, they all moved outward, aimed at the remaining Dalkey forces. They went through the Dalkey's chest, killing them in one hit, but after piercing their initial target, they didn't stop there. The swords continued to fly through the sky, going through each and every one of the Dalkey. The attack was so powerful that it was almost impossible for them to stop, even if they lifted up their hands to block, or strike the attack would end up piercing their hard scales. And if they tried to avoid the attack or run away, as their numbers lowered, eventually more swords could be used for the attack. Some of the Dalkey figured out that their only way out would be to kill off the one who controlled them, a task which should be easy in theory, since he was staying still, but Kyle demonstrated how loyal a knight he was.
In the end, all of the Dalki fell under the power of the flying swords. The 10 smaller ones surrounded the single large one that hovered in the air. As soon as Bryce stopped using his powers, the blood swords fell to the ground, leaving a blood mark in their place. The larger sword revealed Bryce's trademark cane sword underneath, though the king left a small trace amount of blood on it as a precaution. It flew at him with great speed, yet he effortlessly caught it in one hand. The fight was over, where they were, but they could hear that the other castles were still in the midst of fending off the intruders. Kyle had decided to take his time to check up on Harlew, hoping to figure out what Arthur had done to him. He lovingly lifted his body from the ground and examined it. From what he could see, there was only a hole in the chest of the deceased. "It looks like he has granted you a swift death, my son. You lived a long life, but no parent should have to bury their child," Kyle whispered, as he carried his body, hoping to take it back to the family castle. It was then that Kyle was left frozen in place, for he couldn't believe what he had seen. He had only turned away for a few seconds, and now he could see that Bryce had stabbed his sword right through the back of Jill. "I gave you a chance to live when I had the right to kill you for becoming a traitor. You said it yourself earlier, that we all deserve to die. It looks like I should have done this sooner, and now Arthur won't have the pleasure of killing you himself," Bryce said. Jill's hand was reaching out to Kyle, who was in front of her. It looked like she wanted to say something, but blood had already filled her mouth, and it seemed like she had accepted her death long ago. Something resembling a smile crept on her face. That was when Jill realized herself that ever since her family had broken up and she had been given this role, she had already lost her life. Everything after that point had only been Bryce using her like a puppet. She had hoped that serving the king might allow her to pay for her sins, but it had just added to them. That's why she decided to do one last thing. "Everyone, the king has gone mad. Bryce Kane has been abducting people from your families, killing them, and has been sacrificing them against their will, against the leader's will to somehow beat Arthur. And now, he has killed me in cold blood. The real threat is not Arthur. We need to stop the—" At that moment, Jill had decided to use her ability of telepathy to send a message out to everyone in the vampire settlement, no matter where they were or what they were doing. The only exception to this was the one person who had attacked her. Jill wanted to say more. With her death so close at hand, why should she protect her killer's secret? The former family leader had intended to reveal the existence of Arthur's list, and how the other vampires didn't have to worry too much, and about the other horrifying things that the king had done. But the stab hadn't been a simple stab. Bryce had decided to kill her slowly. If he had wanted to finish her off quickly, he could have sliced her head off, yet he had deliberately chosen to stab her through the stomach and back to prolong the pain. However, vampires were great healers, and a stab wound eventually healed. That's why King Bryce infused his blood powers into the sword that was still in her body to destroy her from the inside. It was incredibly painful. The pain had overwhelmed her, stopping her from sending out the rest of the message. Jill passed away and fell to the ground. Pulling his sword out from Jill, Bryce used his blood control to splatter the blood of his sword onto the ground. He then looked towards Kyle and the rest of the royal guards, who were just as frozen. "Now it is just me and you left on the list. If he is only going after the leaders behind that mess, you know what that means, but I won't let him," Bryce said. Right now, it was hard for Kyle to look into the eyes of Bryce, the king who he had vowed to follow, because even when he did, it looked like his ruler was never directly looking at him. After hearing the message Jill left, Kyle couldn't imagine what this meant for Bryce. Unless they would go against all the leaders who would try to get rid of him, then there was no chance that he would remain king. Unfortunately, as his associate, he wouldn't come out unscathed either. It was impossible for someone like him, who had allowed the other to do such things, to be pardoned. Kyle himself no longer had any choice. His only worry was whether Bryce would kill him next. This old man was more unstable than he had ever been. It wouldn't even surprise him if he would sacrifice the guards who had been with them in the foreseeable future. "We are going to finish this today," Bryce shouted. "Go to the king's castle and retrieve them. Bring them here immediately." "Your Majesty," Kyle replied, but then stopped himself when Bryce seemingly ignored him. Before going to the king's castle, he wanted to go to his own family to check if they were safe, and to make sure his boys' bodies would be in safe hands. "That bastard managed to kill your son. Don't worry, we will pay him back. I should have done this in the first place. If he won't reveal himself, we will just have to force him to come out. We will head to the 14th castle and destroy all of it. Everything that ever belonged to that Punisher, everything he ever touched, and any sign of that damned shadow, all of it will be purged from this universe," Bryce shouted in anger. Inside the king's castle, in the throne room, Leo and the others had just heard the offer from the second leader, the original known as Tempest. The group didn't answer straight away. The truth was they wanted to converse with each other, but even if they did, it would be hard for them without Tempest listening to their conversation. In a situation like this, Silver would often let Leo do the talking. She felt like this because they were the ones that were dragged into this mess in the first place, making her feel guilty. She felt like she had no right to make any decision on their behalf. If they wished to try to fight their way out of this, then she would too. If they chose to accept the offer, then she would as well. But there was one thing she needed to confirm and get out of her mind, because she didn't quite understand what was going on. "There's a tomb under this castle? What do you mean? I've never heard of this before. Who is it, and why do you want to wake them up?" Silver asked, trying to get more information and also trying to buy more time for the others to make a decision. "I almost forgot that everything about him was erased, so you all know nothing. Perhaps only your current king would know the truth," Tempest explained. "I am of course talking about the first king, and no, I am not talking about the 10th family Eno. The first true king who they tried to erase from vampire history. Right now, Arthur is a vampire that is stronger than anything I have seen. Perhaps it's because the two share the same power, but regardless, the true first king was a special vampire, even more special than Eno. He was the first most powerful vampire to ever exist. If we want the vampire race to continue to live, then we have no choice but to summon him," Tempest said. Just hearing these words, it was hard for Silver to believe. They spent years in school learning about the vampire's history. Still, she soon remembered that the vampires did indeed try to cover up many things. There were significant blank periods, and even recently, things like Cindy's past had come to light that was never known before. "So, why is Bryce so scared of summoning him?" Aaron eventually spoke. "If it's an easy solution, and this vampire is as strong as you say he is, then why don't they summon him? And why did the vampires choose to get rid of the past? I've learned that the vampires often like to try to erase the bad from their history as it never happened, so there had to be a reason for erasing this." "The vampires?" Tempest repeated, finding it strange that she was referring to her own race as such. "Of course, they are just scared. We, original vampires, are all friends. I assure you I wouldn't be trying to wake him up if I thought he would do us harm. I, just like you, are trying to save the vampire settlement, not harm it. Anyway, you are wasting my time, so tell me what you plan to do." While the two sides were in silence, a specific message played in all of their heads, the message that had come from Jill, bringing Bryce's wrongdoing to light. "Did you both hear that?" Silver asked. Leo and Aaron both nodded. "Well, it looks like Bryce's wrongdoings have come to light. Now we have no choice. Do you think someone who wished to become king for so long will be able to give up the throne just because the leaders say so? Even if he defeats Arthur, then we will have another problem on our hands. With the absolute blood powers, there will be no one who can stop him." With the information spread out, it looked like they no longer had to worry about having trespassed in the king's castle, or worry about the evidence seemingly having gone missing. Their testimony and Jill's words would be pretty convincing to almost everyone. The question was, could the three of them take on the original in front of them? The original's powers varied in strength, and they were all slightly special. The fact that Tempest looked unworried was worrying Silver. On top of that, she agreed that someone would have to take care of them if Bryce or Arthur won this fight. The absolute blood book would make one the strongest vampire. There was one person that stopped someone last time, but could they stop Bryce as well? Silver thought. Since the standstill between the two seemed to be going nowhere, Tempest was getting tired and started to walk towards the three masked people. "Well, if you can't make a decision, I guess it's time I unmask you guys," Tempest said. "I would at least like to know who you are." Aaron stepped forward and was ready to charge in, but Leo stopped her using the butt of his blade. "We will help you look for the tomb. After we find it, let us go peacefully," Leo said. Both of the girls were surprised at Leo's answer, but at the same time they trusted him. In the first place, Silver thought that if there was such a tomb, that Aaron and Leo should have been able to find it with their ability already, so she just needed to wait and see exactly what he was planning to do. "Excellent," Tempest replied. I assure you, you won't regret it, and as you know, us leaders always repay our debts. After bringing him back, if there is any need, he will be sure to help you all." The other three didn't say anything and began their search in the throne room to see if there was anything they could find. Aaron and Silver stuck close together, while Leo would slowly approach Tempest, getting closer and closer each time to see if he would do anything. "Oh, please, if I wanted to hurt you, I would have done so a long time ago," Tempest said, noticing their strange actions. "Look, for you three to come in here on your own, I gather you are strong, so it would be a pain to fight you guys. And I have my task to do. This is a win-win for us both." In the end, after searching the throne room and finding nothing, Tempest went to sit on the throne and looked to be a little disappointed. "I thought sitting here would feel a bit special, or perhaps I would get kicked off or something," Tempest sighed. "What are we exactly looking for?" Silver asked. "Well, there seem to be no blueprints to this place, but I'm looking for a type of circle." Honestly, I don't know how much I should tell three strangers, but you should at least know how the leaders' powers are linked to their castles. At the same time, there is a ritual that has to take place when a new leader is selected. Well, all of that was set up and designed by one of the originals, setting certain rules, society, and more, so not anyone can just force their way to become a leader. Anyway, the king's castle is a bit different. As you can see, no matter what, all of the crystals on the outside are powered. This is true even if the king dies. Do you know why that is? Because the system set up for this castle wasn't linked to the selected king's power, but was linked to the true king's power instead. However, these castles were built using let's just say built amazingly. Sometimes the castles themselves are the ones that select their leaders. Don't you think that is truly amazing in itself? Castles selecting leaders. The more Silver was listening to the original ramble on, the more she wasn't making sense of anything. Everything she had learned from the vampires was falling apart. The way Tempest was talking, it was as if the castles were alive. What I'm trying to say is, even this castle in all its time has never accepted anyone else but the first true king. There has to be a link somewhere to find out where its source of energy is. It was at that moment that Leo sensed something. Underneath him, he could tell that someone had returned to the castle, and had done so with more of the guards that had the same strength as those stationed inside. He thought that maybe they were coming to their room, but that's when he noticed that they had gone to the library, and soon entered a particular room where the dead were found. What are they planning to do with them? Leo wondered, and there was a good chance that they might need to stop whatever they are going to attempt to do. Why don't we head to the library? Maybe there is something in there that we can find related to the castle, Leo suggested. Tempest looked at Leo strangely for a few seconds, and a short while later, before any of them could answer, Leo could feel the mask underneath his cloak vibrate. "Communications are back online," the voice from the mask said. "We can communicate with each other and the ship again. If you can, return to the castle immediately." The one who had sent out the message to Leo was none other than Xander from the 10th. He didn't know what situation Leo would be in, but it was an urgent matter to contact the others. Since they weren't fully aware about who might be around the blind swordsman, the content of the message had been vague enough to not leak any secrets or the family's identity. Paul had ordered Xander to consistently check if the communication channels might open up, and eventually, seemingly out of nowhere, they started to work. The oddest thing was that it had happened in the midst of the attack from the Dalki and the massed forces. Nonetheless, Xander immediately informed Paul about this discovery. Due to the situation at the 10th castle being far better than anywhere else, the Vampire Knight had been able to simply give out commands without having to go in personally. Once notified, he immediately headed back inside the castle to safely talk to the others. It was then that Paul was informed that the cursed ship had been trying to get into contact with them for the longest time. The Vampire Knight didn't hesitate to reach out to Sam on the off chance that the communication might get cut off again at any moment. "Paul, you finally called us back. We couldn't get in contact with you for a while now, so we thought something had gone wrong." Sam sounded panicked on his end. "That assumption isn't necessarily wrong. Things haven't exactly been smooth here," Paul replied, and gave the other a brief overview about the situation in the vampire world. The thing that neither of them could figure out was why the communication devices had so suddenly started working again. "But you're saying that the teleporter is still out of commission?" Sam questioned, which the other confirmed. "That's too bad. I had considered sending some people through the other teleporter." The special one Logan created, but for some reason it just seems to be offline as well. We just got news ourselves. If the vampire world wasn't in chaos, I was about to request your help." Sam then went on to explain to Paul what exactly the cursed faction was facing at the moment. Both sides were in a pickle, and neither one could really afford to go out and really help out the other. However, there was one person they needed to inform about the dire situation, because it was up to him on how to deal with it. "Let me be the one to notify him, but before that I have to ask whether you've received any news about Linda's and Fex's arrival. Before it went offline, we did manage to send the two of them over to your side to check up on the dragon." There was silence on the other end, though not because the communication had been cut. No, Paul needed to ask Timmy and Xander if they had heard such news, yet neither one did. The two from the cursed faction were supposed to be here secretly, so it would make sense if they hadn't revealed themselves. They tried to contact them via their masks that should always be with them, yet there was no response. "Nobody saw them, and it's not possible to reach them over the masks, until we know what happened to them. Let's get in contact with Quinn and see what he wants to do," Paul suggested. Agreeing to this, Sam proceeded to give him a call. It was at this point and time that Quinn and the others had finished their trials and had received the call from Sam, obtaining the bad news about the vampire world. "If the 10th castle is in trouble, I'll travel to Linda immediately and help out there. I can get back to you guys immediately, while those two can travel back to you once the teleporter works again," Quinn immediately volunteered. Sam wanted to say more, since he still hadn't fully explained the situation with the cursed faction yet, but before he could, Quinn had already attempted to find the connection to Linda. However, he was unable to connect to her shadow at all. "Why can't I connect to her? Has she turned it off completely? That's strange. Where exactly is her shadow? I can still feel the others, so there should be no problem on that end. I didn't get any system message either, so she shouldn't be dead, but it's almost as if completely disappeared," Quinn thought. Still on the call, he asked the one person that might know a little more. "They should probably be in the vampire world, but according to Paul, they were unable to get into contact with them. We were thinking of sending a team through to see if they were okay, but the teleporter there isn't working either." This only made Quinn think that perhaps the two of them had been caught, and the teleporter they had come from might have been destroyed. Linda was currently the only one on the vampire planet with the shadow ability. Without her, his shadow link was useless. "Quinn, before you decide anything, there's something I need to tell you. I didn't want to do this, but the cursed faction is facing a problem of our own right now," Sam reported while Quinn was still thinking about what to do. "The cursed planets, the one that Helen and her sisters are on, it's under attack by the Dalki. We are unsure about the size of their forces, since we only got a report recently, but our guess is it's a big one. The teleporters are still online there, so we can go, and if you use your shadow link to travel back here, you can do as well." It was the worst timing. The cursed faction and the vampire settlements were both in trouble, but it was then that Quinn also realized something. Quinn could get to the cursed planets relatively quickly, since there were plenty of people with the shadow ability, but the same wasn't true for the vampire planet. However, right now he was quite close to it. Traveling by ship, it would take him a few hours to get there, but if he left with his shadow link, there was no way for him to get back. He had no idea about what had happened to Linda, so there was no way to tell when the connection to her would appear again. And for some reason, he wasn't able to connect to Arthur's shadow. Even if he could, at this point and time, jumping right where he would be wasn't a good call. Should he choose to help the cursed faction out, then there was no way to tell if he would make it back in time to help out the vampire settlement. "Quinn," Sam spoke up, "do you remember what that Bliss person said? That there would be a time where you had to choose? I think this might be it. I think she was telling you that you would have to decide between either saving the cursed planet under attack or stop Arthur from killing the other dragon-tier beast. I think you know what the right choice is." The problem was, Quinn really didn't know what the right choice was at the moment. The 10th family wasn't in any immediate danger, but it sounded like Arthur's revenge was taking its toll on the entire vampire settlement, not just Bryce and the others. The Punisher seemed to no longer care about the means for achieving his goal. While in the middle of thinking this, a system message had appeared. "Hostility has been detected in the 14th castle. The 14th castle is in danger." With a lack of answer, Sam knew Quinn's struggle and thought he needed to give Quinn a push. "Quinn, I think only you can help the vampire settlements. Since that's the case, me and the others will go help out Helen and the others at the cursed faction. We will fight and hold the Dalki back for as long as we can. Go help the others while we wait." It was a tough decision, but Quinn needed to believe in the other cursed faction members. "All right, I'll go to the vampire world then. I have a way to get there. I might not be able to use my shadow travel, and I might be a little late, but I'll be there to stop Arthur." Inside Arthur's throne room, the group was getting ready to move out when the message was heard on Leo's mask. It was heard by everyone in the room since they had enhanced hearing, and that included the likes of the second leader. "Oh, it looks like your little family might be in trouble and needs your help. Although I believe we had an agreement first," Tempest said. "Don't tell me you're planning to leave after getting that message." Too many things were happening at once for Leo to make an accurate decision on the spot. For one, there were those in the castle, and now he could see that they were moving the bodies, placing them on some strange device in the library. There was then the annoying leader, who was trying to summon the original king from the tomb, and now his family seemed to be calling for some type of help. The truth was that the family wasn't in urgent need of Leo, but they wanted to ask Leo what was going on his end, and if they had seen Fex and Linda before letting Quinn make his decision. However, without the chance to talk to them, Leo was unaware of that. "No, let's head to the library quickly. We're in a rush," Leo answered, walking out the door, and the two women quickly followed behind. Tempest noticed that as a group got closer to the library, two people in particular had slowed down. He found it strange, for he had recently come up through all the floors and knew that there was no one on this floor when he had arrived. He also noticed that one of the masked kept looking at the other two for confirmation. "Are the other two able to sense something? Something that not even my vampire senses can sense? That is certainly interesting," Tempest noted. Entering the library, Silver caught on that they weren't there to look for a book to help out Tempest, but it was because of another reason. Entering the room, it was filled with around 10 royal guards, 2 stationed on the bottom floor, who could hear that the others had entered. "This is bad. Each royal guard has the strength on the level of a vampire knight, and there are 10 of them. What are they doing here? Could it be?" Frozen in her thought, Silver was too slow to act, but Leo and Aaron were not, both quickly heading out. However, they weren't easy opponents. The royal guard were able to react by firing off a red slash of aura. Leo had an easy time avoiding it, ducking before the aura came his way. Then getting in position, he avoided a punch and got right up behind the royal guard, using the back of his sword to knock him out. It was quick, strong, and had key energy infused into it. "They certainly are skillful. It looks like I made the right decision not to fight them," Tempest thought, but he could see that the single attack had already caught the attention of the other royal guards on the floor. Aaron had used the suppression chains to try and silence her enemy, wrapping it around their head, but midway she had learned they had been caught, and because of this, she decided to wrap one of the other chains around the vampire's legs, and swung him, hurling it towards the other floors. She had succeeded, but the only problem was the royal guard was able to make a recovery, as he spun and landed perfectly fine on the second floor. Seeing this, Aaron kissed her teeth, tutting. "These aren't your average vampires. Going easy on them isn't an option. Not unless you're as skilled as that person," Tempest chuckled, looking towards the masked Leo. For some reason, this comment rubbed Aaron the wrong way. She felt like the original insinuated that she was below him. Hearing the commotion, rushing out from the pit room, was Kyle Dawn. He ran to the balcony and could see the others down below. "Tempest, what the hell are you doing here? The king hasn't granted you permission to come here," Kyle shouted. "Do you really think that matters at this point?" Tempest shrugged. One of the royal guards jumped from the balcony and was too eager to charge in. Silver was thinking of helping, but Leo grabbed her before she could. The blind swordsman wanted to see something, just exactly how strong was this original, or what they could do. The royal guard had used blood-hardening covering both his hands and was pinning them together as it rushed towards Tempest. But the second family leader just gave a yawn, as if the whole thing was just tiring. "Do you not see the countless bodies of the other royal guards from the first floor? I didn't realize that they started to allow anyone into the royal guards." The second the guard got too close before he even could attack, Tempest had knocked both of his fists from above, and suddenly the guard's hands were planted into the ground. The guard tried to get up quickly, but before he could, Tempest had already stepped on the guard's back and pushed him into the ground further. "Whatever happened to respecting your seniors? You know what? I think everyone should learn a lesson for attacking an original. "What do you say?" Tempest asked, not waiting for an answer. Watching everything going on, Silver also was trying to gauge the original's strength, yet it was incredibly hard for her to do. It was clear he was stronger than a typical vampire knight, and it didn't seem like he would struggle against most leaders, but how would he fare against the king? Tempest picked up the royal guard from the floor, but something strange was happening as the original placed his other hand on his back. It looked like his body was shrinking in front of their very eyes. The wrinkles on the guard's face were disappearing, and the appearance of the person was getting younger. "What is going on? Is it the second family's ability? But I've never heard of it being so strong. Is he actually reversing his age?" Silver thought, seeing this. Eventually, the former royal guard turned into a crying baby, and only then did Tempest let go of him, gently placing him on the floor. "You should thank me. You'll now get to experience life once again as a newborn." A smile was on his face, proud of his work, while all the other guards were now frightened to move. Even Kyle was worried about what this would mean for them now. "Tempest, have you lost your mind? Stop interfering, and I promise to not mention this to the king. You know what Bryce needs these people for. He's our only chance to stop Arthur. You can stay here, just let us do as we wish." As someone who wanted to do everything the easiest way possible, Tempest liked this suggestion. "It's a deal," he shouted. For Silver and the others, they knew that they couldn't let Kyle finish what he was doing, and this was when the deal needed to be cut off. Silver was ready to act, but once again someone stopped her. She felt something grabbing her around the back of her neck, and Tempest, who was a few meters away, was now suddenly behind her. Ah, Tempest spoke to the other two masked, who had their weapons pointed towards him. "I might not know who you are, but it's clear that you guys seem to care for each other far more than your average vampire does. On top of that, you tricked me. You brought me to this place knowing that they were here. I can tell that you two have some type of ability that allows you to sense them or see them. If you're lying about that, then perhaps the two of you are lying about where the tomb is as well." Pressing his hand against Silver's back, slowly the same thing that happened to the other guard started to happen to her. Silver's appearance started to change, and her body sunk down until she was just in her top that now covered her entire body. "Wait!" Leo shouted. "Stop! Turn her back and we'll tell you what you want to know. We'll tell you the location of the tomb." The fighting at each of the castles had almost come to an end, and unlike during the first attack, the vampires had been prepared this time, leading to a decrease in the number of their losses. However, this still left the families with one worry in their mind. After this, just what exactly should they do next? Having received the message from Jill, all the vampires were at a loss. The leaders didn't know who to turn to. The king had betrayed them, the one person that they should have all trusted, the one that they relied on in tough times, and the one that they had voted into that position. Still, they were also having trouble against Arthur in these times. Was it really the time for them to dethrone Bryce? After dealing with the invaders, the leaders had decided to do something about this question on their mind. A strange phenomena occurred next. All of the surviving leaders had collectively decided to head to a certain castle. There was no communication between them. It was something they knew they had to do. All had headed towards the first castle and were waiting outside. The castle where Bryce was originally from. They were there to demand answers and to confirm whether what they had heard was true. Being strict creatures of tradition, they felt like they were unable to storm the king's castle, so this was the next big thing on their minds. At the moment, certain leaders had gathered: Jin Talon, Sonny Kent, Jake Musket, David Scudder, and Lee Sanguinus. They were the leaders of the 4th, 5th, 6th, 11th, and 13th families. The other families hadn't decided to come, or simply had no one that could come at the moment. When meeting with each other, the leaders exchanged their opinions on the matter. "It seems that we all got that message from Jill. I still can't believe it. Has the king really been sacrificing his own kind?" David asked. Muka was the first to nod.
"We have been looking into this matter, and it all adds up. If we look at the 8th castle, there are no longer any crystals on the outside that are lighting up. Her message must have gotten interrupted by Bryce killing her. I'll be honest, we suspect that certain vampires have been helping him."
"The ones that Arthur has been killing," Jake said, having figured it out. "I already knew. When the other leaders were getting eliminated, I remember that they were ones who had traveled with my brother a long time ago. With my brother gone, I was left in charge of the family for the meantime, of course. Vadine Musket was already dead, so Arthur was unable to go after him, but I had no idea that Bryce was doing this. Why would he be doing this, and where is he right now? I didn't see him in the pooling area. That's why we are here, Jin stated the obvious. We need to get some answers, and we need him to be honest. Bryce won't tell us the truth, but there is someone else who should know the truth at this very place. Not wasting time, Jin got his shield ready, tapping the top of it, making the small blades shoot out from the inside. The blades went around the entire shield dripping with blood. Then, throwing it out, it approached the gate. All of the castles had closed their inner castle gates for fear of an attack, and the first family wasn't an exception to this. The only thing they didn't suspect was that there would be an attack from one of the other families. The shield started to spin, throwing out the blood against the wall, and in seconds multiple explosions went off. When the explosion stopped, the wall could be seen partially destroyed. What is going on? Oh no, are we under another attack? We just managed to get rid of the Dalkian mast. Is this the Punisher? They looked towards the entrance, and could see the other leaders walking through the doors of the inner area. The vampires there were at a loss of what to do, for they too had heard the message that had been broadcasted to them all. In the end, they decided to do the only thing they could do. They bowed their heads in shame towards the leaders. They kept their heads down, their bodies at a 90-degree angle, never lifting it up, while the leaders walked through. Even the vampires that were injured remained still, letting their wounds bleed out. The vampires were simply embarrassed at what their former leader had done, their current king. They didn't need an explanation as to why the other leaders were here. In the end, they didn't even need to reach the castle, for there were two people who they wanted to speak to were waiting for them. Kaz, Niku, Sunny called out to them. Both of you have been under your father for a long time. Kaz as his trusted vampire knight, and Niku as the son he was raising to take over his leader position. I am sure you are aware why we are here. We wish for you to tell us now what your father has done. Please comply, else we will have to storm the castle and look for evidence of our own. The worst case, we will lock you up until we can bring in the king himself. You idiots, Nico shouted, stepping forward. My father would never— Before Niku could say much more, Kaz fell to her knees with her face full of tears. I never thought— He was doing the wrong thing. He wouldn't have done this. He wouldn't have if it wasn't for Arthur. There were some of the leaders that still had their doubts whether or not Bryce was behind such a thing, but this confirmed in their minds that the king was unfit to lead.
Will you tell us why he was sacrificing members of our family? Their families will want to know whether their death at least had some meaning to it, Muka requested.
My father has always stayed true to his word. He has done everything for the sake of protecting. No, he wasn't protecting us. Everything he has done was for the sake of getting rid of all those with the shadow power. I knew this, and he had done so using underhand methods that had damaged the settlement he promised to protect. When speaking, Kaz was biting her lip. She didn't even seem to realize that she was bleeding. Ironically, the person who had pounded into her how important it was to follow the rules had been none other than her own father. It was because of that she knew how much he had broken them as well. After that, she confessed everything she knew to the leaders about what exactly the king had done with those that he had taken from the other families, and their eyes widened as they heard the tale. Some of them felt bad that they hadn't noticed it even though it had been happening right underneath their noses. However, there was one thing Kaz didn't know, and that was what he had done to the bodies of the deceased. Due to this, they had decided to enter the castle, and Kaz led the way, leaving Niku in charge of all those on the inner castle ground area. It was the worst day in history for the first family. Bryce himself had finally arrived at the 14th castle. He entered the inner castle area, which was filled with buildings that had been abandoned for years, yet he didn't care. Wasting no time, he started destroying everything around him. The blood from the pooling area was brought along with him, and covering his arms, there were now 2 large vortexes of blood, constantly spinning in place. As Bryce stood in the center, he looked towards the castle. Arthur, show yourself! I will destroy every single thing in this place until you do, Bryce shouted, as he let out the large blood vortexes on either side, making them grow 10 times in size. They began ripping the houses around them in seconds. It was as if thousands of blood swipes were hitting the buildings again and again, and they were unable to survive. Eventually, both of the vortexes had met up with each other, and the blood had disappeared. However, along with it, so had all of the houses in the 14th's castle inner area. Now only the castle remained. Chuckling at the sight, Bryce was over the moon because the person he had been waiting for had arrived. "You were meant to be the last person on my list," Arthur stated, standing in front of the castle, the shadow waving behind his back. "I see that it was wrong to leave you for this long. It's time for you to be gone from this world." "You're taking the words out of my mouth," Bryce shouted back. The battle between the two strongest vampires was to begin, and the whole vampire settlement could feel what was about to occur. Arthur could see that the blood was moving from the other castles and heading towards Bryce from a distance. It was all of the blood spilt from the vampires, the masked and the Dalki in the area. Controlling more blood was troublesome, and even now, Bryce had plenty of blood to play with. This was apparent by how much destruction he had caused with just the amount of blood he had now. This was why Arthur decided to not hold back. Quickly using the shadow equip skill, his blood armor was on, and Arthur held his great sword in his hand. At the same time, a large shadow started to form on his back, giving him 2 gigantic wings made from shadow. On Bryce's side, he had formed the 10 large swords of blood that were hovering in the air, and it was time for the clash to begin. The largest of the blood blades was sent out first. This was the blade that contained Bryce's true sword inside as well. Seeing this, Arthur moved his large shadow wing to block the attack. The two hit, sending out waves of energy in all directions. Pulses could be seen due to how much power was in both of these objects. The sword stayed hovering for a few seconds. Regardless, the sword also could be seen being moved from the shadow easily and going to attack again. It was hard to tell if the effect of the shadow slowing down objects was working on the blood sword or not, for how quick it could move even after touching the shadow. Controlling them all, Bryce tried to find a way to attack using all the swords, moving them in different areas, looking for an opening. At the same time, the shadow on the wings was reacting to each of the attacks just as fast, changing shape slightly and being able to move freely. Eventually, Bryce split one of the blood swords into 2 at the right moment and went straight for Arthur's head. Before it could reach him, Arthur was able to swing his sword down, slashing it directly in half. "Did you forget that I was once classed as one of the greatest swordsmen in human history, and I had even more time than you to polish my skills?" Arthur said. Now that his little warm-up was over, it was time for him to attack. Leo and the others had left the library in the king's castle and were slowly heading through the floors, while Tempest still had a hold on Silver. Although Leo had requested that Silver be changed back to her form before he would help her, he had a feeling that Tempest was not the type to comply. In almost an instant, he started to make it so Silver was even younger, and now she was about the size of a 5-year-old girl. Thankfully, the large robe they were wearing was long enough to cover everything on their body. Still, now that she was far smaller, her mask had fallen off, revealing her face. It was hard for anyone, including Tempest, who wasn't even alive back then, to know who this cute little girl was. It was almost impossible to match it up with the Silver that they knew of. "Why are we walking?" Tempest asked. "Surely your ability can scan this whole castle. You should know where the tomb is." "My ability doesn't work like that," Leo lied. "I'm guessing you noticed me using it before, but it has a short range and is less accurate. Depending on the situation, it is harder for me to see as well. Fast movements can also cause problems. I assure you I don't want anything to happen to my fellow colleagues, and you know that my castle is in trouble, so I would not be taking this lightly." Of course, everything that Leo said was a lie, and he and Aaron already knew where the tomb was. Leo was just trying to buy time, to figure a way out of this without complying with Tempest's order. The problem was, how would they revert Silver back? It seemed like the only way was to listen and awaken the first king. Perhaps Leo was just delaying the inevitable in the end. Now that the others had left, Kyle Dawn was free to do his duty. The bodies were being piled up on a large type of storage vehicle. The royal guards were helping with the duty, but some of them didn't seem to be enthusiastic about moving the bodies. "Hurry! We have no time to waste. Can you feel it? The battle with the king and Arthur has already started," Kyle said. Still, even with these words, the royal guards just felt like this was wrong. They had played no part in Bryce's schemes. They knew nothing about this, so they were processing what he had done just as much as any vampire was. However, their duty, which had been ingrained in them, was taking over, and they were following orders from the royal knight. Eventually, all of the bodies had been placed on 3 vehicles, and it was time to move out. Running forward, the flying blood blades continued to attack Arthur's back, but they were unable to touch or keep up with him. His large wings of shadow started to expand and grow, chasing after the sword, blocking them each time they even came close to him. Arthur readied his sword and was ready to go straight for Bryce. That was until he could suddenly see 10 more blood blades appear, hovering over Bryce's head. For a second, Arthur thought the attack behind him had stopped, but they were still there. He's been able to gather more blood, and as time goes on, he will be able to summon more of those blades. With absolute blood control, using my own blood attacks will be ineffective against him. He could even use his powers to stop them, so I will just have to attack the old-fashioned way. As the swords came towards him, Arthur swung his own blade effortlessly despite its large size, whacking them away and even destroying some of them with such strength. Still, Bryce was able to use the blood again, reforming them into hardened swords the second they were destroyed. I see the shadow was something I really didn't have to worry about much at all. Eventually your time will be up as I gather more power, Bryce said. Do you really believe that? Arthur said as he continued to swing his sword, moving his shadow blocking all 20 of the flying blood blades. Then Arthur took a step forward, not just one, but he continued to step forward, blocking them all. Do you not remember why I exist? I am the Punisher, and my power is meant to be so great that even if the king is to commit a crime, then I am to punish them as well. Arthur seemingly ignored some of the blood blades now. There was no need to block all of them, and he let a few of them hit his blood armor, because when they did, it did absolutely nothing. Although Arthur couldn't use his sword's abilities from a distance, he could still use them on impact. Finally getting within range of Bryce, Arthur swung his sword down, and Bryce quickly moved his cane, covered in blood, to his hand, lifting it, blocking the blow. An explosion was set off at the same time from the sword's power, causing Bryce's knees to buckle under the strength, bending slightly. You might have better blood control than me. You might be able to do all of this, but it doesn't help you in the strength department, nor make up for your lack of skills, Arthur shouted, kicking Bryce in the stomach, sending him flying through the air. Arthur quickly followed, swinging his sword, hitting Bryce in the stomach and sending him to the ground. The blood swords were trying to keep up, but Arthur's shadow wasn't letting up. He was able to control it at a speed beyond what others had seen before. Not just that, but with each successful hit, Arthur was getting faster due to one of the abilities contained in the sword. After Bryce had recovered, he was being hit with the great sword again and again, thrown like a rag doll, each time making his movements faster. Bryce could do nothing but protect his head from the devastating blows. His armor was what was keeping him alive at the moment, but if he didn't do something, Arthur would only get stronger. Out of rage, the blood armor he was wearing started to light up. Its active skill was activating. With a flash of red, a great power of aura was unleashed onto Arthur, who was right next to him. When the flash red appeared, Bryce could tell that the attacks had stopped, but his opponent had covered his entire body with the shadow wings and was still completely fine. You, Arthur said as he slowly opened his wings. Even as king and borrowed power are so weak, I can't believe you did that to them. If only I was there. However, Bryce hadn't just been doing nothing while suffering abuse from Arthur. Now around him, all the blood had been gathered from the settlement. Hovering above him were over 100 blood swords. You dealt with 20, but let's see you deal with this, Bryce said, sending them all out at once. The 100 blood swords looked menacing as each of them were pointing towards Arthur. Just 10 of the flying swords had been enough to decimate a large group of Dalki, and now the Punisher was facing 10 times that number, all on his own. However, despite the situation, Arthur didn't show any signs of hesitation, still willing to go in. I have the confidence that I will win this fight. I promised myself that I would not fall until I made sure that everyone on my list has been dealt with. Bryce laughed at this comment. We're not so different. Unfortunately, unlike you, I'm not an original, so I wasn't blessed with an immortal body. Why do you think, given my age, I have willingly stayed awake after all this time? I won't lie to you, Arthur. Each day my body is in pain, begging me to take the rest it deserves. However, I haven't allowed it to. Just like you, the only thing that keeps me moving forward is my desire to get my revenge on all of you Punishers. The 100 blood swords were unleashed. Arthur looked like a small dot in comparison, as he ran toward them. It looked like a human who was about to be showered on by rain. It would be impossible to block every single one of them, even with his shadow. I learned something interesting watching that boy. These wings are fancy and nice, but they're not practical enough, Arthur spoke, as both the wings on his back started to form in his left hand. Instead of holding the swords with both hands, he had switched to solely his predominant one. Meanwhile, his shadow looked to have almost condensed into a shield made of shadows. Although Arthur could move his shadow faster than other people with the said ability against 100 swords, he knew his shadow wouldn't be able to move fast enough, which was why he opted to hold it in place. As the swords came forward, the Punisher was able to move his hand, blocking each of the strikes, controlling the shadow, expanding it bit by bit, even in its shield form, while also hitting away the swords. Arthur also wasn't holding back, as he used the sword's powers to blast away as many as the blood swords as possible. It was an amazing sight to behold, something worthy of being immortalized into a painting. The ancient vampire blocked dozens of them, yet he was unable to fend them all off. Still, being as skilled as he was, he made sure to limit it so that the majority that breached his defenses only managed to give him surface wounds or bounce off against his armor. "Even if you had 1,000 swords, I would still get through them all," Arthur declared, as he recklessly started to move forward towards Bryce. Standing still, he had managed to avoid major injuries, but on the move such a task wasn't that easy. The closer he got to the Vampire King, the deeper the cuts he received from the blood swords. However, he didn't care, making sure to avoid just the ones that would be fatal. "Idiotic," Bryce scoffed, as he formed 10 more blood swords, sending them Arthur's way, hoping to finish him off before he could close the distance completely. Arthur continued to attack, and continued to use the explosive powers of the sword. He no longer had the ability of the 12th family, as it had been a while since he had hit Bryce, but he was still fast enough to deal with all the attacks. How is he still able to use his blood weapon's powers? Bryce tried to figure out what he might have overlooked. The king had been certain that he would have had a great advantage over the Punisher in this fight. Absolute blood control should have meant that as long as his opponent was a vampire, that it should be near impossible for them to use blood powers or blood weapons, making it so that he would only have to deal with the other's shadow ability and physical abilities. Yet somehow Arthur was still able to activate his weapon. The only thing I can think of is that damned armor. It must have some type of ability that still allows him to use his weapon. Well, no matter. It seems he is still having trouble with... Bryce stopped his thought there, as he noticed that even with the increased number of swords, Arthur was inching his way forward. He continued to swing his sword at the blood swords, narrowly avoiding attacks and blocking them with his shield. To Arthur, his current situation was reminiscent to the olden days when he had participated directly on the battlefield, where a fatal blow could come from anywhere. It had been a long time since he had been reminded of when he had still been human. It was then, unexpectedly, when Arthur had come within 10 meters of Bryce, he decided to hurl his sword in the air, throwing it like a spear. The blood swords tried to stop it, but the sword went through them, destroying them as they went past, while Arthur had dropped his shadow shield, allowing it to protect him for a few seconds. Any tricks with the shadow I know won't work on this man. Neither the shadow path nor the shadow jump redirect, but he knows nothing about what I have been through. It was then that Bryce had to make a quick decision. He decided to drop half of the swords to the ground in order to create a wall of blood that would stop the sword. As the sword hit the wall, it was stopped in its tracks, but to Arthur this didn't matter. He had never expected for things to finish this easily. He pulled on something that looked almost invisible, and the sword started to come back towards him. At first, Bryce thought that it might have been blood control, but soon realized that this was the ability of the 13th family. The sword was attached to a piece of string, allowing for it to come back to Arthur's hand, but it never did return. Now that the number of blood swords had lessened, Arthur began his attack, swinging the sword from outward in a different direction. It was now Bryce's turn to go on the defensive, preventing his enemy from killing him. You know, when I was a small boy, I actually looked up to your kind. However, you have proven that you have no shame, Bryce stated. You killed an innocent man. I won't deny my own crime, but my grandfather had never attacked your people. He would never do anything like that. You say you punish people for their crimes, but who was supposed to punish you? Why didn't you deserve to be punished for killing an innocent man? The two were still fighting while in the middle of conversing, Arthur blocking parts of the flying swords with his shadow shield, while swinging his sword with his other hand, and similarly, Bryce was blocking attacks with his blood while also controlling the swords. "Is that the reason why you started your expedition?" Arthur questioned him. "I may have been the one who dealt out the punishment, but it was still the council who decided against your grandfather. I was not the single person who had decided for or against the decision." "That may be true, but it doesn't change that you were the very person that didn't try to look deeper into the truth. At the end of the day, you were the very person who killed him in front of everyone. I don't care if history remembers me as a tyrant, as long as nobody else will have to go through the pain I did," Bryce shouted. "That is pathetic," Arthur denounced his actions. "If you did all of that because someone innocent got punished, why did you go after them? Why did you go after the others? Even now I haven't chosen to blame the whole vampire settlement, yet instead of going after me personally, you went after the people I cared about. Just because you couldn't find me, you took out your petty revenge on innocent people. How does this make you any better than me, then?" Each one delivering more power into their strikes, and the pulses of energy sent from each one had even moved the rubble around them further and further away off to the side. But finally there was something that was soon to turn the tide. "Arthur is far stronger than I had imagined. If I was just a vampire leader, I never would have been able to get my revenge. I became king to overpower him, yet that still doesn't seem to have been enough. But it seems like the gods are on my side, because even they want me to win this battle." "Your Majesty, I have arrived!" Kyle shouted, and the 3 vehicles were there just outside the inner castle area. It was time for Bryce to use the crystal. Pulling it out, it was filled with black shadows, all of the shadow power he himself had gathered, and he was now going to use Arthur's own power against him. The fight between Arthur and Bryce was at a standstill, with both sides attacking and not one side being able to best the other in strength or find an opening. Still, Arthur believed he had the edge for a few reasons. His sword still had plenty of power, more so unlimited power. He could still use all of his abilities due to the effects of the blood armor he was wearing. His blood armor special effect was to allow him to infuse blood to whatever he was touching. It was an ideal matchup to his weapon, allowing him to use all its abilities whenever he wished. Unless Bryce could destroy the armor, there was no way for him to stop using the abilities of the sword. The good thing about it was it allowed him to use his blood weapon when fighting against non-human opponents. Although even then, it didn't help him out in a particular situation. Although Bryce could control all blood, he could not control this, and eventually, even with the absolute blood control, its power would take its toll on one's body. This was what Arthur was waiting for. Yet in the middle of the fight, Arthur could feel something was happening. Bryce still was continuing to attack hard, but his shadow seemed to be reacting strangely. "Is there another shadow user nearby? Is that why my shadow is reacting in a weird way?" Arthur thought, still holding on to the shadow shield. "No, this feels different. My shadow feels like it almost wants to go over to where he is, rather than come to where I am." Kyle had done his duty, and there was no need for him to get close to the battle. Even as a royal knight, he was worried getting caught up in either of their attacks would finish him off in a single hit. Thankfully, the vehicles he could set to an auto-travel feature, sending them into the inner castle area. Arthur, seeing the vehicles approaching from a distance, wondered what was going on. He could see that they were carrying bodies, dead bodies. What is he up to? Arthur thought. The scene of the dead bodies just angered Arthur more, and he wondered if Bryce was trying to use them in some way to taunt him, but that felt silly. Bryce was someone who would do anything for his goal, but wasn't a fool to think this would help beat the Punisher. "I bet even you didn't know about your shadow's full capabilities or the true origins of its power," Bryce said. "Let's see how you deal when your own power is used against you." From the crystal, shadow started to escape and traveled to the bodies. Arthur, seeing the familiar shadow, was stunned for a few seconds. He had no clue how Bryce was able to do such a thing, nor did he understand, but seeing the shadow, he thought he would be able to take it for himself and control it, or at least intercept it. The shield form had done him well so far, but with half the amount of flying swords attacking him, he could use the shadow as he did before. The condensed shadows changed, and now Arthur was sending his own shadow out to intercept what he could see going after the vehicles. Before the two of them touched, against Arthur's will, his shadow started to move away and was heading directly to where Bryce was. "Ha ha! Excellent!" Bryce started to smile. I thought there was a chance that it wouldn't actually work against your shadow, but it seems like it does." Arthur, seeing what was happening, wanted to recall his shadow, and that he did, but he was only able to recall a part of it. Nearly half of the shadow that he had sent out looked to be in some type of trance, floating and continuing to move towards the king. That's when Arthur could see it. There was something in Bryce's hand. The crystal was slightly dark in color, and the shadow soon went into the crystal, making the color darker than it once was before. Arthur could feel that part of his shadow was lost and no longer in his control. "What is that crystal, and why is it able to absorb my shadow?" Arthur looked at it, confused. It was worrying. He didn't know if it was a one-off or not, but he would have to try and win this entire fight without using his shadow. With absolute blood power, not allowing him to use his blood attacks, and now this, Arthur would only be able to rely on his sword skills and power. The fight was getting harder by the second, and that wasn't the end of it. The shadow that had escaped from the crystal had now entered the bodies of the dead. It looked as if the shadow power itself was infusing with their bodies. They were becoming covered in shadow from head to toe, constantly shifting. And then they started to move. They got up from the pile, still with shadows constantly moving around, and walked towards the battle. This continued to happen until there were now 20 people covered in shadow. "My shadow powers have never been able to do something like this before. Is he reanimating the dead with them?" Arthur thought. Arthur was focused more on the crystal in Bryce's hand. He needed to get it for himself, or somehow destroy it. Thinking this, Arthur placed his sword on the ground, and certain areas on the floor started to light up. He had set up his traps and just needed Bryce to walk into them. He then swung his sword, attempting to hit Bryce, widely swinging it with the string and using the explosive ability at the same time. Even though Bryce had blocked the attack with his blood, the sheer power of the explosive was nearly getting through his blood wall now. It was moving Bryce ever so slightly from side to side, until the light shone beneath his feet. Bryce had stepped into one of the traps, freezing his body for a few seconds. It was the perfect chance to hit Bryce cleanly. Arthur had been using around 90% of his strength in each attack so far. Still, knowing that Bryce probably had more, Arthur didn't want to tire himself out for unexpected situations like now. "Now I have to use everything I have to shatter that crystal." Arthur once again hurled the sword like a spear. It went faster than it did before, and the blood wall had come to protect Bryce. The wall was successful in arriving in time, but not successful in stopping the sword. It went through it as if it crashed through a wave, splitting the blood in either side. Yet Bryce was worried because all 20 of those with the shadow bodies lifted their hands, and just like Arthur, what looked like a wall now made of shadows had appeared. "They can control the shadow," Arthur realized. The second his blade touched the shadow, he realized that it worked just like his. He pulled the sword away via the string with strength, attaching it back to his hand, and was left even more perplexed as to how to get out of his situation. Now, he couldn't use shadow or blood skills, and he was fighting against his own powers. It was at that moment that the other leaders had arrived from the first castle. They decided to stay quite far back as they watched the spectacle and could see the dead bodies, the bodies being used in the way they were. "This was Bryce's plan. How is he able to do this?" Sunny wondered. "I'm not sure," Jin replied. "However, it seems like he might have Arthur pushed up in a corner." As they watched this scene, the question on everyone's mind was, who should they try to help? Who was the villain? Would Arthur continue to attack those in the vampire settlement with the Dalki after this? Or would Bryce descend further into madness, refusing to give up the throne? Perhaps it might have been a situation where none of them deserved to live. What the leaders didn't know was that the situation was about to become more dire and far more complex. For at the king's castle, Leo had made a decision. With no way out, and wishing to save Silver's life, he had led Tempest to the first king's tomb. They stood on the underground floor in a certain spot. There was nothing to show that the first king was buried here, but after Tempest destroyed the ground where they were standing, they could see the round chamber, the specially designed tombs for those to go to sleep. "Finally! Finally!" Tempest said with excitement. "It's been a long time. It's finally time for you to take back what was always yours, my friend," Tempest said. Due to the situation the leaders were in, In the end, they decided to help neither side. Joining one side at the moment wouldn't guarantee that side would win. Although it looked like the Punisher was cornered, they thought that he would still be able to at least harm Bryce or tire him out somehow. The best course of action for them would be to wait for a winner out of the two, and then for them to act, because right now, neither one of the two were good for the vampire settlement. Now that Arthur was aware that those that were covered in the shadow could use his powers, he decided to go for a different approach. Arthur needed to take out those with the shadow power. "You are already dead, so there is no guilt inside me when I do this," Arthur thought, as he charged in towards one of those with the shadow powers. Arthur swung his blade, hitting the shadow person from the head down to his feet. The flying blood blades were still following from behind. A quick slash was made, and Arthur went on to move to the next one, but he realized something. "I felt like I hit nothing. What is going on?" Turning his head, Arthur could see that nothing had happened to the figure he had just attacked. It was still standing there. Arthur had no time to slow down, otherwise the blood swords would eventually hit him. When reaching the next person covered in shadows, he decided to do a vertical slash instead, hoping to cut the body in half. This time he paid closer attention. He could see his sword going through the body. He could feel it slicing the body, but just as quickly as he went through it, the shadow was almost reattaching the parts and bringing them back together again. I can't hurt them. It's like I'm just hitting a body made of shadows." Arthur didn't understand these shadow beings, and he didn't have time to figure it out. Turning around, 10 blades went to stab him at once. Moving the sword, he tilted it so that the flat side could block the attack. All 10 points of the blades hit at once, but the force was great, causing him to be lifted in the air by its power. It was a bit close, but Arthur had no choice but to activate the explosion power. A loud bang was made, and the swords were destroyed. Still, Arthur had also suffered from the attack made by his own sword. His face was hurt and partly burnt, and for some reason, it wasn't healing either. "Ha ha! You really are a fool," Bryce said. "You have a gifted body that can heal you from an attack like this, but I guess for more serious wounds, even you require blood. When was the last time you had consumed blood?" "If you don't, you will soon die," Bryce said. Knowing there was nothing else Arthur could do, he decided to go forward towards Bryce once again. "So what if I can't use the shadow? So what if I can't use blood powers? All I need is a sword in my hand to take you down," Arthur shouted. He covered the distance in mere seconds and thrust his sword forward. A shadow appeared attempting to block his attack, and Arthur spun his body using the sword as a weight, skidded himself across the floor, and moved to Bryce's side. It was open, and the shadow was unable to keep up. Arthur thrust to hit Bryce successfully on his side. The blood blades followed and stabbed Arthur from behind. Most of them had hit his armor, but one had managed to hit him just underneath the armpit, a gap in his armor. Still, Arthur, pushing through and ignoring the hit, continued with the thrust, successfully hitting Bryce, and activated the explosion power again, increasing the power of the hit and sending him across the field. That was a bad hit, Arthur thought, as he could feel his blood trickling from under his arm. But I got a hit off as well. It might have just hit the armor, but now the 12th family ability is activated, and I have gained extra speed. It was worth it, and I need to end this now. Arthur had a theory, and he wanted to test it out. Running after Bryce, the blood blades stood in his way, but Arthur decided to summon his shadow once more, covering himself. It blocked the blood blades' attacks, and Arthur continued to dash forward. The shadow slowly trailed once again. Although following the direction Arthur was going in, it wasn't following him, but going to where Bryce was currently present. This was because the shadow was no longer Arthur's. Once again, Arthur went to attack from the front, but the shadow from the other 20 were summoned. With his speed, he thrust his sword, and then moved to the side to repeat the same attack as last time, successfully hitting Bryce once again from behind. Another explosion hit off, and Arthur had gained even more speed. Bryce now was bleeding from his mouth, having been hit by 2 big blows. His armor was unable to defend from the power of the explosion. How? I have the power of the shadow, and the absolute blood powers, and he's still able to hurt me. Bryce was angered, but the shadow from Arthur soon entered the crystal in his hand. Arthur had figured it out. All of Bryce's strengths were in a way his weaknesses as well. The crystal that could stop Arthur from using his shadow and was controlling the others needed to be protected. meaning the blood wall couldn't be moved to defend himself as much anymore. At the same time, it wasn't impossible for Arthur to use his shadow. Just every time he did, the shadow would no longer be for him to use again. It was more of a one-time use. In emergency situations, he could still block the attack. This was why Arthur was successfully able to attack Bryce despite all of his advantages. If you had fought me without all these things, it would have been a more interesting fight. This is what happens when you use borrowed power, Arthur thought. Repeating the same thing again, hitting Bryce for the third time. It was getting easier since Arthur was getting faster after each successful hit. What are we watching right now? How was Arthur able to turn the tables around? Jake asked.
I heard that the leader of the Punishers was a great fighter in tactics and even more, Muka said. He was someone that the vampires even feared when humans had no powers. He was able to take on mystical beings, and had even killed a few stray vampires before he had been turned. That was the type of person they had turned into a vampire. That person had thousands and thousands of years to hone his skills, and that is what we are witnessing right now. While Bryce had been obsessed with absolute blood control, Bryce also thought that if he could stop Arthur from using his shadow, he could somehow win. Yet this is the result in the end.
Seeing how things were playing out, the shadow from the crystal started to leak again, heading to more bodies, and at that time, more of the shadow people were being made. The numbers almost doubled from before. Bryce had decided to give up on the blood being used as a defensive measure. Instead, the new shadow users stood between him and Arthur. At that moment, before Arthur could dash in, more than 100 blood swords had returned, and they surrounded Arthur like a chamber. "This will be your fall," Bryce shouted, moving all of the swords at once towards Arthur. "Did you not learn anything?" Arthur shouted, using his shadow again to block the strikes from the swords, and charged straight forward, holding his sword with both hands. He was ready to swing it out with great speed. At the same time, Bryce had his cane sword held back in his hand. The blood vortex he had summoned from before was now around his sword, and Bryce charged forward as well. The two were ready for a big clash. Until a certain individual had dropped out from the sky, landing in the middle of them both. His head was down, making it hard to see who it was. Neither cared for this intruder and had planned to deliver their attacks regardless. "Who is that? Who jumped in the middle of that madness?" Jin called out. The leaders looked at each other to see if one of them had intervened, but it was neither of them. They all thought that the intruder was to perish. Even if a leader jumped between those two attacks, they would fall. The intruder stomped down on both of his feet, and before they could reach him or each other, he threw his fists out in both directions. A large invisible force had hit Arthur. He didn't even see what had hit him, but it caused him to fall on his back. At the same time, the blast in the other direction seemed to cut through the blood on Bryce's sword, hitting it and making the old vampire fall as well, leaving only one person standing, raising his head. "Stop this!" "That's the 10th leader," Jin called out. The other leaders were beyond shocked to see the 10th leader of all people suddenly appear in the middle of the fight between King Bryce and the Punisher Arthur. Where had he come from? How did he know about this fight? And most importantly, what had he just done to knock both of these supreme beings off their feet? Nobody doubted his strength. After all, he had been the one who had defeated the previous queen. Although not crowned for long, Cindy had learned the absolute blood control skill and had even stolen the blood armor, yet he had still somehow been able to beat her. Nevertheless, this fight was a tier above that. Unlike his predecessor, Bryce had had ample time to familiarize himself with the king's exclusive skill. What's more, he had been considered the strongest leader out of them all, despite his advanced age. Then there was Arthur, a being that none of them understood, yet all feared no matter how strong they got. "What did he use against them? I didn't see anything come out of his hands," Sunny asked, watching carefully. Unfortunately, nobody else had been able to make it out, because it was something none of the vampires had seen before. Quinn had used the 3rd stage of Ki. He had tested it out on the space beings, and had only recently come across it, but it was also the only thing he had believed would be able to surprise the two of them on initial impact. Any blood attack they would have simply avoided. His shadow abilities would have fared no better, yet they couldn't block an attack they were unable to see. It turned out that it had worked far better than even Quinn had anticipated. A short while later, after the 10th leader had landed on the ground, the ship could be seen crashing off in the distance. Now it made sense to them why Quinn had suddenly appeared out of the sky. Of course, during Quinn's flight, all he had been doing was preparing himself, watching out for any situation where he might be needed. The second his eyes latched onto Arthur, he had decided to descend. I have to speak to them all. All of this fighting is pointless, Quinn thought to himself. Listen, Quinn shouted, while the two were still getting off the floor. Stop fighting. Neither one of you should have a real reason to fight against each other. The second Bryce saw who it was, his anger wasn't unsettled. How did this boy even get here? Even as a king he dares defy me. Bryce was practically fuming. Still, due to what had just happened moments ago, the vampire wasn't going to act until he knew how Quinn had done it. The 10th leader always seemed to have tricks up his sleeve, and there was a chance what had just happened was the same. Bryce could feel his insides hurt from the strange force, and his body wasn't healing well from it. Nevertheless, it didn't stop him from holding back his tongue. How dare you? Bryce questioned him. You ignored an official order from your king himself, and what's more, you tried to harm me? Do you know the consequences your actions will have? Shut up, Quinn yelled back, immediately directing it at Bryce. You aren't fit to be king, not that I ever regarded you as one. You've attacked the 14th castle, and I already know what you have been doing to all those missing people from the other families. While on his way here, Paul hadn't stopped updating Sam on the situation, who in turn would relay that information to Quinn as well. Both of you need to hear the truth. Once you realize how stupid this whole thing is, hopefully you will end this madness, Quinn pleaded. Arthur, for one, decided to not attack and let the boy speak. I shall listen to you, Quinn. I owe you that much at least, though I doubt it will change anything, Arthur said and stared at Bryce. His gaze made it clear that he would resume the fight if the other vampire wouldn't follow suit. The king didn't mind the chance to have a breather, especially since it would grant him time to get rid of the strange energy. Bryce just scoffed, but he didn't give off any signs that he would attack. Knowing him, this was the best he could get. Not wanting to waste any time, Quinn started to speak, hoping it might quell the situation somehow. Look, I understand, Bryce. I know about your past. I saw the room, and I know what really happened to the knights, Quinn began. Suddenly, Bryce became far more intrigued to hear what the 10th leader had to say. The Bone Claw, Richard Eno's old familiar, is now with me. I saw what really happened. I know your grandfather was the person who was against the Punishers, so it was easy for them to put the blame on him, but he wasn't the one that harmed them. The one that harmed them is the familiar that is now with me. When telling his tale, the other leaders were also able to hear, but they could only guess what Quinn was referring to. The truth is, Richard Eno, the first king, was the one that had ordered the attack on Arthur's knights. He did so hoping that Arthur would take his role more seriously. He needed someone powerful to pin the blame on, so the vampires would believe there was a need for punishers. Don't you understand? The one that orchestrated this entire situation, the one who tricked both of you, was none other than Richard Eno, the first king. He is the one behind all of this, Quinn explained. Bryce, he caused your grandfather's death, not Arthur. Arthur was just as much a victim in all of this. I know, Bryce suddenly shouted. Don't you think I didn't know that? But that doesn't change the fact that he and all the vampires still agreed to put them to death. No one stopped anything. Even if I said this fact, would anyone believe me? Could they bring him back? No. By then everyone was praising the Punisher's existence, and you tell me to blame Eno? I've blamed him every single day since I found out, but where is he now? Don't you think I should blame all the vampires that also agreed to the whole settlement in the first place? Hearing Bryce speak his mind like this, he and the other leaders actually got a good look at Bryce's true feelings. He didn't just hate the Punishers, he also hated the vampires that had allowed the Punishers to exist. No wonder he had been able to so easily claim their lives to achieve his personal goal. Do you not care what happens to the settlement, as long as you get what you want? Quinn asked. What crap are you talking about? The majority of vampires making up the settlement weren't even alive when your grandfather died. Why should they be punished for crimes they didn't commit? It was at that moment that Arthur let out a big sigh. I told you, Quinn, that no matter what you had to say, it wouldn't change anything. Where even is Richard? He's not in his tomb. He escaped, right? Quinn was waiting for this as well. If he couldn't convince Bryce, then maybe Arthur. Arthur, Richard is... I think he's dead, Quinn replied. However, he's not the only one. I can at least promise you that Jim died. The Dalki were being controlled by him. You don't have to... Arthur shook his head as Quinn was saying these words. I already know about Jim's death. Your friend Fex told me, but this doesn't change anything. Even without him, the Dalki will still win this war. Before I pass on, I will exact my revenge. Knowing that we were both tricked doesn't change the fact that Bryce killed my friends and their families. I can't forgive him for that. The Dalki sacrificed their people to allow me to get my revenge, so I will still kill the dragon to repay them. Unless you can stop me, Quinn. Hearing Arthur say this, Quinn knew that there was only one way out now. Still, he had one question on his mind before trying to stop the Punisher. Where are Linda and Fex? Quinn said. Defeat me and you will find out, but I think you will soon join them, Arthur replied confidently. At that moment, the shadow people that were under Bryce's control charged in toward Arthur and Quinn. Bryce pushed himself off the ground and went far away from the boy. I will get rid of both of you, Bryce shouted. However, Quinn just stood there. His fist tensed up. Arthur, are you saying you killed them? The shadow creatures came towards him and Arthur. Then they suddenly collapsed, falling on the ground. Bryce stopped for a second, wondering what had happened. He looked over at his crystal, yet it was still dark in color, not having changed in the least, and yet the shadows out there were no longer listening to them. Title placed, Leader of the Punishers. You now have control of the shadows in this area. All of the shadows lifted from their bodies, revealing their true selves. Arthur could see some of the wounds he had created with his sword. The bodies now laid there on the floor, and the shadow went and joined with Quinn, adding to his own. The castle, it selected him, Arthur realized. If you don't want to listen to reason, I'll just have to beat the both of you, Quinn shouted in anger. New quest received. Your 14th castle has become a battleground. You have been unsuccessful in getting either person to back down peacefully. Quest, throw out the intruders. Reward. Even now you're still giving me quests? Quinn thought as he looked over the message. After receiving Eno's little gift, he was no longer able to improve his normal stats, since they had been maxed out, making him curious what type of reward the system would offer him. Not just that, but there was something else that he noticed with the system as well that had given him confidence. So you think I can do it, huh? You think I can take these two guys on? Not that I was going to back down in the first place. Using your title's effect, you have consumed the shadows. Your maximum amount of MC cells has grown. It's strange to see shadow users here. Something must be going on, Quinn concluded, but he didn't have much time to think. Arthur, now knowing that the vampire lord had decided to fight, was charging in, but rather than at Bryce, it looked like he was aiming for Quinn instead. Still, something was up. Why wasn't Arthur using his shadow? I'm thankful you came. With those shadows gone, I can use you to speed up my attacks, Quinn. Let's see how much you've learned since the last time. Arthur called out his challenge, swinging his sword. I'm sorry, Arthur. I'm afraid I can't allow you to touch me, Quinn replied. The large amount of ki had been piled up in Quinn's body ever since he had defeated the Purist Agent 2. By absorbing all those crystals in the demigod tier beast's hideout, he had received a boost that his body simply hadn't been able to handle, until Eno's gift that was. Now he could use more ki than before. To top it off, the stats Quinn received made him faster than ever before. At the right time, as the blade was swung down, Quinn moved and went to punch the blade by its side, but before his fist even touched the weapon, Arthur already felt the force of it being pushed. The blade continued to go forward and had hit the ground. Quinn then went in for another punch, but this time, Arthur moved out of the way. You think I'll allow that strange invisible force to hit me twice? Arthur questioned, picking up the sword from the ground and ready to slam it against Quinn. Before that had occurred, though, the flying blood blades approached both of them from behind. Quinn could sense the incoming danger and immediately jumped out of the way, yet the blood blades were still floating towards him. Blood swipe! Quinn activated the skill and aimed towards one of the large swords. After it left his hand, he could feel that his swipe was being controlled by something, causing his attack to miss. Cindy wasn't able to do that. Is Bryce's absolute blood control so great that he can even control my blood skills? No wonder Arthur has refrained from using his blood skills. With part of the blood blades going after Arthur and some going after him, Quinn needed to deal with them, and perhaps attack Bryce. That's when he decided to activate his shadow, lifting it in place. The sword's attacks were blocked, but he noticed something. After blocking the attack, Quinn attempted to move the shadow, but just like his blood swipe, he lost control over it. "Activate tidal effect," Quinn ordered, and tried to regain control over the shadow. Alas, it refused to listen to him even then. Quinn followed the escaping shadow and saw it head towards Bryce, like a dog happy to see its owner. Is that why Arthur hasn't been using his shadow? Just what is that crystal in his hand? Quinn wondered. It was strange. Quinn was supposed to control shadows, even if they were controlled by others with his tidal effect. He had believed Arthur hadn't used his shadow because he knew that, but that didn't seem to be the reason at all. The crystal seemed to be more powerful than what Quinn's title allowed him to do, even though they were in the 14th castle area. The shadow isn't the only thing I can use, Quinn thought, dashing off the ground and kicking the ground up as he left. Quinn was now even faster than Prima, the one that had been called the fastest vampire, and he ran past all the blood swords, getting to Bryce's position nearly instantly. "Bryce, you lost to me once already. Do you think your fancy title will change anything now?" Quinn taunted the other vampire, getting ready to deliver a hammer strike filled with the third stage key directly to his opponent's stomach. He had learned from fighting Cindy that it was important to not touch the armor, and with his improvement in ki, it should be easy enough. "You brat! Let's see who will have the last laugh after this fight. I'll make you grovel at my feet." Bryce couldn't see what Quinn had done, but he could guess and held out his palm. The king's arm recoiled backwards, firing off a red raw beam of energy. It was the blood cannon, only supercharged with power. The two forces collided, sending ripples out, and Quinn knew he would be hurt, so he decided to use Shadow Lock on himself. The attack continued going forward, and had beaten out Quinn's ki strength, but he was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Arthur was now following up from behind. Arthur went and thrusted his sword forward, but Bryce had activated his ability. As the sword got within a certain range, it started to constantly be hit by some strange force. By then, Quinn had come out of his shadow lock and appeared behind Arthur. "Crescent kick!" Quinn went out, throwing a kick towards Arthur's head as hard as he could. Seeing as there was no way for him to avoid the strike, the Punisher had no choice but to use his shadow to defend himself. Seeing this, though, Quinn smiled. His foot continued to travel, and as the shadow went to surround it, it was suddenly pushed out of the way. "I have to keep attacking after this," Quinn told himself. His foot landed solid, connecting with Arthur's head. He was confident in his shadow blocking the attack, but no such thing had happened, and because of that, Quinn's foot had successfully landed, hitting him to the side. Straight away, Quinn went to chase after Arthur, but a vortex of blood appeared in front of him, destroying the ground and blocking his path. "Damn it!" Quinn yelled in frustration, aware that this time Bryce was getting in the way. The leaders watching the spectacle couldn't believe it. Quinn wasn't simply strong, but he was actually able to keep up with the other two supreme beings on the field. They were watching vampire history unfold in front of their very eyes. "How did the boy get so strong so fast? He might even be doing better than them," Sonny said. "Quinn has gotten stronger. The situation is to his advantage," Jin pointed out. "I don't know if you noticed, but Arthur's greatest weapon is his shadow, but the king's crystal seems to stop him from being able to use it. To top that off, even when Arthur uses it, Quinn appears to have a way to get around that somehow. Quinn's speed and strength is beyond that of any vampire I've ever seen." They were right. Quinn himself didn't know what had happened to him, but ever since his system had been unlocked and the full potential in his body got unleashed, he was able to keep up with them both. "This won't do," Quinn thought. "I can keep up with them, but I can't beat them like this. Without my shadow, I can't utilize my full strength, but Bryce has his annoying crystal. Maybe there's still a way." It was a risk, but it was the only thing Quinn could do. Right now, all of the momentum of the fight was in his hands, and he needed to finish this before things changed. "Soul weapon activated. Shadow overload."
Using Shadow Overload in a situation like this seemed quite crazy, but Quinn had his plans. He didn't know how long Bryce or Arthur had been fighting for, but both of them were physically wounded and not at their best. There wouldn't be a better situation to subdue the two of them than at this moment. Quinn needed to finish it.
With Arthur unable to use his shadow due to the strange crystal, Quinn thought he would have a nice surprise for them both. "Shadow overload activated." The shadow started to pour out from Quinn and soon covered his body, giving him the shadow body he would usually get. He was waiting to see if his shadow body would be consumed by the crystal, but it didn't seem to be the case. Then, letting out a slight flicker of shadow control, Quinn could see it heading for the crystal. Although the shadows on his body weren't influenced by the crystal, whatever he would use would be. "At least this means I can still use the shadow, and while I'm in this form, I have unlimited MC cells to use the shadow as much as I like," Quinn thought. 2 minutes, that's all I have." "Nitro accelerate activated." Quinn's already fast body sped up even more. There was a reason why the vampire lord had kept this armor set in particular, instead of exchanging it for ones at a higher tier, and it was all because of this active skill. Perhaps in the hands of a human, it would have only done so much, but on a vampire with 100 agility, the boost from this active skill was all Quinn needed. Bryce's blood swords went out towards Quinn. Seeing this, the most common comparison one could make when seeing such a sight would be that it was like raindrops, something impossible to avoid, but Quinn could see each and every one of the individual swords. He ran forward, moving past each one as if they were in slow motion. They missed and slowly turned around, but every single one of them couldn't touch Quinn even for a second. "Impossible!" were the words coming out from Bryce's mouth, a sentiment that everyone else present would agree with. Seeing this, the king prepared to use his blood in a different way from the swords, ready for the close combat battle that would soon come, but Quinn would interrupt any idea he had of this. 2 shadow portals appeared in front of Quinn. He empowered his hands with just the first stage of ki, and punched forward as hard as he could. Bryce was confused by these actions, because Quinn was nowhere near close enough to do damage, even with his strange powers. At the same time, though, as Quinn's hands went through the shadow, they came out from 2 shadow portals behind Bryce's back, hitting him from behind. The force was so great that it threw Bryce through the air towards the 10th leader. Quinn had actually lost control over the shadow portals the moment they had finished forming, but he didn't care. They had served their purpose, and in his current form, he could do it as many times as he wanted. Bryce was approaching him, but he had already adapted to the situation, creating 2 blood swords in his hands, while he placed the crystal around his waist. "Sorry, but I'm not the one you're going to be fighting," Quinn smirked, lifting his hand, and dropping Arthur in the middle of it. Arthur was suddenly thrown into an awkward situation, appearing from a shadow portal, and had no choice to once again use his sword to cause a giant explosion, destroying the blood sword, but also hurting both of them in the process. The 2 of them tried to recover quickly, but were still hurt from their fight from before. "Quinn, what is that?" Arthur asked, looking at his strange shadow body, which was something even Arthur was unable to do with the shadow. "This is you not knowing a goddamn thing about me, Arthur," Quinn answered. As he ran forward towards him, the blade was swung down, and Quinn had summoned his own sword. He swung it as hard as he could, and Arthur was getting ready to swing back. Quinn's swordsmanship screamed immature, but what did it matter when the strength, speed, and ki behind was beyond anything that Arthur had seen before? The second the 2 swords made impact, Arthur could feel his strength losing out. "I fought against Cindy using this to save the settlement. I fought against countless Dalki and more, all with the image of you in my head," Quinn revealed. Arthur, seeing that he would lose out in strength, decided to cause yet another explosion, but his hands were still damaged, and it had started to pile up. Still, he could see no other way to get Quinn's sword off him. A big explosion occurred, and Arthur was hurt, but neither had moved from their place. Quinn was unhurt. His shadow body had protected him, and his sword was in perfect condition, unharmed. "This was a gift from a human. He gave this to me because he wanted me to live, to get stronger, and to help save the human race. So why couldn't you do the same?" Quinn bellowed, kicking Arthur's sword, sending him to the ground. It was then that Quinn could feel something coming from behind. As he turned, he could see 2 large vortexes of blood heading his way. "Don't interfere!" Quinn shouted. He started to swing the sword like a madman, but each time it would let out stages of the 3rd ki. When it would touch part of the blood vortex, it would disappear and disperse. With this, Quinn created countless sword slashes, going through the air, hitting the vortex, until it was no more, and followed behind it was the sword itself. Bryce had no clue this was coming. The sword went through his barrier ability of 1,000 strikes. Everything that got within a certain range of the user would be struck by an invisible force that was similar to that of a sword, controlled by the person's ability. Of course, how many strikes in a certain amount of time was determined by the user, and the strength of the ability itself was also dependent on the user. This could be used in an offensive as well as defensive way, but despite his ability, the sword went through without faltering and hit Bryce in the center of the chest, so hard it caused him to fall onto the floor. The sword had even slightly dented the armor as it stayed there in place. "Arthur, I don't understand." Quinn turned his attention back to the Punisher. Now unleashing shadow portals all over the area, he started to throw out blood swipes, blood discs, and more into each of the shadow portals. On top of that, Quinn would create new ones so the attacks would be directed coming from a different place. Arthur picked up his sword and started swinging, blocking a lot of the attacks, but eventually there was one person that would be there as well, Quinn himself. He threw out a knee that was blocked by the sword, but then a blood swipe hit Arthur from behind. Quinn delivered a strong thigh kick. This time Arthur used part of his shadow to block, but seeing this, the 10th leader used the 3rd stage of ki to break through it. It also broke through his own shadow body, but once the kick was delivered to Arthur's thigh, almost shattering his bone inside, the shadow body returned. "Do you remember when you beat me silly before? Well, I haven't forgotten it, but let's see you try that again." Quinn didn't hold back his spite, suddenly sinking into the ground and appearing from behind. The vampire lord kicked his target into the air and then sunk into another shadow below, appearing directly above Arthur, and gave a punch full of pain straight onto his chest, slamming him into the ground. Arthur landed, creating a crater, leaving Quinn standing in front of him. "Did Quinn just win?" Jake asked, still not believing what his eyes had seen. It was at that moment that all the shadows that Quinn had used in the fight, including the one Arthur had used, headed towards Bryce. "Get up," Quinn ordered. "I'm not done." At the same time, inside the king's castle, Leo had finally gotten Tempest to revert Silver back to her original appearance. The original cared so little about them that he didn't even take the chance to verify who had actually infiltrated the castle, and just handed her back after he was done. Blood was already dripping from Tempest's hand and had fallen into the chamber. "Should we stop him now?" Aaron asked. "No," Silver shook her head, placing her mask back on her face. "It's already too late." "We have got to get out of here," Leo answered, and the 3 of them started to run out of the castle immediately. But who would they warn? Who could they warn? And what could they do? The chamber slowly started to lift from the ground, this one slightly larger than all the others in the other tombs. Then, slowly, as the blood dripped onto the body inside, it started to energize them. "Awaken once again, my old friend," Tempest called out. The chamber slowly started to open, and the one who had been asleep for the longest time took a step out. There was a look of confusion as the one looked down to his hands and checked his surroundings. "What happened?" Those were his first words, directed at Tempest as he was the closest one to him. The next moment, memories of the events of everything before he had been placed in the chamber filled his head. The being screamed with anger as he walked forward, and a special marking could be seen on his back, a single eye with wings. "You have woken up, my friend. You, the first real king of the vampires, the only king we should have ever had. Now come, and let me help you claim what's rightfully yours," Tempest explained, with clear fanaticism, as he tore off the sleeve on his shirt, revealing the same marking as the other, a single eye with wings. In that instant, the leaders, the vampires in the settlement, and even Arthur, Quinn, and Bryce could feel a strange energy enter the whole settlement. It was for a brief moment, but as it hit them, it caused all of their bodies to shudder. It was something that none of them could explain, because it was something that they had never felt in their life before. On top of that, Quinn could feel something reacting to it. "Is it in my dimensional space? The tablet is reacting to whatever that was just now," Quinn thought. Still, the fight had to continue, and Quinn didn't have much time to waste, as Bryce had gotten up and thrown the sword off to the side. "I'll kill you all! I'll kill you all!" Bryce shouted. The leaders wished to stay and watch the outcome between the 3 of them, even though it seemed apparent now who would be the winner.
"Did you feel that?"
Muka asked. "I did. My heart beat twice as fast for a few seconds there," Sunny replied. "Has something happened in the settlement?" "That would be my guess," said Jin. "I think it might be time for us to head back. Quinn has this under control, and we can tell him our plans after this." All of the leaders were concerned that something might have happened back at their own castles, so they decided it was best for them to check up on the situation. At the king's castle, the original king, the first that had been tasked with leading all of the vampires, had been awoken once more. He was a large, muscular man who had a perfect V-shape on his upper body, broad shoulders and long black hair that went down to his collarbone. The most impressive thing about him was the muscles on his back. They were defined so well one could see them even when he simply walked. The only thing he had on was a pair of trousers, so his top half was visible at all. He looked to be in his late 40s or so, with a finely trimmed beard on his face. Just like other vampires, his eyes were red, but this one had a particular glow to them, a glow that was unseen by the other vampires, as if a fire was constantly burning in them. "From what I know, that is everything that has happened since your slumber," Tempest reported. He had just given an update to the first king, the same way it had been done to him when he was awoken, telling the first king of the world of vampires and what each king had done after him, even explaining the punishers that were created after him. "So that damned Eno first chooses the humans over Rex Immortui, the being who gifted us this power, to then give my own power away. My power was used to chain the vampires from doing what they wished," he shouted, slamming his foot on the ground. Cracks started to appear on the floor, and the whole castle shook under his sheer power. "Calling all of the vampires. Tell them to get out from their castles and meet in the center. The new king Laxmus. I shall give my name to prove that I am a real follower of the dead god. I, Laxmus Immortui, have given them the order." Giving a bow, Tempest had decided to go out of the room first, and Laxmus, the old king, had followed. Surprisingly, they could see a bunch of the royal guards present just outside. At first, they had helped Kyle deliver the vehicles to the king, but halfway through their journey, they had second thoughts, stating that they could do this no longer and had decided to return to the castle. Seeing them, Tempest was ready to talk to them, but he knew they would be hard to convince. But that's when Laxmus had gone out before Tempest even reached them and looked into their eyes. "This is an order. Tell all the vampires to come out from their castle areas and welcome me," Laxmus said, and just like how the influence skill would work, their eyes started to fade. The royal guards immediately went out, informing all of the families in the nearby area. Tempest couldn't help but continually smile at the old king's return. He had been part of those that had subdued the king in the past, but showing his tattoo proved that he was a faithful follower of Immortui, which was why the Laxmus hadn't outright attacked him. When they finally reached the pooling area, the place was a mess from the countless fights with Bryce and the Dalki. There wasn't a single building that had been left standing. As the order was sent out, vampires started to leave their castles and enter the pooling area, at least what was left of it. Even they were shocked by what they could see. The people came out confused. With no leaders present in the castle, they felt like they had no choice but to listen to the command of the royal guards. "What is happening? Was Arthur dealt with?" "I think they might be selecting a new king, or maybe a new king has been selected." Rumors started to spread, and eventually everyone gathered in the pooling area from each of the castles. In the end, even Paul and the others had decided to follow the orders, not wanting to cause trouble, and Kaz as well. The reason for them coming out was the strange feeling they had felt not too long ago. Leo, Silver, and Aaron had arrived. They were no longer wearing their disguises, and now stood by Paul's side. "From the look on your faces, seems like you guys might have a better idea of what is going on at the moment," Paul asked. "It would take a while to explain, and I'm not quite sure," Leo replied. What was worrying him was the color coming off from the vampire that was standing in the pooling area. Now that he was awake, he could see it clearly. Although his color was purple like most of the vampires that Leo saw, he could also see a source of white light. The royal guards stood in order, as they would usually do in front of the king, only this time they weren't standing in front of the king, and instead in front of a vampire none of them had seen before. However, the vampires did recognize Tempest, who was by this person's side. It looked like the new vampire was prepared to give a speech, and that the leaders had returned from their little spectacle that was happening at the 14th castle. They could see their families were all huddled outside of their castles and wondering what was happening. "Excellent. It looks like everyone who needs to be here is finally here, Tempest said. Although there is one person missing. Is he dead?
Greetings, everyone,
Laxmus shouted in a booming voice. It traveled easily through the air, and everyone could hear him clearly.
I am the Vampire King, Laxmus Immortui, a servant of the one that bestowed this great gift to us all, and leader of you all. I, your rightful king, was betrayed a long time ago by all your family leaders, bashing me into an eternal slumber. But all I was trying to do was complete the task that our God asked us to do, to send more souls to the undead world. I was simply fulfilling his wish, and for some reason, they had decided to stop that. It was the reason why we exist, and the reason why we were so different. Now that I am back, I plan to continue this conquest. We shall travel to Earth and start the annihilation, sending countless souls until Immortui's belly is full. The other vampires listening to the speech were confused. They had no idea what this new vampire they had met for the first time was talking about. Some strange god that they served. None of them even believed in gods. They simply cared about vampires and themselves, even those vampires that believed they were above humans. Some of the older leaders knew a little bit about the old past and had a bad feeling about who this person was. "Leo, what are we going to do?" Aaron asked. "I know a lot of what the vampire said sounded crazy, but I'm pretty sure he just said that he was going to get rid of all humans." Leo was unsure what to do, and was hoping that instead of them needing to act, that the other leaders would, but he feared something else, even if they did act. It seems none of you sees me as your king. I gave an order, yet no one is moving. There were no cheers after I spoke. I see the vampire settlement has truly fallen.
Lifting up his hand, Laxmus made a flicking gesture. He pointed it towards the crowd, and with a flick of his finger, a red beam of aura left it. The next second, the entire row of vampires no longer had their heads, and fell to the ground dead. The vampires screamed as they ran around the settlement, trying to get back into their castles. These actions just seemed to annoy Laxmus more. Still, before he could do anything else, all of the leaders were now standing in front of him, including the royal guard Kyle. "Oh my, doesn't this remind you of the past?" Tempest said with a smile, looking at all of them against the original king. It was a struggle for them to gauge the strength of the vampire in front of them, but after they had seen him destroy so many vampires with a simple flick of his finger, they knew two things. One, he was powerful, and two, he didn't care about the vampires' lives at all and would do anything to get his way. "Is it just me, or does it feel like the vampire settlement has been on its last legs a lot recently?" Jim commented as he pulled out his blood weapon, the blood shield. "Indeed, but I remember a time when the leaders would complain that nothing would happen, that their powers were wasted." "Well, here's your chance," Lee replied. Muka stepped forward out of the group of leaders.
"This is the vampire settlement. I know you may be one of the original vampires, but we have our own rules and ways of working. You recklessly just killed vampires under the settlement. You are not fit to be a king, and none on the council agree with your decision. We now have no choice but to attempt to forcefully remove you from your position."
Laxmus looked at the leaders in front of him and just started to laugh.
"There were a lot more of you last time. Do you really think that you can stop me? All of the originals only just, and there was that annoying Eno man before."
Hearing this, the leaders were unsure if the new vampire was bluffing, but he was right about one thing, that the leaders' numbers had dwindled. Kaz hadn't joined in, and Tempest was standing on the other side. The first, second, and third families had no leader that could represent them in this fight, and it was similar with the 7th, 8th, 10th, and 12th families. Either they had been disbanded, similar to Jill's family, or they just didn't have a leader anymore, leaving the fight up to 6 leaders. Jin Talon, the 4th leader, Sonny Kent, the 5th leader, Jake Musket, the 6th leader, Muka Fortuna, the 9th leader, David Scudder, the 11th leader, and Lee Sanguinus, the 13th leader. The vampires in the settlement stood to the side, watching the fight that was to occur in front of them. They believed that it was easy work for their leaders, while the leaders themselves did not. The first to make a move was David. He had strong, hard fists that would only become more powerful with each hit. It was a similar ability to Prima, but it relied on strength more so than speed. As he ran forward, All the other leaders followed in an arrow formation, ready to make their attack at the right time. David threw out his fist, which looked to be twice the size of a regular person. Laxmus looked to also be making his move as he threw his own fist to match with David's. This was exactly what David wanted, a head-to-head confrontation. It was where he was at his strongest, no blood powers and no fancy tricks. Seeing the movement of the hand, Lee decided to use his blood strings to pull back the hand of Laxmus, so he was unable to punch, allowing David to make a clean hit. But at that moment, Laxmus wasn't held back at all. He moved his hand, and the strings didn't break, but had overpowered Lee, sending his face to the ground. The two fists collided. David's fist was shattered in seconds, and his whole body went flying backwards. That was when the settlement saw something they thought they would never see. The way the vampire treated them was similar to how they imagined a fight with a leader and a regular vampire would go. "Do you really think someone who has been blessed with the gift from our god could be hurt by you fools?" Laxmus shouted, and a shield was seen coming his way. Moving his hand in front of the shield, he caught it. Seconds later, and several explosions went off. It used Jin's blood activating on the spot. Jake was pretty sure that wouldn't be enough to hurt the original, and soon was placing his hands on several places in the ground, setting up traps wherever he could. At the same time, both Muka, with his large spiked mace, and Sunny decided to attack from the side. Muka swung his mace with blood aura over it, while Sunny was prepping for the attack known as Blood Cannon. The dust from the explosion had settled, and Laxmus was seen standing there. "What an interesting shield," Laxmus said, and using his finger, he gripped hard, crushing it and causing it to break with pieces crumbling to the floor. Laxmus's whole body started to turn slightly red. His entire skin was red, and it was something the leaders had never seen before. When the mace successfully hit, Laxmus grabbed the weapon with his bare hands, allowing the spikes to go through it, and using his strength, he pulled it from Muka's hand, now holding the weapon for himself. The blood cannon from Sunny had successfully hit Laxmus, but it didn't even move him a few inches. Taking the spikes out of his hand, Laxmus held the mace and swung it, hitting Muka and smashing his black armor to pieces. He fell to the floor. Sunny started to use her blood powers one after another as she constantly kept moving, keeping her distance. Laxmus then dashed over towards her, but she had carefully made a note of where Jake had laid his traps. It was then that one of them lit up, and Laxmus was unable to move. Seeing this, Jin made a cut on his arm and threw out his blood, attacking with everything he could, and Sunny and the other leaders had all done the same. However, despite all of this, Laxmus's red skin was still intact, and the only wound on him seemed to be from Muka's mace that he had self-inflicted. The leaders, they can't beat him, the vampires thought. They could see they had used great skills and abilities, yet it was quite clear that the vampire was hardly injured. The vampires didn't know what to do. If they were to run into their castles, it was quite possible that they would be attacked. It felt like all they could do was watch as a new vampire king was forcefully selected. "I was right. You guys are weaker than the ones before. Let me show you what a real blood attack looks like," Laxmus said as he smiled. Placing both his hands to the side, a red ball of aura could be seen gathering in both of them. Blood would spin constantly. It was then he threw it out that two beams of red energy shot out. It looked like whoever or whatever it touched would be destroyed. The beam was too large for the leaders to avoid, so they all prepared blood cannons, firing it off into the red energy beam. Their own attacks had joined up, creating a powerful blood attack, but it was a dwarf compared to Laxmus's. When it touched, it did nothing, and the leaders could see their lives flashing before their eyes, until a certain girl with black hair, who they hadn't seen before, stood in front of them. She stabbed her large sword into the ground. Third skill activated. Soon an ice wall started to appear. As the attack hit the ice wall, it wasn't breaking at all. It was then that the attack began to reflect back, and it was now heading for Laxmus himself. Seeing this, he had no choice and braced himself. He gathered energy in his fists again and punched the energy upward, almost redirecting it into the air. He wanted to hit it all away, but some of the energy had still hit his body. Soon the ice barrier disappeared, and Laxmus could be seen huffing and panting. His skin was partly hurt from his own aura attack.
"What was that?" Lacksmith shouted out. "Tempus!"
It was then that a red blood swipe, faster than any of the vampires had seen, shot out from the side. Lacksmith lifted up his arm, trying to block it as if it was no deal, but it had cut through his arm and left a large cut on his skin, drawing even more blood. The one that the leaders thought were invincible had just been hurt and damaged twice.
"It looks like the two of you took all the limelight," Paul said. "In a fight like this, that does not matter. We just need to win," Leo replied.
As for where the two attacks had come from, the 10th family, seeing them, started to cheer. "It's the 10th family, the Vampire Knights and Aaron."
"Vampire Knights," Laxman said,
holding his arm, trying to figure out what this weird energy was.
"Vampires from the 10th family hurt me, and they were knights at that."
The leaders themselves couldn't believe it. They didn't understand what happened, but knew it had come from these now standing in front of them. However, Erin had used her strongest skill and had the element of surprise, using it at the perfect time. Still, Laxmus was not yet defeated. To top things off, Tempest went to Laxmus's side and placed his hand on him, and in front of all their eyes, Laxmus's wounds that he had just received had healed.
"That is going to be a troublesome pair," Paul said. "Looks like we need to get rid of him first."
Out of the blue, 3 strangers seemed to have become the settlement's hope. After they saw that the leader's attacks did nothing to harm the strange vampire, suddenly they bore witness to how those from the 10th family managed to harm him. Laxmus, now having made a full recovery, had decided to change his plans a little after meeting these new vampires. He ran toward the royal guards who had just stood by his side, not sure what they were meant to do. It was a sorry sight to behold. They had once represented the glory of the vampire settlement, yet their number had dwindled to a mere 15, the rest having perished in battle. The royal knight Kyle stood in front of them, since he was meant to command them.
"Kill them all!"
was the simple command Laxmus gave the royal guards, and nearly in an instant they turned against the crowd of people, charging in without any mercy. "Wait!" Kyle shouted. "What are you doing?" It was obvious that the original king had used something similar to the influence skill, but each royal guard had around the strength of a vampire knight. Not even leaders could force them to do their bidding, unless the guard might have served under them. "Stop! This is an order!" Yet no matter how loud Kyle yelled, it did nothing as they ran into the onlooking vampires. Yet the leaders were there to prevent the normal populace from suffering any harm. Sunny and Jin were the first to go into combat with the royal guards, hitting their spears away and delivering a palm of red aura. Still they would recover and attack again as if they were possessed. "Leave the protection of the settlement to us," Sunny shouted towards the 10th family group. "You're the only ones who can harm him, so please defeat that tyrant." This seemed to be the will of the other leaders as well, as they joined the 4th and 5th leaders in holding down the royal guards. "You heard them," Paul said. "They're relying on you two. I know my powers aren't enough to beat him. I've only learned how to use the first stage of ki from the other vampires, and I seriously doubt it will so much as tickle him. Still, there is another annoyance that I can help you get rid of." Paul never planned to just sit around and watch. He went to face the one who had awoken the strange vampire, the current leader of the 2nd family, Tempest. As long as he was there, not only the royal guards, but Laxmus could be healed over and over again. In a way, it was of the utmost importance to get rid of Tempest before any of the others, and Paul knew this. The leaders and the vampires watching this thought Paul to be suicidal, because Laxmus wasn't far away, but the second he tried to move towards his fellow original, Erin ran forward and pointed her blade between the two of them. Out from the demon-tier weapon came a large ice tunnel until it hit the castle wall, creating a barrier between the two of them.
"You and your damn sword again,"
Laxmus cursed as he turned around, looking at both Erin and Leo.
"This might be a harder fight than against Arthur. Now you will finally get your chance to show off all your skills," Leo stated.
The reason why Paul was able to run headfirst towards Tempest was because he had confidence in his allies, or at least that's what he would have liked to think. While running over, his heart kept beating louder, hoping that they would do something. He wasn't a fool. He knew he had no chance going up against Laxmus. Thankfully, they did help out in the end.
"Now it's time for me to do my part,"
Paul thought, as he banged his gloves together to reveal the poison claws and immediately went to strike Tempest, who moved out of the way quickly, avoiding each of the strikes. "Are you really just a knight? You are a bit fast for one," Tempest commented as he calmly went to grab Paul, but before he could, a set of strings had come out and wrapped around the original's hand, pulling it away. "Don't let him touch you. If he does, it's all over," Silver warned, and at that moment, not wasting time, from her chest a red glow could be seen. "I will pay you back for embarrassing me," Silver shouted, as nearly an identical version of her appeared. The only difference was, it looked like this version of her was slightly red. Silver quickly attached strings to herself and charged in along with Paul. "What is this, a blood weapon? But where did it come from?" Tempest wondered. The feeling was similar yet different at the same time. Regardless, he went in and avoided the sword strikes. At the same time, Paul came from the side striking again, yet he missed as well. However, it looked like he was finding it difficult to attack as well. "This is annoying." The next second, Tempest decided to charge in, and one of the Silvers was successful in her sword strike, scraping his chest. A smile appeared on Tempest's face as he moved to the side and grabbed her hand, trying to activate his ability, yet it wasn't working. "Now!" Silver shouted. It was at that moment that 8 flying balls of poison could be seen, and Paul made sure to target them all from different directions so the balls wouldn't miss. He was using his soul weapon as well. It wasn't a battle where either of them could hold back, and a single touch could change the battle. The poison hit, with no regard for the Silver that was still being held, and this was because he had figured out that it was nothing but a puppet. The strange thing was, the Silver that had been grabbed was colored, while the other one was tinted slightly red, which was why Tempest was slightly confused by how he could have been tricked by them. "Idiot! I can make the puppet look how I wish. I thought someone as simple as you would fall for this." It was then that all the poison successfully hit the original. It immediately made him feel weak, and he fell to the ground. Paul saw this as his opportunity to go in, and so did Silver. The two of them were beyond annoying. As they came close, Tempest smashed the ground, lifting up rocks in the air. In mere seconds, his body looked to be recovering to what it once was. All the poison damage that had affected his body had disappeared. "I'll make you pay for having tricked me." Tempest's lackadaisical attitude changed to a serious one. Now not caring whether he was hit or not, he went straight towards Silver. Her puppet had been damaged and destroyed by the poison. She had thought it was their one chance, but didn't realize just how fast the original could heal. Still, as Tempest reached out his hand, Paul had arrived from underneath, stabbing his claws directly through it. "There's 2 of us!" Paul shouted. He could see Tempest using his open palm to hit Paul again, but he simply stabbed it with his claw again, hitting the other's open palm. As he was now, the vampire knight decided to use all the poison he could to weaken their enemy, yet they seemed to be at a standstill. No matter how much poison he pumped into the other's body, the vampire knight kept reversing its effects, returning to prime condition. "We have to get rid of him," Silver thought. Tempest was moving slowly forward, pushing through the pain, and allowing for the claws to go deeper into his hands. All he needed to do was touch Paul. At this point, Silver was behind Tempest and tried to slice off his head. However, having expected as much, her attack only struck on an outer layer of blood hardening that he had used to protect his neck. Silver struck again, this time aiming at another area, and slashed at his back, but the second she pulled it out, it looked like his body was healing on the spot. She continued to cut, but her attacks just weren't strong enough. "Why? Why?" Silver shouted in frustration. It looked like time was up, for Tempest was soon upon Paul, pushing through the pain and walking forward. "You just need a little more help," another female voice stated. She came from the other side, with a sword of her own, and started to stab at Tempest's back, but the stab didn't just make one wound, but made several in the same place, cutting the inside of the body as well as the outside. "It's been a long time since you and I fought side by side like this," Kaz said. The two of them continued to attack. Tempest had seen the other leaders fight, and he was confident. How could 3 simple knights allow him to fall to this level? It was then that Paul also summoned the poison balls, hovering over his head again. "You didn't think I could only do that once, did you?" Paul smiled. "A commander knows when to reveal his trump card. I was waiting for her to join in." The second Paul had entered the field, he had caught eyes with Kaz off to the side. She looked a bit lost, but at the same time concerned. Still, he and her had gotten close, and he thought that she wasn't the type to just stand there and do nothing when her people were being wrongfully attacked. It was a bit of a gamble, but it had paid off. The floating poison hit Tempest from the front, and as soon as all 8 balls hit him, his reversing ability wasn't as quick. Paul quickly pulled out his claws, and all 3 of the knights started to attack Tempest non-stop. Eventually, a claw and 2 swords stabbed Tempest right through the head, causing the second leader, the original, to meet his end, to vampire knights. The dying vampire had no idea where things went wrong, but he only had one regret. "I won't get to see you. Send them all to him," Tempest murmured as his vision went dark, looking over the ice barrier at the other side. Eren and Leo had no time to help the others, for the foe in front of them were far more dangerous than they had faced before. They just had to hope that the others would be able to deal with the second original. If there was one person that Leo felt like he could trust, it was Paul. During his time serving Paul, he knew Paul was a man who was a great fighter and knew how to use people and abilities to their full potential. In some ways, he was even better than Leo when it came to things like that. "Your sword is annoying," Laxmus shouted as he dashed over to Eren. It was the person he deemed as a bigger threat out of the 2 of them. Even before the fight, Eren's hands were shaking, but not because of fear. It was because the urge inside of her had grown ever since she had set her eyes on this person. "Leo!" Eren called out. She needed to do something, and knew that her actions would leave her open, so she relied on her trusted teacher, who stood in between her and Laxmus. Leo quickly placed the sword back in his sheath and took one step forward. Then, concentrating, he waited for the right moment before pulling the sword out as fast as he could, dragging it out. A large line of red aura was seen that looked to even rip and cut the air itself as it was distorted to the outside viewers. "My fastest and strongest strike. I just hope it gave Eren some time," Leo thought. However, the strike could be seen hitting Laxmus's hand, and this time there was no wound at all. "I let my guard down for a second when you hit me before. Whatever you are doing causes problems for my healing, so I won't let you hurt me again," Laxmus said. Where the strike had cut, the forearm of Laxmus was jet black. It looked like a strange material had grown on his arm, but this was simply a form of blood hardening, a stage that no one had ever reached before, apart from him. "I had enhanced my strength and even covered the strike with the second stage of ki, yet it was still not enough to cause a cut on his arm. This person is beyond anyone I have seen before," Leo realized. Still, he had done his duty, for Eren was finally ready. She was making preparations. Her large demon tier sword was placed on her back, and she had drawn the katana blade while also releasing the chains, so they were now only on her wrists. The reason for doing this was quite simple. The strongest part of the demon tier weapon was the stats they provided the user. With it on her back, she could still receive the energy from the sword. On top of that, 2 of the active skills had already been used. In the current situation, the second active skill of the demon tier weapon was useless, since Laxmus didn't seem to be using any armor or weapons, which was why she had opted for the katana blade that she had more practice with in the first place. "First movement," Eren recalled in her head, as she spun her body and the chains ran across the floor. The first one wrapped around Laxmus's left leg, and the second one was ready to wrap around his thigh. However, before the second chain could touch him, Laxmus grabbed hold of it. He had planned to rip it apart, but when he pulled it, the chains didn't break. "The chains are covered with the second stage of ki. They won't break so easily." Still, Laxmus's power was greater than Eren's, and she was seen being tugged through the air, but at the same time, while floating in the air, she had her sword pointed outward, while with her other hand, her palm was on the back of it for support. "You just help me," Eren said. She had never felt this way before. A strange new energy was rising in her, and it was completely different from the times in the past. She couldn't help it, and she could not control what was about to come out from within her. She didn't know if it was because the suppression chains were off, or if it was because of who she was facing, but her eyes started to glow yellow, and a yellow aura could be seen over the sword. As Eren prepared to strike from the front, Leo went from behind and prepared his one-strike slash again, placing it back in his sheath. "In this fight, I will be the support," Leo thought, as his attack was only meant to be a distraction. Seeing the yellow aura, Laxmus's confident smile faded away, and instead, anger was building up in him. A vein appeared on his forehead. "You let a Dhampir exist!" he shouted. Laxmus's skin turned redder, almost the same color as blood itself. He no longer looked like he was human. Next, as Leo threw his one strike, it had stopped midway. When he looked up, it hadn't hit his back, for instead it had hit a pair of wings. The black, hardened blood covered the entire of Laxmus's forearm and went up halfway to his bicep, producing something that looked similar to that of a flame pattern. His fingers elongated, becoming more bony while his nails grew, and his head also seemed to elongate as well. No longer could anyone who looked at this being think they looked human or like a vampire. This was something more along the lines of a bloodsucker, only something far worse. "This was the white energy I could sense inside. It has mixed with the vampire self. This is not a vampire," Leo realized. However, it was too late for him to do anything. Both of Laxmus's wings flapped with such strength that it sent Leo flying across into the crowd. A few of them stepped to the side, while members of the 10th family who had trained under him had grabbed Leo. They continued to skid across the floor, but these members were ones that had trained in ki and had used whatever power they could to finally hold Leo. "Are you okay, sir?" they asked. Leo hadn't replied, but instead spat out some blood. With the flap of wings, a force that went through his ki had struck him, hurting him. All he could think now was that Eren was in trouble. Lifting his hand, the yellow aura hit Laxmus's open palm, but it looked like it did nothing. The sword had done nothing. Eren tried to pull on the chains to reposition herself. She moved over to the side, but Laxmus grabbed both of the chains and pulled them apart this time. Despite them having been coated in the second stage, they had no trouble breaking as the links fell to the floor. "You are getting stronger even now. You cannot live," Laxmus said, his voice much deeper than it was before. He opened his mouth, which stretched beyond what was humanly possible. The skin by the side of his mouth opened, allowing him to open it 4 times what a human could, and a red beam of aura energy could be seen gathering. The next second it was unleashed. "Please be ready," Eren thought, as she pulled her demon-tier weapon out from her back, and she could see the ring was no longer on cooldown. She pointed the sword at Laxmus, activating the first skill. It shot out the ice tunnel directly towards him. The 2 great powers hit. As the ice tunnel hit the red aura, it started to freeze over it, but the attack hadn't stopped being produced from Laxmus's mouth, and the ice was getting destroyed by the second. The red aura beam was winning. It continually struck the ice until it finally looked like it was about to reach Eren. "The demon-tier weapon lost out. His attack was stronger?" "You did well, but it's time for you to leave it for us," a voice said, and as the red aura was about to touch Eren, a shadow could be seen rising. It smashed into the shadow and stayed there in place while someone grabbed Eren and moved to safety. The shadow then moved, and the red beam was redirected into the sky, lighting up the whole planet, and had gone so far out through the sky that perhaps those from other planets could see it. "The shadow power! My power!" Laxmus said, turning around. That's when he could see a man holding on to the opponent he was facing just seconds ago. "Why?" Eren asked, as she was gently let down. She didn't understand why, of all people now, had Arthur decided to come and save them. However, Arthur just looked towards the one in front of him and held his sword in his hand. At the same time, there was another by his side. "The king! The king is here!" the people shouted. Both Arthur and Bryce stood a few meters away from each other, looking towards the original king. By now, the fight with the royal guards had ended. Paul and the others had defeated Tempest, and everyone had moved away to the edge of the vampire settlement. "Wait, why are Arthur and Bryce here? What happened to Quinn?" Sonny wondered. Arthur looked towards Bryce. "You heard the boy. We just have to give him some time." Bryce scoffed and walked forward. "I was never counting on him in the first place," Bryce answered as he lifted his hands, summoning the 100 blood swords. Arthur laid on the ground while Quinn stood above him. He was still in his shadow overload form, standing strong, while the Punisher was bleeding from the open wounds, further exhausted by the multiple explosions from his sword. "Why won't you get up?" Quinn asked Arthur in a growling tone. "Why don't you just finish me?" Arthur questioned back, continuing to just lay there.
Because you haven't gone through the same pain as I did back then, Quinn answered immediately. Do you think I don't know? I know what your blood armor can do. That damned Richard Eno had it on file, so Logan told me about it. Every set of blood armor has a different skill. Eno's allowed him to block any attack head-on, no matter how strong. The King's can destroy anything it touches, and then there's yours. The power of the armor itself acts like blood. You can use it to power your weapon whenever you wish, but that's not all. It also acts like blood for the user, meaning you can consume it to heal your wounds, but it looks like you haven't done that even once during your fight with Bryce or me. You might be unable to use your shadow because of that crystal, but if you used that armor you would have been able to continuously fight me at your full strength, no matter how hurt you got. Alternatively, you could have used your blood powers to the max without getting hurt if he wasn't there. It was true. Arthur's friendly smile after Quinn pointed out those facts said it all. If Bryce hadn't had the crystal, he could have used his shadow. If the other didn't have the absolute blood control, he could have used his blood powers. But that didn't stop him from using the armor's power to heal. As Quinn and Arthur were in the middle of conversing, it looked like Bryce had gotten up again, ready to use his blood powers on the two of them. But something strange had happened at that moment. He fell to one knee, and blood started to pour out of his mouth. Quinn turned his head, because it had become apparent that for some reason, Arthur had no intention of harming him anymore. Feeling something similar about the 10th leader, the Punisher lifted his head to look up. "You've used the absolute blood control for too long," Arthur explained with a light chuckle. "You were already an old vampire in the first place. If you keep it up, you will die. But I bet you knew that already. Is that really what you want? The kid is already too strong for the both of us." "Shut up!" Bryce shouted, summoning a singular large blood blade, throwing it out towards Quinn. At that moment, Quinn lifted his hand, creating a shadow portal. As the sword went into the shadow, it appeared through another, pointing at the king. Seeing this, Bryce tried to control the sword, but he could feel the strain of his body. Instead of using his absolute blood control, he moved out of the way, just in time before the sword pierced the floor. Moments later, it lost its solid state, turning into blood. "How?" Bryce shouted, as he punched the floor out of anger. "How can you still use the shadow? Why can't I get rid of you?" It was at that moment they all could feel the strong energy from the vampire settlement again. The battle was happening in the pooling area, and they were in the 14th Castle inner castle area. It wasn't too far away from where they were, and it was starting to concern Quinn as well. "I've lost, Quinn," Arthur admitted. "It turns out I bet on the wrong horse. When attacking this place, I was sure that there was no one but the Dalki who could stop me. That's why I agreed to work with them. I won't stoop so low to use excuses like I wasn't able to fight at my fullest, since in a fight to the death only the outcome matters. You want to save them, right? That's why you trained so hard to get this strong. Then it looks like there is something that you need to stop over there." A strange power could be felt rising. That they all could feel, but none of them were familiar with it. "Bryce!" Arthur called out. "The one! We're feeling! Don't tell me you released the original king." Hearing this, Quinn was surprised. He had learned from Arthur's memory about the original king. That person was who Arthur had gotten his shadow powers from in the first place. Bryce himself looked to be still in the middle of recovering from using all of his blood powers. If he pushed himself further, there was a good chance that he would go beyond the point of return. "That damn Tempest must have gone behind my back to wake him up," Bryce cursed. "He'd doom the whole settlement." "Here I thought you didn't care about any of them," Arthur teased the other as he got up from the ground. Quinn looked at him, afraid that either the two of them were going to fight again, or he would have to possibly fight himself. It was the reason why he still hadn't gotten rid of the shadow overload, despite him using it for longer, giving him a larger drawback. "Quinn, I'm sorry about what I did, but at that moment it seemed that to save vampires and humans, there needed to be someone beyond me. I was wrong about that person not existing. After I found out that I wasn't strong enough to beat the Dalki, I gave up hope. Before you ask, no, I didn't beat you expecting you to get this strong. I admit that I beat you mostly out of frustration, seeing in you a younger me who wouldn't have given up. Yet somehow that has created the current you. For all my sins, I am proud to have played a part in that, and I have a feeling that you can grow even stronger. As your reward for showing me another light, I will help you face whatever is there, and after that, I will continue my business with him. That's what we both want, right, old man?" Arthur shouted.
Bryce didn't want to agree with what Arthur was saying, but in the end, the king actually did care for the vampires, at the very least his own family. It was just that revenge had been the major reason for his continued existence, yet he knew that with the original king, things were more dire than even under his misguided rule. Unlike him, the original didn't have a need to hold back. The original king especially might choose to eradicate them all, if he deemed them to be unworthy subjects, because at any point and time, he could create an infinite number of vampires under him, something not even the vampire leaders could do. Bryce decided to hold off on his revenge. He knew that Arthur was a man of his word. If he promised to fight after this mess, then it would happen, provided both of them would actually survive, of course. "Will it be possible?" Quinn asked. "From what I've heard, he's supposed to be the strongest vampire in existence, and it took all the other originals to merely seal him." "I'm afraid even with the three of us, we might not be able to take him on," Arthur stated. "But with my help, we have a chance." Quinn was worried about what to do, because the truth was, his armor was on cooldown, meaning his armor was useless, and he no longer had the speed that he had used to overcome Arthur and Bryce. He had never expected there to be a fight with one that was even stronger than them. "Wait! The quest! If those two leave, won't I complete the quest and get a reward? The system usually gives me exactly what I need, so could it have something that might help me with the fight?" "You two, if he is really that strong, then there is something I need to do before that. Both of you leave and just wait for me," Quinn said. Arthur looked at Quinn and nodded, then looked towards Bryce. "Try not to get too hurt. I don't want to use it as your excuse for losing to me afterward." Arthur taunted the other before escaping in the shadow. At the same time, Bryce got up from the ground and ran forward, stopping right by Quinn. He looked at him and said nothing as he went off again. "Cancel shadow overload. Total MC points are now being calculated. Negative 1,120 MC points." "Huh? Why has it taken so many points? Is it because of Bryce's crystal? This doesn't feel like the normal payback from the system." "Total MC, 240 of 1,520. I was able to use the shadow overload skill for a long time, thanks to all of the MC cells I gained on Blade Island. I still have plenty, but I will need all of my shadow and the cooldown if I want to fight at my strongest." The problem was, the cooldown for the armor set was 1 hour. The two vampires buying him minutes of time would already be great, but an hour was too much to ask for. "Congratulations, quest has now been completed. You have successfully defended the 14th castle. You deserve to keep your title. The castle wishes to reward you. You will receive a reward in the 14th castle. Please proceed to the throne room." This is different, Quinn thought. In the past, he had received rewards from the system itself. The only time Quinn remembered something somewhat similar happening was when he had entered the tower that Arthur was in. Still, Quinn was happy to take whatever gifts he would receive in order to make himself stronger. Right now, Quinn wasn't only thinking about the fight that would happen soon, but also about the battles that would take place after. After all, the Dalki even at this moment were still at war with the humans. "I'll have to head there straight away," Quinn thought as he ran towards the castle. While going through the floors, there was something else that Quinn was curious about. "Vincent, do you have any idea what that crystal that Bryce had was? It was able to absorb the shadow from Arthur and me. It even created those shadow people. Not even I can do that with my shadow. At least, not yet anyway," Quinn asked. Hearing this question, Quinn could have sworn he heard Vincent sigh. "It seems these days that I am less of a genius than I imagined. In the past, I thought I had uncovered a lot about the secrets of this world, but you, someone who hasn't even tried, has discovered things that people will never know about. It is the same with this crystal. I have never heard of a crystal that was able to stop powers. It also seemed to only work for the shadow, but—" It was then that a thought had hit Vincent. Going through all the things Quinn had been told about abilities, he remembered that a certain someone had said something that stood out. "Do you remember when your ancestors spoke to you about the different abilities coming from himself? I mean, Ray, was it? Well, he stated that not all of the abilities we know today came from him, just most, and that included your shadow power. If we take this into account, then perhaps your power had come from something similar to the crystal. If that is true, then it would make sense why he could store powers into the crystal in the first place." After hearing Vincent's explanation, he had a horrible thought. At the moment, Bryce still had the crystal. Quinn was sure that if he had asked to take the crystal off him, he would have fought to the death with both him and Arthur there and then. It was his biggest advantage over Arthur in the first place. If it can store shadows and give shadow powers to those dead bodies, doesn't mean that a certain someone could get the powers again. Someone who had the powers once before? Quinn asked. Now Vincent himself realized what Quinn's worry was. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. True Dream took his power, so he shouldn't be able to learn a new one. But as I said, I am learning new things every day, and if this thing can give powers, we have to expect the worst. Quinn had finally entered the throne room. Here he could see the throne made from blood crystals in front of him, and the hole in the wall behind it that contained the techniques of the shadow. You have successfully reached the throne room. You will now receive your first reward. First reward? Quinn's inner self was smiling. Full restore ×3. This reward will allow you to reset the whole system to full recovery every time you use it. It will restore MC points, all skill cooldowns of weapons, as well as abilities and skills. However, it will not heal the user or restore blood. Each use only lasts one time, so be careful. This is just what I need. If I use a full restore now, the hour cooldown on my armor and my MC points will go back to normal. I can fight again. I should try and not use all three. This can be a really big trump card in the middle of a fight. I would be able to use Nitro Acceleration twice in a row, and Shadow Overload twice as well. Quinn was excited, and the best part yet was the rewards weren't over. Please head over to the throne. Doing as the system said, Quinn was ready for another reward. The system was the answer and help he needed to beat all his enemies. When reaching the throne, nothing happened, even after Quinn touched it. So he did what one would naturally do if they came across a throne, and sat down on it. The power of the blood crystals can be felt through the throne. It has chosen you as the castle leader. This power now belongs to you. Would you like to absorb the blood crystal and power within the throne? The whole throne was made of blood crystals that looked to have been mashed up together. Quinn couldn't imagine how many vampires' crystals had been used to create such a throne. Now he was finding out that just like with his gauntlet that allowed him to consume beast crystals, he could consume the crystal from the throne itself. Does this mean I will get more blood control and more blood aura in my body? Quinn wondered. Regardless, he couldn't see it as a bad thing, and selected the only option in his mind. Yes. The throne started to light up, and a few seconds later, Quinn could feel the chair channeling energy through him. It was strange. Rather than one's energy being sapped, it was as if someone was force-feeding power into him. At first, he felt a rush of energy better than ever. The feeling was greater than when he had consumed blood for the first time, but soon he realized that his body seemed full, as if it was hitting its limit. Damn it! I didn't think the system would give me a reward that my body couldn't handle. I have to control this somehow, Quinn thought. The only thing he could think of was controlling the power as he had done with his ki. He closed his eyes. At the moment, he had more ki energy than blood energy, but with all this extra red aura inside him, he needed to make room. He emptied out the ki in his body, using the second stage as much as possible to keep it on the outside. He would be able to move it back in when the process was over. Then he allowed the red energy to flow into his center. However, he also needed to make sure to not fill it. If he did, that's what would change his body into his bloodsucker form, so he needed to spread the aura all around his body. After flowing it around him for a while, he could feel his body getting used to the power. The strain wasn't there as much anymore as his body tried its best to adapt. Then he slowly could enter the ki back in again. It felt like he was scratching his body, and he could stretch it a bit more, bit by bit each time. Eventually, the glow on the throne had come to an end. All of the energy from the blood crystals had entered his body, and Quinn opened his eyes. He stood up and looked at the palm of his hands. Ha ha! I can't believe it! One moment I'm struggling with the amount of ki that's in my body, and the next, I'm now overflowing with the red aura. Will my body ever be in balance? Was Quinn's thought, but he couldn't complain. Having too much of one or the other didn't make him weaker. It was just if he wanted to combine the two, he would have to make one output weaker, which took a little getting used to. Checking his system, Quinn wanted to see if his blood control had improved. It still showed the same number, which meant although he had more red aura and power to play with, his blood attacks would be stronger, but he wouldn't be able to control it better or do things similar to what Bryce could do with blood. The messages from the system didn't stop there, and Quinn had gotten a surprise message from a quest that he hadn't seen in a long time. Update of quest. Become something beyond a vampire lord. Update. You're getting closer. After leveling up to level 70, Quinn had received no such message. After unlocking the full power of the system, nothing had come up. Finally, after absorbing the blood crystals, Quinn had been given a hint to the quest. Does it mean I will have to increase my blood power even more? Will that finally complete the quest? At that moment, Quinn gulped. Do I even want to find out what is beyond a vampire lord? What if it's something like the bloodsucker form, and I can't change back? Right now, I can still live an ordinary life. Quinn, Vincent called out. I don't know if you know this, but you were absorbing that energy for quite a while. You need to hurry and help the others now, Vincent warned. Aaron had been placed out of the way over to the side with the other vampires, and now both Arthur and Bryce were walking towards Laxmus. Arthur no longer looked exhausted. This was because he had decided to use the effect of the blood armor to heal himself, consuming blood for the first time in a while. I did promise not to consume human blood, but this can be considered a workaround, can't it? Arthur thought. Seeing this, Aaron wanted to charge in as well. She had strong weapons and the skills to back them up, but there was one person who stopped her before she could move, grabbing onto her wrist. Don't, Leo shook his head. Looking at him, Aaron could see that he wasn't in the best of conditions. The blind swordsman had been hurt pretty badly internally, and that was just after suffering a single hit of Laxmus's wings. After spitting out a little more blood, Leo was able to speak clearly. That being is something beyond a normal vampire. I fear that even if all three of you went up against it, you wouldn't survive. Even if you did, you need to consider your own situation. All vampires, including their leaders, have seen you use that yellow aura. We can no longer hide what you are. Out of gratitude, they might let you go today, but eventually vampires will start coming after you, fearing what you are. If you help them fight, I guarantee that you will not be able to get out of there intact, or with your strength. Head back to the 10th castle. Wait there, and I promise if we survive this thing, that I will be there. Aaron looked around the area, and all of the vampires' eyes were on the battle that was about to begin at any moment. Ultimately, she listened to her teacher and decided to escape to the 10th area while no one else was paying her any attention. I'll help block anyone from seeing you, Timmy offered as he had the power of mist, making such a thing an easy task. With that, the two of them were gone, while the rest of the settlement wasn't safe at all.
I don't know why these two have suddenly chosen to cooperate, but now's not the time to ask any questions. Their strength is exactly what we need. I have hope, Muka said. At that moment, the blood swords floating in the air headed straight towards Laxmus. While this was taking place, Arthur quickly moved over to Bryce's side using the shadow, and he had the shadow power constantly on his back, ready to use. I felt a bit of his power when I blocked that attack just now. Thank you for not using that strange power of yours, but I fear if I take a few more of those attacks, even my shadow won't be enough. Take this, Arthur said, grabbing the other's hand before the king could react, placing it on his armor. Bryce could feel that an energy surging through him, similar to when he consumed blood. What are you doing? Bryce swung his cane sword, yet Arthur was able to block it in time with his own. The leaders, seeing this, wanted to slap their hands against their faces. At a time like this, the two of them still couldn't get on. Ah! Laxmus shouted, and out of his body, a red aura expanded. The blood swords that Bryce had created fell in an instant, all 100 of them. I think you're going to need a lot stronger of an attack than those swords, old man, Arthur explained, as he himself condensed his shadow into a shield again and charged in. That beam of power, it takes a few seconds to charge up, so I will have to face him in close-quarter combat instead. Still, it looks like it packs quite a punch, Arthur thought. Before Arthur could set up an attack, he could see Laxmus suddenly dash forward and throw a punch of his own. This speed,
It reminded him of someone he had recently thought. Just in time, Arthur lifted the shield. He could feel the other's strength through that hit alone, sending him back a few feet with each hit. Arthur couldn't find the right time to retaliate, but he didn't need to, because he wasn't the only one fighting. From behind, Bryce had gotten in a perfect position, and his regular sword was now covered in a vortex of blood. He thrust it forward, towards Laxmus's back. Aware of the situation, Laxmus stopped his attack on Arthur, and curled up into a ball by making his wings cover his entire body. A clang was heard as Bryce's blood sword hit the wings, yet the vortex continued. It was unleashed, and had trapped not only Laxmus, but Arthur as well. The only way Arthur could get out was by using shadow travel to get him out of the area. The vortex of blood went up 10 meters high. It was the same as experiencing thousands of blood slashes at once. When the vortex started to fade, they could see Laxmus still tied up in his ball-like shape. Arthur, seeing this, charged back in. He didn't get hurt by any of that. His wings must be one of the strongest parts of his body, Arthur realized. At that moment, Laxmus released his wings, and a red aura could be seen slashing from all directions. Arthur blocked it with his shadow shield, and continued moving forward, while Bryce was able to control the blood moving it away from himself. However, the attacks continued to where the people were, and the leaders had to jump in. At first, they used blood slashes of their own, but it did nothing against Laxmus's strike. Knowing this, all they could do was help clear a path. The swipe that had come off from Laxmus had hit a few stray vampires who were unable to move in time, while also tearing the ground apart. Is he really that strong to contend against Arthur and the king? Sonny thought. Arthur continually charged in, and blocked an attack with the shield again, another claw. Then when the second hand was ready to move, the shield expanded from a round one into one that was large and square-shaped, blocking the view of Arthur himself. He then jumped, somersaulting over Laxmus's large body, leaving the shadow behind, and swung out the sword with the string as hard as he could, looking for an open spot. He wanted to hit anything but Laxmus's black-covered hands and wings, as those seemed to be the hard parts on the body. The winged creature managed to turn around and grab onto the sword. That's perfect, Arthur thought, activating one of the abilities. He caused a large explosion. This time, the explosion was far larger than when Aaron had faced Bryce or Quinn. It had sent him flying backwards as he was hit by the recoil, despite him using it with the string ability. Arthur was quite hurt by the explosion. He had never used it at this level before, but now he was using the armor to heal himself. Still, Arthur could soon see that Laxmus was completely fine. Once again, the wings had wrapped around the front of himself. What is the man doing? Arthur thought, but could see that for some reason Bryce hadn't moved. The vortex had taken a lot out of him, and to top things off, it hadn't injured Laxmus at all due to the strange ball form he had taken. I need to somehow get past those wings, or past that armor, Arthur thought. As if someone could hear his thoughts, an object could be seen coming from the sky. It was small, but as it got closer, they could see it more clearly, and finally it had landed in the middle of the field, crashing down and shaking the ground beneath them. It's a bloodsucker? Arthur thought, looking at it strangely. The next second, it moved, and was instantly where Laxmus was. A punch was thrown, and the bloodsucker avoided it, a punch that Arthur could barely block. The bloodsucker jumped on Laxmus's back and pulled on the large wings holding him in place. It looked like Laxmus was struggling to move them, as all the muscles in the bloodsucker's body were used. Now, attack him with everything you got, the bloodsucker hurried them. A bloodsucker that can speak? It's so fast and can overpower the strange being? Arthur was confused about the situation, but still did as he was told. That's Quinn, Mooka shouted, recognizing the other. The 10th leader had done something similar in the past, only this time he seemed to be far stronger than before. After collecting the rewards from completing the quest, Quinn had a few options he could do. One of them was to use one of his full restores, allowing him to activate his nitro accelerate again, rushing towards the battlefield. However, although it might only be a few seconds, he feared that those few seconds would be vital in a fight. With the new red aura in his body, Quinn had come up with another idea. What if I use the energy to turn myself into a bloodsucker? I usually fill my body with the red energy anyway to turn. Will it make it so I become even stronger than I usually would? Becoming a bloodsucker doubles my stat points, gives me twice my speed and strength, but I'm unable to use blood skills or the shadow. Quickly thinking about it, there was no harm in trying, and Quinn had decided to fill his body with the red aura, changing him into his bloodsucker form. His body quickly started to change, and it felt different from the times when he would usually change. I haven't used this form in a long time, but is this normal? Quinn wondered. Once his body had finished changing, Quinn immediately decided to use the strength of his legs to jump. Doing so, he had gone so high up, he broke through the castle ceiling and had landed in the inner area. It had worked. Quinn could feel that he was stronger than before, and perhaps this was more than double his stats. He started to sprint on the ground, running as fast as possible, and then leapt at the last second. In doing so, he jumped right over the 14th castle walls and landed right where he needed to be. He could feel the energy from the fight, and it didn't take Quinn long to figure out that the strange-looking vampire creature was the one that needed to be dealt with. Quinn had no idea how high his strength was in his current form, but he did know that if he was hit, he might very well lose his life. "That's Quinn?" Arthur realized after hearing Muka shout. "You really did go through a lot. You even learnt to control this dangerous bloodsucker form. Well, I won't let this opportunity go to waste." Arthur dashed forward, and at the same time threw his sword out directly toward Laxmus. Only, unlike all the other times, Arthur did something else as well. When leaving the palm of his hands, he gave it a boost of power with his red aura. The sword was covered in red aura, and it was now twice the size of what it usually would be. This didn't just increase its strength, but also its speed, and one more person was giving it an extra push. Glancing over his shoulder, he could see that Bryce had his hand held out, using absolute blood control, to push it so the sword would move even faster. "Looks like you can come through when you're needed," Arthur smiled. Everything was happening within a fraction of a second. With Quinn holding back his wings, and despite the extra speed, Laxmus was still ready. Quinn could feel the strength of his wings trying to shut and defend itself. It took all his strength to hold them back, and there was nothing else he could do. Seeing the sword coming towards him, Laxmus decided to use his two hands to catch it instead. His hands that had the black blood hardening touched the weapon, allowing him to remain uncut. Still, for the first time, the power was something that even Laxmus couldn't stop. His legs skidded across the floor, and the sword continued to push forward. Even with his great muscles, the sword was moving closer and closer until it pierced through Laxmus' chest, but it was only an inch inside. "Why, even though I've stopped the sword's momentum, it feels like it's still trying to push forward, and it's so powerful," Laxmus thought. Looking around, he could see that the king still had his hand held out. The veins on his hand and head showed as Bryce held his breath with a smile on his face. "You are not so strong after all," Bryce said, weakly but still loud enough for Laxmus to hear. "Oh!" Shouting in a rage, Laxmus started to push back even more, and the sword that was inside was being pushed back. Everyone watching was now praying that somehow these three could defeat Laxmus here and now. Seeing this, they were starting to lose hope.
"We have to be ready," Muka said. "We can't be sure that they can beat him, and if they don't, it is up to us to protect the others."
The leaders nodded in response, ready to jump in at any moment, even if they felt like they had no chance of defeating such a being. However, Quinn wasn't going to let this happen. Jumping off from Laxmus's back, Quinn then pushed the back of the sword with all his strength. He hit the hilt, pushing it in deeper and deeper. With Bryce helping move the sword, the tip went in even deeper until a clang was heard. No matter how hard Quinn continued to push the sword, it wouldn't budge any further. "Quinn, get out of there!" Arthur shouted, seeing this. Listening to the advice, Quinn quickly moved, and fearing that he might get hurt, he felt like it was time for him to revert from his bloodsucker form. In doing so, he could use the shadow powers once again, and sunk in, trying to appear by Arthur's side. In that brief moment, while the sword was still in Laxmus's chest, Arthur activated the explosion power, creating the largest blast possible, and at the same time had used the shadow to cover the area around him, so the explosion wouldn't hurt any of the vampires in the area nearby. A few seconds later, red beams of energy could be seen hitting the shadow. Arthur could feel this, and decided to take his shadow back to where he was currently. The attack is too strong to redirect it elsewhere. They could then see Laxmus standing there, blood dripping from his chest, but he was still alive and well.
Do you really think I wouldn't try and protect one of our weaknesses?
Laxmus asked. What he meant by this was his heart. The strange black hardening blood that Laxmus had wasn't just covering his wings and arms. It was also covering his heart and the inside of his head.
If you want to kill me, you're going to have to do it properly.
Laxmus flew in the air suddenly and threw the sword to the ground. He looked around as if he was looking for someone in particular, and he then found his target. He started to dive down at an angle, heading straight for Bryce, who had fallen on his knees once again.
Because of you, you were able to give them that push, and the people still see you as their king, so it's time to change that.
Jumping in the air between the two of them, Arthur was there swinging his sword. Still, it was quickly blocked by one of the black arms, and then with his other arm. Laxmus hit Arthur straight in the stomach, sending him back to the ground. Seeing this, Quinn was thinking about what to do. Arthur couldn't stop him, and if he attempted to do the same, it was possible that the same thing would happen to him. I only have one choice, Quinn thought. Full restore activated, cooldown have been reset, and MC points have been restored. While in the air, Laxmus could see Bryce not moving. Laxmus started to gather blood aura in both hands. It looked similar to when he had done so with his mouth, only these balls were smaller. The blood gathered looked darker than what the vampires would typically use. So no one else could try to interfere. Laxmus then threw one of the balls of red aura towards Arthur and Quinn, while the other was thrown towards Bryce. As they left Laxmus's hands, they started to expand, getting bigger and bigger. I don't know how big that's going to get, and if I block it, it will just be a waste of my MC cells, Quinn thought. The ball of aura would soon be upon both of them. I could use Shadow Lock, but the attack will hurt all the others if I do. I need to stop this attack, Quinn thought. Shadow Overload skill activated. Shadow Overload skill activated. Shadow started to surround Quinn's body, giving him the shadow body. Now, with unlimited use of the shadow, Quinn raised it, hoping to block out the attack. At the same time, the other ball of red aura was heading towards Bryce. His body was weak. He could still use his blood powers, but moving was straining his body all over. Still, even using absolute blood control would do nothing to move the attack coming from Laxmus. It looks like this might be my end, Bryce said. At least I got to see that damn Punisher hurt. As both of the balls of aura came towards Bryce, all he could see was red until a figure stood in front of him. She placed her hands on the ground, creating a blood wall, using all the power she could, and then stood up, spreading her arms. Kaz, do not waste your life here, girl, Bryce shouted. A tear could be seen falling from her face. They still need you to defeat him. I am just doing my duty, to protect the king. Goodbye, father, Kaz said, closing her eyes, ready for her life to disappear. He's right. Don't be stupid. You should leave this to the old fools like us, a voice said, now standing in front of Kaz. Get behind me and stay still, Paul shouted. He unleashed all of his red aura and the poison from his body, creating almost a second barrier between the two of them. The red aura hit them, and the power looked to have nearly consumed them whole from the outside. Those from the outside could just see a giant ball of red aura. As for where Quinn was, he had summoned the shadow. It was holding out, but Quinn was wondering for how long. Is this going to take all my MC cells after this attack? Finally, both balls of red aura started to disappear, and Laxmus had landed back on the ground, laughing where he stood. Look at that, Laxmus said. Just 2 attacks and the strongest vampires in the whole settlement have practically come to an end. Laxmus's laughing had soon stopped, when he could see that a young man stood in front of Arthur. Shadows were covering his body, and Arthur was standing well by his side.
"Well, looks like at least some of you have some strength, and I would expect no less from my own power,"
Laxmus said, turning to look at how the others had handled his attack. Here he could see that Bryce was hurt, but he wasn't dead. The skin from his face had partially peeled off, but he was standing just fine.
"You stupid girl!"
Bryce shouted out in anger, but he could hear the sound of crying. Why? Why did you save me? Kaz couldn't stop crying. The sounds of her cry were partly muffled due to the person who had completely covered her with his entire body. It was none other than Paul. He had hugged Kaz, forcing his body to cover for her in the attack, but that left Paul with his whole body destroyed from the aura. The aura was so strong, and with each passing second, his body was breaking off into pieces as if his body had turned into ashes. Why? Why? Kaz cried on her knees and tried to hug Paul back, but as she did, her hands went through his body, and the remains of him fell to the ground. Kaz wasn't free from injuries either. Her outer skin was burnt, and everyone imagined it must have hurt, but she couldn't feel the pain on her body. She could only feel the pain in her heart. She didn't realize it, but Paul had become someone dear to her. Memories start to flash through her head of all the lessons he had tried to teach her when she was a part of the cursed faction. He was also always looking out for her back then, and even in the vampire settlement. You were like a... Kaz couldn't even finish her words. It hurt so much as he grasped at her chest. Ashley, who was next to Paul before he had decided to run in, had heard his last few words at the side. "I'm sorry for abandoning you all like this," Paul said. "Please look after them all. I know Quinn will do a good job, but they need you as well. And please, when you get back, tell my daughter I love her. Sorry I won't be able to see her face again." Ashley's tears couldn't stop, and it was the same for his men, who had decided at that moment to all salute their head general, for the time they had served with him and to show respect. "A family member has died." This notification screen had appeared, and seeing the people's reaction by the side and how he was unable to summon one of his knights, he knew who it was. "Paul! Paul! Paul!" Quinn shouted out. Seeing how Laxmus's attack had failed to kill the one he was aiming for, he was annoyed. He had decided to try and go for the one that had gotten in his way. In doing so, Laxmus sprinted forward and headed straight towards Kaz, with his hand held out. Kaz had turned around, and she could see Laxmus's long fingertips almost reach around her neck. "Fuck you!" Quinn shouted, as he threw an overhead strike, with the power of his ki and aura mixed in. It had a similar strength to a blood hammer strike, but this was far more powerful than any punch Quinn had produced. "When did that, kid?" It landed, hitting Laxmus's arm, and to his surprise, the strength was great, moving it out of the way. Before he could react again, Quinn had already kicked Laxmus to his side, hitting him away from the two of them, but not far enough. Before Laxmus knew it, his body had fallen through a shadow, and he was now sent back towards where the king's castle was. To others, it would have looked like a strange move. Quinn was already right next to Laxmus, so why move him away? However, Arthur knew the reason why. Right now, Quinn was using the skill Nitro Accelerate, and to make sure his hits were hard enough to do damage against Laxmus, he needed to build up his full speed. With him being so close, the strength and power he would get from the speed had lessened. Laxmus, being confused by where he was, saw Quinn next to him in an instant. "Why? Why do you have to kill people just because you have power?" Quinn shouted, throwing both fists forward and hitting Laxmus in the center of his stomach, sending him through the castle behind him. The next second, Laxmus could be seen coming out and throwing a punch towards Quinn. "That hurt!" Laxmus shouted back. Comparing their speed, Laxmus wasn't that much slower than Quinn, but there was a person ready to protect him, as a condensed shadow shield had blocked the attack. Seeing this, Quinn quickly ran in a circle, building up speed, and jumped, spinning his body, throwing out a kick that hit Laxmus straight in the head. It sent him tumbling back into the castle again. Flapping his wings, Laxmus was able to catch himself before he went further in, and now, beyond frustrated, he had opened his mouth. In doing so, the aura started to gather, creating another ball. It was the exact same attack that he had used against Aaron. The next second, his mouth opened wide, releasing the attack.
I'll kill you all!
This time, the attack had spread out wide, rather than in a single destination, as if it was aimed to kill everyone in the whole settlement. Seeing this, Quinn raised his shadow everywhere he could behind him. With it hitting the shadow, the attack was stopped, but continually poured out from Laxmus's mouth. Can his shadow hold? Sunny wondered.
We can't just rely on him. Everyone move into the inner castle area, Muka ordered.
The red beam from Laxmus lasted far longer than when it did against Aaron, but it gave everyone enough time to move out of the way of the far-range attack. Apart from a couple who were still on the field. Kaz, just leave me, Bryce stated, but Kaz refused to listen. A few seconds later, something devastating had occurred. Your shadow overload skill has been used up. Calculating total MC points. 0 of 0. What? It looked like Laxmus's red beam attack was coming to an end, but a few seconds before it faded, Quinn's shadow overload skill's time had run out. The vampire lord knew that there would be a possibility of this happening, but he had seriously hoped that it could have occurred at another time. Since he had fought against Arthur and Bryce, the time the shadow overload skill would last had drastically decreased as his overall MC cells had lessened. He thought the same thing would happen this time, perhaps taking half of his MC points as a drawback. Then he would simply use another full restore, but the drawback had taken away all of his MC points. What do I do now? I can't block the rest of this attack. I don't have any more shadow, Quinn thought in a panic. It was strange, but while looking at the system, it looked like he couldn't use any of his shadow skills, even those that required no MC points. Quinn did the only thing he could do in this situation and covered himself with the second stage of ki, praying that it might reduce the intensity of the attack. Meanwhile, Arthur, who was also being covered by Quinn's shadow, started to get hit by the red beam of aura. The Punisher gritted his teeth and held out his hand towards the 10th family leader, and the next second, Quinn was placed in the shadow lock, appearing in a dark room before Arthur joined them. Arthur! Quinn called out, as he saw how badly hurt the ancient vampire was. Unlike him, Arthur didn't have the second stage of ki to protect him. I wanted to use this earlier, but I refrained in case I needed to protect the people, Arthur explained with a weak smile. That attack of his is a nasty one. I don't know how you managed to protect yourself, but I don't even think blood can help me now. Arthur coughed, and a wad of dark black blood came out pouring from his mouth. The blood armor set could be seen activating, but it didn't look like it did anything to the wounds on his skin, nor his internal wounds. Apparently, this attack is more than just a mere blood aura attack, Arthur tried to joke. Quinn, it seems that this is where my journey ends, but I believe that there is a way for you to beat Laxmus. Your attacks from before, they were internal strikes, right? I think the reason why he resorted to an attack like that is because he is a lot more hurt than he wants us to realize. Quinn was wondering why Arthur was speaking in such a way, but soon he saw Arthur spewing even more blood out. If I had known that I would have to save the vampire settlement, I would have started healing myself a lot earlier. A big part of me must have wanted to die along with Bryce to end that ancient feud, and so that I had an excuse not to complete the Dalki's task, Arthur mumbled. Anyway, that shadow body of yours that you used to hold both of us down should be the key to victory. Arthur, I can't use my shadow powers anymore. That shadow body has a massive downside, and I didn't stop because I wanted to, but because I had to pay the price. I don't think I have a chance of winning without it, Quinn explained dejectedly. Hearing this, Arthur stood up and placed his hand on Quinn. Since he sensed that there was no ill intention this time, Quinn didn't stop him. However, he remained vigilant, since the time he had lost so miserably against the Punisher had been in this exact room. Take my blood armor, Quinn. Don't refuse me. It's obvious that I won't be able to fight. What use is it to me in such a situation? You are the only one we can rely on in this fight. This particular set will grant you unlimited access to blood, and also lessens the strain on the vampire's body due to its effects. However, Richard Eno, or whatever his real name was, has decided to make a different set of blood armor for the king. He was afraid that such a dangerous combination would give them too much power. It did seem odd to Quinn. When he heard about its effects and the absolute blood control, he thought they were the perfect combination. But the thing was, how would it help Quinn? He wasn't the best when it came to blood powers. Just take it, Quinn, because after my next request you will understand. Quinn used his shadow to take the blood armor, placing it in his dimensional space. He still had the blue fang set on, but could use shadow equip to change when he wished. Now, I have one last thing I want to give you. We don't have much time, so let's do this. Suddenly, Arthur's shadow started to appear from his back and moved over to his hands. It then sprung from him and entered Quinn's body. The Punisher's eyes filled up with darker shadow, and so did Quinn's. Both of their bodies were lifted into the air as the shadow was being moved from one person to another. The will of the Punisher has started. All powers are being transferred. Quinn had felt like he couldn't do anything, as the shadow had forcefully entered his body, but then it had eventually stopped. Transfer complete. 50,526 of 112,345 MC cells. Although Quinn had read the system message, what he was seeing didn't make sense. Had Arthur really amassed over 100,000 MC cells? No, the even crazier thing was, during his fight against Bryce, Quinn and the original king, he had merely used up half of his total. Here I thought I was close to catching up to him with a measly 3,000 MC cells. I can see he has used a lot, blocking those attacks. Now I understand why the shadow overload had run out of MC cells. I have given you my power. Now go. Arthur ended up coughing a few times, and the black blood started to stain part of his now armorless upper body. The room they were in also started to crumble, breaking away. It was then that Quinn and Arthur found themselves outside once again. As they looked around them, the scenery had completely changed. All the buildings in the pooling area had completely vanished, and only the ground could be seen, with small traces of rubble. Looking in front of him, Quinn looked at Laxmus, who looked to have only just finished his attack, and he had fallen to the ground, holding himself up with his arms. That attack must have exhausted him greatly, but I'm no fool to attack him in his situation just because he looks weak. You idiot! Quinn could hear someone shout from the right. When turning around to look at what had happened, he could see Bryce on his knees, yet seemingly unhurt. That's right, my shadow overload skill ran out, so other than those that had run into the castles, Bryce was still around. That's when Quinn could see that he was holding someone in his arms, the only female that could elicit any emotions in the king, Kaz Kane. You colossal fool of a daughter! Who gave you permission to die? How dare you disobey a direct order from your king, from your own father? Bryce continued to shout at the lifeless body, tears of blood running down his face. It was a strange sight to see, for not too long ago, Paul had risked his own life to save Kaz, and yet still she had risked hers to save her father's. It was clear that Bryce was weak, and he had no way of continuing the fight. But looking at Laxmus, he wanted to do everything in his power to end it, getting revenge for his daughter. Old man, Arthur called out, it looks like both of us are down for the count, but the young one can still fight. Don't let your daughter's sacrifice be in vain. You know what needs to be done. Quinn was wondering what Arthur was talking about. Why was he trying to taunt Bryce now of all times? More importantly, he thought that the two of them should be getting out of there, especially since Laxmus looked to be recovering, if not getting a second wind. Bryce tried to stand up. He did so weakly, and at the same time, Kaz's body, similar to Paul's, started to blow in the wind, turning into nothing but ashes. Kid, get over here! The king shouted at him. Quinn was confused. What was Bryce trying to do now of all times? I said get over here! I'm going to help you kill that bastard, so come over here! Bryce shouted again, and Quinn quickly did as he was told, going to his side. I will see him dead, and if it's the last thing I do... Bryce didn't say anything, just placed his hand on Quinn. I have done many stupid things, but the one thing I was proud of was her. I
I always thought about myself, and even now, I am only doing this for myself.
A source of energy is being infused into your body. Your blood control is increasing.
Quinn, this must be Bryce giving you his absolute blood control powers, Vincent gasped in disbelief.
Just like a moment ago, Quinn could feel something strange happening to him, but it wasn't just a feeling this time. It was almost as if knowledge was also being implanted into his head. At the same time, his system informed him that his blood control was going up. Did you just say absolute blood control? You mean the power that only kings are allowed to use? He's passing it on to me? Quinn questioned. Exactly. It's supposed to be in a special book, but the king is the one that is meant to transfer the knowledge and power out from himself and pass it on to the book for his successor. However, Bryce has decided to pass this power on to you, Vincent explained. Quinn could feel it, and it wasn't like the raw energy he had gotten from the tower. This was different. What the Vampire Lord was obtaining right now, more than anything, was knowledge. He was understanding how the power of the vampires worked, how they were able to use the red aura, and how they were able to control blood. But if he is giving up this power, doesn't that mean he also has to give up on revenge? He won't be as strong as he was before, and there is no chance for him to fight against Arthur? Quinn thought. It was then that Quinn realized something, his conversation that he had with Arthur not too long ago. When he had given him his blood armor set, he had talked about it being the perfect combination. Arthur couldn't have known that Kaz had died while the two of them were in the shadow space, but it was as if he knew that Bryce would make this choice in the end. The transfer had been complete, and Bryce fell to the floor once more, finally having some sort of rest in this fight. Don't disappoint me, Quinn. Blood control 10,000. Before, Quinn's blood control was near the 200s, but after obtaining the absolute blood control, he could control every aspect of it. Shadows quickly covered Quinn's body and replaced the blue armor Fang set for Arthur's red blood armor. This is just bloody brilliant, Laxmus bellowed out in scorn. You, this generation's king, were unable to defeat me. Your so-called Punisher couldn't beat me, and I already beat that kid once. Have you gone completely insane to think that someone who hasn't even lived a fraction of my life is going to best me? You're unable to do anything against me, so you've chosen to insult me? In his palm, he had a ball of red aura. It was the same one that he had used before, and they all saw it expanding in size. I can feel it. I can feel the blood energy from it. But why didn't Bryce just... Quinn then held out both of his hands. The aura suddenly stopped before it started to get smaller. What are we witnessing right now? Muka asked as he couldn't believe his eyes. The leaders understood that Bryce had given the absolute blood control powers to Quinn, but what they couldn't understand was how Quinn was able to do things that Bryce was not, especially in such a short time frame. The dark red aura had been condensed and was now the same size as a small ball, the same size as it was when it was in Laxmus's hands, and it had come to a complete stop, now being held in Quinn's hand. I can control it. I can feel the energy of all of it. But why can I do this and Bryce didn't? Vincent, who was able to witness everything Quinn had done so far, only had one explanation. Quinn's blood power must be far greater than Bryce's. The absolute blood control book did give blood energy to the new king, but it was mainly a technique on how to control it. However, Quinn had obtained a mass amount of energy from the 14th castle, and he also had his own after going through so many different experiences. Holding it in his hand, the Vampire Lord ran forward and threw it out back towards Laxmus, but the original king was unafraid, and instead charged forward as well. The ball started to expand, but with his special hardened black hands, he held on to the aura and threw it up in the air for it to slowly disperse. So what if my blood powers won't work on you? I will just have to personally beat you to death, Laxmus shouted. Quinn's blood armor started to charge up. He got ready to throw out a blood swipe towards Laxmus. It was larger and more powerful than any of his previous ones, and the best part about it was that it hadn't taken any health due to the armor's effect. Still, Laxmus, seeing this, just knocked the swipe away. His power!
He's still stronger than my own blood power, Quinn noticed. Using the blood power in the same way as Bryce did won't help me. According to his imparted knowledge, every user had their own way to control it, and I feel that for me to use it most efficiently is like this, Quinn thought, as he avoided a swing from Laxmus's clawed hand and threw a punch towards his open side. As his hand was moving, Quinn had gathered blood around it, creating a drill-like shape. The speed of the drill was spinning faster than anything else, thanks to Quinn's control. When it hit Laxmus, it continued to spin, piercing the side of his skin. Blood splattered out in all directions. "This attack is the same as that Eno bastard," Laxmus thought, remembering the old days. "How is this person managing to hurt me? I have received more power than before. I was stronger than when I last thought about them." Laxmus had no choice but to move away from Quinn using his wings, escaping into the air. But as he did, he soon found himself losing his enemy's position, only to find him appearing behind him in the air with another blood drill. This time, Laxus was able to cover himself with his wing, but he was still hit and sent through the air. Quinn then could be seen in the air with a pair of wings on his back, using the shadow to allow him temporary flight. Annoyed by this, Laxmus opened his mouth once more, shooting out a small beam of red energy. Quinn then proceeded to do the same, covering himself with the shadow wings. "Negative 3,420 MC. That red beam was smaller than the other. No wonder Arthur didn't block too many of those attacks, even with this many MC points, Quinn realized. The attacks that would come from Laxmus's mouth were too fast for Quinn to stop, even with the absolute blood control, and the others quickly picked up on that. He started to fly about in the air constantly, using the red beam attacks over and over. Each time Quinn would use his shadow to block the attack, but he was struggling to get Laxmus. "Without shadow overload, I can't just make the shadow appear whenever I want, and I'm still trying to figure out how to use this blood power I just got," Quinn thought. "Quinn, you said it yourself. You're neither Arthur nor Bryce. Both of them fought differently than you with their powers. Why are you so hung up on trying to fight like them when you have your own style? Fight in your own way and use their powers to help you," Vincent advised. Thinking about Vincent's words, that's when it hit Quinn. He now knew what he could do that he wasn't able to do before. "I'll fight him with everything I got." Quinn hyped himself up as he fell to the ground and protected himself with his wings covering his whole body. Laxmus, seeing this, decided to take more time to power up a bigger charge with his mouth to fire it out at Quinn. The beam was unleashed, and it continued to hit the shadow. "Negative 4,536 MC. Negative 2,302 MC. Notifications kept appearing that Quinn's MC points were going down, but he knew that Laxmus had to have been using energy while doing this, and then the Vampire Lord could finally see that it had stopped. "That shadow! I know you can't use it for much longer," Laxmus shouted. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Quinn replied. "Full restore activated. 112,345 of 112,345 MC cells." Quinn was refreshed, but that wasn't the end of it. "Shadow overload activated." Activating his shadow overload, he had complete control of all of his shadow, being able to cast them where he wanted. But now, having the blood armor with him, there was something else he could use as well. "Soul weapon activated." Now standing there, with the shadow wings covering his back and his body covered with shadows, Quinn also had the 2 twin chains running down his arms. They had pierced his forearms, causing him to drip with blood. Quinn had activated both his soul item type soul weapon as well as his enhancement type soul weapon at the same time. Usually, Quinn could only use his item type when he was fighting multiple opponents, but thanks to the red blood armor having the same effect as consuming blood, Quinn was free to use it for as long as his armor stayed intact. "I will defeat you my way." Those who had run into their inner castle areas had now crept back out to see how the fight was going. After all, they all knew that the current battle was the deciding factor of whether they lived or not. If it wasn't for the shadow powers in the first place, they all would have perished by the Laxmus's attack. They wanted to see with their own eyes just what was going to happen to them, what their fate would be. Since they couldn't change their fate themselves, and it was in the hands of another, they might as well watch what was going to happen. Now they could see Quinn standing there, blood dripping from his arms, while shadow covered his whole body. Wrapped around his arms like chains was a type of weapon with razor-sharp edges that also were stuck deep into his forearms. The people could see this, as the shadow body couldn't cover the area where the weapon had joined with his body. The gauntlets that would usually cover his arms had also been removed. Laxmus, seeing this, thought that he had seen the same thing before. This was no different to what Quinn had used so far, and now he just had a pair of weapons in his hands, so what difference would this make? He flew up in the air once again, giving him an advantage, but at that moment, Quinn swung his chains back, landing on the ground and then swinging them hard down in front of him. It looked like Quinn was trying to attack an invisible enemy. Before the twin tails hit the ground, a shadow portal appeared in front of him. At the same time as the weapons went through the shadows, it appeared behind Laxmus and slammed onto his back, hitting both his wings. It was such a force that the small blades had dug and hooked onto his wings, causing Laxmus's whole body to be thrown back down into the ground. Due to how much faster Quinn could move his hands, the energy was also transferred into the twin tails. It acted somewhat like a whip, giving even more strength to the blow, and for the first time, Laxmus could feel that his wings had been slightly damaged, and worse than that, the wound on them wasn't healing. "Stay on the ground! Flying is annoying!" Quinn shouted. The next second, he started to swing both of the twin tails' chains rapidly. Out from them, red slashes of blood began to leave. From one swing alone, not just one blood swipe would leave his weapon. Multiple could be seen. Each bend on the weapons had produced multiple slashes of aura, and the attack looked like a wave. Laxmus was preparing to defend himself from them, using his hands and wings. "I can still block these. I just have to be careful about the weapons themselves," Laxmus thought. However, the attacks soon went into another set of shadow portals, and before Laxmus knew it, he could see several of the shadow portals surrounding him. There were hundreds of them, and the next second, red slashes of aura started to come through them all. Laxmus needed to be on guard, using his full concentration and power, blocking them all, hitting them away, hit after hit. "This is annoying," Laxmus shouted, opening his mouth and firing a red beam out, hitting some of the shadows above him, destroying them, but as quickly as they were destroyed, Quinn would make more. Slowly, he walked over to Laxmus, continually moving his arms, swinging the tails out the red blood sashes. "Shadow equip." "I can last a few seconds," Quinn thought to himself. Changing his armor set from the red blood armor, Quinn had changed to Blue Fang set. "Nitro accelerate activated." Laxmus was still defending himself from the attacks, and he didn't see what was coming next. After boosting his speed, Quinn dragged the twin tails behind him and threw them as fast as he could, hitting Laxmus's body from the side with them. He felt great pain as the chains ripped through the side of his ribs. It had pierced his skin, and with Quinn pulling them towards him, each of the small blades grinded against his muscle and even his bone. However, that was just one of the attacks, of the several that were soon to come. Swinging the chains like a madman, Quinn continued hitting Laxmus over and over again, and the red aura didn't stop there. They continued to pour through the shadow. "Those attacks, they're not hitting him," Bryce commented, seeing this. "Even while fighting him, he's making sure that the red aura doesn't distract him. He has already learned how to control the blood so quickly." In front of his very eyes, Bryce was witnessing someone surpass him, someone who knew how to use a power he had better than him. He felt like he had been defeated without even fighting. Seeing that his blood had gone down by 50%, Quinn used the blood bank to restore himself and changed armor back to the red blood set. He no longer had the speed, but he had done enough damage to Laxmus, who was now bleeding all over. Then, Laxmus decided to ignore the attacks, since the wounds weren't great, and opened his mouth, firing out another red laser from it. It was too fast of an attack for Quinn to prepare a shadow to redirect it, but he could easily create a shadow to stop it with his body of shadows. "You know, to hurt you, I don't even have to hit you," Quinn called out, as he swung both of his twin tails into Laxmus's shadow. Hitting the center of his shadow, and that was when Laxmus noticed the wound appear on his body and a great pain inside him.
"What sorcery is this?"
Laxmus screamed. One of the twin tails wrapped around Laxmus's arm, piercing his skin. He could feel the weapon draining blood from him and wrapping tighter. Quinn then pulled himself forward while swinging another one of the chains above, and when it swung down, it pierced right between Laxmus's neck and shoulder. He pulled on it, ripping through his skin, digging deeper and further, and when he was on top of Laxmus, Quinn made a fist, forming the blood drill once again. Laxmus opened his mouth, preparing to fire a beam, but Quinn's whole fist had gone right through Laxmus's mouth before he could fire an attack. The blood drill continued to spin, ripping his mouth to pieces. Having no choice, Laxmus used all of his strength to break free, pushing back and allowing for both of the twin-tail chains to rip through his skin more. Eventually, he fell back, and the bottom half of his jaw could be seen missing from the attack. "Ah!" Laxmus screamed, but with the bottom part of his jaw missing, no words he spoke would make sense, even if he tried to speak.
"I am a servant of the great Immortui. He has granted me power, the power of a god, and I can't defeat a single vampire. Please, Immortui, if you are watching, grant me more power as your faithful servant so I can get rid of this person," Laxmus thought. Surprisingly, his prayers were answered. Laxmus could feel a sudden surge of power growing in him. The black hardened substance started to spread from his arms and now was covering his whole body. Now, Laxmus allowed the red aura strikes that he had blocked until this point to hit his body, having no effect on it whatsoever. They were useless. Even the wounds that Quinn had created had sealed up. It was as if his insides were made from the hard black substance. While Laxmus was in the middle of his change, Quinn, using the twin chains, threw them towards his shadow, but upon hitting it, he could only hear a clang, not harming him at all. "My attack is too weak." Still, it looked like Laxmus was in the middle of a change himself, his body still growing, and two horns could be seen slowly growing from his head. "I have to create a bigger attack, an attack that can pierce his skin still." Taking a few steps back, Quinn felt that there was only one thing he could do. He started to gather his own blood from the field and those who were dead and injured, and started to form it in the air above him. He canceled the item soul weapon, as he needed to focus. The blood started to gather and continued to spin, as it looked like Quinn was creating a giant lance. The only difference was the blood continued to spin like a drill. "Quinn is putting all of his power into this attack, but do you think it will be enough?" Sunny worriedly said. She could feel the pressure of the weapon Quinn was creating, but was worried about what Laxmus would turn into. "It might not be," Jin commented, "but we can make it enough." Jin then ran out into the center of the field. It was a risk, but it was the only thing he thought he could do to help. He grabbed a blade and cut his wrist, drawing blood. Jin then started to make wounds all over his body, and the blood could be seen, adding to what Quinn was gathering. "Everyone, the 10th leader needs your help. Help him gather as much blood as possible. You've seen his skill, how hard he has fought for us. If he can't kill this creature, then no one else can, so help him now," Jin pleaded. Through Jin's action, everyone knew what he was saying. Using their hands, their sharp nails and claws, all the vampires started to inflict wounds on themselves, drawing blood, all adding to Quinn's power. As Laxmus's body was seen changing, Quinn's drill was seen growing, and soon the size stopped. "It can't just be big. I have to condense it, so it's stronger, and I need it to be faster," Quinn thought. In Quinn's own body, the red aura was being used as a source to compress the power. It felt like at any second it could explode, destroying the whole settlement. He needed to contain it no matter what, and sweat was dripping down his face as he used all the power he had. "Now, I need to use the blood control to make it spin faster, faster, faster." The speed of the blood in the drill could be seen moving faster, so fast that everyone could hear a high-pitched ringing. "Quinn, kill that thing!" Silver shouted out. "Kill him! Kill that bastard! 10th leader, please save us! Take my blood!" The whole settlement soon started to shout Quinn's name, supporting him not only with their words, but with their blood as well. "I hear you! I hear you all!" Quinn shouted, as all the blood had been gathered, and Quinn now was ready. Moving his hands down, the giant blood drill fell down. Quinn had formed a type of handle,
but using all of his concentration on his blood control, he was using it to keep the shape of the weapon and spin the blood, including the handle. Grabbing onto it, the speed of its spinning was ripping into his own skin and flesh. The red armor was activated, healing him at the same time, but it wasn't quick enough to heal his skin in time. The drill could be felt tearing the muscles in his bare hand. "The pain is nothing," Quinn shouted, holding on tight to the weapon. The blood drill was spinning faster than Quinn's hand could heal. He didn't know how long he could hold the drill for before he would lose his hand altogether, and he noticed that there was another problem he hadn't accounted for. For the first time, since using the absolute blood control and controlling so much blood, he could feel the strain on his body. The veins all over his body felt like they were about to explode. It was even worse than when he had absorbed the blood aura from the Punisher's throne. Is this what Arthur meant by the backlash of that ability? No wonder Bryce is no longer able to move. If my body hadn't gone through that strengthening, or I lacked Arthur's blood armor, I might have lost control far earlier, Quinn thought. Still holding his breath and ignoring all the pain, the 10th leader ran forward as fast as he could. Keeping his concentration, the blood drill increased in speed even more, just in time to punish Laxmus, who had finished his transformation. He looked at the blood drill with his now completely red eyes. Even his sclera had turned into a crimson tone. However, it was too late for Laxmus to fully react, as the large drill connected with him. Laxmus was now around 3 meters in height, making him practically a giant compared to normal humans, yet the blood drill itself nearly matched him in size. Stretching out his black hands, Laxmus went to grab the drill. He was confident that his black hardening would save him, like it had done every single other time. Unfortunately for Laxmus, his immense trust started to diminish. Just like Quinn, the spinning of the blood drill was similar to thousands upon thousands of blood swipes, hitting his hand simultaneously in the span of a second. The black substance could be seen shedding off, then his flesh, and now his muscles were being ripped by the second. "That's not possible! I have the power of—" "Oh, will you just shut up and die?" Quinn interrupted him. He was sure that holding it any longer would permanently damage his hands. He couldn't take it any more and pushed it forward before letting go and falling to his knees. The vampire lord gasped for air deeply, only hearing the sound of destruction. When Quinn looked up, he could no longer see Laxmus, but at the same time the castle behind it, the king's castle, now had a large hole through it that was bigger than the remaining building. Its top started to crumble bit by bit, then the whole place started to fall down. Fortunately, there were no vampires close to the castle, but the king's castle was no more. Is it over? Is he finally dead? Quinn hoped. There was still more he could do after all. Although he wasn't sure he could handle using the absolute blood control anymore, the vampire lord still had the shadow overload at his disposal. It was active even now, and if necessary he could use another full restore to use his blue fang set. "Quinn!" Jin called out. As a type of warning, turning around, he could then see a smaller version of Laxmus. He was back to his original vampire form as when he had first awakened. He no longer had any black parts of his body, but at the same time his entire body was free from injuries. How was he able to survive that? Quinn asked. I'm not sure, but there had to have been some price for him to pay. He has got to be on his last legs, Vincent said. Looks like all of his energy or borrowed power has disappeared, so now's the best time to get rid of him completely. At the moment, though, Laxmus was standing by Bryce's side, holding the vampire king by his neck. His body looked limp, and that's when Quinn could see that there was a giant hole in his chest. Your king has fallen, but it doesn't look like he was the most troublesome one after all, Laxmus stated. I will remember this day. Curse your own fates for daring to betray the great god Immortui. There was a reason why Laxmus had gone over to Bryce's side, and it was because he had seen something very interesting on Bryce's body. In his hand, he now held the crystal that was filled with a shadow power. With it in his hand, it soon left the crystal and started to enter Laxmus's body. I knew this would always come back to me some way. Quinn got up from the ground and ran as fast as he could, but the second he took a step, Laxmus had turned into nothing but shadows, disappearing from the place. The 10th leader looked around, waiting for him to attack. The other leaders also stayed vigilant, afraid that they might end up as his next target. Alas, no matter how much they concentrated on their senses, none of them could sense his presence at all. He escaped! After all that! Quinn fell to his knees. He couldn't believe it. After all the lives that had been lost, after all the power he had gained, The original king must have been closer to death than even in his fight against the other originals, and yet he still had managed to escape. Damn that crystal! Why did Bryce bring it with him? Where did he even get it from in the first place? Quinn let out a blood-chilling scream. A few seconds later, as if responding to his cries, rain started to fall on the settlement. Quinn was left there on his own, with the destroyed king's castle in the background, while the rain continued to pour on him, soaking his hair. "It is unfortunate, Quinn, but you did all you could." Vincent tried to offer him some solace. "The original king was strong, and perhaps one day he will create an army of his own, returning to face you, but I believe that he realized something in that fight. We all saw that you had completely overpowered him. If he was to return now, he would be foolish, for he would just suffer another loss. Every time he comes back now, you will be able to stop him no matter what army he brings." Quinn felt that Vincent's words weren't empty. Through this fight alone, the Vampire Lord had obtained more power than he could ever have imagined. The Shadow Overload skill had come to an end, and the drawback had brought him down by 10,000 MC points. 60,234 of 102,345. What would once have made him spit out blood out of shock now seemed like a small price to pay. Quinn still had over 100,000 MC points. His blood control was still at 10,000 as well, and the blood aura he had gained could still be felt flowing through his body. But at what cost? Paul, Kaz, even Bryce ended up dying. It was then that Quinn finally stood up to check if another man had managed to survive. He remembered that he had been losing a lot of blood, but he laid there on the ground. Alas, there was not a single heartbeat to be heard, only a silent smile plastered on the deceased's face. "You taught me a lot," Quinn said as he closed the Punisher's open eyes. "You know, Vincent, when I was a young boy, my parents went off to war. They fought for 5 years before I learned of their death. I never had a father figure, and I guess I was imprinting it on the people around me. Yet now even Arthur is gone." "But I'm still here, Quinn. As long as you have the system, I will be with you." At that moment, all of the vampires started to come out from the castles. They all were wondering if the fight was over. All of them had watched Laxmus disappear, afraid that he would reappear, but he seemed to be gone. They all had witnessed that a particular vampire had achieved an overwhelming victory, thereby saving them all. The leaders stood out in front, stopping short of Bryce's and Arthur's body. Their knights came to stand behind them until every single member of each of the families stood behind them on the open field, followed by the unaffiliated vampires.
"Despite all his shortcomings, we thank King Bryce, Arthur the original Punisher, as well as Quinn Talon, leader of the cursed family, for saving the lives of all of us in the vampire settlement," Muka stated, speaking as a representative for all the vampires, before he went down on his knees, bowing down. The next moment, everyone else did the same, getting on their knees, and they spoke in unison. "We thank you for saving our lives." Quinn turned around and could see everyone bowing down to him, getting soaked by the rain. It was an amazing sight to behold. Thousands of vampires all bowed down to him, an outsider, a human who had been turned. "Quinn," Muka spoke as he lifted up his head, "you have saved us from this great threat. This is a challenging time for all of us vampires, but now more than anything we need a true leader, which is why, right here, right now, I hereby nominate you to become our next king."
This suggestion earned the unanimous support from all the leaders, and no one voiced their objection, not a single vampire from any of the families or leaders. What? You want me to become the Vampire King? Update to quest. Become the Vampire King? The council and the people have decided to appoint you as their next Vampire King. Do you accept? How long was the one question on two people's minds? How long had they been stuck inside this dark place for? When Linda and Fex had first met with Arthur, they had been ready to fight for their lives, but surprisingly, the Punisher had not attacked them, rather choosing to listen to them. "It looks like I was wrong about Quinn. Maybe I should give him a chance," Arthur had said about listening to Fex. Unfortunately, before Fex or Linda got a chance to say anything else, or ask him what he meant by that, the two of them found themselves trapped in a dark room. It took them a bit to notice that for whatever reason, Agent 11 had not been trapped with him. However, since the Punisher had chosen not to kill the two of them, Fex wasn't overly worried for the pure agent. An unknown amount of time passed with neither of them knowing what was going on. The two of them had quickly exhausted whatever conversation they could hold, opting to spend their time doing whatever they wanted, until they suddenly found themselves chucked out of that place and back in the lab, with the dragon demon tier beast perfectly intact. "How many days were we in there for?" Fex asked, yet there was nobody there to answer him. The two of them quickly turned around, trying to grasp their surroundings, half expecting that they were needed for some type of fight, but there was no such thing. "I don't think Arthur is here, but why were we hauled out here? Shouldn't we have been brought with Arthur? Do you think something happened?" Linda asked, but despite being a native, Fex had no idea about what the original Punisher might have been thinking. Suddenly, Linda felt something going on with Quinn, so she quickly shared that information with Fex. Unaware about the Dalki attacks, they both surmised that Quinn must have come to the vampire world after they had arrived. The two of them decided, since the dragon was fine, that they should head off towards the vampire settlement to assist in any way they could. As they got closer, they could feel huge surges of energy fighting, but they also noticed something else as they traveled through the forest. Fex had spotted a strange device that had already been destroyed, and he soon figured out what it was. "That looks like one of those Dalki jammers. They probably had these so Quinn or the others couldn't get here from the teleporters. Damn it!" Fex clenched his fist in anger. "We've been sent here to help, but instead we've been sitting around doing nothing while everyone else was fighting." The duo started to speed up until they eventually arrived at the settlement, though by that point the sound of fighting had stopped. Strangely, when they entered the pooling area, they could see that all the vampires were on their knees bowing down to a certain person in front of them. They could see it was Quinn, so ignoring the bizarre scene, they pushed through, but none of the vampires paid them any attention and continued to stay in the respectful bowing position, waiting for Quinn to answer their question. Not quite reading what was going on, Fex and Linda had come out from among regular vampires and were now in the row where all the vampire knights stood. "Quinn!" Fex shouted. "Are you all right, brother?" Ever since Muka had declared that he wanted to make him the next king, Quinn had his head held down looking on the ground, but hearing Fex's voice he looked up. "The two of you, you're okay." Quinn's body started to waver, and suddenly his vision blurred as he collapsed, falling on the ground. Seeing this, the leaders in front of him immediately got up and were about to run forward, but there was someone else that had reached him before the others, and it was none other than Leo. The vampire knight held Quinn by his back, making sure everything was fine, yet it seemed like it was only his body that was exhausted. He didn't know what Quinn had been through, but even now the energy in his entire body was moving around like mad, unsettled.
"Please, let us take Quinn. We can look over him,"
Muka offered. However, Leo just shook his head.
"He hasn't accepted your request, so he remains the 10th family's leader. I will take him back to the castle. I would suggest that each family worries about themselves. When he wakes up, it will be up to him whether he wishes to meet with any of you. That boy never asked to be involved in this whole mess. Nevertheless, he was dragged into it, managing to save your previous settlement not once but twice now. He has earned the right to do as he wishes."
Hearing these words, Ashley, who was now taking charge over the turned humans, immediately created 2 rows. Leo walked away with Quinn's exhausted body. The vampire soldiers, as they were known within the 10th family, escorted them, making a clear path. Seeing the miserable state of their savior, the kneeling vampires couldn't help but be thankful. They clapped as the soldiers walked past with their savior. What the hell is going on?" Fex was confused, following Leo and the others, scratching the top of his head. Then in the crowd, he discovered a certain someone who was trying his best to bow as low as he could to avoid the vampire's gaze. Alas, his luck seemed to have run out, and Fex was happy to question him about what they had missed. "Hey, Mr. 11, get over here," Fex smiled. As Leo had said, the vampires had decided to head back to their own inner castle areas to tend to their own families. This included those that were in the pooling area. As for those that served in the king's castle, there were no survivors. The leaders had no choice but to kill the royal guards, as they were under the influence of the original king. Muka had taken Bryce's and Arthur's body into custody, locking them underneath his own castle where no one should have access. The area where the king's castle used to stand had been marked as a forbidden zone for the time being. There were also strict measures placed on each of the tombs in the castles. After finding out that the second leader was the one responsible for waking up the original king, they didn't want any more originals suddenly springing up on them. Those that had lacked leaders currently, the vampire knights from the families helped them select new leaders and representatives, making sure everything was done according to order and tradition. The strange thing was that even after 2 days had passed, Quinn had yet to wake up. Leo wasn't worried. He could tell that the energy in his body was just setting slowly, but it was also as if his body had yet to adapt to all his newfound powers, that it still hadn't finished settling. As for Erin, she had stayed inside the castle. Leo had made it clear that the 10th castle was acting independently to the other families. They were doing as they wished until Quinn woke up, so Erin was safe in the territory of the cursed family. The people were free to stay with them or leave to join other families, but not a single person who had been staying at the 10th family castle had left. Each day, the day on everyone's mind was whether the 10th leader was recovering. In the end, this left the other surviving leaders and the families that had selected a representative to represent them to have a meeting of their own. Surprisingly, all of the vampire leaders, new and old, had agreed to meet in the pooling area, following Muka's suggestion. They stood there, looking at the empty space and the large craters caused by battle. Standing in the circle, there was no longer any council room or anything like that. "What is your plan, Muka? You seem to have gathered leaders on your side before all of this had happened. Surely you thought of something?" Jake Musket asked.
"I believe I already made my plan quite clear. I wish to make the 10th leader our next king. This was my wish even before the original king has been awoken, yet even more so now. As an original, he will likely create an army and come back to exact vengeance. At the moment, there is no one that can beat him other than Quinn. If our king is not powerful, then this whole settlement will fall, more so than it has done already."
Everyone was quiet for a moment as they took in what he had said. "I believe Jake is asking the right questions, though. You have heard his vampire knight. It didn't sound like Quinn would wish to be our king. What you're saying is basically that without him, we are doomed. Should the vampire families just live separate lives after everything we have been through?" Sonny asked. "What about the absolute blood power? Even if Quinn refuses the position, at the moment he has possession of the absolute blood control skill. We might have the king's blood armor, but that was useless against someone like Laxmus. Then we will just have to take the blood power away from him if he refuses to become king," the young Niku stated, who had become the representative for the first family. It was a surprise to the other families as well, but if he was selected through whatever means, then it was fine. "Oh," Jin raised an eyebrow. "Did I hear you correctly? Are you saying that if the 10th leader refuses to follow our traditions, or refuses to become our king, then you are going to force him to return the blood powers to us? Sure, go right ahead. I would love to see what happens if you storm the 10th castle. Just know that me and my family will take no part in that. The 10th leader is possibly the strongest vampire in existence, and even if we were all to go up against him, none of us would survive." Despite much discussion, the vampire leaders were unable to come to a unanimous decision on anything, nor come to any type of agreement. In the end, they felt like the only chance was to wait for Quinn to wake up and give him his answer. They could only pray for him to accept, otherwise they saw only ruin for the future of the vampire settlement. The settlement was in recovery mode, but one family in particular had less to do compared to the others, and that was the 10th family. Their inner castle area had suffered minimal damage, yet they were nevertheless busy preparing a number of things. Ashley and his men were organizing a ceremony, a funeral for Paul, and wanted to ask Quinn a number of things. With Paul gone, they didn't know what their duty was. They had stayed behind under the orders of the Vampire King, but with Bryce gone and Quinn the potential successor to that position, he might allow them to return to the human world. However, in that case, what were they supposed to do about blood and so on? It was a confusing time for them all. Timmy and Xander had organized the manpower to rebuild the houses and structures in the settlement, but had so far avoided restoring the pooling area. The main reason for that was that they were unsure if they would even be staying in this place. They didn't want to waste their time doing work, and then there were issues with the cursed faction ship itself. Without Paul, Leo was more busy than ever in the vampire settlement, and didn't have a clear picture of what had been going on at the cursed ship. Linda was in charge of that. However, the reports she was getting didn't sound great. Apparently, all three major factions were struggling in the fight against the Dalki. This included those of the cursed faction. All of this information was being passed on to Paul's office, which had temporarily become Linda's. "Do you need us to return to the cursed ship? We could help in the war," Linda suggested. "I appreciate the offer, but I don't think that will help much. One person can't really make a difference in this war. This has turned into a full-scale battle, Sam explained with a sigh. We spread our forces to the 3 major cursed planets and are holding them off as best we can. Unfortunately, I believe it's only a matter of time until they break through. Their numbers show no sign of slowing down, no matter how many we defeat. Perhaps they are already using the demon tier beast to their advantage. We also need some of you to stay on the vampire world. Just because we have stopped Arthur from killing the demon tier beast doesn't mean we have stopped the Dalki's plan of getting full possession of the dragon. We need to make sure that it is safe more than anything. When Quinn wakes up... Sam paused there because he started to think about his statement. If there was one person that could make a difference, it was Quinn. But it seemed like the vampire settlement needed him as well. Were they really useless without him? I would like to be the one to inform Quinn. If you just start telling him things, he'll certainly make a rash decision as always. He did good. He deserves some rest. We should at least be able to grant him that. The call had ended there, and Linda let out a big sigh. She felt more useless than usual, especially since she had missed everything that had happened, and now she felt like she could do nothing still. More and more people have died in this war. It feels like it's never going to end, Linda thought. There was something strange going on in the 10th family castle that the vampires who lived there were aware of, and that was that the top 2 floors of the castle were off limits. Only those that Leo had given permission to were allowed to be there. The others didn't think too much of this, because this was also where Quinn was currently resting in his chambers, but there was another reason for this. One of the large bedrooms had been emptied, and at the moment, Erin stayed there most of the time. The reason why all the objects in the room were to be removed was because she was currently using it as a training room, and there were slashes, cuts in the walls all over. If any items had been left in the room, then they would have been destroyed by now. She swung her katana blade before swiftly switching to the demon tier weapon on her back, swinging it above her head, letting out an almighty scream as she hit the ground. The Dhampir was breathing heavily and covered in sweat. Even now that she wasn't swinging the blade, one could see that her hands were tensed up. "You're losing control of your breathing now as well," Leo commented. "If this carries on, all this extra training you are doing will make you worse, not better." Erin didn't seem to react to Leo's words as she usually would have, and instead put the weapon away and sat down meditating. "Does it help to swing your sword?" Leo asked, knowing that what she was doing wasn't any form of training at all. The young woman would be doing this non-stop for hours on end, and Leo was wondering if she had even gotten any sleep. "Swinging the sword distracts me," Erin finally replied. "I don't know why. I can't control it anymore. I thought we had it under control, but ever since we met Laxmus, I can't control it, Leo." Her voice cracked slightly saying those words. Erin always had a strong appearance, and even before everything the 2 of them had gone through, he had watched her power through her condition without ever complaining, but this time she almost seemed scared. "I can feel it. She's right," Erin said, opening her eyes that were now glowing yellow. "Even now, Leo, with you standing here, I have sliced you down in my head 5 times already. Make that 6. Teacher, what are we going to do? What am I going to do?" For the first time, Leo didn't seem to have an answer. He had done what they could to cure her urges, yet he had never expected her to have this type of reaction. "There are knowledgeable people in the cursed faction. Perhaps they can find a way to reverse the effects on you, Erin. Don't give up. In the meantime, you don't have to worry. Even if you were to try and strike me, I am capable of taking you on," Leo replied. "Really?" Erin asked. At that moment, she stood up from where she was and placed her hand on the hilt of her katana blade. She waited, and Leo, seeing what she was trying to do, had done the same. It was a quick slash. The fastest and most powerful strike that Leo had. Using his ability, he could feel that Erin wasn't holding back, so he chose not to either. There was silence between the 2, and the second she went to pull her blade out of her sheath, Leo did the same. However, Erin's was slightly faster, her blade releasing a strong yellow blood swipe. Leo had done the same, also reinforcing his strike with the 3rd stage of ki. The 2 slashes met in the middle, and as they touched, the yellow slash consumed the red in an instant and continued going forward. Leo, seeing the slash still coming towards him, had no choice but to move to the side, allowing for the attack to continue going forward and eventually hit the wall, causing a big marking on it to be made. Leo's hands were shaking as he saw this. "Aaron, your power has gotten even stronger." She nodded in response, and now had tears flowing down her face. "I could feel it, meeting Arthur and then Laxmus. My power keeps growing as if it desires to defeat them, even without training. I'm sorry, Leo, but I don't think I can travel with you, or any of the cursed faction anymore." Leo wanted to stop her, but he could feel that even now, the energy inside Aaron was growing, and the next second, she had gone out of the door Leo had entered. It was clear she was deciding to head back to the cursed ship and away from any vampires. "It looks like I failed you," Leo thought. "Maybe I was never cut out to be a teacher. I understand how hard it can be now, Master." Erin's disappearance was kept a secret from the others. A lot hadn't even known that she was there in the first place, and no one had dared to ask questions about her in the 10th family due to her close connection with their only vampire knight, who had temporarily taken over as their leader. Finally, after more than a week since his fight, the one they had all been waiting for woke up. Quinn's eyes opened wide, and he could see himself in a bedroom. "You're finally awake, bro, or should I call you Your Majesty?" Vex greeted him. "Man, you sure did a lot, huh? I can't believe it. It looks like I might really have to take some love advice from you." Quinn smiled. He was happy to see Fex was okay. The vampire lord had been afraid that something might have happened to him and Linda due to Arthur's death. However, seeing him also acted as a trigger to recall all of the events that had happened before he had collapsed. The quest. The option, it's still there, Quinn thought, looking at his system. The first thing Quinn did was check his system screen while he had laid there in bed. Everything that happened, it was hard to believe he had gone through it all, but checking the system confirmed it. He still had all of the MC cells which had been given to him by Arthur. He still had a high level of blood control due to Bryce passing him the absolute blood control skill, and lastly, Quinn could see that he still had an update to a particular quest, waiting for him to confirm whether he wants to become the next king or not. Fex had been coming to Quinn's side frequently. After learning from Agent 11 about what happened, the vampire felt like he was even more indebted to his blood brother. He had saved the whole settlement from a great power, which included his own family members. Having done nothing to help, Fex wanted to at least be there when he woke up, so he stayed by his side ever since. Today, the other finally opened his eyes, allowing the vampire to update Quinn on the situation in the vampire settlement, about how they hadn't yet decided on a new king, the consensus seemingly being to wait for the 10th leader to tell them whether he accepts or not. I guess that's why the system still has the option of me accepting the role, Quinn thought. So there is no one in charge of the settlement, and the 10th family have just been able to do as they like? Quinn asked. I mean, if you put it like that, it almost sounds bad. However, think about it, Quinn. No one can really stop you now. You are stronger than any Punisher or King that they could select instead of you. I know it's your decision, but I wanted to say something about that. You might not have been born a vampire, but you have done so much for the vampire settlement. I trust your judgment and understand if you decide not to become king, but just because you reject that role, it will be hard to distance yourself away from all the vampires. All the vampires recognize you as their savior, especially those from the pooling area, and if there is a problem, they will come to seek you out. On top of that, if there is no one to control them, that can be as bad in its own way as well. Maybe the vampires that believe that we should be in control of the humans will do as they wish, and there will need to be someone to stop them then as well, and then there's the original king. Of course, Quinn knew this, but the truth was he had been thinking of his human life more so than his vampire life. He hardly had spent any time here with these people. It was good to get the perspective of a vampire that was originally from the settlement, and Fex, of course, cared about them a lot. I haven't made my decision yet, Fex. I just need more time to think. There are still things the cursed faction needs to do after all, Quinn replied. When Fex left Quinn be, the vampire lord asked the other not to inform everyone that he was awake just yet. He wanted some time to himself to think about a few things. The 10th leader walked up to his window and stared out of it. Here he could see everyone in the settlement working hard with each other. Seeing them reminded him of the scene where all of them had bowed down to him out of respect. He would be lying if he claimed that he hadn't enjoyed that feeling, yet that alone wasn't enough to convince him to add to his responsibilities. Quinn then moved his hand a few times, as if he was getting used to his body, and that was because he was. My body feels lighter and stronger, even more so than when I fought against Laxmus, Quinn realized. That's because your body is still getting used to all that power, but I do have to warn you, Quinn. You've heard Arthur and you've experienced it. That absolute blood control puts a lot of strain on your body. You have one of the strongest bodies a vampire has ever had. The reason for your exhaustion, I believe, was due to your last attack. All the vampires in the settlement gave you their blood, strengthening it. As powerful as that made you, I'm afraid if you do something like that again, then it could be a serious problem for yourself. Who knows how long you will need to rest the next time. He didn't need Vincent to tell him twice, because he had felt it at the time. Thanks for the advice, Vincent, Quinn replied. I was thinking about what Feck said, about accepting the role of being king of this place. It just doesn't feel right to me, not just because I'm an outsider, but I don't even feel like the leader of the cursed faction. I don't know what I would do with it if not for Sam. How am I supposed to lead all the vampires? I mean, I barely spent any time in the vampire world, despite having become the leader of a family. Paul had taken care of those matters for me, but I doubt they'll just listen to me, and now he's gone, just like Kaz, Bryce, and Arthur. I still find it hard to believe that all of them are gone now. Vincent didn't reply, because he believed that nobody but Quinn could really understand what he was going through. The old vampire couldn't imagine how in such a short amount of time the kid had managed to experience more than what one person would have been through in 100 lifetimes. No wonder it felt strange to him. In the end, after a lot of thinking, Quinn decided to leave the castle, making everyone aware of the fact that he had woken up. This information spread like wildfire to the other families, and they all wished to meet him as soon as possible. It was clear what they wanted to talk about, which was why Quinn had put it on hold for now, though he had a valid excuse. The vampire lord stated that he was busy with organizing a ceremony, one for all the vampires that had passed away, including the deceased king, Paul and the others who had fought in this war. The others agreed that this was important and had decided to hold a ceremony in the pooling area for them all, which would allow the leaders to say a few words. Quinn was aware that although they had agreed to this request, they would most likely grab him right after, demanding an answer about him becoming their next king or not. Still, at least this had brought him peace and quiet until tomorrow, when the ceremony would start. Now, Quinn had returned to the throne room in the 10th castle and looked out of the large glass panel window again. It was here that Vincent had told him to look after the people, and having experienced his ancestors' life, he had begun to feel a connection with them. Before I decide, I will need to know what is happening with the cursed faction. Linda said that Sam would contact me when he needs to. Then I can make my decision, and of course I will need to see what they say and want me to do. Like Feck said, I guess I just haven't realized that I am in a position where I can request whatever I want. However, will the vampires really listen to me? Just as Quinn had finished this thought, and before Vincent could answer him, another had come through the doors, and it was only his only remaining vampire knight, Leo. Quinn, Leo greeted him by bowing down, but Quinn quickly gestured for him to raise his head. Leo was one of the people who he had great respect for, and never wanted him to bow down his head to him, no matter who Quinn had become. Quinn, I have some news to tell you. Perhaps I should have mentioned it earlier, but at the time I didn't want to trouble you, and I thought that I perhaps knew best for them, Leo said. Quite surprised by what Leo had to say, the two of them sat down at a table in the room, and Quinn listened to what the blind swordsman said. He would always have and make time for this person, still regretting that it was Quinn's fault he had been turned and chucked into this mess. Not once, though, did Leo ever blame Quinn. The news that Leo had to deliver was about Erin. He had informed the 10th leader about everything that had happened, and the struggle she had been facing, leading to her leaving out of her own volition. I see, Quinn replied. Leo, I don't think anything you did was wrong. Honestly, I wouldn't even know what to do if I was put in your situation. If Erin went through the teleporter, then she should have appeared on the cursed faction ship. When Sam contacts me, I will ask him where she has gone from there. After all, I was the one that turned her, so she is my responsibility. You have already done so much in that regard. Leo, you are free to do as you wish. I know you have business with Pure. Let me worry about this. The two of them continued to have some light conversation, talking about what Leo had done on his journey and confirming a few things. such as the fight Leo had with the Dalki along with Chris. Quinn figured that it was the same person that had trained him in Ki and was actually quite happy that the two of them had fought together. At the end of the day, though, Chris was a member of Pure, which meant that it was likely that Quinn or the others would have to face him someday. After that, Leo stated that he would stay, at least until he knew that the 10th family would be able to run smoothly without him. He intended to help out in the war after that, before seeking out his own personal business with Pure. After leaving, Quinn decides to ask Vincent a few questions. "Is there anything we can do to help Aaron? I know you don't know much about the Dampier, but any little bit might help," Quinn asked. "It is hard for me to say honestly," Vincent replied. "Stuck in this system, there's only so much I can do. I've been thinking, maybe it is time for me to take you up on your offer, Quinn. Even if I was put into a clone body, it would do more good for me to be out there than to stay in here. I could see what I could do to help you. After all, if you are king, you will have access to all the facilities. Everything will be at your disposal, as long as the council agrees. Though as Feck said, with your power, as long as it's not too ridiculous, it shouldn't pose a problem." "So, are you saying I should accept?" Quinn asked. "I don't think that would be the worst choice," Vincent replied. At that moment, Quinn's mask started to vibrate. The call he had been waiting for came at the perfect time. He was eager to get an update on the situation with the cursed faction. Alas, it wasn't good news. Picking up the call, Quinn was quite happy to hear the sound of Sam's voice on the other end. He had no clue what had happened while he was away, and wanted to ask about Logan and Mona, who had decided to head back to the cursed ship while he headed to the vampire world. However, the news that was delivered was nothing that Quinn had expected at all. He could tell it was hard for Sam to deliver the news. His voice cracked multiple times. Sam couldn't stop apologizing on the other end for making the wrong decision. With each piece of new information, Quinn was starting to think whether or not he had made the right decision coming to this place. Eventually, the call had ended, and there was no need for Quinn to head back to the cursed faction planets, or the ship immediately. That was the worst part of it all. It was because the time had already passed for Quinn to do anything. Quinn stood there in the throne room in silence. He had his head held down and was frozen in place. He was like a statue and didn't know how long he had been there for in the same position. Eventually, he did something different. Both his fists were clenched, and a red aura started to surround the outside of his body. The red aura mixed with Ki, as Quinn wanted to let out every part of power inside him. If one was to look closely, one could see that items on the table were shaking, due to the sheer power that Quinn was summoning right now. "Ah!" Quinn shouted at the top of his lungs, his veins showing from his neck, and at the same time, red aura was released out from his body all around him. As the aura hit the items on the table, they fell off, and at that moment, everyone in the castle could feel that the whole place was shaking. Those who were outside could even see the castle shaking and stop to look. "What's going on? Is there a fight going on in there? Has that person returned? Or maybe the 10th leader is in trouble?" The people panicked. Seconds later, Timmy and Xander had to come out from the castle, along with the vampire soldiers, to calm down the situation. "It's no trouble, people. Please go back to what you were doing. The 10th leader was just practicing a new technique. As you can see, not even the mighty castle can hold his power," Xander reported. This news satisfied the people, but everyone close to Quinn was worried about what had actually occurred. Why? Why is this happening? Why can't I ever seem to make the right decision? Quinn thought back in his room. There was no one to talk to. No one had entered, perhaps because they felt like Quinn just needed to take a break, but at least one person was with him. "Quinn, I don't think you made the wrong decision. It's impossible to tell. Who knows what could have happened here if you weren't here, and the ripple effect that would have," Vincent replied. "Trust me, in my lifetime, I constantly thought about what if I was to do things this way or that, but at the end of the day, we can't go into the past. What I would say is, do what you can now, with the position you're in." For some reason, the last words that Vincent said were like an epiphany for Quinn. He still hadn't recovered from the news that he had received, but it was no time for him to be feeling sorry. "I need a list." A short while later, Leo had been called into the throne room. By the look on his face, he wanted to ask Quinn what had happened. He felt the energy more than anyone due to his ability. Still, with the look that Leo could see now, he thought that perhaps there was no worry at all. Quinn's mind was clear with what he needed to do. "Leo, I would like you to do me a favor. Head off with Linda towards the dragon in the lab. Once I'm done here, I'll travel to Linda and take the dragon with me. There's a chance that the Dalki could still attack this place. It might only be a matter of time until they find out that Arthur has failed his task." Leo nodded and didn't ask any questions. He preferred leadership this way that was decisive and straight away went to inform Linda of their task. The next day, the preparations for the ceremony in the pooling area were complete. The leaders dealt with the schedule, the temporary building of structures, and more, and had sent some information to Quinn. They had given him a time slot for when he would speak to the people, which was at the very end of the ceremony. Based on what he heard from those in the 10th castle, it was unavoidable for Quinn to do a speech. Everyone, not just those in the 10th family, was looking forward to it. It was strange, but Quinn had been told that when he was to walk out the castle, that the vampire soldiers, which is what everyone referred to them as, now that Paul was gone, were to escort him. When Quinn left the castle to go to the pooling area, they had practically surrounded him, making it so no one could get close. It was only then, since it was the first time Quinn had left the castle, he realized why this was needed. "It's the 10th leader, the legendary vampire. He was the one that saved us all. The shadow stopped the attack from hitting us in time. 10th leader, please look my way. Give me a wink. Please let me thank you." The vampires were simply crazy. It reminded Quinn of those celebrities that would be hounded on the street. "Look at all these people you helped, Quinn, and how appreciative they are of you. If it wasn't for you, they would be unable to put this type of smile on their face," Vincent said. As usual, Quinn was impressed by the work the vampires did. The pooling area was just a vast empty wasteland the last time he had seen it. Now, they had managed to set it up well, creating a large stage at the end just in front of the king's castle and places for the vampire leaders and new leaders to be placed. Then, there were also coffins spread out in front of the stage. Inside, those with the bodies of all those that had died. Even though some didn't have a body to place in the coffin, they still made one out of respect. The people from each of the families were made to stand as if they were attending a concert, and a wall was made of the black material just between the stage and the others. Not that the wall would stop the vampires if they wanted to, but it was to know where the vampires were allowed to be. Then, all those vampire knights and higher-ranking vampires, including Quinn's large escort group, was in the room behind the stage waiting for their turn. At the moment, Sunny seemed to be a type of host to the event, welcoming everyone and talking to them all. What Quinn found impressive was there were crystals that were projecting her image and replicating it like a large TV to everyone all around. It was a reminder to Quinn that vampire technology was quite advanced. They also had so many resources and secrets that they could use, but they just never chose to, always hiding here. All of the leaders were introduced and had time to talk. Quinn listened to them all. The speeches sounded like they were mostly there to calm the people, to tell them everything was all right, and that an event like this would never happen again. Which just didn't sit quite right with Quinn. "And now, everyone, the 10th leader would like to talk to you all, our savior of the vampire settlement," Sunny announced. Quinn walked up to the stage, and the sound was thunderous coming from the crowd. The whole stage shook. It was unlike any of the other leaders who stood where Quinn was. Eventually, though, their leaders looked at them, emitting some sort of pressure that quickly got all the vampires to calm down. Quinn stood there looking out at them all again, every single one of them listening to his words right now. "The vampires that we lost in this fight, I was close to a lot of them. I'm not just talking about my vampire knight Paul either," Quinn said. "I knew Kaz, I knew Arthur, and I even knew Bryce through his good and bad. I hear a lot of you are calling me a hero. But honestly, these people who were willing to sacrifice their lives, they were the ones that should be called heroes. Without hesitation, they risked their lives to save each other, the settlement and people they cared for. They did something that I can't do. Bob, Tillart, Fiona, Lucas, Brian." The others were wondering what Quinn was doing at the moment as he went on to list a bunch of names. It lasted for about 10 minutes. By then, some of the vampires in the settlement realized what Quinn had done, and their eyes started to tear up. "These are the names of every single vampire that lost their lives in this fight. Let me tell you, this was no accident what happened today. You were attacked, and there's a good chance you could be attacked again, now or in the future, and I think some of you know that. But as long as we have people like those names I have said today, then we will be okay. I will not forget a single one of their names. As I take every single one of them with me until the day I die, I will remember them and everyone after them." The vampires didn't cheer after Quinn's speech. Instead, they were deep in thought. They didn't even understand why they had been attacked or what the fight was about. They knew nothing, and even now, the vampire leaders hadn't explained to them. The 10th leader was the only one that had told them a partial truth, and they wanted to thank Quinn for that, to know the cause and the reason why their fellow vampires had died. "I have one more thing to say to you all. Your leaders and all of you had bowed your heads down in front of me that day, and you asked me a question, whether I would become your vampire king. And I have your answer for that now." The leaders who were waiting in the back suddenly stood up from their seats as they waited to hear Quinn's answer. They had planned to talk to Quinn after the ceremony to discuss these matters. Muka had even planned a number of things to convince him, but it looked like they were all going to get their answer here and now. Quinn looked at all of the vampires in the settlement, listening to him carefully. They were hanging on to his every word. "The answer is yes," Quinn replied. In an instant, the vampires started to cheer in joy. If anyone deserved to be the king, they all felt like it was the 10th leader. Not only was he the strongest vampire, but he was also their savior, someone who brought them together, and those that were the happiest were the vampires from the 10th family. They had spent years being suppressed by the other families, but had felt a change ever since the new leader had appeared. There were hardly any vampires that were alive that could even remember the last time one from the 10th family had been selected as king. Hearing this, behind the stage in the back room, watching on the crystal monitor, the leaders heard everything and looked at each other. They wanted to see the reactions of each other. Some of them were left with their mouths wide open. Leaders such as Niku and Jake were sure that Quinn would have declined. They were trying to figure out ways to get the absolute blood control back from him. For one, Niku even had a large crate by his side that contained Arthur's weapon. He thought it would be a good trade if need be. In the first place, although they knew Quinn suited the role of king, they just could never imagine him being one. The cheers continued, but Quinn wanted to say more. Trying to calm them all down, Quinn started to focus on his key and shouted, amplifying his voice over all of theirs. "But," he shouted, silencing them in nearly an instant, "this is if you can accept me as king, as the king I wish to be." Some of the leaders and knights scrunched up their faces hearing this comment. They knew there had to be a catch, and rather than discussing it with them, he had decided to publicly speak about it to the people. "Should I stop him?" Sunny asked.
"No, let's hear what he has to say. I think he has a point. At the end of the day, we don't know what Quinn's wish is in all of this, and as king we need to know his goal," Muka replied. Pausing for a bit, Quinn realized that the others would allow him to continue to speak, and so he did. "I'm sure some of you know about me or who I am, and there are some of you who will not. I was a human that had been turned into a vampire, but one that had contained the Ino bloodline, which was why I was able to become the leader of the 10th castle. I've been human for most of my life, and I have friends and people I call family that I care for. Human lives I care for, but here in front of me, I also have the lives I care for, vampires for whom I feel the same way. If you wish for me to be your king, then you need to all accept this fact. At the moment, the humans are at war with a race called the Dalki, the same creatures that had attacked the vampire settlement. There's a good chance that it will happen again. The threat on the vampire settlement is not over, and I want you all to be aware of that. I have been living a double life, but I want to look after the vampires just as much as I do the humans. The humans already know about our existence. Some are scared, and I'm sure some of you are scared. But I want us to overcome this fear, so the two of us can see each other as equals. I don't wish for there to be a separation, and I want the two sides to support each other. This is my wish. If you do not agree with my wish or plan to go against it, then I am afraid I am not the right king for you." Quinn had stopped speaking there, and it gave the vampires a moment to talk. Many of them started to talk amongst each other about what they had heard. The vampires had been secluded from the humans for so long, only a few of them were able to go to the human world. Many of them didn't know what humans were like. However, at the same time, leaving the settlement, exploring a wider world with more people, felt exciting to them. In contrast,
It was scary for others, but most of the vampires could agree on one thing. "Our life belongs to our king, you," a vampire shouted. "If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be standing here right now. I will do whatever you want." "Yeah, he's right. Look at what happened to us. Even under the old rule, we need change." "If we don't do anything about those Dalki, then they will come after us, won't they?" Surprisingly to Quinn, many in the crowd were supportive. What Quinn didn't realize was that what had happened was such a shocking event to them all. The leaders that they had trusted in this fight were helpless. Many of them had died. It had come as a complete shock to the settlement that had been peaceful for so long, and at that moment, Quinn was the one that was there, which was why they were so willing to follow him, especially since vampires valued strength greatly, and Quinn certainly had proved himself in that department. "All right, that was the speech from the 10th leader, everyone." Sonny nervously ran onto the stage and started clapping. It was Quinn's cue to leave, and he could only think that perhaps the leaders weren't so keen on Quinn's idea. A few passing words were said, and then all of the coffins were burnt. The vampires watched the fire in silence until all the smoke had disappeared, signaling it was the end of the ceremony. The vampires headed back to their castles, being directed by their knights, and as expected, Quinn had been called to a meeting with the others. The meeting was to take place in the room where all of the leaders were preparing and watching the ceremony from behind the stage. It was a large place that looked similar to a ballroom. Inside there were wine glasses filled with blood and a large round table, with a white cloth as if they were going for a high-class meal. Here, Quinn could see all the leaders, including unfamiliar faces of the new ones sitting there. Going to the table, Quinn sat down confidently, without greeting any of them, as if this was a bothersome thing to do. He wanted to make it clear that he wasn't doing this just because they asked him to. "So, I accepted your request as king? But it looks like the leaders here haven't accepted me, right? Or the council. So what is it that you wanted to talk to me about?" Quinn knew this because the quest to become the vampire king was still available in his system. He had thought after saying those words on the stage that the quest might have been completed. There could have been a few reasons why it was not. Quinn needed to be accepted by the people. He had to go through the king's ritual, or he needed the council to accept him as their king as well.
"I have to admit, we were quite surprised by your speech there," Muka said. "Honestly, after listening to you, we realized that we always thought of you as a vampire like one of our own."
"But you have made it clear that you see yourself as something different," Niku interrupted, banging his fist on the table. Immediately, Quinn looked towards him and waved his hand. In that second, an invisible force was felt hitting Niku, knocking him off the chair and slamming his head on the ground. "Don't worry, he is alive. I just don't want anyone to interrupt when we are talking about an important matter," Quinn replied. The other leaders who had been against Quinn and also wanted to speak had decided to stay quiet. They hadn't even seen what he had done, and Niku still hadn't come up from that single move. It was a reminder of how he was able to save the settlement in the first place. "We just wanted to ask, we know you said you wanted to bring humans and vampires together, but what did you exactly mean by that? After all, you will be asking us to direct our families under you, so it would be good for us to know," Jin asked. "I was planning to tell you anyway, and you're right. I did have something in mind when I accepted being king, and it was why I said all that earlier on the stage. I want the vampires to help the humans in the war against the Dalki. This is my condition for me becoming your king." The leaders had suspected that Quinn might use their request to help out the humans he cared about so much. It made sense after hearing the speech he had made. However, they hadn't quite expected him to go so public with his plans. It was putting all of them in a difficult position and on the top of their toes. The vampire lord had also just outright stated that the condition for him becoming their next king was to take part in a war that wasn't theirs in the first place. The first instinct of the newly elected and young leaders was to stand up and protest, but the 10th leader had already made an example out of Niku. Only one was brave enough to stand up to him. "That is ridiculous," a young-looking female vampire scoffed at his words. Quinn looked at her, noticing her blonde hair, which was unusual since most vampires had black hair, which made him suspect that it was dyed. "You are asking all of us to fight, just because of your personal interest. Right now, you are not our king, and we are all at the same rank." The other leaders were quite nervous about how Quinn was going to react,
but unlike with the first family's leader, he remained calm.
"And who are you?" Quinn firstly asked.
This caused the woman's face to turn bright red, yet it was expected for Quinn to not really know who she was. He had been recuperating and only recently woke up.
"I'm Katori Cha, new leader of the second family."
"Well, then that makes it better," Quinn replied. "I believe it was because of the interests of your family in the first place that the settlements were in danger twice. Yet it was because of my interest that I saved you all. However, I won't deny you having a point. I could just say that all of you owe me a favor, although I might not be a native vampire. I have learned that etiquette demands that a favor always gets repaid, and based on the reactions from the people out there, they seem to be more inclined to stick to that than all of you. However, I would much prefer you agreeing to this willingly than me forcing you, so let me lay out everything clearly to all of you. At the moment, I hold quite the high position in the human world. You can think of it as the equivalent of a royal knight, without there being a king, or maybe similar to the council with only 3 members. If there is anything you need from them in the future, or information, then I can easily obtain it. My condition wasn't one I placed on a whim. I have long since desired to bridge the gap between vampires and humans. Only the current situation allows me to do it with your consent. In my opinion, the vampires have tried to live secretly, ignoring the humans' existence for too long, giving rise to problems within the vampires and humans. There will always be disputes, of course. Humans argue with each other, yet vampires do as well. But at the moment, both are facing the same enemy. On our own, neither side might stand a chance, but together, I believe we can defeat them. For that, I want to use the resources in this solar system. On my way here, I have passed multiple beast planets. The humans are currently in dire need of crystals to continue fighting. At the same time, I heard from Fex that you have been gathering dangerous subclasses. Now, I don't know if any of you were aware, but it looked like Bryce has been planning to go to some type of war for a while now. Instead of killing them all, I suggest we use them to help us in the fight against the Dalki. I won't even ask you to take care of them. That can be the 10th family's responsibility. However, I do want the vampire leaders and their vampires to take part in it as well. That is my wish. For this to work, I need your power, not just mine." None of the leaders said anything. Even Muka, who had felt like they could help Quinn in some way, thought that the 10th leader was asking for too much. But there was one thing that was true. They owed him their lives, so wouldn't it be fair for them to fight with their lives on the line? "I think some of your conditions are fair, but you are asking for too much," Katori argued. "The crystals and maybe the subclasses we can agree on, but for us to risk our lives? We have only just recovered from an attack of our own. And what should we do if Laxmus returns while we're away?" At this point, Quinn had a big smile on his face, because he had been waiting for this. It was time for him to use his position, everything he had gained for this point. "You're right, but let me ask you, even if you all stay here, what exactly do you plan to do if he attacks you again? I'm telling you now, in case you can't agree to my conditions, I won't stay in the vampire settlement. Me and the 10th family, as well as any vampire who wishes to accompany us, will leave for the human world. I may be powerful, but I'm not omnipotent. I can only do my best in trying to protect my family and those loyal to them. As for everyone else, I don't have the luxury to care about them." This was a worry that the other leaders hadn't thought about. If Quinn was to do this, would more vampires choose to follow him rather than them? Perhaps the inner castle vampires were loyal to their families, but what about the pooling vampires? They had seen the reaction outside. "Make no mistake, I'm the one holding out my hand to you guys, not the other way around. You have no one that can defeat Laxmus even if he were to return on his own. I'm offering you protection, but in exchange, I expect you to fight, for your sake as well as the people I care about. I'm sure some of the older leaders are aware that the Dalki have been created by the vampires in the first place, and that they had attacked you alongside Arthur. This is a reason why I haven't chosen to simply leave, and it's because I really do need your help. Do you know why Arthur was working with the Dalki? Before his demise, he confessed to me that he chose their side because he claimed to be weaker than them. His last regret was that I proved to him that he might have been wrong, and that there was no hope for the vampires or the humans. If we don't stop the Dalki now, they will come for you as well." Although Quinn's words spoke his words with conviction, he actually wasn't so sure about the last part.
With the dragon gone, was there any reason for them to attack the vampires? The one that seemed to have wanted revenge on them more than anyone was Jim, yet according to his system, he should be dead. Nevertheless, the Dalki hadn't stopped their invasion of the human planets, and Quinn had seen how aggressive they could be. Perhaps it was just in their nature to be this way, an urge to kill anything different from them. "Quinn, I think what you said is right, but there is one problem," Jake brought up, a little afraid that he might get hit. "The Punishers were created to be an equal force to the king. In case anything happened like it did before, we would have relied on them. After that, the council was supposed to have just as much power as the king. The king was the person selected by the council, yet we could still overturn his decision. We have many traditions, and I was wondering about a few things. First, would you be willing to follow our ways? You have become so strong that no one can overthrow you, and right now you have the power of the Punisher and the absolute blood control skill, meaning if you wish to rule over us with an iron fist, there would be no one to stop you. Another thing, you only spoke about your plans for the war, but what do you plan to do after that? If we help you and we win, will you still be our king?" Surprisingly, the other leaders nodded and agreed with what Jake was asking, even the ones that wanted Quinn to join them no matter what. It was questions they wanted to ask, but thought maybe it was best to deal with after. "What you are asking is fair, and I have thought about it," Quinn answered. "First, I'm not familiar with all of your traditions, but I also don't want to come in here and change your vampire ways. I think I would need to deal with them on a case-by-case basis. For your remark about me being too strong, that I combine two great powers, the thing is, right now, I need both of these powers to fight our enemy, especially if Laxmus was to return, so my plan for this will link into your last question. I need the vampire leader's strength. The Dalki aren't large in number, just like the vampires, but great in strength. After you help me achieve my goal, then I will be happy to give up the absolute blood control. Perhaps we can set up a system like the Punishers of old, but with the absolute blood control instead of the shadow powers. And lastly, I think it's important for me to keep my role as king, as long as you wish for me to do it. You all put your trust in me, and you all help me, so I will continue to serve all of you." The leaders smiled at Quinn's answer. They thought they were appropriate answers to everything, even better than they had hoped. Quinn seemed to be a realistic person, one of the most reasonable they had ever met.
"We will then cast a vote. All those in favor of Quinn Talon, the 10th leader, becoming the new king, please raise their hand," Muka said.
Everyone at the table raised their hand, even Katori, but Niku was unable to, still passed out.
"It seems like we have come to a unanimous decision. We welcome you, your majesty."
Muka bowed down, the others following suit. "Quest, become the vampire king completed. You will now receive your rewards." It had been a long time since Quinn had received the quest to become the vampire king. It had arrived after the king before Bryce had decided to go into eternal slumber. At the time, Quinn thought that the system was just setting him up with an unachievable goal. The system had been known to do a few strange things, so why not this as well? Or at least he never thought it would be this soon that the quest would be complete, which was why he was expecting some pretty big rewards. "You will now receive the following rewards. You have earned a new title, King of the Vampire Settlement. Summoning skill has been upgraded." That was it. There weren't many messages for a quest that had taken so long to complete, and there only seemed to be 2 rewards. "I've also stopped getting the instant level up reward as well. I didn't get anything when facing Laxmus either. After Eno did a full unlock of the system, it seems to have become rather stingy these days." What Quinn was most disappointed after seeing the messages was that he still hadn't completed the quest to become something beyond a vampire lord. "It would have felt like an impossible quest if I didn't receive that notification for it not too long ago," Quinn thought, but decided to look on the upside and check out his rewards. "Title, King of the Vampire Settlement. As king, the area under your control has increased. The king is able to select the area which he controls, moving it where he wishes. Reputation points can now be earned from all of those in the vampire settlement. Reputation points can also now be used within the territory." After reading its effects, it looked like a better version of the leader title. Checking out the system, Quinn could see that the area he could now cover was a little larger than the whole settlement. A small space just outside where the castles were set, but it also covered the pooling area. On the map, he could see that just like with his own family area, he could upgrade the castle itself, place towers, and there were even a few more options he didn't have before. I can make this whole settlement into an unstoppable fortress, Quinn thought. But it says I can change the king's area to a different place. Do I really want to set up such a place here? Maybe it's better to set something like this on Earth, or even one of the cursed faction planets.
I think there is no need to worry about that, Vincent replied. Remember how I said the vampire settlement used to be on Earth? Well, I think the reason why this place looks almost exactly as I remember it is because they moved it in some way. Although I am not quite sure how they did it, I'm sure they will have a way to move it again. So if need be, you could still increase the strength of this place to move it at a later time.
Knowing this, Quinn just needed to ask to make sure. If there was ever the need to move the settlement, is that possible? Quinn asked. The other leaders were still at the table. Now that Quinn was their king, it was rude for them to leave before he did, so they just sat there while he was deep in thought, not knowing what he was doing and too afraid to ask.
Yes, there was a mechanism built into the castles and system, Muka answered. However, there are a few things that need to be done. For one, there are items that need to be placed in the area you wish to move the settlement to. The second thing is it takes up a lot of energy and time to transfer everything and everyone. A lot of crystals, to be more specific. After you move, the mechanism can't be used again straight away. It will take a while to move again, even if you have enough crystals.
Once again, the vampire's technology never ceased to amaze Quinn. The things they had figured out how to do with the beast crystal was almost magical to him. How long is a while? Quinn asked.
Around a week for the mechanism to cool down. If it was an emergency, I'm sure you could force it, but then there's a chance that the mechanism would no longer work after that.
Quinn had gotten his answer, and it looked like Vincent was right. He could upgrade the settlement as he wished for now, and if he wanted to move it in the future, he could. With his title, he wasn't restricted to just the land where they were either. This title might be more helpful than I thought, but I guess that depends on the reputation points I have at the moment. Current reputation points, 120,345. Well, it looks like I won't have any problems in that department. Has it been increasing while I was away every day, or is it just because of what I have done and how I've become king? Regardless, Quinn decided to check out his next reward, which was his summoning skill that had been upgraded. As the 10th leader, Quinn was able to summon his vampire knights to his side, so he wondered what he could do with it now. When seeing this message, he nearly choked on the air itself and started coughing. He was so surprised.
Your Majesty, is there something wrong?
Muka quickly offered to help Quinn. Everything is fine. You guys can leave. I'm just going to be making a few changes, so make sure that the vampires don't get so alarmed, Quinn said, giving his first order, and the others were ready to leave.
Quinn, Muka said before leaving, there are still things we need to discuss, such as the royal knights and when exactly you plan to do these things. Usually your royal knights would help you out with such tasks, or your old vampire knights, but you don't have either, or anyone that is knowledgeable enough. In the meantime, I will do my best to fill that role, so if there are any questions or help you need from me, then please, go ahead and ask.
Quinn was inclined to take up Muka on that offer, because there were a lot of things he needed to know before he could move ahead. There was no Sam that could do that for him here.
Also, I would suggest you start thinking about who would be the next leader of the 10th family as well.
When all of the leaders finally left, Quinn looked at the system again to make sure he wasn't imagining things. How do I explain this to them? Quinn thought. Summon upgraded. You are now able to summon any of the vampire family leaders to your side. Looking at the list, Quinn could tell it was no joke as all of their names appeared. Quinn was tempted to use it on one of the leaders to test it out, but had decided against it. The only downside was, it looked as if Quinn could no longer summon his vampire knights. Still, being able to summon any of the leaders, and all of them at once if he wished, was definitely an upgrade in his eyes. The only thing was, he thought it would be best to warn them what they could suddenly get involved in if he was to do such a thing. So, this is it. This is what it feels like to be king, Quinn said. Getting up from the seat, Quinn left the room and walked out to the stage. He could see the pooling area hadn't been rebuilt to what it was. Some of the castles were damaged, and because of him, there wasn't even much of a royal castle itself. But now, all of this was Quinn's to look after. I guess it's time to improve this place. Title has been changed. Title, King of the Vampire Settlement, is now active. Let us make some upgrades around here. Reputation shop opened. Vincent, you said you wanted to come back, right? How do you feel about becoming the 10th leader again? When Quinn had first gotten the system, the first thought in his head was that it seemed to resemble the old games people used to play all the time when the Earth was not in danger of being overrun by the Dalki. Unfortunately, using the system had never felt like a game to him, especially since it was his life on the line all the time, and unlike those games, there was no do-over. However, today he would have to change his mind about the game aspect of it all. Looking at the reputation shop, Quinn could see a number of things he could do, so he immediately started to get to work. His finger was moving non-stop, placing things around the map without even looking at the cost of what he purchased. As long as the name of that thing sounded useful, he clicked on it, placing it down. However, that wasn't the end of it. Most of the things he purchased could be further upgraded, leading him to spend even more of his reputation points. As Quinn continued to splurge, buildings, towers, and gargoyles were being built on the fly all over the settlement. The castle of every family seemed to be rumbling as more and more structures appeared out of nowhere as if they were magic. "What is going on?" one vampire shouted in confusion and fear as they saw a tower being formed from the ground in front of their family area. "Look over there as well," another one yelled, pointing towards a weird cannon that appeared in the middle of the wall. The vampires soon realized that the structures that they could see had a striking resemblance to the one they had seen by the 10th family area. "It must be the king! He has blessed us with another miracle!" The noise from the pooling vampires and news about what was going on had soon spread to the vampire leaders. It hadn't been long since they had left Quinn on his own, and it would be hard for them to miss what exactly was going on outside. As they stared outside their castle, they could see their castle walls being strengthened in front of their very eyes, and other changes taking place. Is this what he meant when he was talking about making sure that the vampires weren't to get scared? Sunny thought. Eventually, the buildings and structures that had started constructing themselves out of nowhere had come to a halt. However, the vampire settlement looked like a completely different place compared to just a few minutes ago. The pooling area houses that had been destroyed during Arthur's attack had been rebuilt and seemingly even improved. The black jagged surface that had been used to build the previous iteration of houses before was no more, and there was an improvement on the pavement and more. Seeing this was simply frightening for many of the leaders. They had known Quinn to be powerful, but this ability was unbelievable, especially at this scope. Meanwhile, the one responsible for it all had the biggest smile on his face, because he too couldn't believe his eyes. In mere minutes, it was as if he had upgraded the settlement into a city. This whole thing, it really feels like a game, but the structures there are real. After seeing how much he had done, Quinn was worried that he might have gone a bit crazy spending all of his reputation points. However, now that he checked them out, he was left speechless for a completely different reason. What's going on? Why haven't they gone down? Looking at it a little longer, he soon could see that the number had not only not decreased, but it had actually increased, and was still going up at this very moment. Is this some type of bug? Trying to figure out what was going on, Quinn could soon hear noise from the vampires in the settlement. Closing his eyes, he tried to focus carefully on what they were saying. That's when he understood what had happened. It has to be the new king. The 10th leader did the same to his own castle, and now that he is king, he is improving the whole settlement. I told you he was the best choice for king. Look, with these towers and gargoyles, we will be safe from any attack. But how? Didn't the 10th leader claim that he was born a human? How does he have the 10th family's power if he has the shadow power? This was a question that many vampires wanted an answer to, but as long as it benefited them, then why did they need to care so much? Quinn was on their side, and he was holding up his side of the deal to protect them. Turning around, looking behind him, now knowing that he hadn't spent all of his points, there was one more thing he was hoping to do. On the map itself, there was also the option to use points to repair structures, and although the king's castle wasn't a structure that had come from the system, Quinn was able to use around 50,000 reputation points for its repair. This should keep those leaders happy as well, Quinn thought. Selecting the repair option, the castle started to rebuild itself from the ground up. It looked as if someone had put a video in reverse. Then, the large hole he had made started to be filled with a strange glowing energy. Once the glow disappeared, it was fully repaired. This has to be due to your ability mixing with the system, right? Otherwise, how is this possible? Quinn asked.
I'm thinking the same thing, Vincent replied.
It was strange to say, but Quinn didn't feel tired at all. He decided to rest in the 10th castle. He could see vampires already leaving the inner castle area to have a look at the improvements in the pooling area. Rather than call the vampire soldiers to help him, Quinn opted to use his shadow travel. He was afraid that if he encountered any of the pooling vampires, they would practically hop on him and never let him go. Back at the castle, Quinn had received an update from Leo that the dragon was all okay. He then decided to call in Xander and Timmy to have them share as much information about the vampires as they knew. In the end, their information was severely limited due to their low position. If he wanted to know about everything the settlement had to offer, then there seemed to be no way around contacting Muka. A little while later, and each of the leaders had decided to make an announcement to their own people about Quinn having accepted the role as being their official king. They could have guessed already, but the confirmation put a smile on their faces, making some of the leaders jealous. The next day, Quinn requested for Muka to appear before him to give him the answers he wanted. He seemed to be the most open compared to the other leaders, always willing to talk, and more than anything, accepted the changes that were needed in the settlement. At the moment, the two of them were having a type of tour, as Muka showed the castle's tunnels and explained details and history about the vampires. A lot of it was a bore, though.
The leaders will inform the people about what you have decided. It's not wise to hastily tell the public that they will be going into another war after what happened. For right now you have a lot of momentum on your side, Muka explained. At the same time, we will not wait too long, and I believe you won't want to wait long either.
Quinn had been getting frequent updates about the situation back with the humans. At the moment, the fighting had come to a bit of a standstill, neither side willing to do a full push just yet. One side had already done that. The Dalki were clearly waiting for something, maybe for news from Arthur, but Quinn could use this time to get everything they needed. Using the vampires would surely be a surprise, and when Quinn arrived with them, he wanted to give the Dalki a big push, so they would be unprepared for whatever was going to happen. Muka had taken Quinn to the storage facility, showing him crystal weapons and more. He had then shown the king footage of the subclass that had been captured for use. They had a camera operating on each of the rooms. The forces were even larger than Quinn had imagined, which was good news for a change, and afterwards he was finally taken to the research lab. The building was located in the 8th family area. They had a big facility, yet ever since the family had been disbanded, they were able to make it even bigger than before using the empty space. Walking through its large halls, there was technology shown to Quinn that he had never seen before. He didn't understand much of it. To him, it just looked like cool gadgets, similar to Logan's many rooms. But there was one person who was with him who was over the moon to see such things and wouldn't shut up about it. Vincent.
I wanted to ask, have you thought about the position of the Royal Knights and the 10th leader yet? Muka asked. Before we move out, it would be best to fill in those positions. Although you are a strong king, it is almost impossible to micromanage so many people. A leader needs to know how to delegate.
Yes, but there is something I still haven't seen yet, Quinn replied. After looking around the research room, finally they had gone down to the basement floor. Here the doors had been sealed more so than the others. Walking through one set of doors, they shut behind, and now the two of them were in some type of metallic tube with another set of doors in front of them. It reminded Quinn of the old spaceship designs.
I'm sorry, but this is necessary if you wish to go here,
Muka apologized. Quinn nodded. He was sure he wanted to go in here. In fact, he was really only interested in 3 things: the vampire supplies, the dangerous subclasses, and this. As soon as the second set of doors slid open, the waft of smell immediately hit his nose. He could smell it. The smell was so sweet that even he thought he was being affected by it slightly. It was the smell of blood.
This is where we get our human blood from, the place you wish to see,
Muka said, bowing down nervously, fearing what Quinn might do about what he would find. As the two walked in, a similar sight to what Quinn had seen before was in view. There were a number of large glass containers identical to those in the lab where the Dalki were created. Only they weren't creating Dalki here, they were creating humans. Floating in the glass tube were lifeless bodies. Multiple tubes were inserted into different parts, drawing blood out and sending it to another place. This was the lab where they created their blood substitute, and there was a reason why Quinn wanted to see this place. The Dalki actually show variation from each other. I guess Jim was trying to create a new species or new life using the beast's energy, but these clones are all exactly the same, Quinn thought. Seeing that Quinn's instant reaction wasn't one of anger, Muka still decided that it would be best for him to explain a few details.
It's not as inhuman as it looks, Muka explained, worried that Quinn's former race might influence his choice. Although we have the ability to create human clones that are fully functional and walking, they wouldn't last long, and it would be against some of the vampire's consciousness if that was the case. Here, we simply clone their bodies, the bones, the insides, create the marrow, and so on. We create everything necessary for the creation of blood. Essentially, we only create the parts that we need. There is no brain, so the person isn't conscious, nor do they experience any pain. The brain is an important part of keeping the body functioning, so they have to be kept in the glass tubes as a replacement. If they left the tubes, they wouldn't last long outside.
Looking at the floating bodies that were said to be lifeless, Quinn felt sorry. Each one of them had the same face of the same man. This man had gone on to become the vampire's food source, but it was because of what they were doing down here that they no longer had any need to rely on feasting on humans. You know why I wanted to come down here? Although I was somewhat interested in what they were doing, there is another reason, Quinn asked, speaking in his head. Of course, Vincent knew, and it was all about the question Quinn had asked before. Honestly, I told you. I parted ways with the vampire world and accepted my death. I waited for death, but I feel partial blame for all of this. The book was my fault. Even if Richard was the mastermind behind it, I took part in it. Jim, I also feel like I could have stopped him, which is why, if it is to help you, I do not mind taking the role of the 10th leader again, and with you as king now, there shouldn't be many problems with you doing that. The answer was what Quinn was hoping for. It had been a long time, but it looked like he would finally see the person who had helped him from the beginning right in front of his eyes. It looks like they can create a body for you? You wouldn't mind being human, would you? Quinn joked, still thinking about the answer Vincent had given him earlier. I don't think me being human would be beneficial to you, Vincent replied. If they are able to clone a human and have the same type of process with the Dalki, then surely they would be able to clone vampires as well. Logan now has the knowledge left behind by Richard, and he and Jim could create vampires. With him and me working side by side, I'm sure we can create something, maybe even a clone that can last a bit longer. According to Richard, a clone's lifespan was short, and it didn't seem like they had the ability to learn abilities. However, Quinn always thought that they could just create another clone if need be for Vincent to go in. Although they were technically getting rid of a life, since they needed a fully functional clone, this was just a copy of Vincent's own life, which felt less bad in a way, especially if the clone was happy to give his life for the real one in the first place. The other worry they had was if removing Vincent from the system would affect the system in some way. Currently, he had powers beyond the system's understanding. When using the blood control or the shadow, he no longer used the system. Now the system was just showing him a bunch of numbers to indicate how powerful he had gotten. Worst case, they would just use Shiro's ability to try and place Vincent back in the system. I also don't think it will be a problem anyway, ever since using the Demon Tier amulet. The system and Vincent are less linked than I originally thought. Do the bodies deteriorate? Quinn asked.
Yes, Muka replied. We keep them alive as long as possible, but cloning for some reason causes the cells to produce more rapidly than a regular person. I'll be honest with you, Quinn, although these clones can last a few years, we decided to end their life quicker than that. I think you might already know, but we have other uses for a human body other than just their blood. Since we can create more, and we don't see this as doing harm, we use their body parts to feed some of the subclasses. That certainly explained the bodies Quinn had seen when he arrived at Richard's lab. He remembered seeing limb after limb and countless dead bodies. Either Eno was doing the same thing, or it was easy for him to take the bodies from the lab. The two continued looking around.
and it really did remind Quinn of the Dalkey lab. Once again, Vincent was more interested in the technology used. This was originally his job, to find a blood substitute, but he had never succeeded. So he was interested in knowing how they had managed to succeed, which was why Quinn started to follow the tubes coming out from the containers. They were not only draining blood, but energy was being supplied from somewhere and something. Following along, it eventually led them to the back of the lab. The tubes were all leading to a single source of energy that was kept more secure. There was a glass wall that was placed in between the room they were in and the item, so one couldn't just walk over and disturb or grab what was in front of them. A podium could be seen, and on the very top there was a single crystal, but it was one like they had never seen before. What is that? Quinn thought.
That is what allowed us to create all of these, the source of their energy,
Muka said, not having heard Quinn's thoughts but thinking he could guess what he was thinking. I think Logan briefly mentioned a different type of crystal, but I left in a hurry to come here, so I didn't have time to speak to him about it. Is this the crystal he was on about? Looking through the crystal, it looked like he was looking at a small universe inside of it. The energy was drawing him in, and it was constantly shifting. The insides were moving, and Quinn wanted to reach out and touch it.
If you remove the crystal, then unfortunately, all of these clones in here would be the last. We would have no way to create more, Muka said. Although Quinn was sure if he ordered for them to give the crystal, they might comply. He wasn't going to do anything as drastic as that. But his interest had reached a peak. So Quinn did the one thing he could do without touching it. Inspect. Nest crystal. It is a crystal that Logan talked about, the nest crystal. The crystal beasts obtain their power from. This was no other information from the nest crystal. Still, it did trigger something in Quinn's system after using his inspect skill on it. Optional quest received. You are now able to consume the nest crystal in order to upgrade the system. Upgrade? You can be upgraded? Vincent, what is this? Once again, Muka was left staring at his king as he looked just into space. Being around Quinn for a while now, he noticed that he did this quite often and was wondering what on earth he was doing. Right now, it didn't seem like he was looking at the crystal, but was looking at something else entirely. Maybe this is the secret to his great strength? I should just observe, Muka decided.
Right now, Quinn was looking for some type of answer from his system to try to figure out what exactly this upgrade would be. The last time this had happened, Vincent had been introduced to him, so he thought maybe Vincent would know something about it. As usual, the system didn't actually expand on anything, so his only hope was his ancestor. I'm sorry, Quinn, but I don't know much either. I hate that I can't give you answers, Vincent replied with a sigh. The system has evolved way beyond my comprehension. Still, I think it's a good thing. This is the first quest it has given you ever since you received Eno's gift. I can only guess that this will help you become something beyond that of a vampire lord, or perhaps the system will allow you to get even stronger than what Richard Eno had intended. Maybe you're not at your limit after all. There was only one way to find out, and that was to consume the crystal as the quest demanded. The name itself didn't make it sound like there could be any downsides, but the vampire lord did remember the horrible feeling he had gone through when absorbing the energy from the 14th castle. I can't use this nest crystal, at least not until I find a replacement for them. Do you have any more of these nest crystals? Quinn asked.
Unfortunately not. Finding this one alone was pure coincidence, and there wasn't really much need for a replacement. As you might know, our exploration these days has dwindled down. If you wish, we could gather a team to explore the beast planets. This way we can deal with two of your tasks. One, to look for another nest crystal, and two, to gather crystals for the human forces. It certainly was a good idea, and doing something like this also wouldn't alarm the vampires. If Quinn just stated he needed to gather crystals. Great. Please select a family that is best suited for this role. Hang on. Actually, relay my wish of wanting to explore the beast planets in hopes of finding such a crystal to all of the families apart from yours. I wish to see which one is more keen for the job, Quinn ordered. I'll be using this lab a lot more in the foreseeable future, and will also bring some members of the cursed faction over. Don't worry, I won't be doing anything to disrupt what you currently have going on. Muka bowed, understanding that to be his cue to leave.
He gave Quinn the passcodes to doors and was on his way to talk to the others. Overall, things had gone relatively well. He especially appreciated the new king merely stating his request, while allowing the council to decide things between themselves. "Why did you make that request?" Vincent asked. "About letting them choose a family?" Quinn clarified. "Well, I thought it would be best to find out which of the leaders are keen to impress me at the moment. The pooling and castle vampires may accept me as their king, but the ones that hold the real power in this settlement are still the leaders. They have no choice but to accept me, so I just want a clear image of who might choose to turn on me. After all, for all we know, Laxmus might already be in the midst of creating his own vampire settlement. If they really hated being under my rule that much, they would have the chance to defect over to him. There's also the problem with all the other originals that are still underground. Who knows what their agenda is?" "You're learning, Quinn," Vincent said, putting a smile on the other's face. "Now there is something else I need to do," Quinn stated, and soon his body turned into nothing but shadows. The next place he appeared from was in front of the demon-tier beast, the dragon. Linda and Leo were currently present acting as guards, yet now the king finally had time to sort out this problem. "Has there been any trouble?" Quinn asked. Getting up from the ground, Leo walked over towards him. "No, there hasn't been anything. So much so that I even decided to scout the mountain area nearby. Not too far away from here was where me and Aaron first discovered the Dalki. I assume they were looking for this place, but Arthur must have already known about it. It makes me wonder whether they know about it or not." And that was exactly the reason why Quinn needed to solve this problem. The dragon here had always been in a strange state. Looking at it, it reminded Quinn of the bodies that he had just seen not too long ago. It was as if it was alive, but was lacking consciousness. "I hope this works," Quinn thought, lifting up his arm. The next second, a large shadow was cast over the dragon, and could be seen being pulled into it. It disappeared and was successfully placed in the shadow space. "What if you need the shadow for your fight?" Linda asked. She knew a bit more about the shadow ever since learning how to use the ability as well. Hearing this question, Quinn put a smile on his face. "It's okay, it didn't take that many MC points." What he said was true, because to contain the whole dragon, it had taken around 2,000 of Quinn's MC points. It was just a small drop compared to what he had at the moment. The problem would have been whether or not he would be able to contain the dragon. If it had been the other half they had seen on Blade Island, he was sure it would have taken a lot of his MC points to contain it from breaking out, but this one remained as lethargic in the shadow space as it had done outside. "I wonder if anyone knows more information about the dragon. Some of the leaders had fought against it to bring it in, so they must have had a way. If it comes down to it, maybe there is a need to wake up some of the originals and rely on their strength. If we can trust them, that is." A little while later, and in the 10th castle, 2 people could be seen appearing through the teleporter that stayed in the throne room. There was no reason to move it to the royal castle, and ever since it had been rebuilt, it was empty. Muka had informed him they were waiting for him to select the royal guard and royal knights for them. As for the 2 people that entered, one was shorter than the other, and the other male wasn't much taller. The taller one was the older of the 2. These 2 were Logan and Shiro. "I can't believe it! I'm in a castle! Look at everything here!" Shiro gasped in shock, twisting and turning his head. "This is crazy! Like, I know Quinn is a vampire, but for there to be an entire world of vampires and stuff. I see you 2 made it over safely. I'm glad to see that you seem well and are unhurt." Linda greeted the 2 of them. She had returned along with Leo, since there was no longer any need for them to look after the dragon. When hearing these words from Linda, though, the happy expression that Shiro had borne disappeared. "Come on, I'll give you a little tour of this place," Linda offered, as the atmosphere had turned awkward. "And then we'll go ahead and meet Quinn." Shiro's excitement soon returned, as everything was a new experience for him. The castle had a design that looked like things he had only seen in history books. Then, at the same time, there were new technologies that he had never seen before. It was a strange mixture, to say the least. Meanwhile, Logan was excited to get to work, because Quinn had already informed him of why the 2 of them had been called beforehand, and he also had brought along this little gift he had received from Ino for completing the trial, the Nest Crystal. After the tour was over, Linda escorted the 2 of them to a special lab, and here they could see Quinn waiting for the 2 of them. "So, How long do you think you're going to need? Quinn asked. I already have the knowledge to do everything up here. I can get started straight away. Are there any special requirements that you might have? Logan replied with a confident grin. Thinking about it, there was a proposal that Quinn had been thinking about. Yeah, see if you can create a permanent clone. And what about making a clone of me? After specifying his request, all Quinn could see was a big smile on Logan's face. After acquiring a few samples of the Vampire Lord's blood, along with a few other things, Logan started to go to work. He claimed that the whole process could take a while. Just making some clones would be easy enough, but actually improving one to make it complete was a bigger task. The scientist would first have to run some tests on the nest crystal. He was, after all, attempting to do something that not even Richard had done, but would use his information to help him. That was when Quinn found out that Logan had his own nest crystal. Now there were two. One that made the human clones for human blood, and the one Logan had. However, he stated that it was needed to create a better clone. It looks like you have confidence then, but I was actually wondering if we should use the nest crystal to create multiple clones. That's how Richard and Jim were able to create their army, right? Quinn asked. While Logan was typing information away and looking at certain numbers, he was replying to Quinn, but Shiro was left bored, not really doing anything. Humans have never lacked in numbers. There's far more of us than the Dalki, and with the vampire's help we will have even more. Unfortunately, our numbers matter little to them. Quinn, the problem is that the Dalki are getting stronger far faster than us. You heard Sam's report, right? When looking at Jim and Richard's clones, they were nowhere near the strength of the original, but I plan to change that. What we need more than anything is power. Quinn wanted to ask more, but he stopped himself from talking about the incidents that had happened on Earth while he was away. I guess there will just have to be an order to these things. First, create a body for you. Then, if we find another nest crystal on one of those beast planets, upgrade the system and finally use the last one to create more clones. I understand what Logan is saying, but if we can even stop one more person from having to die, then it's worth it in my eyes, Quinn thought. Since Logan said it would take him a long time, possibly a few days even, Quinn decided that there were other things he could attend to. Before leaving, though, he had taken Shiro with him and told Linda to escort him around the settlement to silently look after him. Then there was a certain place that Quinn wanted to visit. He had found out that a certain family had claimed a weapon that he didn't feel like belonged to them. Soon, Quinn found himself in front of the first family castle. As he walked through the doors, the vampires all bowed, as there was no need for the king to make an appointment. The vampires were actually happy to see him. Another perk about being the vampire king was nobody would ever dare to jump on Quinn, even though some of them clearly wanted to. Instead, they just stayed there, respectively bowing until he passed them. Eventually, Quinn made it to the person he was looking for, a young leader who was in his room being served by 4 vampire servants, all female. Each one was dressed skimpily, their clothes leaving little to the imagination, and they were in the midst of putting on clothes on a young man. Can you not even dress yourself? Quinn announced, his presence with a light chuckle. The female vampires straightway bowed down to the king, stopping what they were doing, leaving Niku with a half-unbuttoned shirt, revealing the top half of his chest. Eventually, Niku bowed down as well, hiding his disgruntled look. Your Majesty, there was no need for you to come here. If you had only called, I would have arrived in a heartbeat, Niku claimed. Oh, it's no bother, really. I don't plan to stay long. I merely came because it came to my ears that the first family has laid claim not only to Bryce's cane sword, but also Arthur's blood sword. While I won't deny you your heritage, Arthur was a friend of mine, and as the only remaining Punisher, I would just like what is rightfully mine. Quinn saw no need to talk around the topic. He wasn't requesting the sword back. He was telling Niku to return what belonged to him. But, Your Majesty, Niku protested nervously, worried that he might be hit again. Their last meeting had left some fear in his heart for this outlier. The first family has suffered immensely during that last attack. A lot of the leaders and families no longer have power that they did before. I have never seen Your Majesty use a sword. Wouldn't you agree that such a fine sword deserves to be used? On that I fully agree, Quinn nodded, surprising the young leader. However, it will be up to me to decide who would be that worthy someone. Now tell me where it is, or do you wish to make your king look for it himself?" Niku couldn't hold back his anger again. He had been trained by his father to follow the vampire's traditions. All of the families had heirs who had been trained from birth, and this outsider who knew nothing about vampires had suddenly become king, didn't even know he was walking lightly over them all. If he was to get hit again, then so be it. "You are just abusing your power. Didn't you claim you wanted to be different from the other kings?" Niku shouted at him in frustration. Quinn paused for a second, while the female vampires by Niku's carefully stepped away from him, worried about what might happen next. "Of all the surviving families, yours is the one who has the least right to complain about how I do things." Quinn stared down at him with immense anger. "In case you've forgotten, it was due to your father that Arthur attacked the settlement. Just as it was under your father that the lives of innocent vampires had been sacrificed, and that includes my family as well as your own. Imagine, if you were taken, told to sacrifice your life. Just because you were born his son, it never happened to you. You have lived your life with no fear. Imagine if Bryce was still king, and one of the other leaders had done the same things he did. Now look me in the eyes and tell me whether you believe your father would allow such a family to exist for even a day after discovering such a heinous crime. We both know he would have claimed that all the vampires in the family were at fault for not stopping their leader. Yet I haven't punished any of you." Quinn then moved his hand outward and spread his fingers. Niku was waiting for something to happen, and a short while later they could hear a noise. Suddenly something crashed through the floor, and what appeared in his hands was the large greatsword. "Good thing there was still a bit of blood on the sword. Seems like I didn't really need your help after all," Quinn stated, turning away, but stopped just when half of him had disappeared into a shadow. "Your sister was a good person, Niku. She followed the rules and cared about her family no matter what. I hope that in the future you can become more like Kaz rather than Bryce. Instead of just caring about the first family, why not try to see all the leaders as part of your family?" With that, Quinn left, and placed the blood sword in his dimensional space. Still, Quinn did wonder what would be the best thing to do with the sword. Despite his young age, Niku did have a point. He wasn't a swordsman, but the blood sword and its powers went well with the blood armor he wore. "It's as if fate is trying to coerce me into learning proper swordsmanship with all the swords I keep collecting," Quinn thought with amusement. He then soon received a call from Logan. It hadn't been long, only a few hours, so he was worried something had gone wrong. However, arriving at the lab, he could see that there was good news awaiting him. Floating in one of the glass tubes was a person that looked identical to himself. "Maybe we should give him a different hairstyle or another hair color so we can differentiate between the two of us. I've always wondered what I would look like with cyan or green hair." On a closer look, he noticed a difference. There was a small marking around the clone's chest, which stuck out slightly. Quinn was sure that underneath was where the nest crystal had been placed. "Amazing! Logan has managed to use the nest crystal itself to create a perfect clone. With its unlimited energy, it means the clone can live for almost forever," Vincent explained excitedly. "Well, I hope you'll like it. After all, it's going to be your body from now on. Let's call Shiro over and do this." While waiting for Shiro to arrive, Quinn was busy inspecting his other self floating inside the glass container. It was a different experience than looking into a mirror, where one couldn't really imagine how they looked through other eyes. He was actually seeing another version of himself. "So this is how people see me, huh?" Quinn stared hard at certain details of his body. In particular, he was admiring his face. He hadn't actually been looking in a mirror much, and after each evolution his body changed significantly. "Not to toot my own horn, but I guess I am quite handsome. Looks like you're in luck, Vincent," Quinn said out loud. A couple of chuckles were heard from behind, and when Quinn turned he could see Linda and Shiro there. He could feel his cheeks heating up by the second. "Don't be shy, Quinn. Honestly, you're right. With your looks, you can make anyone blush. If it wasn't for your position, I'm sure you would have more admirers than just those that were chasing after you already," Linda teased him. Quinn didn't doubt her. The vampire lord had turned off his charm ever since he had tested it out, and the reporter Bonnie had practically stolen his first kiss. "My charm is at a 100 now. I wonder what would happen if I opened it up again," Quinn thought to himself. Perhaps he would test it one day, but not in front of people he knew like Linda. That would be a little too awkward. I see all the pieces are here now, Logan spoke up, stepping forward as it was time for them all to get to work. The body was removed from the glass container full of liquid and was placed out onto what looked like a medical table. Now that they could see it in the flesh, the light around its chest became more visible. Are you sure there isn't a consciousness already present inside this body? Quinn asked to make sure. It was made from scratch, and I can guarantee you that it's brain dead. I didn't want to put that weight on your shoulders, Logan answered immediately. The question that was on all of their minds, though, was just who did Quinn want to use the body for? There were 3 beds laid out. Logan had made sure to make this experience as comfortable as possible. They looked like soft hospital beds, and Quinn wondered where and when he had got them from, or if he had just made them himself. Shiro was placed in the middle, while the clone and Quinn were on either side lying down. You said this clone can live forever, but unlike Ino's and Jim's, it can also learn abilities, right? What else do we know about it? Quinn questioned, as he got into position. I'm not sure. My knowledge about this subject stems from Ino's research, and he had only been able to theorize about this process. But my predictions, it should be identical to you, almost like another Quinn. However, as for abilities, we will have to see, but I wouldn't be too hopeful. I haven't managed to figure that part out, and neither have the others, Logan replied, and headed toward Shiro. When you're ready, hold Quinn's and the other one's hand. For some reason, Shiro felt more nervous than the previous times. He had already done this a few times now, so it should be a walk in the park, and perhaps it was due to who he was helping out this time. He didn't want to let Quinn down. Not again. Not after I failed to bring Oscar back. I will make it work this time, he hyped himself up. Logan and Linda stood by the computer, which was checking their vitals, brain activity, and more. They didn't know what went on when Shiro used his ability, and honestly, Linda had no clue what all the symbols and signs on the screen meant. After a few minutes, though, one of the screens that had shown nothing was finally active. It looks like it was a success. I guess we finally get to meet the person who took over Quinn's body whenever he used that demon-tier amulet, and if my guess is right, it's the one that created his system. System? Linda repeated, overhearing Logan. Logan was one of the few people that actually knew Quinn had a system due to his own ability and his family's involvement in helping create it in the first place. Slowly, all 3 of them got up from the bed, Shiro touching his head, feeling a bit weak because he had used his ability quite a bit. He smiled, though, looking over at the others, who had gotten up as well. The clone was touching his body all over, from head to toe, moving around. You did it! I'm in my own body! Well, a body. I have control again, Vincent announced. Using the clone's body wasn't too hard for Vincent. He had already gotten used to moving around in Quinn's body when the 2 of them had gone through training together. This one didn't feel too different compared to it. I can finally actually see you, Quinn said, but saying those words to himself was a little strange. Still, he pushed through. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you for all the help you have given me. There were so many times when I was lost, and you put me on the right path. Honestly, I can't even imagine some of the decisions I would have made without you, or what would have happened if I didn't have you. This was one of the main reasons why I wanted you out of that system, so I could actually see you in person. The others didn't quite understand what was happening, but thought it was best to let them have their intimate moment with each other. That was when they could see the clone, Quinn, opening up his arms. Come here. I've been waiting to do this for a while. Watching you grow up was like looking after another son, Vincent stated. Although it was embarrassing, how could he turn down an offer like that from Vincent? Quinn went in for the hug. It's like seeing 2 hot twins hugging. This is really weird and somehow feels wrong. Sorry, I just had to get that out, Linda commented, making the others break into laughter. A little while after they caught up, some clothes and armor had been given to Vincent from Quinn's dimensional space. He had prepared some things, but still kept the blood set and the blue fang set for himself. After that, everyone decided to head outside, into the inner castle area. The place was empty, since there were no longer any family members. It was a wasted space for now, making Quinn think that maybe there was a better use for it later. Right now, though, he wanted to test Vincent's abilities and what it was able to do. They began with an easy strength test by holding a simple arm wrestling match. Not holding back, they both used all their strength, though Quinn abstained from using his ki or anything else to support him, making the 2 of them dead even. There were then a few light spars between the 2, and this was where the difference in their fighting style showed, as Vincent fought in a completely different way to Quinn. Lastly, there was the test of blood powers. Vincent was able to use his blood powers, but they were not on the same level as Quinn. "Well, the good news is my system is intact. Everything is working fine. There seems to be no changes," Quinn shared. "For me, your body is actually better than mine, but your blood powers are lacking compared to what I had. I guess most of what you have now is due to the absolute blood control," Vincent replied. The last test they held was to check if Vincent could learn an ability or not, but this one was a hard one to do, and Vincent wanted to head back to the castle to try and take his time relearning the equivalent exchange ability to see if he could. However, based on how he was feeling at the moment, it was unlikely, even with his new special body. "I guess, unlike Peter who gets stronger based on you, I will not. So it's best for me to treat this body as my own. I should be able to improve its blood control to a good standard soon," Vincent explained. "That's good, which means you will be a match for the other leaders as well. Now we just need to somehow explain this to them without having them freak out. Let's head back to the castle and change what you look like. It's starting to creep me out a little," Quinn half-joked. The group had decided to do just that, and Logan took all of his new knowledge with him. He would have preferred to test several more things with the nest crystal. It was a shame that something like this had to be done, but in the future perhaps he could. When they arrived at the castle, Vincent was busy familiarizing himself with his very old home. At the same time, Quinn had called a certain someone. He needed to speak to them about something, since Vincent wasn't the only thing that he had to tell the leaders about. "Yo, yo, yo," Fex said, walking into the throne room with a hop in his step. "You seem happy," Quinn said. "Why wouldn't I be? My blood brother is the king, and I'm his friend. Like you literally don't understand how big this is," Fex explained, coming over to him like he was about to throw his arm over his head, like he usually would do, but then stopped himself. His vampire side was kicking in. "Please don't treat me any differently. I actually called you over because I wanted to ask you something. What do you think about becoming one of my royal knights?" Quinn asked. Fex was at a loss for words. He literally had his mouth open wide and had no clue what to say as he looked at Quinn. He was trying to see some sign, to see if he was joking or not, but it didn't seem to be the case at all. "Wait, Quinn, I know you weren't a vampire, so maybe you don't know, but not just anyone can become a royal knight," Fex tried to explain. "The royal knights are selected from the leaders, the king's left and right-hand men. I'm not a leader, and I'm not even a knight. Don't you remember I was also banished from my own family?" Quinn nodded along and placed his hand on Fex's shoulder, hoping that it would calm him in some way. "I do know, but that was under the old rule. Look, me becoming king, it wasn't exactly due to regular circumstances, and think of it this way. You were so loyal to me that you were even about to be executed for my sake. I can't think of someone better than you. Perhaps the vampires could argue somewhat if I had chosen someone that I turned, but I won't back down from this. Unless you have a good reason to refuse, I intend to make you my royal knight." It was something Fex never imagined. Becoming a royal knight was a top honor. It was even above becoming a leader of a family. If the king asked you to be his knight, they would have to leave their position and accept. And now, knowing Quinn was serious, almost immediately Fex got down on one knee. "I, Fex Sanguinus, pledge my loyalty to King Quinn Talon of the 10th family. I will do everything in my power until my last breath to help you," Fex yelled at the top of his lungs, and a few seconds later, tears started to fall from his face. Quinn didn't understand why Fex was acting like this. He thought he would be happy, or maybe even annoyed that he had made him do such a thing. As for the new royal knight, the reason for his happiness was because his life had been changed at this moment. There were times while Fex was in the 10th family that he thought he could never rise to a higher position, that maybe his family members would look down on him. He also didn't like how he had ruined his family's reputation. But this single gesture from Quinn would restore it all again. As soon as Fex had accepted the role, Quinn saw an adjustment in his system. He saw that now he could also summon Fex using the summon skill whenever he wished. "That's quite handy to have. Maybe I should make someone from the cursed faction my royal knight after all. The summon skill can be used as a protection as well as a helpful tool for myself," Quinn thought. Another interesting thing Quinn noticed was that it didn't matter if the council had accepted Fex or not. It seemed like his system had already agreed, which was a different matter for someone else. "Actually, Quinn, I know it might not be my place to speak about this, but I wanted to suggest something," Fex said. Fex talked about the suggestion he wanted to make, and Quinn thought it was a good idea. "That great. I'll call a meeting now, and we can meet in the new castle together. We can make that announcement now." A gulping sound was heard. As Fex didn't realize that things would be moving so quickly, he should have realized that when Quinn said he was going to do things, he meant it. The two of them began to walk around the castle, and he had already asked Timmy to contact the other leaders and tell them all to meet in the new council room, that it was an order from the king. In the meantime, Fex wondered what they were still doing in the 10th castle and eventually found themselves heading to the lab in the castle, a place where Logan would usually be. When entering, Fex could see the back of someone he didn't quite recognize, and as soon as he turned around, his mouth was left wide open, and he was at a loss for words for the second time today. "But he's... you... Fex continually looked back and forth at the two people, not entirely understanding what was going on. There was an identical copy of Quinn. Almost. There was one change, and it was the hairstyle. While Quinn now had his shortened hair and spiked it up a little bit, Vincent had decided to put his fringe down and to the side. "Is it a transformation ability?" Fex asked. "Almost. That's the new leader of the 10th castle. I guess I should explain a few things to you while we are at the king's castle," Quinn said, patting him on the back. While on the walk, Quinn explained that he had found Vincent, one of the old 10th leaders, conscious deep within him. It was left with him through a book. There is no point for Quinn to explain the part about the system, but he thought this was close enough to the truth in the first place. The consciousness that was always with him was why Quinn had knowledge about the vampire world, even though he had never been there before. When arriving at the new royal castle, Fex was surprised to see that there had been some changes inside as well as outside. This was all due to Quinn. He not only had rebuilt it, but the system had also influenced it to suit more of his style, modernizing the hallways. Although it did make everything look a bit plain, boring and white. It wasn't to Fex's liking at all. Eventually, they had reached the council room. Upon entering, he had both Vincent and Fex by his side, and all of the leaders were already present in the room. The leaders stood up and bowed, but they couldn't help but stare at the person who was by his side, who resembled Quinn greatly. "If you would like, I could do the honors of taking over the meeting," Vincent said. "I have been to many of these things in the past, after all." Quinn nodded because even though he had attended meetings like this before, it really wasn't something he was used to as a king. "All right, everyone here. Today, Our Majesty has a few things that he would like to announce and discuss with you all. Listen to what he has to say," Vincent said, and folded his arms, having completed what he wanted to say. Seeing how informal he spoke to the leaders and their angry expressions, Quinn didn't think he had done a good job and might have worsened matters. "I guess Vincent disliked this whole system nearly as much as I did," Quinn thought, sitting down in his seat while the two continued to stand by his side. "First, I would like to announce to you all that I have selected the new leader for the 10th family. His name is Vincent Eno." Some of the leaders twitched slightly hearing that name, wondering why it sounded familiar, but the first name Vincent wasn't too uncommon, so they decided to ignore it. "As you can see, I and Vincent look quite similar, and that's because we are. Right now, he is using a body that is identical to mine. This is also true in terms of strength as well. If any of you wish to test him, then feel free to do so. My reason for selecting Vincent is because he is a knowledgeable vampire of our family. I also don't plan to hide anything from you all. He is the ex-leader who at one point and time escaped from this settlement. Why am I telling you this? Because I don't want any of you to complain when you find out later or have decided to do some digging. Anyway, Vincent has great knowledge and is someone who looks after people. Are there any objections?" Quinn asked. The room was silent for a while until Sunny was the first to speak. "Vincent Eno. It has been a while, hasn't it?" she said, looking at him. "Your Majesty, I don't know how much you know about the 10th people's past, but there are many vampires that hated Vincent because he left them. He was the reason why your family—" "And most of them are dead," Quinn replied. "Do you not remember? Most of the 10th family inner castle members had been killed, including Edward, who was most loyal to Vincent in an attack by the second family. Now the 10th family is full of pooling vampires who don't know better, and most of my own people from Earth, apart from a few students here and there." Since Quinn had quickly shut down Sunny and reminded them how the 10th family had lost a lot, none of them said anything further. "And finally, I have selected my royal knight." The other leaders sat up more straight, and it looked like Muka was ready to move from his seat, but that's when they could all see that Quinn was pointing to someone by his side. Smiling, Fex waved at them all, nervous. This is too much," Jake said. Too many changes were happening in the settlement, and they were happening far too fast. "Now, before you all jump the gun, there's a good reason why I have selected Fex as the royal knight. Why don't you show them?" Quinn said. Nervously, Fex looked at them all. He closed his eyes, concentrating, trying to form it as he always did. A glow started to appear from his chest, and a large, single black needle was revealed. "What I have here is what is known as an inner blood weapon, and as the royal knight, I wish to teach all vampires this skill," Fex almost shouted. At a glance, the leaders could tell that what had been summoned was indeed a blood weapon. The question was, how was Fex able to do such a thing? They had seen him pull it out of nowhere, and only a small glow appeared from his chest. The name Inner would suggest that it had come from inside him, but they all just wondered how. Still, one family already knew the answer to this, and they wondered what exactly the new king was planning to do. "This here is something that will change the vampires' lives," Quinn said. "I know that creating blood weapons is banned. This was because you didn't wish for vampires to kill each other just for the pursuit of stronger weapons, but these blood weapons belong to you in the first place. Created from the crystal inside your body, I think it's essential that we teach all the vampires this skill. It will be a boost in their strength. I don't know if you realized, but the Dalki blood acts similar to human blood. No, it actually is even better than human blood. The inner blood weapons when fighting against them will be our biggest asset. This is one of the many reasons why I think Fex deserves to be a royal knight. The information was discovered by himself with a pursuit of getting stronger. He had no time to inform all of you, since things have been hectic since we arrived. He will be passing on knowledge that not only improves his family's lives, but all of the settlement. He is loyal to me and originally not from the 10th family." Some of the leaders initially wanted to dispute Fex becoming his vampire knight, but this discovery was too significant for them all. They wondered if Fex didn't become a royal knight, if he would still share these skills. It was almost as if Quinn was stating, "This is why you can't disagree with my decision." And with how close he was to the king, they sure couldn't force this information out of him. There seemed to be no objections, and looking around, Fex could just see the biggest smile he had ever seen on his father's face. Seeing that made it one of the happiest moments in Fex's life, a moment that he would treasure forever. "Can we ask, what about the second royal knight position? And have you decided what to do with the royal guards?" Jim asked. "Guards?" Quinn replied, knowing that this question would come up. "I believe there is no longer a need for royal guards. As I stated with my condition before, we will be working to save the humans. I have the whole cursed faction and trustworthy people there that will be willing to help me. The guards were originally vampires loyal to the king, so they will feel the same to me. If I was even to take members from other families, there's no telling if they would even be loyal to me. It makes no sense in my eyes." For a lot of leaders, they didn't mind this, for they didn't want to weaken their own power. The guards were vampires meant to be at knight level, so they would be giving away their most potential candidates just for someone else to use. After figuring out that Quinn could also use his summon skill on royal guards, he wanted to make use of it with one of his own people. Perhaps someone like Layla, but at the end of the day, this relationship needed to be two ways. Quinn had already been pushing the vampires. Perhaps he could get away with everything he wanted, but that would just leave a bad taste in the other leaders' mouths, more likely to cause a problem in the future. "Muka," Quinn said, "honestly, I feel like he has always cared about this settlement, trying to figure out what was happening before anyone else did. Even if I was to do wrong, I know he would try and figure out a way to get rid of me. Honestly, I don't see that as a bad thing, as long as he accepts, of course." In an instant, Muka stood up from his seat and bowed down.
"Yes, Your Majesty."
If one was to look at him, it would be hard to tell whether or not he was happy about this, due to the fact he always had a helmet on his face, but they could tell he was delighted. However, at that moment, he did something that was more shocking. Placing both hands on the top of his head, he lifted up his helmet, revealing his face, which simply stunned the leaders. "Oh, have I been wrong this whole time? I'm sorry," Quinn quickly apologized. "You're a girl," Fex shouted what everyone was thinking. "But I thought you were a guy. Everyone thought you were a guy. Why didn't you correct us when we called you he?" Long flowing back hair could be seen going along the back of her armor, and a perfect, almost egg-shaped face could be seen. All the leaders were stunned by her beauty and couldn't stop staring, including Sunny. Noticing this quickly, Muka placed the helmet back on her head.
I feel much more comfortable with the helmet back on. I thought at least your majesty should know what the person who was selected as your knight looks like."
"But I don't understand. When we were younger, I was sure you had short hair and your face," Sunny continued to say.
"I was just a kid back then," Muka replied. "The short hair was just less troublesome to deal with, and you think my father would really let me play with boys around that age? It was why I frequently visited you."
Seeing how the focus of the meeting was starting to move, Muka herself thought it was best if she kept them all on track and clapped her hand once to silence everyone.
"I believe His Majesty still has more to say."
At this moment, Vincent was getting a little tired of standing and decided to walk over and sit down in the 10th seat. He didn't ask Quinn, nor did he greet the others on his way down. "Please, what are you all looking at?" Vincent asked. "Forgive us," David spoke, "but it will certainly take some getting used to. Having you returned after all these years, I hope that we could actually have a little catch-up." The truth was that Vincent didn't have a bad relationship with many leaders before he left, which was why his sudden actions hurt them even more. Vincent, on the other hand, did not have good feelings for them. They had sent countless vampires after him and his family members for years after leaving the settlement. "Sure, but let's hear what the king has to say first," Vincent replied. Thankfully, Quinn started to speak again. "You all know that my goal is to help the humans in this war. I wish for all of you to learn how to use your inner blood weapons before we go out. When I say this, I am referring to the leaders. I expect that since you are leaders, you should be talented and learn this before all the others. Once we have learned this, then the rest of the leaders and I will make our first move." "Only us?" Jake asked. "Yes," Quinn replied. "At the moment, the human race is cautious against vampires. They have learnt of our existence, but it was through Jim's clones as well as the vampire spies that had been taken over. They have already been hurt by vampires. If we were to turn up, it would make things difficult, which is why I decided that we would need a special type of entrance. I plan to move the settlement, eventually into the Beast Planet's solar system, but we need a safe planet to do that. I will be the first to move, and then I will bring you all with me later. We need to show the whole world our power, and just how much we can help in this war, and that's where we all will come in." Quinn smiled. It wasn't long after the meeting that an announcement was made to the whole settlement about the king's 2 new royal knights. There was no big ceremony. Quinn had felt like they had had enough of those recently. Every time they had a ceremony, it seemed to delay things. He didn't understand what all the big huff was about, but according to Vincent, when vampires had lived for thousands of years and had done nearly everything, an excuse for a celebration or something for them to do was welcomed. He still disregarded this fact, because now they did have something important to do, and thought it was just best to deliver the news to the leaders, allowing them to pass on the message. Although none of the vampires disagreed with Quinn's decision to make Muka a royal knight, they considered him a good choice, her a good choice. They did wonder why someone like Fex had been chosen. In the end, the people believed that it was due to him being close to the king. There were those vampires who believed their leaders should have rightfully obtained the position and complained a little, yet the ones in the pooling area were okay with this. It seemed like the inner castle vampires were the ones kicking up the most fuss. The pooling vampires were still over the moon that Quinn had accepted to be their king in the first place, and they thought whoever he selected for the positions were the right choice. They just saw his actions through rose-colored glasses, where whatever he did couldn't be seen as wrong to them. Then there was a more tricky announcement, and it was for the 10th family. For this one, Quinn did decide to gather the people because he wanted to gauge their initial reaction. Just like with the leaders, he didn't want to hide anything from his people as well. They stopped on top of a balcony that led out from the castle, and all the vampires belonging to the 10th family were invited. They stood outside looking upward. As Quinn came out, the usual roar and cheers were heard. And then, when Vincent was revealed, there were audible gasps in the crowd. Is it his twin? The 10th leader had a twin we never knew about? It must just be someone with an ability, right? In the end, Quinn decided it was best for him to speak first. As you all know, I have taken up the role to be your king, which means in my place, someone else will have to take care of the 10th family. Leo will continue to be your knight. As for the other position, I will be leaving that decision to my successor, although it might be more accurate to call him my predecessor. Due to some special circumstances, we have provided him with a new body, Quinn explained. This here is Vincent Eno, the former leader of the 10th family. There was whispering from the crowd. Even if most of the vampires weren't around when Vincent had been the leader, they still knew the 10th family's history, and he had been branded a traitor as a leader that had abandoned them at a crucial time, making the other families treat them like scum. Boo! Boo! There was great negativity from the crowd at the mention of that name, and Quinn was worried that any second the people might start to chuck things at them. Do you want me to say a few things to them? Vincent asked. They have a right to be upset. No, Quinn quickly said, remembering what had happened when he had chosen to speak during that council meeting. It was one thing for the other leaders to dislike him, but for the ones he was supposed to lead would be a disaster. Everyone quiet, Quinn yelled, amplifying his voice with key. I know of Vincent's past. In fact, his blood runs through my veins, but you don't know what he has been doing while he was away. It was because of Vincent that I was able to become who I am today. He guided me, taught me how to use my blood powers and more. He was even the one that asked me to help you all. If it wasn't for him, then you wouldn't have me here today either. The vampires didn't know if these words were true, but what seemed to somewhat convince them was the fact that Vincent now looked identical to Quinn. They couldn't imagine what he had been through that would make it so he had to be that way. In the end, if you are not happy with this decision, then I ask you to blame me, who made this decision, Quinn demanded. It was then, a few seconds later, that the crowd started to cheer, although it wasn't as joyous or as loud as they had done in the past, and seemed to be more done of obligations than true feelings. It looks like you have a lot to make up for, Vincent. Maybe try to be a good leader for them in this lifetime, Quinn advised, and put some thought into picking your next knight. There were a few choices that Quinn had in mind, such as Timmy, who had Edward's power and knowledge, Xander, who had potential to grow stronger every time he saw him, and lastly, Ashley, who worked closest under Paul. He was also a bright talent that was improving quicker than most. Still, it just felt right to leave it up to Vincent, since they would technically be working under him, while Vincent would work for Quinn. I wasn't a bad leader in the first place, Vincent sighed. They just forgot everything I did for them before I left. It only takes one bad thing to make others forget about all the good you have done beforehand. All of the leaders had been called to the 8th inner castle area. After thinking about how to use it for a while, Quinn had come up with an idea. The king wanted to use the empty area as a training ground. The leaders having strong powers would cause destruction wherever they trained, and that included their own castles. In an area like this, that wouldn't matter though. The area had changed somewhat since the leaders had last come here, and they couldn't help but stare at the empty space and the large platforms that had been created. How are you able to do this so fast? Sonny asked. The same way I improved the settlement. I can control everything as I wish, take down buildings, move things, and create new structures. It's pretty amazing, right? Quinn grinned, but soon blushed as he realized that it made it sound as if even he himself was amazed by his own skills. Of course he was, because he still couldn't believe what the system allowed him to do, but he understood that as a good king, he was supposed to appear calm and dignified. The leaders stood on top of one of the large platforms. By Quinn's side were Muka and Fex. He would have liked Vincent by his side as well, but he thought that would appear as clear favoritism, so his ancestor was currently standing amongst the other leaders. All right, so from now on, we are going to use this area to train. You don't need to tell me how useless you all were against Laxmus. Use this chance to learn so that you can repay him yourself for everything he had done to the vampire settlement, Quinn shouted. It was strange for the leaders to hear these words. They were the strongest vampires in the settlement, and they hardly ever heard themselves being called useless, but compared to Quinn, they truly did feel that way.
You guys need to get better or stronger at fighting. This whole time, a lot of you have been lazy, so there will be two things we are focusing on. One, Vex will show you all how to summon your inner blood weapon, and two, I want the leaders to fight against each other and improve, and I want you to especially go hard against Vincent." Quinn grinned.
The leaders looked pleased about Quinn's remark, and it was for more reasons than one. Vincent hadn't given them respect. Some of the leaders, such as Lee, Sunny, Jin, and so on, were leaders even when Vincent was around. Yet he treated them as if they were young upstarts, but for the other leaders they were excited for a different reason. There were those like Niku that disliked Quinn, and this was a chance to pound the face of someone who looked exactly like him, but would be far weaker. "It seems like you were all holding back, too afraid to reveal your full strength, worried about infighting. Well, now we all have a common enemy, so let's grow stronger together, instead of worrying about individual families," Quinn said. The leaders agreed, and Vex was put to work immediately. He went into the explanation to them all about the inner blood weapon. It was a struggle since Vex wasn't the best person at explaining such things. After practicing for a while, the leaders found little success. Lee had to pretend that he didn't know about the blood weapon, afraid he would get his son into some type of trouble. There was also another person Quinn was keeping an eye on, and that was Vincent. Although he could use blood abilities, Quinn was unsure if he would have an inner blood weapon as well, since he wasn't exactly a vampire. After no results, and since they couldn't stay doing the same thing forever, it was time to go on to the sparring section. The younger leaders were more willing to test their powers against each other. In contrast, the older ones were still reserved in showing off their strength. Then there was Vincent. With his new body, he was easily able to overpower most of the vampires, despite still lacking in actual ability. "Remind me why I'm the only one going up against two at once?" Vincent asked. "These two are new leaders, so you should be able to handle this. Besides, my body isn't that weak," Quinn shouted back. The leaders were Niku and Katori. Their abilities hadn't fully developed, and they had next to no experience fighting, but they had the potential to be just as strong as the leaders before them. However, during the fight, that didn't seem to be the case. Vincent was able to dodge all the sword strikes with ease, and with a single hit to Niku in the stomach, it looked like he wouldn't be getting up for a long time. Then, with a kick to Katori's side, the results were quite similar. It didn't matter if Vincent was weaker than them at blood control, when he would never be fighting them in a match with blood in the first place. With the beast armor and stats like Quinn, most leaders just couldn't do anything. "Could you not go a bit easier on them? If it's too one-sided, then this isn't exactly training," Quinn yelled. "Wait, so they can go as hard as they want against me, but I can't do the same to them?" Vincent argued back. It was because of this that Vincent's opponents needed to change. When going up against the more experienced battlers, it seemed to be harder for Vincent, mainly due to his abilities. Since Vincent didn't have any himself, and they knew what his strengths were, they were being cautious. This was exactly what Quinn wanted, so they could all improve together. "Watching all this fighting makes me want to spar a bit."
"Please don't, Your Majesty," Muka replied. "We would have to all go up against you together if you were to get anything out of it."
Muka quickly realized the mistake that she had made. She might have just given him a horrible idea, so she decided it was best for her to continue giving her report.
"The family that accepted your request to send out a force was the fourth family, Jin Talon. His ability is strong in attacking, and he thought that it would be easy when using his power to try to help you find a nest crystal."
Quinn thought so as well. Exploding blood was one of the more difficult abilities Quinn had dealt with out of all the leaders. There was another reason why Quinn was watching them all, and that was because he wanted to grant all the leaders with weapons. They didn't have the habit of relying on beast or blood weapons, but it would increase their strength exponentially if they would start to use them. Right now, he was trying to figure out what type of weapon suited their respective abilities the most. Carefully, he watched their fighting styles, but there was something that he couldn't quite figure out that was bothering him a little. "Some of the leaders' abilities I already know, but do you mind telling me all of their abilities? It would be in our best interest," Quinn asked.
"Of course. The first family possesses the ability to create an invisible force field around their body that can strike anything that comes within a certain range. The second family's ability is to reverse time on whatever they touch. The third family is able to produce blood needles, stopping certain body parts from working properly. I know you have experienced this one before yourself. The fourth family has the ability to combust their own blood. The fifth family possesses the ability to communicate with any creature. The sixth family's ability is to set up invisible traps on the ground. The seventh family has the ability to harden an object, giving them the greatest defense. The eighth family used to have the ability of telepathy. Your own family possesses the ability of equivalent exchange. The 11th family's ability is to get stronger with each hit. The 12th family's ability is similar to the 11th, only that they gain extra speed for each successful hit. Finally, the 13th family ability is string.
Out of all of those abilities, Quinn realized that one family in particular was missed out, and he was curious about something else as well. Bryce gave the order to disband the 8th family. I was wondering if there should still be vampires with that ability. Perhaps there should be a way to introduce them back. It's a good ability to have, Quinn wondered.
There should be still plenty of vampires that have that ability, but they have been split between the other families. On top of that, the castle should have some information on said ability, so if you wish to bring the 8th family back, then feel free to do so. I don't think the leaders would object to this,
Muka replied. And one more thing. You seem to have skipped the 9th family. What is your ability? Quinn asked.
My ability is always active. I believe that is what allows me to stand by your side even now. The ability of luck, Muka answered.
Luck? That can't be real, can it? How would that even work? When asking this, Quinn was expecting Vincent to answer, but once again, he realized that the voice in his head was no more.
I believe you will see it come to play at some point in time,
Muka answered, and for the first time, Quinn heard a cheerful giggle. He noticed that the large armor and helmet she wore was what had deepened her voice. Over the next few days, all the leaders had successfully learned how to utilize their blood weapons, and after observing them, the king had put in a request for their weapons to be created. They weren't ready yet, but he feared that they could be running out of time. The leaders would have probably learned it even faster if it wasn't for Fex's horrible explanation. Nonetheless, they had all succeeded in the end, and now they could pass on this knowledge to their own families as well. I guess it's time to head back to the Beast solar system and give those damn Dalki a big surprise. Quinn tensed his fists, and the veins on his head showed through as he thought about what they had done. He was ready for some major payback. A large spherical spaceship the size of a small planet was slowly drifting through the Beast solar system. Given its massive size, it was unable to move as fast as regular ships, yet it was the one place the Dalki called home, consisting of land mass taken from the many beast planets they had conquered. One side of the gigantic spaceship held a base, stationing many of the Dalki motherships that were ready to leave at a moment's notice. Right now, one of those ships was in the middle of docking into the large spaceship. The motherships that were sent out would usually stay on the conquered planets, and became the Dalki fortresses that would be used to station their troops. This was done for a few reasons, the most important one being that the ships themselves contained the jammers that would prevent humanity from teleporting onto the planet. Another reason was their durability. Until the recent outlier, humans had never managed to breach or destroy them. This was mainly due to the force fields they were able to produce with the large amount of crystals on board. For this reason, it was strange to see one return, especially since it didn't seem to have suffered any major damage. Nevertheless, the Dalki on the spaceship hurried to welcome those on the mothership. The Dalki were a very hard-working race. They had to be given that they used the knowledge that was passed on to them when making new things. Yet they were a hard race to control. All of them had the inner desire to improve and get stronger, to prove that they had the right to be the leader and command their fellow Dalki. As such, the only way to control this race, to get them to focus on certain tasks aside from fighting, was for there to be an absolute leader among them, someone who was far stronger than the rest of them, making the rest submit to him. And that exact person was the first to exit the mothership. The Dalki who had taken a liking to wearing human clothes descended down the ramp. Unexpectedly, he had a deep frown on his face. All of the Dalki looking at this knew this to be a rare sight to behold. Something must have happened during the attack.
Something definitely happened. He seems furious.
Those were the common thoughts shared among them. Now that Graham had gotten closer to them, they could make out that the clothes on him were burnt, full of holes, and there was even green blood that covered his entire body. "Why is he so angry?" one of them whispered to the Dalki next to him. "I heard that he successfully took over the planet."
"I heard that those humans put up more of a resistance than we had expected. Looking at his clothing and the blood, it seems to be true.
Do you think he had to do that?" the other asked. Before the first one had a chance to answer, one of the higher-spiked Dalki behind the two of them kicked the back of their legs, reminding them to be quiet. There had been one time he had seen Graham as irritable as now, and it hadn't been a pretty sight. The Dalki stood by the side, creating a path for him. At the very end, there was a small ship waiting for him. He would then take this small ship to head to the castle or the lab to do whatever he wished to do next. In front of the small ship, there was a one-spiked Dalki who was nervously holding a neatly folded set of clothes for the Dalki leader, next to a clone that looked identical to Jim. As he walked through the path, Graham pulled at his damaged clothing, ripping them off his body, throwing them on the ground without saying a word. The one-spiked Dalki took that as his cue and sprinted towards Graham, getting on his knees as he presented the items to the other. Graham didn't even acknowledge him as he grabbed the clothes and proceeded to put on the plain white top. However, before he could even try on the black trousers, a problem manifested itself. The moment the Dalki put his arm through the sleeve, it ripped. The clothes appeared to be a couple sizes too small for him. "What is this?" Graham asked in clear annoyance. "I personally go out to battle, and all I expect in return is for a pair of decent clothes to be prepared upon my return. Is that really too much to ask for?" Graham looked around, as if he was waiting for someone to answer, but no one dared to say anything. Graham was the calm Dalki leader that talked things through. Some who had never seen him act like this before were just wondering what was going on. "The clothes ain't the problem," the clone let out a derisive laughter. "They were made based on the latest measurements taken. You must have gotten a little fatter while away." Everyone else gulped hard, none of them daring to state such a truth. Yet the clone didn't look scared or frightened like the rest of them. Instead, it was more like it didn't care about what was going to happen next, as it saw a fist heading towards its head. It was a punch that completely tore the clone's head from his body, and the next second, it smashed into the spaceship behind it, exploding on impact. There was a dent left on the outer spaceship. Seeing this, the one-spiked Dalki who had still been kneeling in front of Graham got scared and turned around, which was the worst decision it could have made, yet also his last. Before it could take more than one step, Graham opened its mouth wide, and the Dalki's whole head ended in his jaws. The next second it clamped down, crushing the other's head. Green blood spewed out from his mouth as the other's lifeless body fell to the floor. Swallowing whatever bits it had left in its mouth, Graham seemed to be somewhat satisfied as he entered the small ship. He just killed a Dalki for nothing?" one of them pointed out. "He didn't even challenge him to a fight, or say anything. I mean, it was normal for One Horn or Slicer to act like this, but I have never seen Graham do something like that. Just what happened to disturb him this much?" one of them asked, as they could see a ship floating in the air, ready to set off. "I'm not sure. We will just have to wait for the reports from his fight," the other replied, as they all headed back to work. Left on his own, Graham was still reviewing his last fight, trying to understand when things had started to go wrong. "These girls, how could they do that? How was it possible for them to give me so much trouble?" The Dalki leader clenched his fist. "They even forced me to reveal my trump card, when I thought there would never be a need to. Well, it's clear that means that I have to just get stronger." The ship eventually landed just outside the lab, where multiple Dalki awaited him outside, but the one giving the orders looked to be a 3-spike. When the ship landed, Graham immediately got off and stood in front of the 3-spikes, still with a frown on his face, with fresh blood still sticking on his body. "How is the creation process going?" Graham asked. "It's going great, sir. We imported the information from Jim's lab as you have asked, and we have been able to narrow down which ones are more likely to produce bad results, so our output of higher spike Dalki has increased exponentially," the Dalki reported, doing his best to ignore the other's outer appearance. This was something that Logan had found out as well upon accessing information from Richard. Not all of the Dalki had been completely created from scratch. Instead, later generations had been fused with human DNA from different people, and in turn, when mixing with the demon tier beast, this would produce different results depending who the human was. However, when raiding Jim's lab, they had found some mutant DNA strands that didn't seem to be quite human nor vampire. They didn't know what they were, yet their success rate ended up being incredibly low. It had been pure luck that the first experiment with one had succeeded, as the subsequent ones had demonstrated how hard it was to create one. Nevertheless, the reason why they had tried again and again was that the particular strain had produced the highest spiked Dalki compared to any of the others. Through trial and error, they also found other types of special human DNA, information gathered from ancient fossils, when mixed with beasts, which would produce good results as well. That's great. The dragon still isn't low on energy either. We'll be able to create plenty more, and it doesn't seem like the humans are able to put up much of a fight. We will lose even less than I predicted. Send all the newly created 3 spikes and above over to me. They will be put to greater use in making me stronger, Graham ordered, already walking away, leaving the 3 spiked worried about just what Graham was going to do with these newborn Dalki. Graham stood on a large open wasteland. The Dalki leader felt uncomfortable as he still had no clothes to wear. He himself didn't know why, but it felt like everyone could see right through him when he didn't wear clothes, and without it, whenever others laid their eyes on him, he wanted to snap at them. However, at the moment there was no one but him. It was just an open land with several craters, but after waiting a while he could see them in the distance. A group of other Dalki were heading his way, and in the distance the Dalki castle could be seen. It looks like they're finally here. There's around 50 of them. I guess he wasn't lying when he said they were able to improve the creation process, Graham smiled. As he waited for them to arrive, he continued observing them. The new set of Dalki looked undisciplined. They weren't walking in a single file, and most of them continued to butt heads with each other as they walked. It looked like some were about to go into a full scuffle, while others had already fought and were bleeding. The one in front was a 3-spiked Dalki who had a digital tablet with him, and by his side there were 2 more 3-spiked Dalki, all standing away from the group. It's hard to blame them for their behavior, since we were the same when we first came to be, the one on the left commented. I just hope Graham won't mind their unruliness. Indeed, I believe in some cases we were even worse. Fortunately, they were all smart enough to listen and follow us, the one on the right added. All right, the one in the center said, turning around. I know you all must be confused. After all, you have only been awake for a couple of hours, and we have yet to tell you much about what is going on. Right now, we are taking you to Graham, one of our leaders. He has just returned from a major battle, and he isn't the best of moods. So it's in your own interest to show him the respect he deserves. It was then that a larger Dalki out of the group, a 4-spiked, pushed past the others and walked out in front. I came along because I was interested in this Graham character you've all been praising, but this is starting to become a pain. Why should I listen to someone who is clearly weaker than me? The 4-spiked questioned the one in the middle with a challenging look. The 3-spiked leaders felt nervous. There was one universal truth that all Dalki were aware of, without the need to fight. Those with more spikes than them were stronger. It was only those with the same amount of spikes who would fight amongst themselves to establish a hierarchy. Out of the new batch, there were a few 4-spikes that had been created from the mutant DNA strand. From the moment of their birth, they had already surpassed the 3-spiked leaders, without ever having evolved on their own. Before a fight could break out, Graham landed between the 2 parties, having jumped over. Then will you listen to me? The Dalki leader asked as he turned slightly to the side to show off the 5 spikes on his back. It was at this point that the 4-spike's ego took a hit, yet he still felt like he deserved more respect. You seem unhappy with your treatment. Don't worry, you will all get a chance to show off your worth. Graham looked in the sky. The reason why I called you all over is because I want all 50 of you to take me on at the same time. As long as you survive, I will bestow you a position befitting you. I swear that you will get all the respect and recognition you believe you deserve, so I want you to fight as hard as you can. Graham then walked over to the 4-spiked Dalki that had been so outspoken just moments ago. I wasn't joking. Part of you should already know that you were born into a dog-eat-dog world. If you can't prove your worth, you will all die here. The four-spiked looked down, and he could see that Graham's arm had pierced right through his stomach. He hadn't even seen him move, yet the next moment the Dalki leader stood before him with an evil grin plastered on his face, his eyes showing no remorse. The Dalki lifted its hands, trying to rip off Graham's head, but with his other single free hand, the five-spiked Dalki just swatted them away and pierced the other Dalki's stomach once again. "I said try harder," Graham shouted, punching out multiple times, causing large holes to appear on the Dalki's body. When he eventually stopped, the four-spiked Dalki's lifeless body fell to the ground. The others didn't know what to do, and when just standing there, Graham went to the next one. Now knowing that their lives were on the line, the three-spiked and four-spiked Dalki all fought together, trying to take down Graham. Although none of them had the individual strength to take him down, with so many Dalki attacking him at once, it was impossible for the Dalki leader to get out unscathed. While everything was going on, the three Dalki had moved off to the side, out of the fight. "Those Dalki, they're some of the strongest members of our race, despite just having been created. I thought Graham was just going to beat some discipline into them, so why is he choosing to kill them all?" The three-spiked Dalki on the right was shocked. "I've been with him as long as you have. Do you think I would have any clue?" The one on the left shrugged his shoulders as they continued watching the Dalki leader fight. They were happy to see that Graham hadn't chosen to kill everyone as they had feared. None of them doubted that he could easily kill off the three-spiked Dalki with a single hit, yet so far he had chosen to hit all those he fought against in non-vital areas. Seeing this, they thought that Graham might have just killed off the first one to shock the others and get them to behave. From the looks of it, he seemed to be trying to make them evolve now of all times. Yet that quickly turned out to not be the case. Graham had injured his opponents to the point that they would get a massive power boost, but when he noticed that they still couldn't finish him, he started striking back and finishing them off. It would have been more useful to bring them back to the lab to heal their wounds, giving them more of a chance to evolve, yet today he seemed to lack patience. "All of our hard work," the Dalki in the middle felt awful. It didn't take long for the massacre to unfold, with not a single one left alive. All 50 of them had perished, yet the Dalki leader was only close to being out of breath. "It's still not enough," Graham muttered to himself as he looked over to the old generation Dalki. 50 is not enough. Bring over 100 next time." The three gulped, still not understanding Graham's actions. Even during the fight, he had allowed the stronger four spikes to hit him, and now he was asking to go through the process again. However, they were in no position to argue. If they dared to, they knew it would just end with them being on the chopping block next. When they finally had a new 100 subjects, they were sent out to Graham to repeat the process. When the three Dalki returned, they were surprised to see that all of the Dalki bodies had disappeared, only with Graham picking at his teeth with his claw. "Did he eat them?" one of them wondered. It was the only thing they could think of. Even 100 or so Dalki didn't fare any better than 50. The same thing happened again, with a similar outcome. After killing off more than half of them, something finally happened to Graham's body. The Dalki leader suddenly stopped and distanced himself from the survivors. They were already 5 large spikes running down his back, running from the top of his back to his tail. There didn't seem to be room for any more, but then, next to the largest spike at the top, another one could be seen forming out by the side. Graham let out a scream as it grew out. He had evolved once again. "This makes me the first official 6-spiked Dalki, but this is still not enough." It was then that a ship out from the castle had landed. Then 3 Dalki came out, urgently searching for Graham. "Graham, we have some bad news. It's about the vampire world. It seems like Arthur, along with all the others, failed their task. We have tried to contact them multiple times, but there is no report whatsoever. We can only assume he has betrayed us, been killed, or gone back to the other side." From the interactions Graham had with Arthur, he couldn't imagine the Punisher betraying them, not unless he was sure they could win, which was an interesting thought in itself. But from the daily reports they were getting, Arthur had launched a full-scale attack against the vampire settlement not long ago. Graham couldn't think of anything that would make him suddenly turn, which could only mean that they had failed. "Well, I didn't expect that. It looks like I really have to do all things by myself." Graham let out a sigh. "Looks like the rest of you are in luck." Surrounded by nothing but metal and somewhere in the dark, deep blue sea was the submarine that was used as the base of Pure. Currently, an important experiment was taking place.
There were a large number of test rooms on the submarine itself, and in one of them there was a certain agent with a tablet in his hand, recording all the information he could see. This agent had quite long spiked hair that went down past his shoulders. It was ragged and unkempt. On top of that, he had glasses on his face that would constantly slip down. It was a strange sight to see, since nearly everyone these days got corrective surgery to fix their eyesight. Only those that didn't have the money to afford such a surgery would wear glasses. Still, for this person, their reasoning was different. He wouldn't take the risk, even if the chances were minuscule of losing his eyesight. This person was known as Agent 4, and the large number on his back of his white robe showed it. "I have never seen armor like this before. It doesn't act like any type of beast armor, nor does it seem to be made from beast crystals, yet the only reaction we have seen so far from it is with blood." "This is without a doubt from them," Agent 4 smiled, quickly typing away all of the details he had seen so far. Right now, what Agent 4 had in front of him was blood armor. It wasn't a single part, but lying out on a table was what was thought to be a full set, which had gone through countless different experiments. It was his job to find out what it could do, among other things impure. The sound of the door sliding open was heard behind him, but Agent 4 chose to ignore it. "Agent 0 is asking for your report. He says you have been here too long," the voice said from behind. The next second, the said person was standing by his side. A person who hardly wore a top, always displaying his large body with battle scars to show. The one known as Agent 1, and also known as Chris. "It was a lot more tricky than I thought, but the ability of this armor is impressive, but it will be troublesome. If blood is the only way to activate it, then how can one use it correctly in battle? The armor seems inefficient if that was to be the case. Vampires themselves have their own blood, but just like humans, it takes a certain amount of time before their body can recreate it. Of course, you could get blood from your victims, but then the active effect seems almost useless." Chris wasn't really listening to what Agent 4 was saying. He never really cared about all this stuff, so he just said the first thing that came to his mind. "Maybe something is missing," Chris replied. I know it looks like a full set, but perhaps there was a helmet or something with it?" Agent 4 placed his finger on his chin, tapping it away as he thought. It was an interesting thought. He couldn't believe that whoever owned this armor would allow for such a big downside to it. Maybe what Chris said was right. "Anyway, you can work on this later. There is a meeting to take place, and I'm in charge of it. Nearly everyone is there," Chris said. Usually, Agent 4 would have decided to ignore the calls for a meeting. He felt his work was far more critical than the discussion the others would talk about. His research would help the group advance as a whole. Regardless, because he knew what this meeting was concerning, he had decided to attend. Walking along with Chris to the main hall, they eventually found themselves in a nice area. Rather than the usual metal halls, they could see this area was carpeted gray and had clear glass in several places. It was more like an office of old. They had several seats out looking towards a particular wall facing the same way, with numbers 1 to 25 written on the back. All of the top members were told to attend this meeting, and Chris made his way to the empty space. When everyone came in, Chris was ready to speak. Agent 0 wasn't present, and some of the seats were empty, but that wasn't because they had chosen not to attend or couldn't make it, but because they were dead. There was a rule that had been set by Agent 0. Although rankings could move up and down in the top 5, their positions wouldn't be filled, and 2 seats were empty at the front, Agent 5's and Agent 2's. It reminded them all that the group had failed in some way. If they were to lose all of their leaders, then the Pure deserved to fall apart. "I'm glad to see that most of you made it back safely, although we can't say the same for everyone, or those that are still out there on other planets," Chris started the speech. He stood there with his arms folded, and there was no need for him to use key to amplify his voice. It was plenty loud already. "Zero has been patient, carefully biding his time and waiting for the right opportunity. The Dalki have pushed and pushed, and it looks like the Earthborn group has had to send most of its forces to help them. The Greylash group, although having dealt with the threat well, are in no position to come back, as reports of a new wave of Dalki are hitting them, and as for the Cursed faction, they have had one of the biggest blows out of all the groups so far, which means they are far too occupied to deal with us. Our movement begins now. All those who are ready with their squads and are in positions, please raise their hand." Everyone in the room raised their hand at that moment. "Then I give you permission to execute Project Utopia now," Chris said. Everyone in the room cheered. They stood up from their seats, ready to move out. Seconds later, nearly everyone on the Pure sub started to move, entering teleporters, some exiting from small pods in the submarine, out in the water. Pure was in full motion, as if the group themselves was planning for war. Pure had decided to not take part in the fight so far, not helping any of the other groups, seeing the outcome, but they finally chose to make their move. Hours after Chris had made his announcement, countless submarines all over Earth that had remained a distance away from the cities that were still left began to move. Some of these cities would usually have top-tier protection, provided by the Earthborn group or their respective factions, but at the moment, they were mostly filled with high-class civilians, those that had good backgrounds and chose no longer to fight or hunt. After all, living on Earth was expensive. However, due to the current war, many of those that would be protecting them and the travelers they paid for protection had gone out to fight. The people understood. The Dalki were the threat, not humans. If they didn't win this war, then no money in the world could help them, but this left them unprotected at the same time. Each group was stationed near these cities. The Pure members were geared up, ready for their order. The receiver of each group made a few crackles, and the order was given out. The voice wasn't that of Agent 1, but it was from the original creator of the Pure organization, Agent 0. "Everyone, it is time for Pure to take over the government, the military, and everything that is wrong with the world. When they come back, they will be in for a surprise to see that what they have been fighting for all this time has been lost. It is time for us to take over Earth." Before leaving the vampire settlement, Quinn made sure to inform the 10th family of what was going to happen, how those that had worked under Paul, the vampire soldiers, would be soon returning to Earth, and he told the leaders that they should all inform their people as well. For Quinn wanted to move the entire vampire settlement to the Beast solar system. There was one major problem with this, though, and that was the sunlight. All those vampires in the inner castle areas had rings that helped with the sunlight, but not those in the pooling areas. It wasn't that they lacked rings or resources, it was just that the vampires had never seen the need to make it so everyone could have rings. At the moment, another group was sent out to fight against the Death Bats, whose crystal was required to create those special rings. As the king, he told the leaders to not act themselves, warning them that they should remain on standby, but ready to act at any moment. Quinn hadn't explained exactly how or when he would call them, only that they had to prepare to be called at any moment in any situation. There was something else that Quinn had on him that was in his shadow space. He had also taken the special mechanism that would be used to move the whole settlement in the first place. "I have a lot of things in my dimensional space, the tablet, the blood armor, and Arthur's weapon, along with this stuff. Then there is also the dragon that I have in the shadow space. People would definitely be surprised if they knew that at this point. I'm practically a walking treasure trove," Quinn thought, with a silly grin on his face. The dimensional space allowed him to store as much as he wanted in it, but it didn't allow him to store living things, while the shadow space that was connected to his shadow lock could store living things. The only problem was using the shadow space and shadow lock would use a part of his MC cells. In the past, this would have mattered quite a bit, but now, thanks to the original Punisher having bestowed all the MC cells he had accumulated over the centuries, Quinn had a higher amount than he had ever believed to be feasible. Without it, he wouldn't have dreamed about putting certain things like a demon-tier beast inside. This had given him an idea. Now he could store more things in his shadow space. With all this said, for the first time, an active king of the vampires was leaving the vampire settlement, and what's more, he was doing it alone. Quinn was heading back to the cursed faction ship, or at least, that's where he thought he was heading. Using his shadow travel, he came out from Sam's shadow, yet he soon found himself on top of a shelter wall, staring outward on the planet's surface. It was one that Quinn hadn't been to before. The surface seemed to be clay-like, though gray in color. There were a few large stones out on the surface, which had green plants growing on it here and there, and trees that seemed to stretch out from underneath these stones. Most of it was empty, apart from the areas which had been terraformed into the shelter, with pathways and roads leading in and out. That's when Quinn noticed the amount of people at the shelter. Turning around, he could see it was packed. The buildings looked to have been changed to stack on top of each other like apartment blocks, while the streets were filled with people pushing past each other to get to where they were headed.
A top shelter like this usually has around 50,000 or so people, but it looks like there are over double, if not triple that number down there." "Quinn," Sam called out, not having noticed his arrival beforehand. "I know you said you were coming, but I didn't realize that you would be here so soon. That was fast." A smile appeared on Sam's face, as he was happy to see the cursed faction leader actually be okay. Yet the smile quickly disappeared as he remembered that they would have to discuss certain things and talk about business. "Actually, it's a good thing that you came out while I'm here. The two of us can talk about everything here without having to worry the others," Sam said. "Are the others in the shelter?" Quinn asked. "Not everyone. A few are in the shelter, many are on the other walls, and some are on the cursed ship that is stationed behind the shelter. The rest have split up to take care of the other cursed planet that is still under our control." As Quinn was listening to Sam, he was looking outward to see if he could gather basic information of what this shelter was like out here. He could see that there was one of the Dalki motherships very far off in the distance, thanks to his great eyesight. There were also multiple stations that were set up between here and the shelter, forces to stop the Dalki from making an outright attack out of the blue. Looking at it, Quinn was thinking about a few things. "So, I take it that the influx of people inside the shelter are the survivors from the Daisy faction?" Quinn finally asked. Hearing this, Sam clenched his fist hard, and even now, after so much time had passed since that event had occurred, tears started to flow down his face. "We were there, Quinn. All of us were there. I knew they were going to attack. I had hoped that all of us would be enough to hold them back, but—" The vampire lord placed his hand on the other's shoulder before he completely broke down. "I don't blame you. If anything, I blame myself. It was my choice to go to the vampire world instead of helping you out. I was hoping I could deal with Arthur before coming over, yet I never expected for things to suddenly take a turn for the worse with the appearance of the original king. However, we can't know if things would have actually changed, even if I had been with you. Despite being there, I failed to save them." Some of the words he repeated to Sam were told to him by Vincent, yet his ancestor wasn't in his head anymore to drop his wisdom, so it was up to Quinn. "They died, even though I was there. Paul, Kaz, Arthur. I know exactly how you feel, but we have to push forward and save what we can," Quinn spoke. Wiping away his own tears with the sleeve of his shirt, Sam tried to put on a brave face. Quinn had yet to tell him the full details of what occurred in the vampire world. At the same time, if anyone was to see him like this, especially those in the cursed faction, they would see him as weak. As one of the leaders who frequently appeared in front of the other faction members, it was important for him to put on a brave face whenever possible. "Quinn, I have a plan, and with you here now, the chances that it will succeed have greatly increased. I know what the Dalki are planning, but this time, after they had captured the shelter, they kept hostages. I asked all of the other groups, but there have never been any cases that they did something like this in the past. There are members of the Daisy faction that are still alive at the shelter. I think they might be thinking of using them as some type of bargaining tool or maybe something else. I want to save them, but I was too scared, too worried that I would make the same mistakes again." Hearing Sam talk like that was making Quinn worried. He had never heard the other sound so unconfident before. Sam had made far better decisions than he himself could have ever done on his own, which was exactly why he had left him in charge on this side. However, he had said these words to him before. Some people just needed time. "Sam, you should rest and look after this shelter. Let me deal with the Daisy faction prisoners. I will save them," Quinn stated confidently. "But, Quinn, you don't understand how many they have, how strong they all were. The worst part is, if they use them as hostages, they won't hesitate to kill them in seconds." Sam had been stressing over this more than anything. The problem had never been attacking the Dalki to retrieve the abducted people, but making sure there would actually be anyone left to rescue at the end. "Trust me, I have my ways. Did you call over Bonnie and Boyd like I requested?" Looking in the shelter, the two stood out like a sore thumb, with drones hovering above them, and even now they were talking to the public, reporting news to everyone. "That's great. I'm going to need them. Don't worry, you will understand when you see it all," Quinn said. "I guess it's time I head to the Daisy faction. Helen, I hope you kept your promise." Although Sam still wasn't so sure about Quinn going out on his own, he couldn't really disagree with him.
for he was already making movements. He had ordered a small ship to be sent to him, along with Bonnie, Void, and Nate. These were the only people that he would be taking along with him to the Daisy Faction planet. Even now, as Sam was standing out in front of the shelter, giving a send-off to the group, he was deeply concerned. "Quinn, I know you're strong, but you didn't see the things that we saw when they attacked. We were useless against him. I just hope that you don't run into him there," Sam thought. With that, Quinn and the others entered the small ship and were off, heading towards the Daisy planet. While inside, Bonnie and Void were testing their equipment, trying to see if everything was working as it should. "It looks like you guys have had a few upgrades since the last time I saw you," Quinn commented, as he looked at the heavily reinforced drones. Bonnie chuckled. "Of course, we have to thank Logan Green for it. When he came to this planet, the first thing he did was improve our equipment for us. Glathrium is usually quite a heavy material, but he managed to somehow make it light enough so our drones can still fly while enjoying the strong protection. So whatever you have planned, we will definitely be able to catch it all." It was music to the Vampire Lord's ears. This event was going to be big, and Quinn wanted everyone to see what was going to happen. But first, he needed to know exactly what the current situation was. At the moment, not far from there, in the ship's center, Nate was practicing his martial arts. He currently had the Demon Tier shield in his hand, yet there was now a strap on it that had been created for it. This was movable, allowing him to move it up and down his forearm if he wished, still giving him access to it on his arms without taking it off. Of course, he also had the shadow ability, so he could use shadow equip for it as he wished. "Quinn, are you really sure we can take on their side with just the two of us?" Nate asked, as he threw out a punch and imagined an enemy in front of him, but then something else appeared in his head as he was practicing. Quinn could see that his eyes started to stare slightly upward, and Nate was slightly frozen. He even gulped. What enemy is he imagining right now? What happened to them all? Quinn wondered. He had heard from Sam, but hearing and experiencing were two different things. "Don't worry, Nate. If everything goes according to plan, there won't even be any need for you to fight," Quinn answered, hoping to cheer the other up. "Let me take care of the Dalki. The reason why I asked you to come with us is primarily so you can protect Bonnie and Void. They will be filming from the spaceship above and using their drones. There's a good chance that they could be attacked, but with your shadow powers and that shield, you should be able to stop everything that comes your way." For a second, Nate felt annoyed that he had been brought along just for bodyguard duty, but that quickly went away as he thought back to what had happened during the last fight. "I can understand Sam, but even Nate is like this," Quinn noticed, making him bite his bottom lip. "Nate, what happened? I know the Dalki attacked the Daisy faction, but Sam says that you were all there. You had the Demon Tier shield, so even if they were strong, who did you meet?" It took a few seconds for Nate to reply, but he thought that Quinn should know, especially if there was a good chance that they could be seeing this Dalki again. "It was a Dalki who was wearing clothes, a 5-spike Dalki," Nate explained. "Sam's plan was working perfectly, and with the help of everyone, we were actually able to defend. It seemed like any other day, and we were sure it would end in yet another stalemate, but everything started to change when he attacked." Hearing this, Quinn remembered that when Richard was speaking, he spoke about the major threats the other side had, and one of them was a Dalki named Graham. He was the only Dalki Quinn had seen wear clothing, and seemed to be quite unique in his preference. "It's him again, the Dalki I met that time when I was controlling one of the Dalki. His power was great, and even with all the strength of the other Dalki, I was unable to do anything. But that was then. Could he really be strong enough for Arthur to be scared of him? And the others?" It looked like Nate had more to tell, so Quinn continued to listen, hoping he would get his answer. "We knew how strong 5-spikes were, but we thought that with Syl, with everyone having improved and the equipment you gave us, that we might have been able to beat him by banding together. Initially, we weren't too afraid of him. Slicer had that dangerous tail, yet he didn't seem to have anything that made him out to be that special, aside from those normal-looking clothes. We were able to put up a good fight, even able to injure him to a good degree. However, then he started to do something strange. After realizing that he was unable to take all of us on his own, he picked up a Dalki corpse and devoured it. As the fight continued, he even grabbed live ones and just bit into them. Each time he did, he seemed to grow stronger, to the point that we became unable to do much against him." Thinking about what Nate had said so far, Quinn was wondering whether Dalki could grow stronger
from eating their own kind, or if that was something unique to Graham. The latter seemed to be the likelier case, as they had never seen other Dalki do that before. Back when he had controlled the Dalki, although he didn't test it, he hadn't felt any desire to cannibalize his fellow Dalki. It must be a special trait. From the information we gathered so far, Slicer Tail and the one that attacked the Greylash family was able to produce energy from his hands. The Dalki around the 5 spikes level seems to have gained a special trait. That wasn't the end, Quinn. The Dalki, he could change. He transformed, and that was when we knew we were doomed. I know you already know the rest of what happened after, but it was lucky that we all came out of it alive, to be honest. The conversation ended there. It seemed that Nate didn't want to go on and tell Quinn the full details, for fear that he would be distracted, or it was because he thought Sam would have told him the rest. The thing was, Quinn wanted to hear what happened directly from the people, and there was still a chance. Eventually, the medium-sized ship had entered the planet's atmosphere. The beautiful flowers that had been planted all around looked to have been burnt, including those on the shelter walls. It was nothing like when Quinn had seen it before. "All right, Bonnie, Void, it's time to start recording," Quinn said, as he stood up and used his shadowy quip to change into the red blood armor on his body. It was the first time the others had seen this, and it was certainly eye-catching to them. Something they had never seen before. It was drawing them all in. The next second, Void started recording and made sure his drones were also ready. "Hello everyone watching at the moment. I'm Quinn Talon, leader of the Cursed Faction. As you may know, the Daisy faction that was part of the Cursed Faction has recently been taken over. They tried their best, but eventually lost to the attacking force. The Dalki have captured some of them that are currently being held hostage. We will be approaching the shelter any second now. The truth is, I know everyone is struggling in all of the groups, and as their leader, I apologize to everyone that I was away during the Cursed Faction's toughest times. However, the reason why I was away was because I went to ask for help. It is the kind of help that the human race needs right now to win this war and fight against the Dalki. I have asked to be recorded today to demonstrate the power of our allies." The door to the spaceship was opened, and they were now directly above the shelter. It looked like many of the Dalki were already alerted, but Quinn didn't care as he jumped down. Void quickly moved to make sure he caught everything, and at the same time, the drones were sent out, quickly following Quinn as well. Shadows started to appear from Quinn's back as he fell. The Dalki that jumped towards him never reached him, as the Vampire Lord quickly placed him in his shadow lock, allowing him to crash down into the center of the shelter, unobstructed. "Right now, everyone, as you can see, Quinn has entered the shelter, which is currently filled with hundreds of Dalki, all on his own." As Bonnie reported these words, she was wondering who exactly those allies he was talking about were. "System," Quinn called out, "activate the summon skill." Since the war between the Dalki and the human race had started, the two had gone through different phases in the war. One of the worst attacks they had suffered was the initial Blitz, where a Dalki mothership appeared on each planet. Then, soon after, strong forces had been sent to the Greylash first, and later to the Cursed Faction. However, right now they are in another calmer period. Neither side was fully pushing forward, not that the humans felt like they could. They were clearly on the defensive. After hearing the news of what had happened to the Cursed Faction, it was a big morale blow to both the Greylash faction and Earthborn group. None of it caught live, but it was the first planet they had lost, since the humans had decided to condense their forces onto 9 beast planets. On top of that, the Cursed Faction had lately been seen as the strongest of the 3 groups. With all the accomplishments they had been making, especially with Quinn being able to destroy multiple of the Dalki mother ships. Which was why when they heard the news of what happened, even without Quinn there, they couldn't quite believe it. It was the first great loss for the Cursed Faction. Since it was a quiet period during the war, all eyes were tuned in on the special live stream that Bonnie had prepared. Sack, who was still on the snow planet, was in his base watching the live stream, along with Samantha and other few high personnel. On the Greylash planet, they were also tuned in, along with several civilians and more. Bonnie's live stream had become one of the few places that were still active and broadcasting, and they knew that they captured the best moments and were the closest to the truth. What helped more so was that Bonnie was able to tell everyone that Quinn, the Cursed Faction leader, had something he wanted to show the world. The only thing was, they expected to see a message. The last thing they expected to see was Quinn having decided that he would go on the attack. "Quinn, you're fighting on your own. I know you're strong, but this was something your whole group couldn't deal with." Sack was worried. On the other hand, Samantha was interested in who these allies were that he was referring to. Then there was Owen, who was watching it with a big smile on his face. "So that is the man who you think will change everything," Grim commented, Owen's grandfather. "There is one thing the others don't seem to understand about him," Owen replied. "If he says he is going to do something, then he will do it. There was one point and time I thought he was crazy, when he said he would be going to save his friend on Blade Island. And yet here we are, and you are today. If there is one person's word I trust more than anyone's, it would be his." Everyone saw Quinn land in the center of the shelter, and the drones were in perfect position. The ship was also able to move fast and get in position. With the Dalki mainly concentrating on Quinn, they were able to get optimal angles, and the broadcast was able to catch nearly everything. The Dalki were ready to pounce, but suddenly, several lights could be seen on the ground around Quinn. The next second, a bright light appeared, showing multiple figures around him. When they arrived, they looked just as puzzled as the people who were watching the broadcast. Where did they come from? Where were they hiding? Was it an ability? It looked like they all just teleported there or something. What are they wearing? It looks like none of them has beast armor or beast weapons, except that one that's dressed in that thick armor from head to toe. The users were quickly commenting about the situation, and as a camera zoomed in closely, there was a feature that was noticed on them all. They all have red eyes. Is this the allies Quinn was talking about? Some viewers had a hunch about what was going on, but there was no confirmation just yet. "Everyone," Quinn said, "I said to be prepared at any moment. Don't hold back and fight all the Dalki. Save the humans. This is an order." Quinn's voice was serious, more severe than any of the leaders had heard before, and they could see the Dalki already coming towards them. With no weapons, immediately the first thing they did was use their abilities and blood powers. Many of them fired off blood swipes, hitting the Dalki away. Most leaders' blood powers were stronger than most, and the Dalki were gravely injured as they were hit. Seeing this, the viewers knew that their confirmation was right. "V! These people are V! Did Quinn call more V? I know some of the cursed factions were V, but not all of them were, and I have never seen these before. Who cares? Look how easily they are dealing with the Dalki. There are 2 spikes and 3 spikes in this group." The leaders themselves had improved somewhat. In the past, even they would have had some trouble with the 3-spike Dalki, but their small training had shown considerable improvements in their powers, and some were showing just how impressive they were. Jin showed off his explosive blood, firing it out, and dealing with 3 or 4 Dalki at once. He also wasn't slow when it came to hand-to-hand combat. At the same time, there was Lee, who was using his string abilities to wrap one of the Dalki and swung them around like children, hitting them into each other. Also, with a pull of his strings, he was able to tear some of their limbs off. The leaders were quickly killing all of the Dalki in the area, and they were simply no match for them, so much so that not even a single one could get close to Quinn. I'm not needed at all," Nate said from the spaceship. "I think even if we were down there, they wouldn't let a single Dalki get close to us." "Who are these people?" Bonnie asked. "Do you know anything?" Nate wasn't sure how much he could tell, nor did he know much at all. What Nate was concerned about was what Quinn had done to get these powerful vampires on their side. "What type of deal did he make?" "We need to find survivors," Quinn said, lifting his hands up. It was then that the green blood started to lift from the ground, and Quinn's eyes began to glow red. The leaders were still fighting, but noticed what Quinn was doing. He was using absolute blood control. The blood looked to just be floating, staying in place, but in reality, since Quinn had time and knew he couldn't be disturbed, he was able to condense the blood into small little pellets. "Get back!" Quinn shouted. The leaders jumped back to where Quinn was, and they noticed that all of the pellets of blood were in the air, floating outside of the area around him. Moving his hand in a single motion, all of the pellets struck outwards like bullets, hitting the remains of Dalki that were visible in the area, mainly aiming for their heads. The next second, nearly all of them fell to the ground. The viewers at that moment had all stopped typing. In almost an instant, Quinn had killed around 100 or so Dalki, all on his own. They had heard feats of what Quinn had done before, but those stories were different. This time, they had seen it in person, and it was so effortless.
This shelter is a large one. Spread out, use your noses, and let me know if you find any humans, Quinn ordered. At the same time, all of the leaders answered, and the camera was able to pick up what was said clearly. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, the leaders split, disappearing from the cameras. Yes, Your Majesty. These 3 words had been clearly broadcast worldwide, yet everyone who watched the live stream didn't quite understand the meaning behind them. These words were usually used when addressing someone of royalty, yet it had been ages since any humans had referred to another one as such. Because of that, it took everyone a few moments to really know what they meant. Do I have a problem with my ears, or did those V just call the cursed faction leader Your Majesty? Do V have some type of hierarchy? All of the V listened to Quinn as soon as he spoke. Not unless we both have problems with our ears. Could it be that he is some type of prince to them? Is that why they were listening to him? Was the cursed leader lying to us? Can we even be sure that he hasn't been a V this whole time? For all we know, all of the problems with the V could have to do with him. But he's fighting for us right now. They are fighting against the Dalki. I know the cursed faction. Not all of them are V. Quinn Talon is a good leader. Although views were split on whether Quinn used to be a human or had been a royal figure all along, there was one common consensus. He was someone important to those strong V, and they were listening to his words. It was clear that he was in charge of them. This had not only come as a surprise to those on all the planets watching the live stream, but including those closest to Quinn, those that were currently in the cursed faction, although their reaction was much different. On the cursed planet, nearly every available place was showing Bonnie's live stream, and those that had been in the cursed faction for a while now couldn't help but be proud of their leader. Look at Quinn! That power to destroy those damn Dalki! This is why the cursed faction is the best group to be in. They had long gotten over the fact that Sam, Quinn, and some of the other higher-ups were V. They had been with them long enough to know they were loyal to all those in the cursed faction. They had been with them through countless fights to know that their actions were genuine, and if anyone disagreed, they weren't afraid to tell them off. How can we trust someone who has this much help from those V? They could betray us at any time, someone commented while watching the show in a bar-like venue. Shut your mouth, another person shouted. That is the cursed faction leader, and the only reason why we're all safe right now is because of them. As long as you are here, I won't let you say another bad word about them. If you doubt him, then just get off this planet right now and join the Earthborn or Greylash group. Where Sack was, the leaders were also discussing what they had seen Quinn do. Rather than being happy that he was able to kill the Dalki straight away, they were afraid at how much power Quinn had been able to obtain, not just himself, but with those by his side. Quinn, I knew you were a vampire, but nobody told me you carried this high of a position. There is only so much I can do as Supreme Commander, but I will agree with whatever it is you chose, Sack thought. Finally, there were also Sam's thoughts on this. He did not know what Quinn had done either, only that the situation on the other side had been resolved. Quinn, you really did it. You somehow made those stubborn leaders pick you as king, and you have gotten them to help us, Sam thought. I understand your plan of showing this power to the world, but I believe it is a double-edged sword. You will create those that will attack you out of fear from this. There will be others that react in the same way that Inu had done. Humans are strange things. But at the same time, what else can humans do? You have extended your hand out to help them, giving them this option, a solution to the situation they are in, and they will have no choice but to accept it. Inside the shelter, the leaders had split up, and so had the drones. Void and Bonnie had control of more drones than they did before, and had sent out some to look and follow the vampire leaders, while the main spaceship along with one of the drones would follow Quinn. The shelter was large, and there were Dalki spread out everywhere in the place. Plenty of the buildings around had been destroyed as well from the last fight, making it easier to see far in the distance. One of the leaders the drones had followed had entered a large empty building. It was one who wore all black and had a strange mask covering the bottom half of his face. The building was filled with around 4 different Dalki. A mixture of 1 spikes, 2 spikes going up to 3 spikes. The first one to strike was a 3-spiked Dalki, which sprinted forward throwing out a fist, but the leader stood there unafraid, throwing a fist back himself. The audience watching knew one thing about the Dalki: the more spikes they had, the greater their power.
Even the strongest of ability users wouldn't go head-to-head with a Dalki in the battle of strength, yet this V was fearless. When the two fists collided, to their surprise, there was a clear winner, as the bones in the Dalki's arms had been crushed. The V didn't stop there, and created a blade of blood aura to slice the enemy's head off right after, before proceeding to deal with the rest in the room. "These are a bit of a pain," the V mumbled, turning around and seeing the drone, placing a thumbs up towards the camera. The leader was none other than Vincent, who had decided to wear a mask so others would notice how similar he looked compared to Quinn in this regard. At the same time, the drones had caught many of the other leaders fighting, using their blood powers and abilities, finishing off the Dalki easily. There were a few that struggled a little bit, but it was because they had been told not to use their full power and avoid using their new inner blood weapons. Quinn didn't want to reveal everything just yet, especially since there was always the chance the Dalki might also be watching this. They still needed their own trump cards. Out of the newer leaders that were struggling, one of them was Niku. Niku, the first leader, was on a pile of rubble, and the Dalki had followed him somewhat. He was confident in his barrier ability, but one of the three spiked Dalki pushed through. Even with its hand being shredded, it managed to skim across Niku's chest, clawing at it, and blood was drawn. "You filthy creature! How dare you spill my blood!" Niku shouted. Then, using his sword, he quickly slashed the Dalki multiple times to finish it off. That's when the viewers also saw that the cut on Niku's chest had already healed. Watching all the clips of the leaders fighting, the viewers noticed something on top of the healing. "Hey, has anyone else noticed that all these strong V don't seem to have any beast gear on? Apart from that twerp using a sword, the rest don't seem to even be using beast weapons."
"Holy crap, you're right. Even the V that we came across were using beast weapons and were already strong. Are these top-tier V or something? How can they be this strong without beast gear and armor?"
"Do you think they're like the Dalki? Those guys can't use the power of beast weapons, so maybe it's the same for V."
"But then what about Quinn?
The cursed faction leader is also a V, right? He uses beast equipment all the time, so I think they can definitely use it. Maybe they have just chosen not to."
"If what you're saying is true, then that means this is just their own strength. Just imagine how much stronger they could be with beast gear. I bet they could make even short work of four-spike Dalki."
In the viewer's eyes, the vampire leaders already had an immeasurable amount of strength. However, as soon as someone mentioned that possibility, it spread like wildfire. Some immediately started writing articles about the V being humanity's new hope, whereas others felt more scared than ever. The vampire leaders were doing as Quinn had ordered, and following their nose they were able to pick up particular scents. Dalki and humans each had their own scents, different from vampires, but they still had to be relatively close to find them. However, there was one thing that had led two leaders, Sunny and Jin, to a particular location, and that was the smell of blood. To vampires, the smell of blood was far more prominent, and they could notice it from much further away. Unfortunately, since they could smell human blood, especially as prudent as this one was, it wasn't exactly a good sign. The smell had led the two leaders to a particularly large building. It was a giant greenhouse that was covered in glass. Inside looked like it spread for miles, and these were the only green plants that didn't look to be too destroyed. "The smell of those plants is quite annoying," Sunny commented as she covered her nose. "Still, the blood smell led us here, so let's head inside." Jin shrugged his shoulders, doing his best to tolerate the plants. Inside, the two of them noticed that the drone had followed them, floating a short distance away. It was clear that the two of them were being watched right now. If it wasn't for Quinn telling them not to interfere, then they would have destroyed it by now. The vampires didn't like being viewed. They had spent centuries away from humanity's eyes, and yet suddenly each and every one of their moments was being watched by people they didn't even know. The two did their best to ignore it as they headed further inside. As they walked through, there were the same pathways. The greenhouse seemed to be designed similarly to a tourist attraction. There was the sound of a waterfall, and plants laid out in all types of different ways. "It's such a beautiful place, but it stinks," Sunny complained, still covering her nose. "Well, it looks like the Dalki think we can't tell they are here either," Jin said, looking through the greenery and seeing a Dalki off in the distance. The next second, using his speed, he ran through, avoiding stepping on the precious plants, after the Dalki who was fleeing instead of fighting. With its back turned, Jim jumped at the creature, placing his hand on the Dalki's head. The tips of his fingers were slightly cut, allowing him to release a small amount of blood. Once he had let out enough, he ignited his blood, causing a small explosion. After the smoke had cleared, the Dalki's head was no more. It was lying on the ground, dead. "It looked like the Dalki was heading somewhere. Do you think it was going to inform the others?" Sunny asked her partner. "Do they not know that they are being attacked? Surely from when we first arrived, everyone should have noticed it." The viewers who were watching were able to hear the conversation between the two vampire leaders and had come to their own conclusion. The Dalki were suitably armed, and even if they had heard the sound of fighting coming from the center of the shelter, they might have believed that the others had already dealt with the intruders. It might have been the case as well, since the leaders were able to finish off all the Dalki in the area quickly, before they even had the chance to inform the others. Eventually, heading in the direction of the smell of blood and where the Dalki was heading towards, they encountered more of them. They had come across a widespread area that was just in front of an artificially made waterfall. In the midst of the Dalki group, the humans were kneeling on the ground. They weren't tied up. It appeared that they were staying through fear alone, not wishing to move, and some could understand why, since there weren't many of them left. There were only 9 female survivors, along with 1 male, yet a pile of bodies was floating, not too far away, in the water behind them. "This is the strong scent of blood we could smell. The waterfall is spreading the smell out," Jin mumbled. Wasting no time, the 2 leaders quickly went out. Initially, the prisoners seeing them appear began to harbor hope, thinking that someone had come to rescue them, but seeing that there were only 2 people, they didn't think they could do much, especially since there were 10 or so Dalki that were guarding them. That was until they watched Sunny dodge a swipe from a 2-spiked Dalki and lift up her leg, kicking it in the face. It looked like a simple kick, nothing special, yet the Dalki's head flung back, and the creature fell to the ground with its face slit open. During her attack, she had used blood hardening on her leg, creating a type of blade that was able to pierce the hard skin. Of course, this was the hardening of a vampire leader. The strength, the speed, and power of the attack was different, and was why she was able to do such a thing. After that, the 2 dealt with the Dalki, one after another, and they were saved. But the Daisy factions were aware, while watching the fight, that the ones that had saved them were V. "We have been sent by His Majesty to save you. I believe you all know him as Quintalin," Sunny informed them. As soon as they heard that name, they looked at each other and smiles appeared on their faces. "He saved us. He didn't forget about us." Hearing this news, they no longer were worried about what these 2 would do to them. Both Sunny and Jin saw the reaction of the people and were quite impressed. "It looks like the king really is a respected figure to the humans as well. I wonder what he went through to earn that much respect from them at his young age." Since Sunny had a nicer face, the survivors were less afraid of her and willing to follow her. At the same time, as she began to lead them out of the greenhouse, Jin looked at the river. Bodies floating, limbs having been ripped off, and even dead bodies on the ground. The drone that had been following them looked to be filming all of this as well. "What is that V doing there, just standing there looking at them?"
He must be thinking something along the lines of, "Look at all this wasted food, LOL."
"Yeah, I mean he is a V after all. We might get to see them drink some blood live." "What is wrong with you people? How could you say that? Did you not just see that they risked their lives to save those people? If they weren't there, then it's possible that all of them could have been beaten. I can't believe. Why do you have to be this distrusting of them all?" "Too long, didn't read. These freaks eat humans and they didn't help us until now. How can you be such a sheeple to not be cautious of them?" At the same time, they weren't the only leaders that had come across humans. In one of the apartment buildings, Vincent had also just defeated a group of Dalki that were guarding some captives. He was looking at them all frightened and had noticed a slight observation. They all had a pinprick on their arm, which was suggesting they had been injected with a needle of some kind. After asking them some questions, it seemed to be the case that they were taking blood from the humans, not just once, but several times. "So the Dalki didn't just take them to hold them hostage. They are definitely doing something with the captives. But what?"
Vincent wondered. They didn't before, so I can only guess it has something to do with the demon-tier beast they have captured. Even without the second half, they seem to be able to create more Dalki. From the information we have, the Dalki can also be based on mixing specific human and the beast DNA. Is that it? Are they capturing the strong members from Daisy in order to create a better and stronger Dalki? It seems to be the most likely case. All right, everyone, it's time for me to get you out of here, Vincent spoke to the survivors. Whatever they are planning, I don't like it. If my hunch is correct, we might soon be facing off against a new wave of super Dalki.
After the other leaders had split up, Quinn had decided that the best course of action for him was to head straight forward towards the back of the shelter. The last time he was here, it was where the Daisy base was located, but at the same time, he realized that it was where most of the chaos had taken place. It was clear that a great battle had happened, and the Daisy faction had made their last stand here. Rather than running straight ahead, Quinn was walking through the shelter, concentrating and focusing. Getting closer to the main base, he could smell blood everywhere. Not only smell it, but he could see many victims. Bodies that had only slightly decomposed, and worse off, were just left there on the street. Blood splatters covered the buildings and broken walls. Quinn wanted to see if anyone was still left to save, but he hadn't run into anyone yet. The Daisy faction, it was such a beautiful place when I first came to visit it. I remember talking to them all not too long ago. It was meant to be one of the most protected places, due to all the plants inside and on the outside wall, and yet it still ended up like this. Quinn grinded his teeth. Helen, you were strong. I can tell you all put up quite a fight trying to protect this place, didn't you? But I need to know, are you still alive? We had a promise, remember? You're not a liar. You're someone who keeps their promises, right? As he walked closer towards the shelter, Quinn was thinking of the worst, as more dead bodies could be seen. Eventually, several Dalki had come out from the rubble of the buildings. Bonnie and Void were still in the air, following Quinn with their personal camera and one of the drones. They could also tell what Quinn was trying to do, and decided to help with the search, but couldn't find anyone just like him, anyone alive at least. One of the Dalkis did, however, spot them. They stood behind a high pile of rubble. With a simple jump, it was easy for them to reach the spaceship. Seeing this, Nate got his shield ready. The good thing about the demon-tier shield was most enemies didn't know its effect and would think that it was just a simple shield. The Dalki, being the aggressive beings they were, would just punch the shield without thinking much of it, killing themselves in the process. Just as suspected, the Dalki leapt up to the ship, aiming to hit it. You guys are worse than monkeys, Nate thought, placing his shield in front of him. But as the Dalki was halfway in the air towards the ship, out of nowhere, blood slightly splattered from one side of its head. Its eyes quickly appeared lifeless as it fell back down to the ground. All of those on the ship were wondering what had happened, and looked towards Quinn. They could see he had his hand held out, with his finger pointed like a gun. Did that come from Quinn? He's protecting us even now, but it didn't seem like the same attack as he had made before, Bonnie noticed. Void, thinking the same thing, decided to play the footage back in slow motion, frame by frame. And that's when he could see a small bullet the size of red aura going through the Dalki's head. If other vampires had seen this, they would have thought that Quinn had just produced the blood bullet, but that was not the case, as his finger was perfectly working. When I obtained all that power from before, I didn't have the time to learn it properly, but now I can test it out on you and make you all pay for what you did, Quinn said, lifting his hand, and now had his hands out, with his fingers pointed as if they were both guns. What Quinn had done was create his own blood bullet. With his blood powers having increased, his red aura was strong. Then, mixing it in with the third stage of Ki, he could make it even more powerful. Lastly, he had absolute blood control. A blood swipe in itself wasn't that fast, but Quinn had seen how fast Bryce was able to move the reigning swords, and seeing this, he figured it was due to the blood control, and Quinn was right. Using the control, he could move the blood fast enough so it would work similar to the blood bullet skill, but have no drawbacks. The Dalki started to charge towards him, and without holding back, Quinn began to fire away. He wasn't the best when it came to aiming, but it didn't matter. The Dalki had no defense against such an attack. If the blood aura hit their arms or legs, it would go through them. Still, they could see Dalki dropping dead easily before they even reached Quinn in front of the area. It looked like a scene out of a war from the past, as if a person holding 2 guns in his hands while the others hand nothing but their bare fists. The only problem was that Quinn couldn't use this skill rapidly due to the amount of concentration it would take, but that didn't matter either. Some of the Dalki eventually reached him. He could have used his shadow to block their attacks, or maybe something else, but instead he chose to use his blood skills. With the blood armor equipped, he could do so without holding back. He avoided the punch from the Dalki easily, and then Quinn threw a simple punch to the Dalki's gut, using his normal blood spray. As his fist connected, the Dalki was lifted into the air. When the blood spray skill activated, a bang was heard, and a hole through the entire Dalki's stomach was seen, causing it to die instantly. I can mix my powers better now. I can use the red aura energy I obtained without hurting my body too much. As long as I limit myself to using the blood control with my own aura, it doesn't hurt my body. Only when I also control blood from the outside does it affect me. After this, Quinn used the shadow equip to change his armor, changing it into the blue Fang set. Nitro Accelerate activated. In the 2 minutes that the armor was activated, the camera was unable to pick up anything clearly. All they could see was Dalki losing body parts and falling to the ground out of nowhere until there was no more. And once Quinn was done, he switched back to the red blood armor standing there. What are we watching right now? Bonnie was at a loss for words. She didn't even know how to report because she was unsure what had happened. Thankfully, it looked like some of the leaders had returned. They had done so with survivors from the Daisy faction, so she could continue her commentary about that instead. Seeing that there were some people alive, Quinn had new hopes, and the anger he had inside him was starting to settle a little bit. Quinn, it really is you. One of the females saw him, but noticed that he looked a bit different. At least the air around him was a little different. The women that had been saved, Quinn noticed that these were the ones he had given blood weapons, though it looked like they no longer had blood weapons on them anymore. The leaders explained to Quinn what they had seen so far: Jin, Sunny, and Vincent. Then it was time to ask the girls themselves. Where do you think others will be, and what about Helen? Quinn asked. The group of women looked uncomfortable when they heard this question. Honestly, we're not sure, but they were fighting until the very end towards the base. After we lost the fight, we got split up and taken hostage there, so I think your best bet is to continue heading to the base. Since it seemed like they didn't know much and the direction Quinn was going to head anyway, he thanked them. You guys will just need to hold out a little longer. I will place you in a safe place for now, Quinn said. They looked nervous, but trusted Quinn. Holding out his hand, he placed each of them in his shadow lock, so they wouldn't be able to get hurt, and so the leaders didn't have to look after them. You guys, continue looking through the shelter and see if you can find survivors. Then meet me at the base, Quinn ordered. Don't you want us to come with you? Jin asked. As they said, I don't think there are any other survivors in the shelter. No, Quinn replied. Every second counts, and if there are those around that are injured, I won't be able to get to them. You guys being around won't help me take over the base any quicker. It's quicker for me to deal with them than let you do it. Although what Quinn said was true, the real reason was he believed that most of the Dalki remaining in the shelter would be at the base. He wanted to be the one to kill every single one of them himself. Something is changing inside the boy, Vincent thought, but right now it might be exactly what the humans need to win this war. As Quinn had somewhat expected, humans weren't the only one watching the live broadcast, but he wanted the Dalki to see this. He remembered that back when he had been in Graham's lab, the Dalki leader had been watching the fight between Slicer and the others. Right now, Graham was doing the same thing. He was still out on the field, fighting against the new generation of Dalki, but during one of the breaks, a Dalki had come out to make a report of what was going on, that there was something interesting he should see. After finally getting a set of clothes that fit his new size, he had calmed down and was happy to watch the footage. A lot of it he had missed, and now the camera he could see Quinn walking towards the Daisy base. This man, Graham grumbled. He was also there when Slicer was defeated. This person. The Dalki leader didn't say it out loud, but he had a feeling that this person was going to cause him a lot of trouble. Just watching the video alone, he was walking on camera with so much confidence he had never seen before, even amongst the strongest of humans and vampires. It reminded Graham of when he had first met the vampire known as Arthur. "Let's see if you have the skills to back it," Graham smiled. After finding out that there could be survivors at the main base, Quinn decided to run ahead at full speed. The spaceship was easily able to keep up with the vampire lord, but they were wondering when he was going to slow down. The thing was, Quinn never did. 2 large doors could be seen up ahead. They looked reinforced, and Quinn could even see a few Dalki guards on the outside. Not slowing down, Quinn leapt up in the air. He was moving too fast for the guards to react. Throwing both of his fists back, he threw them forward, slamming into the door. He powered his fists with the first stage of ki as much as possible, and the 2 doors went flying open, breaking off from their hinges and crashing into the base. As Quinn landed on the ground in front of what would have been the doors, he threw out 2 punches to the side of him. An invisible force hit the 2 Dalki away, the 3rd stage of ki, throwing them off their feet. Ignoring whether they were alive or not, Quinn decided to head further into the base. "Come on, let's get down from here. We have to follow him. We can't let this go to waste," Bonnie shouted. "What about the Dalki? He didn't finish them off. What if they attack us?" Void complained. "Do you really think you have to worry about that? Isn't that pretty much the whole reason I'm with you guys?" Nate asked confidently, as he was already getting off from the ship that had landed in front of the base. He walked over to the Dalki Quinn had hit, and the reason why they were no longer moving was because they were dead. Sure, these were just 1 spiked Dalki, but finishing them off in 1 hit? If Nate had heard stories like this back when he had been in the academy, he would have just treated it as some sort of propaganda made up to raise morale. "If there are any leftovers, I can protect you," Nate claimed, punching his shield, but he had a feeling he wasn't going to have to use it. When they entered the base, they could see that the 2 large doors that were around 10 meters in height had been knocked to the back of the entrance rooms, and not just that, the room was filled with dead Dalki, and Quinn was nowhere to be seen. "Everyone, I hope you are seeing everything. Quinn Talon entered the base seconds ago, and without much effort defeated 2 Dalki on the way in," Bonnie reported. "That has to be fake, right? Like a pre-made video to make the cursed leader seem stronger," someone commented under the live stream. "Why would they have that? Everyone is watching this right now. Why would they make a fake video? We all know that the cursed planet was actually attacked, and he even saw what he did when he landed. This is real," another viewer refuted. The 3 of them continued to follow Quinn's tracks, which didn't seem to be too hard to do, as they just had to follow the trail of dead Dalki inside the base. They went up a set of giant stairs and onto the 2nd floor. Up top, another door had been destroyed, though smaller than the entrance, which led into a long hallway. In the hallway, countless dead Dalki could be seen. It looked like none of them were able to put up much of a fight, and the spikes on their back could be clearly seen. There were 3 spikes, 2 spikes all killed just as easily as the 1 spikes, and Graham was watching all of this as well. "This after just having come back from that place?" Graham was beyond annoyed. "Who the hell is this person? I want all the information on him." Although Graham had originally followed Jim's plan, now that the original Jim was dead, the Dalki leader had started to adapt his own plans, believing he had made a better one than Jim himself. The Dalki had already evolved far beyond whatever their creator had predicted. So how could the vampires or the humans possibly have such an outlier like this? Still, Graham calmed himself down. It was true that Quinn looked to be stronger than what he thought against Slicer, but he was just 1 person, and it was up against the old generation of weak, low-spiked Dalki. Even Graham himself could do something like this. Finally, Quinn had reached the room he had been looking for. Here he could see 3 4-spiked Dalki. It was the main meeting hall for the Daisy faction, but it was open, filled with blood, and teleporters in the back could be seen having already been destroyed. What Quinn was more concerned about was the fact that he could see another group of survivors, about 6 or so of them in total. "I don't see her," Quinn thought, a mix of anger and worry on his face. These Dalki, unlike the rest, seemed to be somewhat aware that something was coming. However, it didn't matter to Quinn. This whole time there was something he hadn't used. Shadows started to grow from his feet and had covered the entire floor. The Dalki, seeing this, tried to avoid it, but since they had filled the entire room, there was nowhere for them to go, and once it came into contact with their shadows, their movement slowed. A Dalki, seeing this, concerned, had decided to grab a hostage, yet the shadow had just appeared in front of them, blocking its attack, and the next second, Quinn was seen coming through it, holding on to the Dalki's arm. "I'm going to borrow some energy from you," Quinn said, activating the active skill of his gauntlet. All of the things he had obtained, all of the fights he had fought, was for this moment. It was then the hostages could see that this person, in front of the four-spiked Dalki that they wouldn't dare fight against, was untouchable. "Come on, we have to hurry," Bonnie shouted, as the three of them did their best to catch up to Quinn. They came just in time to see the cursed faction leader standing there, with 3 four-spiked Dalki dead on the ground. "It looks like Quinn has managed to save more of the Daisy faction, and we have 2 of their leaders here." Quinn hadn't had the time to speak to the ones he had saved, but he had recognized both of Helen's sisters. If these 2 are alive, Helen should also be safe, Quinn thought. But there was another thought in the back of his mind. Where was Helen, and why wasn't she with her sisters? Without realizing it, Quinn had become somewhat obsessed with finding Helen. Maybe it was because he felt like the 2 of them never got to talk, or he never got to thank her for the Daisy faction's help. Or perhaps it was the giant worry at the back of his mind. It was because of this he didn't ask if the others were okay. "Where is Helen?" Quinn asked. Her 2 sisters pointed toward a door to their right. "We last saw them take her there. It's the science lab of the Daisy faction," Peach answered. The 2 girls stood up next to Quinn and followed him as he walked towards the door, and Bonnie and the others weren't far behind him. He pushed the doors open, and they had finally found Helen. Nearly the entire cursed faction was watching Bonnie's live stream. It was exciting for them. They felt like it was payback for what they had lost and a display of the faction's power. However, for the cursed faction's main leaders, for those involved in protecting the Daisy faction at the time, watching it was nail-biting. Sam had his jaws clenched as he watched everything play out, and every time they saw people dead on camera, he was reminded of the decision he had to make that day. Yet the person who was finding it hardest to watch everything was none other than Layla. She had bitten on her thumb so hard while watching the video clip that it was bleeding slightly. She didn't care, though. Each time the camera caught some survivors, Layla was looking for one person in particular, yet so far they hadn't appeared on the screen. Please, Helen, you can't have died," Layla thought, thinking back to what had happened that day, the day of the Dalki attack. On the day of the attack on planet Daisy, Helen was standing tall on the shelter walls, staring outward. The original Dalki mothership that was on the planet had been destroyed by Quinn, so when they saw another one appear, alarm bells were ringing in her head. "They haven't just sent that to intimidate us, and from the reports, it seems like the other groups are going to be under attack as well. Peach, contact the cursed faction, inform them that the Dalki has made their move, and inform everyone. Tell them to get ready for battle," Helen ordered. Peach, her sister, knew that the Dalki ship moving was probably a big deal. The Daisy faction was strong, and even when they had attacked multiple times in the past, the Daisy faction had successfully defended it with the people they currently had. It was a shelter that had never suffered from a beast attack, or from another faction attack before. It was one of the reasons why the Daisy faction was so feared. She knew that Helen would have defended the shelter with all her power, and would never call for help from the others unless she felt like it was absolutely necessary. Not long after, hundreds of pods could be seen coming from the mothership. It was more than the attack from before, and what was worse, they could hear the sound of rumbling. Almost instantly after landing, they weren't building a type of fortress like they usually would. Instead, it seemed like all the Dalki were on the attack straight away. Surprisingly, standing outside the shelter wall were the 3 sisters, along with a large group of around 5,000 fighters. This was the first force of the Daisy faction. Then on all sides of the walls, there was an additional 1,000 members covering each side. Finally, inside the shelter, there were another 5,000 ability users ready to fight. The rest of those inside were civilians. The anti-jammers were working, and the teleporters were still online to allow them to escape. The only problem was, there really wasn't anywhere for them to run to. At the moment, the other 2 cursed faction planets were also under attack, and the cursed ship was heading their way. At the same time, although the cursed ship was large, there was no way that they could house so many people on board. They were already close to their max capacity. If they get inside the shelter, then hundreds, no, thousands of lives will be lost. We need to do what we can to make sure they don't make it inside, Helen ordered. The large group of 5,000 cheered and quickly split into 3 groups, each one led by a sister, and they spread out slightly, with the center group being more forward. That's when they could see the hundreds and hundreds of Dalki running towards them. These Dalki, they look to have higher spikes than the last lot. I knew my feelings were right, Helen thought. Still, this was Daisy's planet, and it was designed for combat using their powers. As soon as the Dalki got within a specific range, several of the plants the Dalki stepped on exploded. Vines had grown from the ground, wrapping around their feet, thorns digging into their body. Of course, there was also Helen's power, as she had several plants pop out from her seeds, firing at the Dalki getting close. On top of that, she ran in together with the combat team and swung her whip, constantly getting rid of them. We were once one of the factions considered to become one of the Big Four. We are no pushovers, Helen shouted as she continued to fight Dalki after Dalki. Still, her main focus was trying to help those around her rather than killing the Dalki. Since they were fighting on their specially built terrain, they felt powerful. There were minimal losses on their side, and the powers and fighters were able to support each other well. Once in a while, groups from the shelter would come out as support and grab those that were more injured than others, bringing them back to the shelter for healing. Although there were more Dalki than the last attack, it was the same for the Daisy faction, which now had support from the factions of the other planets. The reason why they were so willing to follow and help Helen was because she was out there on the field now. She didn't stay behind, waiting for the enemy to get weak. No, she was fighting against the Dalki from the beginning, and a leader who led through actions was a very powerful thing to the people. However, soon, a giant shadow would be cast above the entire shelter. Something gigantic was coming out from the clouds above, and the second they saw it, Helen hated that her gut feeling was right. For right now, there was another Dalki mothership, and it had decided to attack right from above. Looking out, Helen wondered if she had made a mistake or noticed the other mothership moving, but it was still there. Before they knew it, more pods started to come out from above, landing directly in the shelter. At the moment, on the cursed faction ship, Sam was taking in the reports that he was getting from multiple areas. He thought he might need to send help to the other factions, but decided that helping the cursed faction was the #1 priority. The reason he hadn't sent help through the teleporters immediately was because he was in the middle of deciding which planet needed more help than the others. He knew every second that passed would mean more lives lost, but this was important as well. He didn't want another situation similar to before, where Syl was unable to help in a fight. After analyzing everything, Sam had decided to send groups to their respective planets, and knew Daisy was in the most trouble. "All right, you 3 will be one group. Head through the teleporters. Save as many people as you can, and show the Dalki that they messed with the wrong faction," Sam said. The 3 nodded and stepped through the teleporters, and before they knew it, they had arrived in the Daisy faction. Helen was still struggling with the fight outside, but she knew that she needed to go in and help. Those in the shelter at the moment were the weakest, but just then she had received a message. "Don't worry, I've sent in 3 of the strongest cursed faction members to help you," Sam said. And Sam wasn't lying either. A Dalki was seen, ready to swing and grab one of the civilians fleeing, but before it could, something had whisked right in front of the Dalki and grabbed its hand. A blonde-haired boy, who gave a tug and ripped the Dalki's arm off with his super strength. This was Syl. There was a martial arts expert not too far away, who was dealing with 2 Dalki at once. He lifted up his new shield, allowing them to hit it, and the next second they were blasted away. This was Nate. Then finally, key-filled arrows were seen moving around, hitting a Dalki in the eye and through its skull. The last person who was there to help was Layla. Knowing that these three were inside the shelter, Helen believed she could fight outside peacefully. Until a large black pod with golden trimmings had landed in the center of the shelter. The second Dalki mothership had caused panic inside the Daisy faction. The number of Dalki that had appeared were equal to the force that was attacking outside. Helen had never predicted this, which was why the strongest members from the Daisy faction were currently fighting outside. The other members were stationed on the wall. However, they understood that if they were to move from their position, it might make matters worse, which was why it was left to all those who were currently inside the shelter. Although lately, there seemed to be a rise in those that could deal and fight with the Dalki. This number was minuscule compared to the regular human population. Inside the shelter, there weren't many normal civilians with abilities that could go past that of level 5. Their beast gear wasn't even past that of the advanced level, which meant, even if they were to team up and try their best to fight against a one-spiked Dalki, they would fail. This fact was made clear in the first war. It didn't matter how much the humans outnumbered the Dalki. They just didn't have enough people with strong enough abilities that could deal with them. This was why, when the cursed faction members were called, it was a big help to the shelter. These weren't just any members of the cursed faction, but some of the strongest. Syl was making quite the impact. He had made sure to take abilities that suited him the most. The cursed faction didn't have any elemental abilities that he could use, which was what the Blade family were mostly taught to use, but Syl knew that. After missing out on the fight on Blade Island with the rest, all Syl had done was train. His enemies were now gone. Hilston was no longer here, so Syl decided to put his powers to use in helping Quinn, to make sure that others who had been raised like him could continue to live, and to protect the Blade kids at all costs. With this in his head, Syl started to train himself with a set of abilities, strength, speed, hardness, and more. And he was using all of this now to fight off the Dalki. With his great power, he was stronger than them. With his speed, he was faster than them, and his hardening skills even made it so his skin was stronger than theirs. Syl was bulldozing through, killing Dalki after Dalki, and they could see that this was a problem, and now he had their attention. The Dalki knew if they didn't get rid of this troublesome variable, they wouldn't complete their mission. However, he wasn't the only troublesome one, nor was he the only one that had trained. Nate was able to charge in just as recklessly with the shield, and then there was Layla, who stood on top of a building, firing at the Dalki with her arrows, trying to save as many lives as possible. Helen, who was out the front, had been getting these reports, and she was thankful. It looked like the Daisy faction would be okay, until a large black and golden pod came down from the Dalki mothership. The pod looked different compared to others, and the way it had left the ship was distinct as well. It was shot out with such extreme force and speed that it hardly had spent any time in the air before slamming into the ground. The force it had struck the ground was so powerful that a large crater was created, and fissures on the ground were created from where it had fallen. Buildings within half a mile that were in the range of impact started to fall and crumble, and the Dalki started to move towards this destroyed area. Layla was about a good mile away from where the pod had landed, but she could see it from a distance. She had a feeling this wasn't good news, so she made a decision. "Everyone, head to the base where the teleporters are. Be prepared to move out at any moment," Layla shouted, making her voice louder with the power of ki. Hearing the voice, the people had decided to comply, leaving their homes and heading away from the center of the shelter, while those who thought they were better fighters would stay as others went past. The streets were a bit clearer now, and Layla had decided to jump down from the high building. Before she hit the ground, she used her telekinesis ability on herself, slowing down her movements and landing safely. "My ability powers have improved as well," she noted. "When I was human, I was limited to level 2, and when I turned, I didn't bother trying to improve them so much. Now I'm no longer restricted by the limits I had before. Thanks to Leo, I am able to realize this." On the ground, Nate had just finished dealing with a Dalki and ran over to the middle of the street between several buildings where Layla was. Up ahead, they could see the Dalki had gathered around the strange large pod. They stood at the edge of the crater that was a few meters deep. "What do you think that is?" Nate asked. "Probably something similar to Slicer," Layla guessed. "The attack seems to be still happening outside, and I haven't received any report from Sam. I imagine other places might be under attack like this. Worst case, though, the people should travel through the teleporters to one of the other planets." "I think you might be right," Nate replied. "If Sam sent us, the big guns, to this place, then they must be really in trouble." Layla glanced at Nate for referring to himself and the others as the big guns, but that was just him, and it was then that the others saw someone else running straight past them at great speed, which was none other than Syl. He continued to run forward and had entered where the Dalki and the large crater were. He didn't halt and continued to run right past the Dalki. None of them were able to catch him. At that moment, the door to the pod started to open. Steam had come out as the door opened wide. "We don't need to call Quinn because he has us," Syl shouted, jumping. He threw out his fist fast, and the outside of it could be seen hardening into a type of metallic material. With super strength, speed, and hardening, Syl was delivering one of the strongest punches he had ever thrown. It was then that he saw his fist didn't strike. Rather, something reached out and grabbed it. For a second, the strength gave in, and he could feel his hand losing momentum. But then a force pushed out, pushing Syl's hand back as well. Syl's feet were now touching the ground, and his other hand was quickly grabbed by whatever was in the pod. The next second, he felt a force pushing him across the ground, and the Dalki in the pod slowly stepped out. "You're a strong one. I recognize you. You were there when Slicer died," the Dalki shouted. He was covered in clothes and had 5 spikes on his back. He was none other than Graham. "No one interferes. I need to fight this one," Graham shouted, and soon a few arrows came for his head, which he quickly tilted down, letting it hit his hard-scaled head. The arrows hit the target, but snapped upon contact, even with the added power of ki. Looking up, Graham saw 2 more people standing at the edge of the crater, but Graham just smiled at this fact. "All of you are going to help me evolve," Graham sneered. He then lifted his leg and kicked Syl by his side. Syl, seeing this, tried to harden his side in time, but he was still sent flying and into the ground. The next second, Graham started running towards the other 2. "Back me up," Nate said, running forward. He hadn't held out his shield yet. He thought that would be too obvious, but he needed to time it right. The Dalki was faster than him, being a 5 spike, so he needed to predict the next attack. Still, he had gained extra strength and speed due to the power of the demon tier weapon. He pulled back his arm. Now, Nate thought, throwing his shield out in front of him. But he never felt the attack against his shield, and instead saw Graham standing there. "You think I don't know what this shield does?" Graham smirked. "I was the one that created it." Looking up, Nate could see just how large and muscular of a Dalki Graham was. Through the tight-fitting clothes, one could truly see how great he was, and just like with Syl, he lifted his leg to kick Nate aside. Just then, an object came flying from the side and hit Graham. It knocked him like a heavy truck, making him slightly fall off balance and go down to one knee. Regaining his composure, Graham saw the boy he had kicked before holding a bow, but not on his own. Beside him was a brown-haired girl. "Using our 2 abilities together was a good idea," Layla smiled. "For some reason, after the last 5 spikes, this one isn't that scary." Looking at the ground, Graham was wondering what had hit him. The truth was that he wasn't hurt and could still move. He was just in a shock. It had been a long time since anything had succeeded in knocking him off balance, and he found out that of all things, what caused this was a simple arrowhead. The arrowhead couldn't pierce my skin, but that force, was it from the girl before? But how? Graham thought. Layla's arrows were able to work somewhat compared to last time, due to the person who actually had fired the arrow. That was none other than Syl himself. Out of the multiple abilities he carried with himself, one of them could magnify any object's weight. Using this, he made the arrowhead several times heavier. Then with another ability, he could accelerate any object he touched, regardless of weight, which was exactly what he had used on the arrow. Lastly, Layla empowered it with ki and ensured that it stayed on the right path. She knew it would be almost impossible to move the arrow with her ability. They needed to get perfect aim, and Syl wasn't exactly the best when using a bow and arrow. When the arrow had hit Graham, the force was too strong, and it had easily knocked him off balance. However, although that trick had worked this time, they knew it wouldn't work again. Graham immediately stood up and felt it was best to deal with the troublesome ones first. He had wholly ignored Nate, deeming him as a person who could do him no harm, even with his strongest attacks, and headed straight for the other two. They tried to fire multiple arrows, but Graham was able to jump and avoid them with his great speed each time. "Layla, it's not going to work anymore. Let me take care of him," Syl said, as he hardened his fists and ran forward. He threw a punch towards Graham, but it completely missed. Not only that, but Graham had wrapped his tail around Syl's arm and then slammed him onto the ground. "You are from that damn Blade family," Graham said. "Even your whole family was only just able to take out Slicer, so what makes you think you can take care of me?" Graham punched the ground where Syl lay, and Syl somehow managed to harden his stomach. Still, even then, the blow was so strong. His whole body sunk into the ground, making the crater around them even deeper. Syl spat out a bit of blood. He tried to get up, but was hit again and again. "No, I need to do something." Layla was alarmed. Strangely, there was a lot of negative smog in the air, and it was mostly coming off from Graham. Using this to her advantage, Layla didn't waste any time consuming it all in. "In this situation, only one form will help us in the fight," Layla thought, and almost immediately the horns started to grow from her head. Her teeth began to become pointed, and her eyes glowed red. "Come on, stay in control. I have to stay in control," was the strongest thought in Layla's mind right now, and she had succeeded. Graham was still in the middle of hitting Syl. With each hit, Graham seemed to be getting more frustrated, and it was all because Syl hadn't died yet. He didn't even have this much trouble killing fellow Dalki, so how was a mere human able to stay alive even after so many kicks? With all 6 of his high-level abilities, Syl had a strong defense in his hardening abilities. Still, even with that, he was getting hurt from Graham's punches. "How was Hilston able to fight against that other Dalki for so long? Is it because I'm still weak?" Syl knew he had to find a way to get out of this state, but could not do anything. In the next instant, Graham found himself being hit by a strange black ball. Spiritual chains were gripping on him, restricting his movements. However, even with their great power, the spiritual chains that had hardly failed Layla till this point, Graham was still able to move. Still, Layla had somewhat expected this. She just needed Graham's movements to be slowed down slightly. At that moment, a blue flame formed out of nowhere. The second it touched Syl, he felt himself growing slightly stronger. A green flame touched his body, healing his wounds, and on top of that, there was another energy rising in him. Layla was transferring her ki energy into Syl. Syl hadn't learned the art of ki. Despite Nate wanting to teach it to him, Syl had decided to focus on improving his combat skills and use of different abilities. With Layla, this didn't matter since she could give ki through her ability to whoever she wished. The next punch came towards Syl, and he was able to move away, hitting Graham's hand, causing it to skim right past Syl's head. "You damn lizard!" Syl shouted, using both his legs to kick Graham in the stomach, throwing him up in the air. He wasn't the only one in the air, as Layla was right behind with her sword. Striking at Graham's back, she hoped it would do something, but they just heard a loud clang as it bounced off his large scales. Spinning his body, Graham now turned his attention towards Layla. "You seem to be an annoying one as well," Graham snarled. He realized that she had somehow been able to buff the boy Graham was punching just moments ago. Layla braced herself, holding the sword. Although the sword could block abilities, ki, and other things, it didn't seem to work against physical strength, which the Dalki are best known for. "Sprout!" She heard a voice, and plants started to appear seemingly out of nowhere, all turning towards Graham and Layla. At the same time, Nate was seen behind her, and he had covered the two of them in shadow. Immediately, all of the plants started to fire towards Graham. As the spikes hit his body, multiple explosions went off one after another constantly. The spikes didn't stop, and Graham eventually landed on the ground. Once Layla and Nate had landed and were far away enough, Nate placed his shadow away, and they could see who had come to their aid. On the other side was Helen, and she was standing next to Syl. After seeing the strange pond land in the center of the shelter, Helen knew that it meant big trouble. Since her sisters were doing well dealing with the Dalki that were coming from the front, she decided to check in at the shelter to find this situation. "Do you think the four of us can take him down?" Helen asked, unsure. Before Syl could answer, small stones suddenly flew out from the exploding dust and started to hit the plants one by one. Each time it hit them, the plants would wither instantly. Then these stones were thrown towards Syl, who caught them, preventing them from hurting Helen. On the other end, they were blocked by Nate's shield. Now that the explosions had stopped, they could see Graham standing there, some of his clothes slightly scorched from the attack, but still, through his hard skin, not a single attack had hurt his body. The four of them had used nearly everything they could, and Syl was the strongest among them, yet even now, they still hadn't been able to put a scratch on Graham. "Hey, I have an idea. You gave some of your power to Syl earlier, right? Well, give him as much power as you can. At the same time, try to trap the enemy with those chains like you did last time. If I use my shadow, I can block one attack from him, but that's it, and it will completely dry my MC cells," Nate explained, telling her they only had one shot. Layla knew Nate had a plan, but she just didn't know whether or not Syl would understand the plan either. Lifting up his shield, Nate punched it a few times, and both he and Syl nodded, as if they understood what they were about to do. "Now!" Nate shouted. Layla spread out her arms at that moment, and a dozen of the black spiritual balls had surrounded Graham. It was impossible for him to avoid them. Knowing what it did last time, Graham was cautious about touching them. Regardless, it didn't exactly seem like he could get out if he didn't touch them, and he decided to pick a direction and move ahead. Two of them touched him, and the chains immediately wrapped around his feet. Using her powers, Layla then moved all of them towards him. Layla used multiple black balls at once, so the effect of the chains was stronger, and now Graham's movements were somewhat restricted. Helen had dropped many seeds on the ground, and immediately they started to sprout, firing off the spikes from before, causing multiple explosions as they hit Graham's body. She knew that they wouldn't do any damage, but that wasn't why they were being used. It was because they needed a smokescreen. To her side, Syl could feel his strength rising beyond what it was before. This was because of Layla. At that moment, though, they could see a fist moving so fast that the smoke had been blown away, and a punch was heading right towards Syl's face. But a shadow had appeared, at that moment, between the two of them, blocking Graham's punch. Seeing Syl's punch coming towards Graham, he was unafraid. Just like before, these weak punches would do nothing to him, but the punch was never aiming for him in the first place. Syl had used one of Graham's legs to jump up as he threw out his hardened fist as strong as he could, and a ringing clang was heard. What it had hit was the demon tier shield that Nate was currently holding up. Syl's momentum, the strength of his attack at that moment, was doubled. "There is more than one way to use this thing," Nate shouted as the shield lit up, pointed towards Graham. So far, none of the attacks the group had done had worked on the five-spiked Dalki. The situation was beginning to feel similar to when they faced Slicer. However, Syl didn't have stronger abilities like before. If they couldn't hurt Graham now, then how else could they hurt him? The most important thing to do was to increase their attack power. The idea had occurred to Nate when he had blocked the small stone from Graham. He could feel the energy that was collected in the shield. That's when he realized, why does the attack have to be from the enemy? Which was what eventually brought them to the situation they were in right now. Layla almost collapsed on the ground again. This was because of ki depletion. She had already partially given her ki to Syl before, and she had given him even more this time. The problem was, Syl's power probably would have increased by far more if he had some idea how to use ki himself in order to power up his attacks. But because he didn't, it meant that the charge was only partially increased. Nevertheless, even though Layla had used most of her energy, there was still one more thing she needed to do. She could feel her body reverting to normal as the energy around her was disappearing. However, she threw out several more black balls towards Graham as her last strike, wrapping him in chains once more while Layla finally was back to her ordinary self again. Now, with Graham's movement somewhat restricted, the group gained confidence that the attack could work. The shield lit up, causing it to shine blue. Nate gritted his teeth and held on to the shield as hard as he could. Then, a large blast of blue energy came from the shield. It was too strong for Nate to handle, and he could feel himself being pushed back, skidding across the ground, until someone came for support, holding him from behind. It was Syl, supporting Nate from behind as the latter continued to fire the energy in the direction of Graham, and a few seconds later, the assault finally had ended. Still on guard, they quickly went to look at the condition of Graham and found that almost half of his body was missing. The chains hadn't held out, and he was able to move somewhat from the attack. The right side of his body was missing, and almost half his chest was gone. Blood was oozing, spreading across the surface. Damn it! If only I could have held on to the shield a bit more, then maybe I could have directed it and finished him off. But he's nearly dead now. We can do this. I can get Syl to hit the shield again, and we can use this as an attack. As long as we can hurt the Dalki, we can win this fight, Nate thought. Although they knew that Dalki got stronger the more they were injured, this looked like a critical blow, and judging from Graham's condition, it was. However, he suddenly leapt up in the air, jumping out from the crater-like area, even in this condition. Syl, seeing this, was ready to run after him, but the other Dalki, who had been watching everything from the sidelines, moved and stood in his way. "Wait, Syl! Take the shield! It's useless in my hands right now! You're the only one who can fight!" Nate said, handing it over to him. He knew that it was pretty likely that Syl wouldn't be able to hurt Graham, and they needed to finish him off somehow. Working together had worked once, but now it was all up to Syl. However, in that short time frame, they had allowed Graham to do something they should have never allowed. Opening his mouth wide, he had bit the head off the Dalki next to him, consuming it in an instant. Then the Dalki to his left, he bit its head off as well. Within seconds, his body began to heal on the spot. The green blood stopped, and his limbs started to regenerate. "This is bad," Helen gulped. Seeing this, it was time for her to make the tough decision. "Peach, inform everyone. I want everyone to get out of the shelter now. Head to one of the other planets. Just tell them to leave this place, and you guys as well. We can no longer protect this place," Helen decreed. She had the same bad feeling in her guts which she had earlier. She figured that not only was eating his fellow Dalki healing Graham, but most likely he was getting stronger as well. Syl, using his speed, had caught up to him. Graham's other arm was still in the middle of healing. Syl then proceeded to hit the shield, powering it up with his own attack, but before he could, Graham had moved and grabbed onto Syl's arm. "Not again," Graham smirked. Kicking Syl in the stomach, he sent him back to the crater with all the others. Feeling the kick, Syl knew that Helen's hunch was right. Graham's attacks had gotten stronger, and he was even faster. If it weren't for the buff he got from the demon tier shield, then perhaps Syl wouldn't be able to get up again. What the others didn't know was that Graham wasn't done yet. As his arm had finished healing, he looked up to the sky. "I never would have thought in a place like this I would be injured to such an extent," Graham said. "I can't take any more chances, and I won't underestimate you." It was then that something started to happen to Graham. His body started to change slightly. The Dalki was already large, but he could be seen growing even larger. His face began to stick out a little, and his teeth sharpened more than before. Strangely, the scales on his hand were turning, changing into something else. "All of you get out of here!" Helen shouted. "While he's transforming, Syl can use his super speed to get you all out of here." The others knew that this was a lost fight, and that they could do nothing else. And it looked like Graham was about to get even stronger. "Don't you tell me you're thinking of staying here," Layla shouted, to which Helen responded with a slight nod. "I will slow him down. I still have a lot of tricks up myself, so don't worry about me," Helen said. "But once he finishes transforming, there's a good chance he might even be able to catch up to Syl." It was then that Layla noticed that the vines that had covered the shelter walls, the plants that were placed all over the shelter, had begun to move towards Helen. It seemed like she really did have some sort of plan. Hearing Helen's words, Syl decided to grab Nate under his arm and quickly zoom towards Layla as well. "What are you doing? Put me down! If we leave her here, she's going to die!" Layla shouted. "And if we all stay here, we're all going to die," Syl said. He looked over to Helen one more time, and she nodded. It was then that Layla pulled out her sword. If she tapped it against Syl, she was sure that he wouldn't be able to use his ability, and that way, they would have no choice but to fight. Helen didn't know what the girl was trying to do, but felt that Layla might do something reckless. "Stop! Don't do something stupid like that! How in the world did I lose out to you?" Helen shook her head. "I don't know what he sees in you, but he should have picked me. Do you remember the bet when we had that fight? Whoever won can request something from the other, right? Well, you owe me a favor, and I'm going to call in that favor right now. Leave this place and make him happy." The strength in Layla's arms started to give after hearing these words, and tears began to flow down her face. Without wasting any more time, Syl left, and Layla could only see Helen, bravely standing there surrounded by plants, about to go against the strongest Dalki in existence. That was the last time that Layla would see Helen. Reminiscing about the events that transpired that day, Layla was praying that Helen was safe. Quite a few Daisy fighters were saved, and Layla noticed a pattern with those still alive. They were the strongest members of Daisy. If that really was the case, there was a good chance that Helen was alive as well. Her hands were held tightly together, shivering as she saw Quinn open the doors and the cameras with Bonnie and Void rush in behind him. Finally, she would get an answer of what had happened after they had left her that day. "What have they done?" Quinn was stunned at the scene in front of him and almost fell to his knees. Currently, they were in what looked like a lab. It wasn't a lab like the other bases had. Usually, they focused on improving weapons, designing mechs, perhaps even trying to create new weapons. However, here, the whole place was just filled with broken vases and plants all over the place. Soon, Helen's sisters rushed in behind, and in an instant, tears started to roll down their faces. They couldn't even take another step forward. They fell to their knees beside Quinn, who stood motionless. "Look away, we can't film this," Bonnie said, making Void put the camera down. It was important for them to film and update people on the situation, but a certain amount of respect was obliged when filming the fallen. Eventually, Quinn walked forward into the lab and finally went to the wall, where Helen was practically stuck. Her body looked to be flattened on the wall, as if she had been squashed onto there, her own flesh acting like glue. It was easy to identify her, because most of the front of her body was intact, although she had no clothes on. Her body appeared naked with several holes all over the bare skin. The worst part of it all, though, was how skinny and frail she looked, as if she wasn't fed, left there to starve, barely left alive, while at the same time the blood had been drained out of her, leaving her in such a state. Then the strangest thing of all were some of the plants. The plants had escaped from their glass experiment jars, seemed to have eventually grown, and were starting to feed off of Helen's body. Around her legs, there were even several roots attached. It was an unnatural phenomenon, to say the least. "I can't hear anything," Quinn thought. "There is no heartbeat. I can't think of any way to save her. How did all this happen?" "Let's cut to something else," Bonnie said in a low voice, as they left the rooms and instead decided to film the survivors who were standing outside. Bonnie was hoping she could help in some way and get a clearer picture of what had supposedly happened. At the same time, Quinn just stood in the room, looking at Helen. He didn't touch her, he didn't do anything, but just stood there with Helen's sisters, sobbing in the background. "Do you think he'll be okay?" Void wondered, as they headed back into the main base hall. "I don't know. Whatever happened, it seems like the two of them are close. I've never seen him act like this," Bonnie replied. "Usually, anger, sadness, or something else overcomes them. But Quinn, he wasn't displaying any of those things, and sometimes the people that act this way have the worst reaction possible." After interrogating the survivors, they found out that the Dalki were collecting blood from all the survivors once in a while. They didn't know what they were doing with it or how they were using it. They also claimed that they had seen Dalki enter the room that Helen was in several times, coming out with blood-filled tubes. However, there was quite a clear difference in treatment between them. The Dalki had fed the other survivors, and they were even allowed to stay together. But for Helen, they could only imagine that during that whole time, The Dalki only drained blood from her until her current state. After some time, the leaders started to return to the base where Quinn was, and they had brought along a few more survivors, but not many. In total, they had gathered around 20 or so, and that was between all the leaders. Void and Bonnie made sure to film all of them walking together, getting a clear look at their faces, and that's when she realized something. "My gosh, all of these people, they're so handsome and pretty," Bonnie unknowingly spoke aloud, and it seemed like the viewers agreed to this. "Are all V like this? I mean, I guess not. There are some people I saw that were Vs that look quite normal. If all Vs look like this, then we would have to start suspecting every good-looking person." At the same time, there was something else that couldn't be displayed through the camera. It was something only those who were present at the scene could feel. The overwhelming presence each of them carried. The Vs had a sense of importance when walking, as if they owned the land they stepped on.
"Where is his Quinn Talon?" Mooka asked, stepping forward.
Everyone looked toward the door of the other room, where Quinn would be. Bonnie and Void followed behind, hoping to witness whatever might transpire next. Upon entering the lab, they all stood next to each other and just looked towards Quinn with their heads down. Not a single one of them said a word, and just waited. How much time had passed, no one was sure. Even those watching on camera felt strange, as they knew they couldn't say much or poke fun at the situation. Eventually, Quinn turned around and could see all the leaders. However, he seemingly ignored their presence and instead walked to the two sisters, who were still sobbing on the ground. "Ivy and Peach, right? I see you cared a lot for Helen," Quinn said. "Please tell me, what should I do?" This was unexpected. For all things they expected Quinn to say, he was asking them what he should do. A strong person like him was asking for their help. Wiping the tears away, Peach, the eldest of the two, stood up. "Please, she was our sister. Let us take her off the wall and give her a befitting farewell before you do anything." Then Ivy stood up as well, grabbing her sister's hand to help her up. She gripped tightly, and both of the sisters looked at each other and nodded. Then, at the same time, the two of them spoke to him. "And Quinn, please kill them. Please help us kill whoever did this to our sister," they shouted, and started crying again. It didn't take Quinn long to answer. "So that's what I need to do. To let Helen rest in peace, I have to kill the person who did this to her. Then that's exactly what I will do. I promise. I promise I will get rid of the Dalki before I even think about resting." With those words said, Bonnie thought it was time to end the live stream, at least for now. It was a good introduction to the cursed faction, and it had finished with Quinn making a promise to the whole world. Still, Bonnie and Void were instructed to remain in the shelter for now, as they felt there was more to this story still, and the two sisters had something they wished to speak to Quinn before they began to bring Helen off the wall. "There is something you should see, Quinn," Peach said. "When the Dalki started to attack the other cursed faction planets, Helen made every single person make a video. It was a video that was meant to be sent to whoever they wished after their death. It was for their loved ones to receive a last message. You see, the videos that were to be made even included us as leaders, and we're the only family Helen has, so she has already said everything she wanted to speak to us, but she still had made a video, and it was her wish that if she were to die, the video would be sent to you. Please watch the video whenever you can." Quinn nodded, and instructed the leaders to stay on standby and aid in anything the sisters wanted help with. At the same time, those survivors had been sent back to the planet Sam was currently on. This was all done on the same day the cursed faction had reclaimed the Daisy planet. While the sisters and the leaders remained here for now, Quinn decided to head to the office of the Daisy faction before doing anything else. Surprisingly, the place was in good shape. There was no reason for the Dalki to destroy all the buildings in the first place, and an office wasn't important to them. Here, he could see several beautiful flowers, still full of life, in the room, and windows that naturally let the light in. Then there was the seat that she would sit on. Quinn had come here because he was finally ready to watch the video that Helen had left for him. Just what message had Helen left? Quinn couldn't help but wonder. With the live stream concluded, there was a lot of talk from the netizens. The public couldn't stop talking about the new V that had appeared. Some were already comparing them with the old Big Four and the head generals. Eventually, conversation started to spring up. If there were ever a war to begin between the two races, would the humans be able to win? Conversations about how long the V's even existed were starting to come into play. However, some were more rational. If V's had existed for a long time and were this strong, then at any point in time, especially before humans had discovered they had abilities, they could have ruled over the humans, yet they had not. Perhaps it was because, like Quinn, all V's were originally human at some point, and this was a mutation. Some people even saw it as a type of ability, especially since their appearance made them seem more human on the outside. Regardless of all these facts, it had caused a stir within the Earthborn group, especially among those who were part of the board. They had decided to call a meeting, including Supreme Commander Sack, to discuss the new information they had gathered. This wasn't the only thing that others were talking about. After discovering Helen's death, stories of her accomplishments and the tales of her kindness towards her people started to spread online. People were learning just how great of a person she was and how big of a loss to the human race this was. On the cursed faction ship, two people in particular felt worse as more news started to spread. One of them was Layla, who had yet to leave her room ever since discovering what had occurred after she was taken away. She stayed behind when she didn't need to. She was so brave. She knew she was going to die if she stayed behind, and she still told us all to leave. Why do people around me keep dying? Layla started to sob once again, with her hands covering her face. It wasn't the first time she felt like this. When Aaron was taken away, when Sia had died, when her mother had died, and now Helen. Each time, Layla had been somewhat close, but she was too weak to do anything, and this time, too, she was too weak to help. If only I had succeeded in learning the soul weapon, or learned to use ki better, then maybe I could have done something. These thoughts plagued her head. Every time she thought she had improved, more people were fading from her side. If Quinn were there instead of us, he probably would have been able to save her. At the same time, another person who blamed Helen's death on himself just as much as the others was Sam. In the end, he had decided to only send 3 people to help out the Daisy faction. Why didn't I send more? Maybe more people would have been able to stop the enemy. Maybe then Helen wouldn't have had to stay behind. Or I should have asked all of them to move as soon as the Dalki appeared. I should have been the one to order them to head back to the other planets. The thing was, Sam knew that would have been a bad call at the time as well. Dealing with an influx of people while all the shelters were under attack, if he had chosen this option from the get-go, it was highly likely that they could have lost 2 shelters that day. Someone destroyed the teleporters after nearly everyone made it through. Was that Helen as well? Did she destroy the teleporters to save the lives of the others? He wondered. Taking a deep breath and sitting down in the chair, Quinn had directed that no one disturb him for the time being. It was time for him to watch the video. He had been putting it off because it felt strange to him. He had just seen Helen's dead body not too long ago, and now he would be hearing her voice and words as if she was speaking from the other side. Still, he felt like she had left him this video for a reason, so he should watch it. Playing the video, a large hologram displayed in front of him, and Helen appeared, sitting in the very seat on which Quinn was at the moment. She had a bright smile on her face and looked in good condition, a great contrast to what he had seen her just moments ago. I hate that I'm recording one of these, but I guess as a leader, I need to lead by example, right? I can't tell all the others to make one, and then not make one myself, Helen said. Her voice showed her nervousness, a side that Quinn hadn't seen from her. Anyways, when making this video, I needed to decide who would be best to see it. I have spoken to my sisters many times before, and they know how I feel, so I started to think, if I didn't get the chance to talk to the person, if there was someone I wanted to talk to one more time before I leave, who would that be? In the end, I came to my answer, and that is you, Quinn Talon. When I first saw you, I remember thinking of you as a young and naive man, but you had this determination, this look in your eyes to change things, and I was attracted to that because it was the same for me. I have an inkling for meeting these types of people, and for the first time, I thought I had met someone who had more ambition than me. You might not have realized this, Quinn, so I wanted to tell you. You might have more ambition than anyone I have ever met before. The reason why others, and maybe you yourself, don't realize this is because, for once, unlike other people, your ambition isn't selfish. This selfless desire attracted me towards you, and I thought, what would it be like if I spent the rest of my life with this person. I could imagine you as a great person who, if you truly loved me, would have done anything for me. You would have gotten up every morning to see me smile because that's just the type of person you are. And that's when I realized your eyes didn't look at me in that way. At least, not yet. I'm sorry, Quinn. I'm sorry that I hesitated when I found out what you were. I started to think my initial attraction to you was something else, that maybe you had tricked me. Because for me as well, I had never felt these feelings of true love or love at first sight. I thought it was a myth. However, it was only later that I realized these feelings were real. I wish that I could have seen the world that you will create. I would have loved to travel on different planets with you, exploring new worlds and different views together. It would have been great. But I guess if you're watching this video, I will never experience that.
Helen paused there for a second, and Quinn could see a tear roll down her eye.
I'm not like you, Quinn. I'm not a selfless person. I wanted you for myself, but in my aims to improve myself and be a person you would approve of, I decided not to be selfish. If this video arrives in your hands, I want you to enjoy those views. I want you to spend the rest of your life making someone else smile and experience these new feelings with others. And if you ever did fall for me or realize you're feeling too late, then forget about me, Quinn Talon. This is my selfish request. Forget about me and carry on with your selfless ambition.
The video ended there, and just like earlier when he saw Helen, he didn't know how to feel.
You really are a selfish person. I remember when you just kissed me out of the blue, but you aren't a bad person, Helen. Maybe I did realize it too late.
After thinking things over for a while, Quinn decided to do something and called Bonnie.
Bonnie, get ready to film something. I'm sure they will be watching. I want to make sure this is something that the Dalki will see, my message to them, Quinn said.